第1章流放，穿越就得滚去诅咒之地。菲尔德挤出灿烂的笑容，等待着父亲，也就是科特伯爵的宣判。他原名秦昊，来自蓝星的华国，穿越来这个世界才短短3天。好消息是伯爵的后代，坏消息非常不受待见。菲尔德，你已经成年了，就像成熟的雄狮，是时候去开拓自己的事业。衣着华丽的中年男子语言中夹杂了振奋人心的词汇，但老伯爵说话有气无力，神情萎靡，这番话仿佛笑话一般。在场的所有人眼中都充斥着戏谑。伯爵停顿了片刻，注意力不太集中，等回过神，居然忘记自己说到哪里了。原主是个非常善良的人，他将觉醒斗气的药剂谦让给了自己的弟弟，将去法师学院深造的机会让给自己的妹妹，他甚至能友善对待任何一个仆人。照理来说，这样的好人应该受人尊敬才是。可惜他是贵族，从贵族的角度，原主即为懦弱无能的废物。老伯爵身旁的熟女便是菲尔德的后妈，丰腴的美艳少妇坐在端庄的领主次座上，优雅地端起茶杯吻了一口，随后放下茶杯，能拉丝的丹凤眼瞥了眼菲尔德，阳光勾勒出的赭色身影凸显出鼻梁的高挺。后妈高傲地扬起真手，几乎拿下巴对着菲尔德广阔北境的夜幕岭，将是你的男爵领，足够你大展拳脚。果然，就算是尽力讨好每个人，依旧免不了流放的命运。微微有些眩晕，原主被众人欺凌后病死，却让自己来接这烂摊子。菲尔德用力咬紧嘴唇，堪堪稳住了心神。随即菲尔德冷笑一声，原主真是够蠢的，想靠善良在贵族中生存下去。后妈的眸子朝下漫不经心地瞥了眼，睥睨到有意见。呼，用力挤压出心中的郁气，菲尔德收敛起微笑，用平淡的语气回应道：如你所愿，我的父亲。他的便宜爹已经被后妈榨干了，凡事都听老婆的安排。扑哧蠢货！不知哪个亲戚笑出了声，夹杂着某个尖酸刻薄的辱骂。北境居住了人类和兽人2大种族，充满了血腥暴力与野蛮。10年前，神圣施救帝国利用腐化雾霾屠戮了30万兽人大军，那里恐怕已经住满了肮脏的哥布林和巨魔。当然，现在的北境更糟了，30万的兽人大军以及北境所有人类和动物全变成了腐化生物，常年藏身在死亡雾霾中，成为人间炼狱的代名词。皇室组织过3次收复失地运动，都以全军覆没告终。北境大大小小的领地不过是存在于口头上的土地罢了，狗都不去，绝大多数时候都不会有人提起。那里就是个诅咒之地，甚至还要糟糕，就算是逃跑的农奴或罪犯也不会选择往夜幕岭跑。没事，我还有挂。菲尔德默默安慰自己，心念一动，透明的地图跳出来，同时地图上还标注出一个缓慢移动的绿点。去准备吧。伯爵显得很疲倦，脸色惨白。一旁的后妈搀扶起伯爵，几乎透明的真丝睡衣让伯爵几乎枯败的身体似乎有了一点行动的动力。菲尔德抿抿嘴唇，自己的兄长和姐妹都获得了富饶的封地，这个老登说了2句不痛不痒的话就想打发自己，菲尔德岂能答应？当即提出自己的要求：父亲，我需要您的支持，开拓夜幕岭并非易事。后妈的软肉挤在伯爵的手臂上，随后妖媚地眯起眼睛。贪婪不是贵族的美德，菲尔德，你已经得到足够多的东西了。伯爵毫不犹豫地说道。一旁的家族成员也毫不客气地投来鄙夷的眼神，顶着黑发和黑色瞳孔出去，简直是丢罗斯家族的脸。杂种罢了。黑发黑瞳在东方游牧大量入侵以及内海古老国度覆灭后，不再是古贵族的象征。菲尔德不爽，眼神露出愤怒的光芒。原主的诞生明明是伯爵自己造的孽，为什么要为难自己？他的母亲是城堡的女仆，他来自更遥远的东方，被游牧商人当作珍稀的奴隶卖到了城堡。伯爵一夜宿醉后便有了原主，身份低微，没有母亲家族的势力，还遗传了母亲的一部分外貌特征，是菲尔德被排挤鄙视另一大原因。500枚金币，另外你可以带着贴身的仆人，我对每个孩子都一视同仁。伯爵留下一句话就被后妈搀扶着急匆匆回卧室了。菲尔德郁闷的不行，500金币听起来多，但投入领地不过是牙签搅大缸，听个水花响罢了，但总比没有好。嘿，菲尔德，夜幕岭是个好地方，那里常年看不到太阳，黑漆漆的腐臭之地和你恶魔一般的眼睛很搭配。菲尔德同父异母的弟弟笑嘻嘻地凑上来，用极为夸张的语气说道：我的封地就没那么好了，可怜的弗兰城以啤酒和山羊著称。菲尔德感觉心中一股怒意熊熊燃起，烤得心脏都在滋滋冒油。封地烂也就烂了，自己作为穿越者总归有办法的，但直接嘲讽外貌让菲尔德恨不得把他祖宗18代刨了。另外，这小灯能拥有斗气还是因为菲尔德的心善。当初弟弟的天赋极差，闷头躲在角落痛哭，被其他人嘲笑的时候，是菲尔德伸出的援手。滚开！菲尔德不给他好脸色。还记得亚麻发色的小姑娘吗？弟弟不在乎菲尔德的脸色，他露出诡异的笑容，贴到菲尔德的耳边。菲尔德眯起眼睛，脑海里浮现一张笑脸，那是原主喜欢的女孩。后来他不着寸缕的尸体被发现在酒馆的后巷，原主悲愤交加，生了场大病而死。 菲尔德才得以穿越过来。弟弟舔着嘴角是我干的，他的挣扎别提有多刺激了。菲尔德瞳孔猛地一缩，一种名为震惊的情绪揪住自己的心脏。同样刚成年的弟弟竟然做出如此禽兽之举。虽说作为穿越者，那女孩对他而言只是陌生人，但随意糟践别人性命的行为，菲尔德感到前所未有的恶心。第2章报答，弟弟拥有神选者。弟弟面容扭曲，贱兮兮道：“你去了那片腐化之地，就再也没机会回来了。现在不欣赏一下你的表情，我会很遗憾的。”菲尔德的指甲深深嵌入肉中，因为用力过度，拳头发出咔咔的声响，冷冷问道：“我没有惹你，为什么要针对我？”“因为你施舍我的那瓶该死的斗气药剂，我服用后根本无法突破一阶骑士，所有人背后都叫我废物，这都是你的错，你肯定下毒了。”菲尔德恶心坏了，那是你天赋太差。哼，反正要是有了爱人，我还会把他抓来，让无数流浪汉蹂躏。哦，可惜你没有以后了，野种。弟弟做了个得意的鬼脸。操！你个人渣！菲尔德愤怒达到极点，原主就是个烂好人。果然，干好事反而会给自己树敌，真是修桥补路无尸骸，杀人放火金腰带。这帮不懂礼义廉耻的杂种，就得用拳头教育。你他妈找死！一个凌厉的膝撞将其轰得倒飞出去，菲尔德瞬间暴起，照着他的面门又是一脚，踢得他丑陋的嘴脸上全是鲜血。众人都惊呆了，向来老实人的菲尔德竟会如此残暴。我最讨厌别人威胁我。菲尔德趁着侍卫没反应过来，揪住弟弟的金色卷发就要往地上撞。忽然他感觉脖子一紧，整个人被掐住脖子高高举起，只是瞬间，痛苦的窒息感立刻让菲尔德感受到了死亡在逼近。你在对我的领主做什么？掐住菲尔德的是个容貌姣好的女人，一头酒红色长发，最引人瞩目的是她额头神秘的符文。神选者！菲尔德惊呆了。这个世界拥有超凡力量，关键就在于神选者，他们是极为特殊的存在，凌驾于斗气和魔法之上，拥有各种匪夷所思的力量，包括战斗辅助和建设等等。操蛋的是，只有女人会成为神选，或许这个世界的神都特么是女人。就在菲尔德快要昏死之际，便感到一阵天旋地转，随后脊背剧痛，原来自己被甩到了墙上。呵呵，果然不敢下杀手。啊！我要杀了你！弟弟大声咳嗽，抽出腰刀。菲尔德擦擦嘴角的血迹，自己无论如何都不是神选者的对手。菲尔德不再和他们墨迹，忍着剧痛，扭头快步离开。没想到，还没有上任的弟弟已经拥有了神选者保护，这让菲尔德感到更加危险。没有坐吃等死的资本，如今又得罪了弟弟，菲尔德知道自己得行动起来，不然今晚可能会被弟弟抓走，任何疯狂折磨。等我发育一波，回来特么干烂你们！菲尔德眼帘低垂，眼神中的怒气不加掩饰。9年义务教育之下，没有孬种。所以，这个像苍蝇一样烦人的绿点是什么？菲尔德琢磨起眼前只有自己看得到的地图，这是穿越当天出现的，或许和领主天赋有关。有阴必有阳，和神选者对应的便是领主，只要和神选者签订契约，便能互相反馈，共同成长。领主拥有独特的天赋，往往和契约的神选者以及自己的领地有关，但也存在稀有的先天天赋，就是没有领地，没有神选者契约，但拥有天赋的情况。原主自然是没有的，但穿越来的菲尔德却拥有这种罕见的天赋。当然，也不排除飞蚊症或白内障，一切都得等看过后才知道。反正也不远，就在精英城。简单的收拾了行李，管家已经领了金币，带着仆人们满脸绝望地等着菲尔德了。得知自己要去诅咒之地，管家想上吊的心都有了，但自尽不能上天堂，只好硬着头皮去送死。走吧。菲尔德心事重重，没心情安慰自己的管家。刚打开庄园门，一队穿着杂乱铠甲的骑兵便出现在视野中，从中走出位披着红袍、扛着长杆旗枪的男人。尊敬的菲尔德男爵，我是骑兵队长康纳，担任随行护卫，相信我们会有个愉快的旅途。那就仰仗康纳你了。菲尔德礼貌地应了一声，但心中却警铃大作。说是随行护卫，但骑兵队伍脸上的匪气可没有任何安全感。菲尔德甚至怀疑，出门后就会被杀了抢钱。当然，可能性不大，注册在案的骑士一般不会做出谋杀贵族、如此毁前途的事。菲尔德耸耸肩，可能是监督我吧，监督我上刑场。先去一趟精英城，开拓夜幕岭需要很多物资。菲尔德打算去看看那绿点是什么。精英城作为罗斯家族领地的第2大城市，拥有无与伦比的商业力量，被封给了菲尔德的二姐。据说一年的税金收入就有60万金币，对比菲尔德可怜的500金币，显得格外刺眼。乘坐马车，菲尔德花了1上午的时间，抵达了这座占地40平方千米的大城。和现代不同，城门口看守的士兵散漫地倚靠在城墙上，讲着恶劣的荤段子，或是对入城的底层人谩骂刁难，收取高额的入城费用。直到看到菲尔德前面开路的骑兵队伍，一个军官才猛地从椅子上站起。快把那些贱民的东西挪开，有大人要经过这里，长点眼睛吧，蠢货们！ 懒散的士兵立刻挺起脊背，连骂带赶的将平民和商人驱赶到一边，让大门畅通无阻。随后带着谄媚的表情对着菲尔德行礼。虽说菲尔德不受宠，但毕竟是贵族，普通人照样不敢得罪。放慢马速，菲尔德循着绿点的方位缓步靠拢过去。城门的军官长舒一口气，只要没找他麻烦，便又是美好的一天。继续让手下收税，自己则猛灌2口橄榄酒，继续躺在椅子上晒太阳。在绿点的指引下，菲尔德来到城市北部的奴隶市场。哦，这该死的，让人鼻子发酸的猪草混着粪便的怪异味道。骑兵队长康纳紧皱着眉头，不停用手扇着面前的空气，不过于事无补，臭味依旧能直透鼻腔。
Chapter 2 Inch Because I am formidable. With this loud exclamation, Xiaoyun instantly captured the attention of the nearby villagers. As the crowd recognized him, the young women and wives swiftly dispersed, returning to their homes. Ah! Everyone, hurry and hide your belly bands, that little rascal is out stealing them again. Upon witnessing the villagers' reaction, the young girl was left utterly dumbfounded, her worldview nearly shattered. She then fixed her gaze on the audacious Xiaoyun, so infuriated she nearly felt the onset of her menstrual cycle. I am Lin Yurong, the illustrious satis of Xianyu Valley, a prodigy of the sea-breaking realm, and yet I am being robbed of my belly band by a mere child, whose mischievous offspring is this? At such a tender age, he has already taken to thievery, and to steal belly bands, no less. This is utterly outrageous. Who is responsible for this child's misguidance? Noticing the girl staring at him in disbelief, Xiaoyun, with an air of impatience, declared, Hey! What are you dawdling for? Hand over your belly band at once. Lin Yurong, taken aback by Xiaoyun's brazen attitude, felt an unexpected amusement wash over her. She reached out and ruffled his hair, chuckling, You little rascal, why emulate others in thievery? Xiaoyun shrugged off her hand, speaking with an air of arrogance. Because I am formidable. Lin Yurong was momentarily left speechless, her impulse to slap this insolent child rising. Sensing her growing ire, Xiaoyun continued to boast, If you are wise, you will quickly surrender your belly band, otherwise, when my boss arrives, no one will be able to save you. Indeed. Lin Yurong mused, how could such a young child harbor malicious intent? Clearly, he was being manipulated by someone behind the scenes. In that case, she resolved to wait for the mastermind to reveal themselves. It was intolerable that they not only misled the child but also dared to rob her. As the saintess of Xianyu Valley and a representative of a noble lineage, she had a duty to expose this villain and rid the world of their menace. At that moment, Yuji sauntered into the scene, her hips swaying with each step, and immediately spotted Xiaoyun. Suppressing her excitement, her gaze fell upon Lin Yurong, who had her back turned. Instinctively, she sensed that this young lady was extraordinary. Despite her merely being at the 7th level of the sea-breaking realm, she exuded an aura that suggested she was not to be underestimated. Especially after having just come from a fierce battle, she was likely depleted and could easily falter. Contemplating this, Yuji considered retreating for the time being. After all, with the mark in place, Xiaoyun could not escape her grasp. However, when Xiaoyun noticed Yuji's intent to leave, his displeasure surged. The stage had been set, and she dared not take the spotlight. Moreover, he was not one to hold grudges. He preferred to settle scores on the spot. Did you see that? She is my boss. Hand over the belly band quickly, or my boss will take you to the Hahuan sect to sell you. Xiaoyun pointed at Yuji, swaggering before Lin Yurong as if he were a seasoned con artist. The Hahuan sect? Lin Yurong abruptly turned around, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Yuji, then stated coldly, inciting children to steal belly bands, and with that ghastly appearance, could you be the infamous Yuji, the traitor of the Hahuan sect? At her words, Yuji's demeanor shifted dramatically, akin to a cornered beast. Boom! The surging spiritual energy of the Transcendence realm erupted forth, and Yuji licked her lips, sneering, Dare to insult me so, once I capture you, I shall make you the most pleasurable woman. Yet, despite her fierce exterior, Yuji began to retreat stealthily. Thinking of escaping? Lin Yurong scoffed, brandishing a stunning long sword. The hilt resembled a peach blossom branch, adorned with vibrant peach flowers, while the blade shimmered in a beautiful yet chilling pink hue. The peach blossom's sacred sword. You are Lin Yurong, the saintess of Xianyu Valley? With her escape plan thwarted, a flash of malice crossed Yuji's eyes. Although it was challenging to confront a woman of Lin Yurong's caliber, possessing such a treasure might give her a fighting chance. If she could seize Lin Yurong, she could present her as a gift to the Tianma sect, thus gaining their protection from the Hahuan sect's pursuit. Fortune favors the bold. With a swift lick of her lips, Yuji's figure blurred, morphing into a blood-red claw aimed directly at Lin Yurong. As the claw approached menacingly, Lin Yurong hurled the peach blossom sacred sword, which transformed into a brilliant beam of light, cleaving the blood-red claw in two. Yet the sword's momentum did not cease, fiercely arcing toward Yuji. Tianma step. Yuji flashed a wicked smile, disappearing from her position only to reappear directly behind Lin Yurong. Bound spirit. With a swift strike, she unleashed a cloud of toxic mist while a golden rope of divine radiance extended forth, instantly ensnaring Lin Yurong, suppressing even her surging spiritual energy. What, is this how it ends? Xiaoyun was left in shock. He seriously doubted that Lin Yurong was the true chosen one. Within mere moments, she was subdued by a minor antagonist, lacking any semblance of protagonist luck. Congratulations, host. You have successfully set a trap to ensnare the epic chosen one, plunging her into a dire predicament. Reward personal space and one opportunity for a lottery draw. Nonsense, I did not set a trap for her. Initially, he had planned to let the two of them fight it out until they were both weak and then swoop in to claim the spoils, gaining some villain points in the process. But to his dismay, she was more show than substance. He would have to intervene himself. Xiaoyun decisively opened the lottery wheel, having long coveted the prizes displayed: Divine Battle Body, Innate Dao Body, Kunpeng Treasure Technique, Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger, Mother Chi Cauldron, Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, Ancestral Dragon's Blood, Ancient Heavy Eyes. All were unparalleled treasures. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the divine level sword technique, Soul Piercing Stab. The Soul Piercing Stab, a technique that pierces the soul and extinguishes life. The system's enhancement allowed for immediate comprehension of the technique to a minor level, though advancing to perfection would require sufficient villain points. Noticing that Yu Ji was oblivious to him, Xiaoyun began to comprehend the sword technique. Truly, the lofty saintess, your struggles are quite enchanting. However, having been afflicted by the spirit binding poison and ensnared by the bound spirit, you might as well resign yourself to fate. Yu Ji displayed an exquisitely malevolent grin, her fingers lifting Lin Yorong's delicate chin as she teased, TSK. Such a face, such a figure, I can't help but envy. If I could train you well and send you to the Tianma sect, perhaps I could rise to prominence myself. Having ventured out for the first time, Lin Yorong was genuinely panicked, unprepared for the cruel realities of the world. The spirit binding poison could seal her spiritual energy for half an hour, and the bound spirit was a legendary weapon said to ensnare even immortals, renowned throughout the Tianhuan continent. At this moment, she was at a complete loss. It was her overconfidence that had led to this predicament. Otherwise, Yu Ji's strength would have posed no threat to her. Just as she pondered her way out of this crisis, she suddenly noticed Xiaoyun stealthily approaching Yu Ji from behind, gripping a longsword with silent determination. A mix of surprise and joy surged through Lin Yorong. This little rascal was indeed full of surprises. To ensure Xiaoyun remained undetected, she deliberately provoked Yu Ji. You perverse fiend, do you still think you can exchange me for wealth and glory? Do you truly believe you are worthy? If you were to deliver me to the Tianma sect, given my beauty and status, do you think they would treat me as anything more than a mere plaything? You've reminded me. Yu Ji licked her lips, producing 2 pills and exclaiming, these are the mother and son soul control pills I fortuitously acquired. With them, you may as well embrace your fate as a plaything. Perhaps I could use you as a stepping stone to gain greater power. Upon seeing the pills, Lin Yorong's expression turned to one of panic, resolutely declaring, I would rather die than be under your control. You have no say in the matter. Yu Ji grasped Lin Yorong's chin, preparing to force the soul control pills into her mouth when a terrifying aura suddenly locked onto her. The tremor from the depths of her soul compelled her to turn, and she caught sight of Xiaoyun, wearing a mischievous grin. Though he smiled, his hand was not idle, as he thrust the longsword toward her heart. Chapter 3. If it's enjoyable, then indulge more. Soul-piercing strike. A terrifying aura erupted instantaneously. At the moment Xiaoyun thrust his sword, Yu Ji's soul trembled, rendering her entirely immobile. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Yu Ji's gaze was fixed on the longsword piercing her heart, unable to comprehend until her last breath that she would perish at the hands of her prey, without even a chance to employ her heavenly demon step to evade. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for slaying one individual, earning 100 villain points. Killing also garners villain points. Xiaoyun, elated, collected Yu Ji's storage ring along with the soul-controlling pill, not forgetting to stab her corpse a few more times, confirming that Yu Ji was irrevocably dead. Xiaoyun took out a suona, skillfully playing a tune while scattering paper money, his movements so adept they left onlookers dumbfounded. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for completing the full funeral service. Reward 10 villain points. Lin Yorong was utterly astonished by Xiaoyun's series of actions, the decisive and ruthless backstab, followed by a proficient finishing blow, a complete funeral service after the kill. Could this really be a mere child? With the villain points confirmed, Xiaoyun put away the suona and turned to the bound Lin Yorong. Truly, Yorong is remarkable, the ancients do not deceive me. Yet this damned scene made him involuntarily recall the 500 gigabytes of educational videos on his computer from his previous life. Shaking his head, Xiaoyun leaned closer to Lin Yorong, asking with genuine concern, Sister, are you alright? Lin Yorong shook her head with a smile, you must find a way to free me from this binding spell. Xiaoyun nodded, his small hands beginning to explore, seeking to unravel the binding spell. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for taking advantage of the Chosen One's absence to exploit the epic Chosen Maiden. Reward 50,000 villain points. What the hell, how much? Xiaoyun doubted whether there was an error in the system, hurriedly checking the system panel, and indeed, he had gained an additional 50,000 villain points. This revelation made him feel as if he might be dreaming. He had been lurking in the village, stealing a belly band for just 10 villain points, and after toiling for half a year, he had only earned 810 points. Who would have thought that merely touching the so-called Chosen Maiden would yield 50,000? The joy was utterly unexpected, like a lecherous scholar unlocking a new technique. Xiaoyun sought every possible means to pull down the binding spell. However, Lin Yorong found some of Xiaoyun's actions rather difficult to accept. She forced herself to rationalize. He is still a child, how could he harbor any ill intentions? Perhaps I am overthinking. Wait a moment. What is he doing? Lin Yorong froze, and after a few breaths, she let out a slight sigh of relief. Surely, it cannot be intentional, a child barely over 10 years old cannot understand anything. Lin Yorong was becoming increasingly anxious, especially as the number of villagers watching nearby grew. Wait, take me to your home first. Hearing this, Xiaoyun, who was continuously receiving villain points, was momentarily taken aback. Ha! Is this really appropriate? Xiaoyun wondered if Lin Yorong had misunderstood something. He was genuinely searching for a way to untie her, with absolutely no intention of taking her back to bully her. Let South leave this place first. Sensing the peculiar gazes of the villagers, Lin Yurong felt a wave of urgency wash over her. With her illustrious reputation at stake, she could not afford to delay any longer. To maintain his image as a Confucian gentleman, Xiao Yun, channeling the strength of the mighty emperor of the wilds, decisively hoisted Lin Yurong onto his shoulder and hurried back to his humble cottage. As Xiao Yun mulled over ways to unravel the binding spell, he recounted his tragic fate, lamenting the unfairness of heaven that burdened a 13-year-old child with responsibilities beyond his years. Moments later, Lin Yurong's face flushed crimson, her exquisite beauty blushing profusely. At that moment, she was convinced that this little brat was taking advantage of the situation. With her spiritual power sealed, she felt both anxious and furious, yet utterly powerless. Xiao Yun, if you continue this way, I will truly be angry. Look at those words. This was clearly a sign of distrust towards him. The Confucian gentleman, Confucius said, to review the old and know the new. This means that one must engage in repeated exploration to discover new joys. Panting, Xiao Yun retorted, Sister Yurong, this is a divine artifact, do you believe that I possess the ability to easily unravel it? Though dissatisfied in words, Xiao Yun's heart was rejoicing at the windfall. In just this short span of time, his system panel had accumulated an astonishing 1,000,000 villain points. This unprecedented surge was a joy he had never experienced before. Forget it, it's best to know when to stop. As a respectable Confucian gentleman, how could I stoop to the level of exploiting someone's misfortune? With the system's assistance, Xiao Yun grasped the binding spell, ostentatiously forming a hand gesture, causing the binding spell to transform into a golden light that vanished into his palm. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for seizing the opportunity of the epic chosen one, reward. One lottery chance. Another chosen one. This was completely unexpected. Regardless of who the chosen one was, Xiao Yun could confidently assert that that individual had no knowledge of the correct usage of the binding spell. Only he, a Confucian gentleman, could truly elevate its potential. While Xiao Yun pondered how to expand upon the 100 uses of the binding spell, Lin Yurong, now free, suddenly fixed her gaze upon him with an intensity that concealed a murderous intent. Oh no! She couldn't possibly want to take my kidney, without anesthesia, could she? Xiao Yun tensed, prepared for the possibility of being bound once more. However, with his decade-long experience as a bookworm, he knew that as a destined villain, even with the binding spell in hand, his chances against a protagonist like the chosen maiden were nearly zero. And that unseen chosen one, undoubtedly Lin Yurong's destined counterpart, might just appear out of nowhere, leading to a mixed duel that could lead to his undoing. Sister, you wouldn't be ungrateful, would you? Xiao Yun flashed a harmless smile. Humph. Lin Yurong was tempted to slap this little brat who was taking advantage of her, but then reconsidered. He had saved her, and she could not act with ingratitude. However, it could not simply end like this. She had to teach him a lesson, otherwise, he would grow up thinking this behavior was acceptable. Lin Yurong steeled her resolve, her delicate hand swiftly twisting Xiao Yun's ear, giving it a sharp tug. Ouch, that hurts, that hurts. Xiao Yun grimaced in pain, just about to plead for mercy when the system's notification suddenly rang out. Ding ding, epic chosen one detected outside, arriving for a long-awaited rendezvous. Host triggers an epic system task to steer the chosen one away from the bitterness of love. Task success, reward 1 epic treasure chest. Holy cow, this fellow really has arrived. Xiao Yun instantly perked up, asserting that even without the epic treasure chest, as a Confucian gentleman of eloquence, he could not engage in such disgraceful behavior as begging for mercy. He must take revenge on the spot. Thus, he reached out and pinched Lin Yurong's thigh with considerable force, though this pinch carried a hint of personal grievance. Ah, you, be gentler, it hurts. Chapter 4. As we were in the midst of detoxification, Lin Yurong, temporarily unable to channel her spiritual energy, winced in pain, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Sister Yurong, it will certainly hurt a bit at first. Please bear with it, Xiao Yun declared, resolutely refusing to let go. Ah, you rascal! Lin Yurong's face flushed crimson with indignation, intending to teach this little brat a lesson, only to find herself at his mercy instead. Sister Yurong, I wish it weren't so. It was you who initiated this. I refuse to believe that you can endure longer than I can today. It turned out she was a stubborn and competitive spirit. Xiao Yun found this endearing, and thus he tightened his grip once more. Ah! You little scoundrel, don't apply so much pressure. Lin Yurong was seething with the desire to bite Xiao Yun to death, still unwilling to concede that she, the proud saintess, could be outmatched by a mere child. Outside the humble cottage stood a youth of about 14 or 15, quietly lingering. His name was Sui, donned in white garments, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, carrying an ancient sword upon his back, exuding an ethereal and otherworldly aura. He had been standing outside for a while, repeatedly lifting his hand to knock on the door, only to lower it again upon hearing the voices within, his expression fraught with conflict. Yurong, it has been many years since we last met. Alas, Sui felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. As a disciple of the Qingqing sword immortal, renowned as the foremost prodigy of the Tianhuang sword path, he possessed immense talent, power, and an illustrious background, making him the prince charming in the hearts of countless young maidens. For 5 years, he had turned away numerous beauties, fixating solely on that stubborn and competitive girl from years past. Reflecting on the days of their childhood together, Sui felt that his longing over the past 5 years had ultimately been misplaced. Glancing at the jade pendant given to him by the girl upon their parting, he let out a self-deprecating smile and turned to leave. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for causing the epic chosen one to harbor misunderstandings about his childhood sweetheart and deciding to leave without meeting. Task completion rate 10. What the heck, what a scoundrel, my interactions with Sister Yurong were simply playful banter, how could he misconstrue it? Moreover, if he leaves now, how can I assist him in focusing on his swordsmanship? This endeavor would have been in vain. Sister Yurong, I concede. Xiao Yun declared decisively, releasing his grip. Humph, at least you know your place. Lin Yurong finally felt she had scored a point, and with the first victory, there would surely be a second. This little brat would now be at her mercy. Creak. Xiao Yun pulled Lin Yurong's hand and swung open the door of the cottage. Upon hearing the noise, Sui turned around. Sui. Upon seeing him, Lin Yurong's face lit up with surprise, exclaiming. Noticing her delight, Xiao Yun, with an inquisitive expression, exclaimed, Sister Yurong, is he your ideal partner? Don't speak recklessly. Lin Yurong blushed, shooting him a glare as she replied, it's not as you think. We haven't seen each other for 5 years. I see, so you are not familiar with one another. Xiao Yun remarked, his expression somewhat satisfied. 5 years apart had indeed changed everything. Observing Lin Yurong's flustered demeanor and recalling what he had just heard, Sui's expression darkened. His reaction was precisely what Xiao Yun had hoped for, as he approached Sui with enthusiasm, saying, Brother Su, why do you appear somewhat displeased? After 5 years apart, you should be overjoyed to reunite with Sister Yurong. Upon hearing this, Lin Yurong furrowed her delicate brows, realizing that this encounter was indeed different from what she had envisioned. Sui not only ignored her greeting but also wore a sullen expression, as if he were owed a debt, entirely unlike the gentle and sunny boy she remembered. As Lin Yurong contemplated the recent events, a sudden thought struck her. Could it be that Sui had arrived earlier and misinterpreted her playful exchange with Xiao Yun? But Xiao Yun was merely a child. Could he really take it to heart? Sui also regarded Xiao Yun, silently chastising himself for being presumptuous and failing to consider that such a little brat could have any interaction with Yurong. Did he even possess the capability to engage with her in such a manner? At that moment, Xiao Yun took his hand once more, warmly explaining, Brother Su, Sister Yurong accidentally fell victim to poison. I was just assisting her in detoxification. To prevent any misunderstanding, Lin Yurong added, Yes, Sui, we were indeed detoxifying, please do not misconstrue our actions. Yurong, how did you come to be poisoned? Are you alright? Sui, realizing his misjudgment, hurriedly inquired with concern. Xiao Yun replied with a grin, Do not worry, Sister Yurong merely fell afoul of the poison of the demoness from the Hahuan sect, and I have already cured her. The demoness of the Hahuan sect. So it was the poison from the Hahuan sect. How could a mere child have resolved this? With his gaze darting between the two, Sui felt a sudden jolt of realization. You both, ding ding, congratulations, host, for causing the epic chosen one to harbor grievances against his childhood sweetheart. Task completion rate 50. Goodness, all scoundrels indeed. Based on 10 years of experience as a seasoned reader, Xiao Yun understood these protagonists all too well. Those negligent authors, fearing a backlash from readers, ensure that the female companions of the protagonists remain utterly pure. Any maiden who had been touched by another man would ultimately be disqualified from being the protagonist's love interest. Sui, after 5 years apart, how could you turn into such a person? Lin Yurong's eyes brimmed with disappointment, as she began to lose hope in her long-cherished childhood sweetheart. The once sunny and warm boy had returned, only to reveal a repugnant side. To be jealous over a mere child and to misunderstand her relationship with Xiao Yun was simply unacceptable for her. Yurong, Sui struggled to find the right words. The image of them detoxifying behind closed doors made him feel quite uncomfortable. Do not call me Yurong. Since you are here, let us go directly to Qiuming Mountain, as we agreed. Casting a glance at Xiao Yun, Lin Yurong deemed it necessary to keep this little troublemaker close, lest he cause chaos elsewhere. Thus, she took Xiao Yun's hand and departed without further ado. Sui, with a conflicted expression, followed at a leisurely pace. Xiao Yun, curious about their relationship, pieced together the story through subtle inquiries. Lin Yurong and Sui were born in the same year in Lianshui town, on the border of the Xianing kingdom. The Lin and Su families were both prominent clans in the town, and their families had maintained a close relationship, intending to arrange a marriage between the two. However, 5 years ago, an unforeseen calamity struck Lianshui town, altering the course of their destinies. At that time, a band of bandits had suddenly descended upon Qiuming Mountain, mercilessly slaughtering anyone in sight, turning the entire town into a crimson hellscape. Lin Yurong and Sui had been fortunate enough to survive, hidden away in a cellar, later discovered by the wandering Qingqing sword immortal and the Xianyu master, both of whom took them under their wings. Ultimately, they had vowed to return to Qiuming Mountain 5 years later, having attained sufficient skills to avenge the massacre of their families. Upon understanding the full context of the situation, Xiao Yun remarked that the plot was exceedingly melodramatic. Truly, these two were epic protagonists, having already accumulated a formidable array of buffs from childhood trauma, which seemed utterly unreasonable, and now, he follows these two individuals on a quest for vengeance, with a staggering 999 likelihood of becoming mere cannon fodder. Were it not for the unfinished system task, Xiao Yun would feel an overwhelming urge to flee. However, the mere thought of the protagonist embarking on a new instance fills him with excitement. It is widely acknowledged that when the protagonist initiates an instance, immense opportunities invariably arise. If he can bide his time and play the role of a cunning strategist, he stands a fair chance of seizing those opportunities, compelling the two chosen ones to toil on his behalf. Casting a glance back at Sui, Xiaoyun sensed the necessity to bolster his capabilities once more, lest he inadvertently become the protagonist's experience fodder instead of a clever schemer. Thus, he decisively summoned the system to commence a lottery draw. Ding ding congratulations, host, you have drawn, Chapter 5 Assisting Brother Su in Love. Ding ding congratulations, host, you have drawn the Taoist Immortal Technique. 3 Clear Incarnation. Goodness, this is extraordinary, an ultra-god-level immortal technique. Upon perfecting this method, one can manifest 3 incarnations, each possessing all the abilities of the original body, and both the incarnations and the original can disregard distance to swap places and share personal space. Furthermore, the original can summon back an incarnation from any distance or transfer any damage it sustains to the incarnation. Most astonishingly, the incarnations can take on myriad forms, making them exceptionally suited for stealthy theft and framing others. As the destined great villain, he is acutely aware that confronting the protagonist head-on is tantamount to courting death. He must remain hidden in the shadows, employing cunning tactics to ensure his safety. This immortal technique is practically tailor-made for him. Xiaoyun couldn't help but exclaim that the system's lottery was remarkably generous, unlike some unscrupulous platforms that offer paltry consolation prizes and encourage further attempts. With the 3 clear incarnation at his disposal, he can now freely adopt the role of a schemer without fear. First and foremost, he must evade the 2 of them to consolidate his incarnations. Sister Yurong, I urgently need to relieve myself. Xiaoyun suddenly clutched his abdomen and, before Lin Yurong and Sui could react, dashed into the nearby woods. After confirming no one was following, he sat cross-legged and summoned the upper clear chi from his dantian. Speed. Xiaoyun continuously formed hand seals, intricate and complex spiritual patterns swirling around him. As the patterns multiplied and reached a critical mass, they coalesced into human form, merging with the upper clear chi. Form and spirit coalescence. With the final hand seal completed, an identical incarnation of himself was fully formed. Xiaoyun was thoroughly pleased. The incarnation indeed possessed all the abilities of his original body, including the innate divine bone shadow from his rebirth. With a mere thought, the incarnation transformed into the likeness of Sui, exuding the same aura. It was utterly indistinguishable. Having completed the cultivation, Xiaoyun returned to Lin Yorong's side while the incarnation stealthily followed behind. The journey was uneventful, and Xiaoyun's incarnation retrieved the storage ring of the specter Yaoji from his personal space, beginning to assess the spoils of battle. Before long, he was captivated by a fragmentary ancient scroll. Upon unrolling it, Xiaoyun was instantly mesmerized. The scroll was richly illustrated and far more captivating than any 500 gigabytes of instructional videos from his previous life. Techniques such as the 72 paths of ascending heaven staff method and the 36 paths of flying immortal body positions were all included, vastly broadening Xiaoyun's horizons. Ding ding incomplete techniques detected, the system will automatically complete them for the host. Ding ding congratulations, host, you have obtained the auxiliary technique. The sacred canon of harmonious union. After committing the technique to memory, Xiaoyun continued to examine the storage ring, acquiring 10,000 premium spirit stones and several exclusive recipes. Just as he was reveling in his gains, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura swiftly approaching. This aura belongs to someone from the harmonious union. Could it be that the ancient scroll had a tracking mark, and a lady from the harmonious union was following its trail? Contemplating this possibility, Xiaoyun smirked and decisively transformed into Sui, who bore an ancient sword. Continuing on his way, moments later, an exceptionally beautiful woman appeared, blocking Xiaoyun's path. Dressed in flowing colorful garments, she possessed an ethereal grace, her skin as radiant as spring snow, with a perfectly proportioned figure that left no room for imperfection. Her long, pure white legs were nothing short of a divine masterpiece. Upon seeing such a stunning maiden, Xiaoyun's excitement surged. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to encounter anyone dressed so provocatively. At that moment, the enchanting woman spoke with a light laugh. I am Xiaohe from the Harmonious Union, and it is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Sui. I wonder if you still remember me. It was her. Xiaoyun's heart raced. He never expected this woman to be the most renowned beauty of the Tianhuan continent. Because of her, countless talented disciples from powerful factions had nearly trampled the threshold of the Harmonious Union. Her standards were exceedingly high, and she scarcely regarded ordinary talents. Xiaoyun couldn't help but marvel. The chosen one truly had enviable fortunes. Based on Xiaohe's demeanor, it was evident that she and Sui had at least met before, and she harbored an unquenchable fondness for him, a yearning that could never be fulfilled. What a delightful coincidence. Originally, he had planned to swindle some benefits while masquerading as Sui, but now, fortune had smiled upon him. He could leverage Sui's identity to pursue a romance with Xiaohe, imparting a portion of the sacred canon of Harmonious Union, while simultaneously amassing villain points. Afterward, he could lead her to Qiuming Mountain to meet Sui in front of Lin Yurong, creating a tale of love and enmity that would be both poignant and dramatic. Brother Su, please do not blame me. I genuinely wish to assist you in finding love. Xiaoyun gazed at Xiaohe with deep affection. One glance captivates the city, a second glance captivates the nation. I cannot forget the unparalleled elegance of Miss Xiaohe, and I think of you incessantly. Upon hearing such candid words, Xiaohe was momentarily taken aback, seriously questioning whether she had awoken too abruptly today. The Sui before her was nothing like the wooden sword-wielding boy from her memory. Could it be that in the absence of others, his true nature was finally revealed? However, Xiaoyun was not prepared to grant her time for contemplation. Noticing her astonished expression, he instantly grasped that Sui had previously rejected her good intentions. He seized Xiaohe's delicate hand and declared passionately, Miss Xiaohe, I shall no longer pretend. I am smitten with you at first sight, alas, burdened by deep-seated enmity, I dare not indulge in romantic sentiments, yet, all of this shall come to an end. This journey to Chilming Mountain will surely bring me retribution for my grudge, and from henceforth, I wish to be by your side, unwavering and unyielding. Unwavering and unyielding. Xiao Yi's cheeks flushed, overwhelmed by the intensity of his words. The sight of the young man in white robes wielding an ancient sword, combined with such heartfelt confessions, ignited a fervor within her previously restless heart. Sui, the most esteemed disciple of the Qingshan sword immortal and the foremost sword genius of the Tianhuang continent, was destined to stand atop the pinnacle of the Tianhuang world. Which maiden would not harbor romantic notions for such a figure? Moreover, forming an alliance with the prestigious Qingshan mountain would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the harmonious union. She had attempted multiple times to deepen her relationship with Sui, yet he had always kept her at arm's length. Now that this wooden sword-wielding boy had finally awakened, she knew she must seize this opportunity. Young Master Su, I have long held feelings for you, however, the former you only had eyes for your sword. Now, to hear you utter such words, I cannot help but wonder if I am dreaming. After uttering these words, Xiao Yi's face turned crimson, nearly dripping with shyness. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for deceiving the epic level chosen one into a romantic entanglement, rewarding you with 100,000 villain points. Goodness. It turns out she and Sui indeed had an affair. Xiaoyun lamented that Sui was truly unbelievable, having the most beautiful woman in Tianhuang as a confidant, yet still harboring feelings for Yurong, was utterly shameless. Ah, well, as a gentleman of Confucian virtue, I shall not stoop to his level. After all, the system has bestowed upon me so much, it is only fitting that I lend a hand to further this endeavor. Since we are mutually enamored, why not take the earth as our bed and the heavens as our cover, consummating our union here? Xiaoyun proclaimed as he wrapped his arm around Xiao Yi's slender waist, gazing deeply into her eyes. Consummate? Enter the bridal chamber? Even though Xiao Yi hailed from the harmonious union, she was taken aback by this statement, realizing that Sui had indeed shed all pretense, while others might at least feign gentlemanly behavior, he had chosen to be unabashedly forthright. Truly, he was a sword-wielding fool who favored such directness. Young Master Su, I am not one to be so easily swayed. For such a significant matter, we must properly prepare with the sect. We cultivators. What need have we for those tedious formalities? Xiaoyun replied without a hint of embarrassment, I am not one of those false gentlemen, entering the bridal chamber prior to marriage is also acceptable. Xiao He was utterly flustered, feeling as if she had been completely bewildered. She increasingly sensed that this was the true face of Sui, the previously sword-obsessed youth was far from a serious person, this was so brazenly blatant, yet, she found herself utterly enamored and exhilarated. Rest assured, Xiao He. Xiaoyun assured her with a firm pat on his chest, as sword cultivators, we prioritize the cultivation of the heart, and as a disciple of the esteemed Qingshan sword immortal, I would never be the kind of scoundrel who would abandon responsibilities after the act. Otherwise, my path of cultivation would be ruined. With her face flushed and head lowered, Xiao He was acutely aware that sword cultivators indeed emphasized the cultivation of the heart, and hearing those words left her utterly captivated. Seeing her reaction, Xiaoyun seized the opportunity to pull her into his embrace, his hands beginning to wander. Young master, may I impose one condition upon you? Chapter 6. Lovers also love wealth. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have secured the favor of the epic chosen one's confidant, and as a reward, you receive 5,000 villain points. Xiaoyun was reveling in the exhilarating sensation of villain points continuously being credited to his account when he suddenly overheard Xiao He discussing conditions, which instantly dampened his spirits. Xiao He, what I desire is not contingent upon conditions. What I yearn for is to tremble together. Cough cough, Xiao He, instantly understanding, found it hard to tolerate such shamelessness. At that moment, she felt a twinge of disrespect from Sui. Master Su, will you promise me that once you avenge your grievances, you will come to propose to me at the Hahuan sect? Why wait until I avenge my grievances? I shall propose to you right now. Under Xiao Yi's puzzled gaze, Xiaoyun retrieved a peculiar stone from the spoils he acquired from the Spectre Maiden. Is that a reflection stone? Xiao He exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Xiaoyun declared fervently, I wish to use the reflection stone to capture the moment of my proposal, to proclaim to the world that Sui, disciple of the Qingqing sword immortal, holds a deep affection for the saintess of the Hahuan sect, loving only you for eternity. Ah! How touching. Witnessing Xiaoyun genuinely activating the reflection stone and pledging his heartfelt commitment to be with her, Xiao Yi's last vestige of resistance melted away completely. On the other side, Lin Yurong was seething with anger. This guy, Sui, not only made reckless assumptions that irritated her, but after traversing such a long distance, he had yet to make an effort to placate her. Did their childhood bond mean so little to him? What a big blockhead, a complete fool. Lin Yurong glanced back at Sui, who was trailing behind, muttering indignantly. Sister Yurong, I suspect you are overthinking it. What do you know, you little brat? Lin Yurong rolled her eyes at Xiaoyun. If it weren't for his nonsensical chatter, Sui would never have misunderstood so easily. Sister Yurong, I suspect that Su brother may already have someone he holds dear, which is why he exhibits such indifference toward you, his childhood companion. You speak nonsense. Yet, upon uttering those words, Lin Yurong found herself devoid of any confidence. Given Sui's talent, background, and looks, it was likely that a vast majority of women would be enchanted by him after 10 years apart, who could guarantee that there were no other confidants by his side. Noticing the expression on Lin Yorong's face, Xiaoyun realized his words had sparked her suspicion, but that was not his ultimate aim, that he intended to persuade Lin Yorong to give Sui a chance to mend their relationship, and then let Xiao He emerge to help her see the reality. This way, Sui could perfectly walk the path of solitude, dedicating his life solely to the sword. Su brother, it's not that I wish to calculate against you, but truly, the system has bestowed too much. No, that is not right, I mean to assist you in your cultivation. Sister Yorong, my previous comments were merely conjectured. I can see that your feelings for Su brother run deep, why not give him a chance to clear up the misunderstanding? It would lead to mutual happiness, wouldn't it? Seeing Lin Yorong's interest piqued, yet her stubborn pride prevented her from being the first to act, Xiaoyun sighed, Sister Yorong, some individuals, upon turning away, may never return. A missed opportunity cannot be reclaimed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yorong's delicate form trembled, and she cast a glance back at Sui. Nevertheless, she still wished to wait for Sui to bow his head first. Otherwise, how would she know how much he truly cared for her? Ah, women, truly so petty. Recalling the behavior of his former girlfriend in his past life, Xiaoyun lamented that there was no hope for her, and he simply turned back towards Sui. Su brother, this is where you have erred. As a man, how can you harbor such narrow suspicions about your childhood companion? Besides, I am still a child, must you be so doubtful? I am worried for you. Sui was taken aback for a moment. What do you mean can't you be a bit more proactive? Should Sister Yorong be the one to apologize to you? Where is your magnanimity? Moreover, I just spoke with Sister Yorong, and she expressed her willingness to forgive you, but on the condition that you learn to humble yourself. I can only assist you this far. The rest relies on your performance. Faced with Xiaoyun's barrage of questioning and encouragement, Sui found himself speechless, his face flushing with shame. Previously, he not only harbored grievances but also bore resentment towards Xiaoyun. At this moment, he realized how truly ridiculous he was. Xiaoyun had not only helped Lin Yorong but had also saved his childhood companion, and now he was assisting him as well. Such a young age, yet already a paragon of virtue. In comparison, he felt as if he were measuring a gentleman's heart with the mind of a petty person, utterly disgraceful. Brother Xiao. I shall remember this kindness and sentiment. Awakening from his stupor, Sui vowed not to squander Xiaoyun's efforts, standing tall as he approached Lin Yorong. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for successfully deceiving the epic chosen one's affections and gaining preliminary trust, rewarding you with 50,000 villain points. What? This is feasible. Xiaoyun resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Su brother, for he could not easily lose this victim. No, that is not right, he meant the trust of the chosen one. Opening the system panel, Xiaoyun observed a total of 1,750,1920 villain points, his fondness for Su brother only increasing. In just a brief moment, Su brother's confidant had contributed a staggering 600,000 villain points, and it was still rising. First, let's enhance my skills. Accessing the system panel, Xiaoyun spent 1,000,000 villain points to max out the soul-piercing dart. He then spent another 500,000 villain points to elevate the primordial creation immortal technique to the second level, significantly accelerating his absorption of spiritual energy by fivefold, doubling the expansion of his Qi, and granting him formidable self-healing capabilities. What thrilled Xiaoyun the most was that with the breakthrough of the primordial creation immortal technique, his innate divine bone was completely reborn, enabling him to utilize his first divine ability. Is this what it feels like to cheat? Glancing at the remaining 271,920 villain points, of which 20,000 had just been received from Xiao He, Xiaoyun resolved to work even harder. At that moment, Xiao He obstinately refused to breach the final barrier. Master Su, it is not that I do not wish to offer it to you, but my Xianin holy body will become a mere shell if I lose my primordial yin before the age of 20. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiaoyun felt utterly wronged. Having arrived at the threshold, she now informed him that he could not be welcomed. However, the Xianin holy body was indeed extraordinary, being the finest cultivation furnace in the world. Even if it were destroyed in the future, it should not be granted to those chosen ones. Master Su, I am already yours, why should I care about a few years? Seeing her beloved Sui grow slightly upset, Xiao He quickly sought to comfort him. Very well, Xiao He, your fate is destined to be mine. I am willing to wait a few years. Xiaoyun, preparing to leave, lifted his trousers. Master Su, where are you going? Xiao He's expression shifted. Inwardly, she thought, having nearly given everything, he was about to leave? I can hardly wait to vent my frustrations. Vent your frustrations? To be precise, seek vengeance, so I may quickly propose to you at the Hahuan sect. Upon hearing this, Xiao He smiled radiantly, her heart fully satisfied. Casting a glance back at Xiao He, Xiaoyun secretly lamented that he had truly lost his mind, contemplating leaving just like that. He was far from a competent villain. A gentleman loves not only his beloved but also treasures wealth. Since he had already deceived her, why should he care for a trifling external possession? After all, she was the saintess of the Hahuan sect, surely she must possess some treasures. Chapter 7 of The Enchantress of the Night claims her prey. By the way, Xiao He, although I am confident in avenging myself on this journey, I cannot shake the concern of unforeseen events. Do you possess any formidable treasures that you could lend me for the time being? Xiao He shot him a flirtatious glance. Young Master Su, my very being belongs to you, what is yours is also mine, and vice versa. There is no notion of lending or borrowing in such a context. Xiaoyun found himself unable to endure her teasing. Her feigned anger made her seem like a mischievous sprite. However, her reasoning was flawed. Indeed, she belonged to him, and her possessions were his as well, yet the mistake lay in the fact that what was his was solely his, not hers. At that moment, Xiaoyi handed him a piece of soft armor that she had been wearing. Young Master Su, this is the supreme celestial armor, the heavenly silkworm armor, bestowed upon me by my master. With your strength, it can withstand the full force of a soul refinement realm expert strike below the Dao realm. Apart from a few prodigies, it would be quite challenging for anyone to inflict harm upon you. Moreover, it can change size at will, making it perfectly suitable for you. This was indeed a splendid treasure. It even carried the unique essence of the profound sacred body. Xiaoyun accepted it without hesitation and added, I plan to set up a grand formation to bolster my defenses. I possess only 10,000 premium spirit stones, which is insufficient. Do you have any spirit stones on hand? Xiao He promptly presented him with a storage ring. Here, within it are 500,000 premium spirit stones, a reward given to me by the sect for capturing Yu Ji. Now that Yu Ji has been slain by you, it rightfully belongs to you. Xiaoyun accepted the storage ring but felt far from pleased. It was rather humiliating to receive what should have belonged to him. Had he known better, he would not have so readily entrusted the Hahuan sacred classic to her. He had been too benevolent. Xiao He, keep the recording stone safe. Should I fail to return, it serves as a memento for you. Xiaoyun turned away reluctantly, leaving behind a solitary figure cloaked in a chill reminiscent of the windswept river. Upon hearing this, Xiao He trembled slightly, a look of concern crossing her features. Young Master Su, I shall contact the sect immediately to bring assistance. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully deceiving the epic level chosen one, earning the truest affections of his romantic interest, rewarding 100,000 villain points. Another 100,000 points credited to his account. Xiaoyun walked away without turning back, for Xiao He was simply too understanding. If he lingered any longer, he would undoubtedly be tempted to stay and accumulate even more villain points. At that moment, Xiaoyun and his companions had already arrived at the summit of Choming Mountain. At this juncture, the area close to the peak was heavily guarded, with sentinels positioned every 5 steps and patrols every 10. Not even a fly could penetrate their defenses. The weakest among these guardians was a 5th-layer chi-gathering realm martial artist, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent, clearly a cadre of trained assassins. Had those bandits been exterminated by this group, Lin Yurong and Sui exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Should they be unable to exact revenge with their own hands, it would undoubtedly be a profound regret. After 5 years of arduous cultivation, vengeance had become their obsession. If this were indeed the case, their future training would be adversely affected. Drawing from a decade of experience as a seasoned reader, Xiaoyun sensed that matters were far from simple. Sister Yurong, could it be that the bandits from years past are now impersonated by these individuals? Upon hearing this, Lin Yurong was taken aback, realizing that his conjecture held considerable merit. If this were true, their journey would not be in vain. The memory of their beloved kin being slaughtered by a frenzied mob ignited Suyi's suppressed killing intent, which was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Who goes there? Step forward. Suddenly, a rough voice boomed. Though Suyi's murderous aura was heavily restrained, the fluctuations in his power were still sensed by the leader, who possessed the cultivation of a 9th-layer Dan opening realm. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yurong and Suyi's bloodlust surged. 5 years had passed. The voice that had once laughed maniacally while slaying their family haunted their nightmares. Clang, the ancient sword was drawn. Sui, wielding the 7th-layer Pi realm cultivation, surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, landing heavily before the leader. A tempest of fierce sword intent enveloped him, making Sui resemble a peerless demonic deity. The leader, a brawny man, was taken aback by Suyi's youth and formidable presence, his expression shifting as he barked, "Brat, this is the sacred ground of the Xianyang clan. Depart at once, and I will not pursue you, otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Sui slowly raised his sword, its blade pointed directly at the enforcer. "Depart, I have come to collect the blood debt today." How could I? Before he could finish, a brilliant sword light pierced through the enforcer's throat, sending him to his demise. "Brother Su, if you're going to kill, just kill. Why waste so many words?" Xiaoyun, having made his move, gracefully landed beside Sui. He could hardly tolerate the protagonist's penchant for verbosity. After all, it was merely a minor thug. Why waste time with idle chatter? Ding ding, congratulations to the host for preventing the epic level chosen one from personally slaying his foe, instilling a sense of regret that may affect his subsequent cultivation, rewarding 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for interrupting the epic level chosen one's lowly posturing, rewarding 1,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for slaying one individual, rewarding 100 villain points. In an instant, a total of 100 villain points were credited to Xiaoyun's account, which took him by surprise. At that moment, he felt akin to a newly awakened spirit, his eyes gleaming with ambition as he fixed his gaze upon the remaining 12 assassins. At that juncture, the remaining nearly 100 ordinary chi-gathering realm assassins on the mountain charged recklessly towards the three. Faced with these once bandit-like assassins, the flames of hatred ignited within Lin Yurong and Su Yi. The two prepared to strike. Xiaoyun darted forth like a bolt of lightning, his sword flashing with deadly brilliance, a whirlwind of death unleashed. Ah! The cries of agony echoed as, in mere moments, over 20 assassins met their demise. Xiaoyun's speed escalated, his movements growing increasingly adept, leaving Lin Yurong and Sui, who remained frozen in disbelief, utterly dumbfounded. How could this technique seem ever more alarming with each passing moment? Chapter 8 Fishing in murky waters. Sui and Lin Yurong were left utterly speechless initially. Xiaoyun's speed was nearly twice their own, but now, they could scarcely see his figure. Such velocity could rival even the strongest of the Transcendence realm. What kind of supreme movement technique was this? Why had they never heard of it before? Ding ding, congratulations to the host for slaying 89 individuals, reward 8,900 villain points. With the villain points credited to his account, Xiaoyun adhered to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He took out a suona and began to play a tune while scattering paper money. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully providing funeral services for 101 individuals, reward 1,010 villain points. Lin Yurong was unfazed by Xiaoyun's ruthless actions followed by his funeral arrangements, but Sui was utterly bewildered by Xiaoyun's antics. Having put away the suona, Xiaoyun gracefully returned to the side of the two, noticing their expressions, and chuckled. I just observed Yurong's sword techniques and suddenly comprehended a set of movement techniques. I couldn't help but act on it. I can hardly believe you. Lin Yurong and Sui rolled their eyes. If you want to show off, just say so. Must you resort to such absurdity? Anyone could see that sword techniques and movement techniques have little to do with one another. It's impossible for one to lead to the other. You shouldn't belittle others like that. However, the fact that Xiaoyun, at such a tender age, could create such advanced movement techniques truly left them in a WE-to-IN comparison. Their own talents seemed somewhat laughable. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for undermining the confidence of the epic chosen son and daughter, reward 100,000 villain points. Undermining their confidence grants villain points. Is that even possible? Xiaoyun suddenly remembered that he hadn't yet used the sword intent card from his beginner-esque gift pack. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully activating the sword intent card. You have comprehended level 1 sword intent. Clang, with the surge of sharpness, the power of his sword techniques doubled. In that moment, Xiaoyun resembled a drawn sword, radiating an infinite brilliance. Sword intent. Lin Yurong and Sui's eyes widened in disbelief. Sui had comprehended sword intent at the age of 15, shattering the record for the youngest in the Tianhuan continent to do so, and was widely acknowledged as the foremost prodigy of the sword path. Moreover, among the younger generation across the entire continent, only a handful had comprehended sword intent, yet here was Xiaoyun, merely 13 years old. Was there no end to this humiliation? Xiaoyun opened his eyes, a hint of bashfulness in his tone. I feel ashamed. I was just talking to you and inadvertently had an epiphany, leading to my comprehension of sword intent. Ashamed, my foot. Lin Yurong was so furious she nearly lost her composure. This wretched little brat was determined to belittle them. Sui gazed at Xiaoyun in a daze, consumed by profound self-doubt. Am I truly the greatest prodigy of the sword path in the Tianhuan continent? Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully instigating self-doubt in the epic chosen son, thereby diminishing his invincible confidence, reward 100,000 villain points. Another 100,000, this is far too easy. Xiaoyun enthusiastically seized Sui's hand, saying, Brother Su, you are the foremost prodigy of the sword path in the Tianhuan continent. Surely your sword techniques must be exceptional. Why not teach me some fundamental sword moves? Brother Xiao, you have already comprehended sword intent. Asking me to teach you the basics is rather disheartening, don't you think? Sui stared intently at Xiaoyun, feeling that Xiaoyun was doing this on purpose. Yet, belittling him yielded no rewards. It made no sense. Brother Su, I truly do not jest. Aside from having created a divine-level sword technique, I genuinely do not know any basic sword moves. You can see for yourself. As he spoke, Xiaoyun displayed a formidable sword mark. This left both Lin Yurong and Sui utterly dumbfounded. It is well known that the highest level of inherited techniques can only reach the great accomplishment stage. Only through self-created techniques can one attain the great perfection realm. The sword mark signifies that only a divine-level sword technique at great perfection can manifest it. Did this mean Xiaoyun had genuinely created a divine-level sword technique? Are you even human? Lin Yurong and Sui wished for silence, vowing never to converse with this monster again. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully undermining the confidence of the epic chosen son and daughter, reward 100,000 villain points. Hey, don't leave. As Xiaoyun watched the two turn away without a word, he was about to chase after them when he suddenly sensed 3 powerful auras descending from the mountain. Oh no! The big boss is coming. Xiaoyun hastily switched positions with his doppelganger to prevent any mishaps. To be cautious, he quietly shielded the 2 epic chosen ones in front of him, resolutely denying them any chance to summon their friends for a grand sacrifice. At that moment, 3 figures swiftly approached, perching atop a large tree while observing them from a high vantage point. Leading them was a youth clad in an ornate robe, around 16 or 17 years old, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. Beside him were a greasy fat man and a lean, wiry man, both at the 4th stage of the Transcendence realm. Transcendence realm, this is the true entry-level realm for martial artists, where one forges a foundation in the Dantian and sheds their mortal form. It's him. Sui clearly recognized the youth and explained to Lin Yurong, he is Xinjian, the great-grandson of the Xianyang saint, with a cultivation of the 7th stage of Transcendence. A month ago, I had a spar with him on Xingcheng Mountain. Xinjian glanced at Lin Yurong, who was wielding the peach blossom holy sword, before gracefully descending in front of Sui. Brother Su, it's a surprise to meet you again so soon after our last encounter on Xingcheng Mountain. Xinjian's smile was exceedingly warm, treating Sui as if he were his own brother. Xiaoyun fixed his gaze on Xinjian, based on his decade of experience as a bookworm. A scion of a wealthy family like Xinjian, who managed to maintain such a demeanor after losing subordinates, either had something to hide or was concealing a treasure or opportunity. The latter seemed more probable. If Shinjian truly managed to mislead them, that would ruin everything. Originally, he had come to fish alongside the protagonist, adhering to the principle that the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. He needed to incite a conflict between them. Thus, before Sui could speak, Xiaoyun taunted, "Tsk. Shinjian, we just killed so many of your subordinates, and yet you can still smile? Could it be that the illustrious grandson of the Xianyang saint is a coward?" Having said that, Xiaoyun brazenly raised his middle finger, which then bent slightly. "How bold, you little brat, are courting death." The lean man seethed with rage. Their master had instructed them to avoid conflict and find a way to ease the situation, yet they had not only been disrespected but also insulted their master. This was utterly intolerable. Shinjian raised his hand to stop the lean man, smiling at Sui. "Brother Su, clang!" Before Shinjian could say more, Lin Yurong suddenly struck, channeling the full power of the Peach Blossom Holy Sword, transforming it into a beam of radiant light directed toward Shinjian. Faced with this full-force strike, Shinjian's pupils constricted. He dared not underestimate it and retaliated with a punch. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, forcefully sending the holy sword flying. Yet in that hurried moment, Shinjian still stumbled back 2 steps, discreetly placing his right hand behind him. "Holy Maiden of Xianyu Valley! What is your intention?" As he spoke, Shinjian discreetly issued a command to the two behind him with his right hand. A murderous intent filled Lin Yorong's beautiful eyes. "Shinjian! It was indeed you who orchestrated the massacre in Lianshui town 5 years ago. I can sense the aura of my Lin family's bloodline jade pendant on you. It truly is you." Sui glared at Shinjian. Those assassins had been the bandits from that year, and with Shinjian possessing the Lin family's bloodline jade pendant, the threads of truth had become painfully clear. Although he was uncertain why Shinjian had done this, it no longer mattered. This enmity was irreconcilable. "Shinjian, today, you shall pay in blood for your sins." The ancient sword let out a soft chirp, and the sword intent surged like a tide. Sui merged with his sword, charging forth with unparalleled brilliance. "Excellent, excellent, Yurong, you are truly formidable." The fight has begun so quickly. Amidst the chaos, Xiaoyun stealthily dashed toward the mountain peak. Chapter 9 Do not harm my Su Langjun near the mountain summit. Xiaoyun swiftly discovered a cave sealed by a formidable forbidden array. The array was incredibly powerful, still resonating with the lingering auras of Shinjian and his companions. Even with all his strength, he could not budge it an inch. There must be a tremendous treasure inside. Xiaoyun thought, his curiosity piqued. Drawing upon a decade's worth of experience as a bookworm, he was certain that this cave contained the rewards of the 2 fated children. Ding ding, A has been detected. It cannot be forcefully broken without entering there. The host may spend 200,000 villain points to purchase A to dispel the array. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiaoyun reluctantly opened the system store and expended 200,000 villain points to exchange for A. Goodness! 200,000 villain points, and it's a one-time use item. Glancing at his remaining balance of 232,930 villain points, Xiaoyun grumbled as he shattered the forbidden array and stepped inside. The next moment, he was utterly astonished by the sight before him. In the cave, 4 corners were adorned with black soul banners, while in the center stood a peculiar fruit tree, bearing 2 fruits enveloped in purple mist, resembling miniature infants. Strangely, the surrounding purple mist continuously devoured the souls trapped within the soul banners, and up close, one could faintly hear the anguished cries of countless wronged spirits. This is the soul infant tree. According to the memories of Xiaoyun's predecessor, this tree was said to exist in legends, having not appeared in the world for tens of thousands of years. The tree was an aberration of nature, thriving on the consumption of souls. Moreover, the soul infant fruits it bore not only strengthened the soul's essence but also endowed the consumer with a terrifying ability to ignore all soul attacks. Its effects were nothing short of extraordinary. Such rarity would incite even the mightiest beings from the upper realms to fight tooth and nail for it. No wonder Shinjian sought to annihilate Lianshui town a decade ago, for the most effective way to nurture the soul infant tree was through incessant killings to feed its souls. It was utterly barbaric. To mature the soul infant fruits in just a few short years, how many lives had been sacrificed? It was more villainous than even his role as a fated antagonist. As the soul infant fruits approached maturity, Xiaoyun resolved to seize this defiance of nature, leaving nothing for Shinjian. At that very moment, Sui was single-handedly battling 2 attendants, while Lin Yurong was locked in a fierce struggle with Shinjian. Faced with 2 transcendent talents capable of crossing realms in battle, Shinjian and his companions could not overpower them merely through their realm. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. Suddenly, sensing the array had been triggered, Shinjian appeared somewhat flustered, allowing Lin Yurong to seize the opportunity and thrust a sword at him. Had he not slightly shifted his body at the critical moment, he would have met his end. The situation has changed. I shall blood sacrifice to activate the array. You all cooperate with me for a swift resolution. After forcing Lin Yurong back, Shinjian spoke urgently, immediately spitting a mouthful of blood onto the array disc. The array disc burst forth with a brilliant light, a massive 8 trigrams array materializing in midair, rapidly enveloping the surrounding area within dozens of feet. Terrifying bolts of thunder roiled within the formation. The 8 trigrams divine thunder array. Lin Yurong exclaimed, her expression shifting gravely as she added, this array can annihilate those of the Dao realm. We are in serious trouble. Goodness, 3 beings of the Transcendence realm were resorting to an array to confront 2 7th layer Sea opening realm cultivators and a 9th layer Pill opening realm cultivator. How utterly dishonorable. Though Xiaoyun lamented the dishonor of it all, he remained unperturbed, for the halo of these 2 fated children was undeniable. How could mere minor tricks possibly defeat them? At that moment, with a mad fury, Xinjian roared, 8 trigrams divine thunder, activate. With Xinjian's thunderous shout, the terrifying thunder within the array rapidly coalesced, sending shivers of destruction coursing through the air. In the instant the thunder erupted, the two fated children unleashed their hidden cards. Sui swiftly drew his hand across the ancient sword's blade, crimson blood instantly coating its entire length. In the next heartbeat, the black sword transformed into a blood-red hue, its once smooth surface now adorned with menacing dragon scales. Crimson scale dragon pattern sword, blood dragon breaks the heavens. Sui cleaved downward, a 10-foot-long blood dragon charging recklessly toward the oncoming thunder. Simultaneously, Lin Yurong raised the peach blossom sacred sword skyward, as a round of dark moon suddenly ascended, the endless moonlight coalescing into dazzling brilliance that shot toward the thunder. Boom, boom, the space trembled incessantly, powerful energies unleashed, and debris flew wildly within dozens of feet, a scene of utter chaos. After several breaths, tranquility returned to the space, with Sui standing resolutely, his chest heaving, while Lin Yurong knelt on one knee, her delicate face pale as paper. They survived. Xinjian stared incredulously at the two. For them to withstand the 8 trigrams divine thunder array without a scratch was beyond belief. However, he quickly discerned that while they had successfully countered the thunder's onslaught, they were now on the brink of exhaustion. Attack! Kill them! Xinjian roared, charging alongside the greasy fat man toward the relatively unscathed Sui. The emaciated man locked his gaze on Lin Yurong, a dagger radiating an ominous aura rapidly coalescing at his brow. This was a rare soul technique that could bypass the physical body and strike directly at the soul. Lin Yurong, half kneeling with her sword, fixed her gaze on the eerie dagger. Having just forcibly utilized a flawed celestial-grade martial technique, the backlash exceeded her expectations. Despite taking healing pills, it was of little use in such a short time. Seeing the dagger poised to strike, she smiled sadly. Was this how her life would end? With determination, Lin Yurong rose, the peach blossom sacred sword piercing forth with unwavering resolve. Even if she were to perish, she would take her opponent down with her. It was a fight to the death. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yun, who had been protected by the two, broke into a grin. What a splendid opportunity. The Qingqing avatar lacked a soul body and could withstand soul attacks unscathed. How could he let such a chance to impress a lady slip away? With that thought, Xiao Yun dashed in front of Lin Yurong, shouting defiantly, if I do not perish, do not harm her in the slightest. Xiao Yun. Lin Yurong stared in shock at Xiao Yun's back, and for reasons unknown, the small figure suddenly loomed large in her heart. Seeing a mere child attempting to obstruct him, the emaciated man roared as the dagger shot forth. An ant shaking a tree, perish. In a bid to achieve his goal, Xiao Yun did not flinch from the dagger hurtling toward him, perfectly shielding Lin Yurong behind him. At that moment, his fearless stance, disregarding life and death, utterly captivated Lin Yurong, and tears streamed down her face. Clang! Xiao Yun thrust his sword forward, unleashing the pinnacle of his sword intent in a divine technique. Soul capture stab, he bellowed, a matchless sword light imbued with terrifying might surged forth, piercing directly toward the emaciated man's heart. Puff, the man's heart was instantly pierced, and he died in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a mere 9th-layer pill-opening realm child could transcend 2 major realms to slay him. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for killing one, reward. 100 villain points. Sensing that the opponent was beyond saving, Xiao Yun feigned soul injury and fell backward. Xiao Yun. Lin Yurong hurriedly caught him in her embrace. Meanwhile, Sui erupted into action. Clang! The sharp sword intent filled the air, as the crimson scale dragon pattern sword suddenly radiated with divine light, shooting forth a 5-foot-long red sword chi into the sky. Blade cuts through mountains and rivers. Sui shouted, directing the crimson sword chi down upon Xinjian and his companions. Xinjian and his ally also summoned their full strength, their overwhelming power colliding violently with the crimson sword chi. Boom, boom. Puff. Ultimately, the overexerted Sui could not withstand the combined might of the two. As the crimson sword chi shattered, he was sent flying, spitting blood. However, just as they aimed to capitalize on this opportunity to finish Sui, a delicate voice resonated through the void. Do not harm my Su Langjun. Chapter 10. 3 resounding echoes in the blink of an eye, a multitude of figures pierced through the air, their formidable auras converging upon Xinjian, causing his countenance to shift dramatically. Are those powerful souls from the Hahuan sect? Upon sensing the cultivation levels of the newcomers, even Xinjian, with his usual composure, felt an uncontrollable urge to unleash a torrent of curses. With no time to waste, as survival took precedence, Xinjian and his companions made an instant decision to race towards the mountain's summit. The thought of the cave's protective barrier being triggered set Xinjian's heart ablaze with anxiety. The soul infant fruit he had painstakingly nurtured for years would be lost if someone else reached it first, leaving him with nothing but regret. As Xinjian and the others departed, Xiao Yun's avatar awakened in tandem, quietly nestled in Lin Yurong's embrace, preparing to observe the unfolding drama. Su Langjun. Xiao He, witnessing Suyi's incessant coughing of blood, hastily broke free from the elder beside her and leapt in front of him. Suppressing the backlash from the ancient sword, Sui stared blankly at Xiao He, bewildered as to why she would venture so far to aid him, especially considering he had no ties to the Hahuan sect. Moreover, when had he ever been dubbed her Langjuan? Just as he was about to voice his confusion, Xiao He suddenly displayed a unique shyness characteristic of young ladies, saying, Su Langjun, I have arrived too late. Are you alright? No. Sui quickly cast a glance at Lin Yurong, only to find disappointment glimmering in her eyes, causing his heart to race with trepidation. Yurong, let me explain. You need not explain anything to me. Lin Yurong's indifference was pierced by a cold smile, as she recalled Xiao Yun's words about Sui harboring feelings for another. She had not anticipated that the object of his affections would be the most renowned beauty of the Tianhuan continent. It was no wonder Sui's heart had swayed, how foolish she felt for believing in him. Faced with Lin Yorong's apathy, Sui, knowing that no explanation would suffice, felt a tempest of rage erupt within him that he fixed a furious gaze upon Xiaohe. Are we even acquainted? How have I become your Langjun? You must clarify this at once. This time, it was Xiaohe who was taken aback. She could not fathom why Sui's demeanor had changed so abruptly. The elders of the Hahuan sect were equally dumbfounded had they not been separated for less than half a day, and he had truly turned his back on her. How could the esteemed prodigy of the Tianhuan sword path behave so shamelessly? Tears welled in Xiaohe's beautiful eyes as she recalled her sacrifices. Unable to contain her emotions, she exclaimed, Su Langjun, I nearly gave you everything, and you promised me that once you avenged your grievances, you would come to the Hahuan sect to marry me. How can you treat me this way? Sui was utterly bewildered by her words. When had he taken advantage of her? When had he ever promised to marry her? Yet, observing Xiaohe's earnestness, he struggled to comprehend the situation. Seeing Sui's dazed expression, Xiaoyan felt compelled to intervene. This young lady, Sui, is a disciple of the Qingqing sword immortal and harbors affection solely for Sister Yorong. How could there be any connection between you two? Unless you possess evidence, I have every reason to suspect you are slandering him. Upon hearing this, Sui felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. He had not anticipated Xiaoyan would step forward to assist him. This brother was indeed worthy of friendship. With Xiaoyan's support, Sui straightened his posture and declared, Miss Xiaohe, you are fabricating accusations against me. You must restore my honor, otherwise, I shall have no choice but to confront the Hahuan sect regarding this matter. Fabricating accusations, restoring your honor, to even invoke the name of Qingqing Mountain in such a context. Xiaohe's heart shattered into pieces as she gazed at Sui, her spirit extinguished. I shall ask you one last time, do you truly deny it? For reasons unknown, as Sui beheld Xiaohe in her current state, an inexplicable pain surged within him, akin to the loss of something profoundly significant. Yet, he could not fathom any connection between them, thus he coldly replied, it is a matter of pure fabrication, what is there for me to acknowledge? Good, good, good. Despair turned to madness on Xiaohe's face as she retrieved a recording stone from her storage ring and activated it. This stone serves as evidence. Watch closely. In the footage, Sui knelt before the disheveled Xiaohe, bare-chested. I, Sui, disciple of the Qingqing sword immortal, vow that I am in mutual affection with the Hahuan sect saintess, Xiaohe. For the rest of our lives, we shall love and respect each other, unwaveringly. Stunned, Sui staggered back 7 or 8 steps, overcome by disbelief. In front of the recording stone, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It was widely known that the images captured by such stones could not be fabricated. Now, even if he had 100 mouths, he could not clarify the situation. Who was scheming against me from the shadows? Having devoted himself to sword cultivation for 5 years, he had scarcely descended the mountain and rarely interacted with others. He could not fathom who he had offended to provoke such elaborate machinations against him. Xiaoyan patted Sui's shoulder, solemnly stating, Brother Su, even with the recording stone as evidence, I believe you are not that kind of person. Someone must be impersonating you. Yes. In his disordered state, Sui grasped this lifeline. Someone is impersonating me. The last flicker of hope in Xiaohe's heart was extinguished by those words. Sui. You are indeed ruthless. However, whether you choose to acknowledge it or not, I shall consider myself blind. I offer you 50,000 spirit stones as a reward, but you must return the heavenly silkworm armor to me. It is the only relic left to me by my master. Upon hearing this, before Sui could respond, Lin Yurong coldly interjected, Sui, you truly have opened my eyes. Not only do you deceive in matters of affection, but you also spare no effort in seizing spirit stones and treasures. I hoped. Sui could no longer maintain his composure. At that moment, his suppressed backlash erupted uncontrollably, causing him to vomit blood and faint. Believing Sui was feigning death, Xiaohe dejectedly stored the recording stone and turned to leave. Observing their disciple being so mistreated, the elders of the Hahuan sect contemplated taking revenge on Sui, but the looming presence of Qingqing Mountain forced them to restrain their murderous intent. Humph. Our Hahuan sect shall certainly seek an explanation from Qingqing Mountain. After the Hahuan sect departed, Lin Yurong coldly regarded the unconscious Sui, her eyes devoid of warmth. Sister Yurong, please save Brother Su. Xiaoyan still felt sympathy for Sui. Should he wish to be saved, he must save himself. From this moment forth, I shall no longer recognize this person. The thought of Sui's treachery in matters of the heart ignited her desire to draw her sword against him. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully shattering the fated romance between the epic chosen son and the chosen daughter, allowing the chosen son to evade the bitter fruits of love. Mission accomplished, reward 1 epic treasure chest. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully causing the epic chosen son to turn against his confidant, henceforth walking the path alone, reward 1 million villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully orchestrating a scheme against the epic chosen son, inflicting severe psychological damage upon him. Reward 500,000 villain points. Taikula, 3 resounding echoes. Just as Xiaoyan prepared to pluck the soul infant fruit, the system's notification sent him into a frenzy of excitement. If I harvest this fruit, will the system grant me another opportunity for a lottery? With thoughts of Sui's well-being in mind, Xiaoyan decisively stored the soul infant fruit along with its tree into his spatial realm, planning to break through to the soul refining realm before consuming it for optimal results. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully seizing the monumental opportunity of the epic chosen son and chosen daughter. Reward 1 enhanced lottery opportunity. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully seizing the monumental opportunity of the epic chosen son and chosen daughter. Reward 2 million villain points. An enhanced lottery opportunity. The anticipation was overwhelming, and Xiao Yun could hardly wait to open the lottery panel. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for drawing Chapter 11. Chew and feed me. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you've drawn the ancient double eye. It turned out to be the double eye, truly the enhanced version of the lottery. With the system's reward arriving, Xiao Yun's eyes underwent a bizarre transformation, his pupils splitting into two, as if capable of piercing through the world's illusions, imparting an air of inscrutable mystery. Xiao Yun eagerly anticipated the power of the double eye. However, at present, it possessed merely the ability to see through deception. To acquire more abilities and supernatural powers, extended cultivation and development were necessary. Still, he was keen to see what treasures awaited him in the epic treasure chest. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you've opened the epic treasure chest and obtained the star plucking technique. The star plucking technique, which disregards spatial distance, allows one to reach into the void and seize objects, capable of annihilating foes from thousands of miles away. When fully mastered, one could pluck stars and seize the moon with a mere gesture. Oh my, what a divine skill! It could serve as both a mischievous trickster and a formidable force. This journey had truly been a windfall, and he felt compelled to express his gratitude to Xinjian. To demonstrate his gratitude, before departing, Xiao Yun scattered the 10 or so exclusive medicinal powder recipes from the ghostly princess throughout the cave, ensuring that Xinjian would experience a different kind of joy upon his return. Just the thought of Xinjian's slender frame accompanied by that greasy fat man returning to the cave sent a chill down Xiao Yun's spine, causing him to vanish from the spot. As soon as Xiao Yun departed, two figures raced towards the cave, arriving at its entrance in mere moments. The barrier has indeed been breached. Xinjian's expression changed dramatically as he dashed into the cave. Xinjian erupted in a torrent of curses, trembling as he surveyed the cave, devoid of any trace. 7 years, he had invested 7 years of effort, only to have it vanish so abruptly. The thought of sewing garments for others while facing the endless enmity of two exceptional talents drove Xinjian into a frenzy. Search for me. Any suspicious individuals must be immediately. What are you doing? Xinjian turned to find the greasy fat man approaching him with bloodshot eyes, much like a lecher beholding a stunning beauty. No, this is the He-Huan powder. Ah, damn the He-Huan sect. Xinjian's countenance paled as he felt his strength wane, his consciousness beginning to blur, strange and indescribable images flooding his mind. As Xinjian watched his subordinate lunge toward him, he struggled to maintain lucidity and bellowed, "Don't come any closer." Down the mountain, Xiao Yun, who had quietly swapped places with his clone, faintly heard Xinjian's furious shout and couldn't help but shudder. "Xiao Yun, are you alright?" Lin Yorong inquired, her lovely face filled with concern. Xiao Yun collapsed into Lin Yorong's embrace, burying his head amidst her towering figure. "MMM. So fragrant, so soft, so comfortable, you." Lin Yorong's face flushed crimson in an instant, and as she felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, she was about to push Xiao Yun away when he weakly murmured, "Sister Yorong, I fear I may not last." Upon hearing this, Lin Yorong's defenses crumbled, and she pulled Xiao Yun tightly to her, fearing that if she released him, he would vanish. If it weren't for Xiao Yun blocking that strike for her, she would have been the one to perish, especially recalling Xiao Yun's declaration, "If I do not perish, let no harm come to her." Her heart raced unexpectedly. One must admit, despite his small stature and somewhat roguish demeanor, he exuded a sense of reliability, unlike Sui, that scoundrel who preyed upon emotions. Ding ding, congratulations, host, deceiving the feelings of the epic chosen one, rewarded with 50,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host. Causing the chosen one's heart to race, rewarded with 50,000 villain points. Another 100,000 points credited. Xiao Yun felt elated, akin to a writer receiving generous tips from his readers. I can't stop now. I can still play along. Relying on the powerful healing capabilities of the Hongmeng Creation Immortal Technique, Xiao Yun controlled his internal spiritual energy to reverse its flow. The chaotic energy severed the meridians within him, causing his vitality to plummet. Sensing the shift in Xiao Yun's aura, Lin Yurong panicked and hurriedly retrieved a pill to offer him. "Xiao Yun, this is the 9 turns great rejuvenation pill my master gave me. You must take it quickly, and I will heal you." Xiao Yun reluctantly lifted his head, weakly stating, "Sister Yurong, please, do not waste the pill. To die in your embrace." "I have no regrets, Xiao Yun." Lin Yorong's eyes brimmed with tears in an instant. Ding ding, congratulations, host, deceiving the chosen one's feelings and moving her to tears, rewarded with 50,000 villain points. She cried so easily? If that were the case, Xiao Yun felt he could manipulate Sister Yurong for a lifetime. "Sister Yurong, please don't cry. After all, I am but an orphan with no kin. To have met you, I am content to keep the pill for emergencies, and be sure to live well for me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yurong could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. "No. I do not want you to die. You mustn't die." Lin Yurong grasped Xiao Yun's chin, attempting to force the 9 turns great rejuvenation pill into his mouth. Xiao Yun gazed at her with vacant eyes. Why was Sister Yurong so inconsiderate? Is it not customary for young ladies to chew the pills before feeding them? Xiao Yun inwardly scoffed, resolutely refusing to open his mouth for the pill. Lin Yurong, oblivious to his thoughts, urgently asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Xiao Yun weakly replied, "I wish to eat, but I cannot chew it, nor can I swallow." "Then, what shall we do?" "Simple, chew it, feed it to me." Lin Yorong's face turned beet red, hesitating for a moment before placing the 9 turns great rejuvenation pill in her mouth, gently chewing, then leaning into Xiao Yun. Ding ding, congratulations, host. Forcing the chosen one to comply, rewarded with 100,000 villain points. Who forced her? It was clearly her initiative. I have never been one to maintain integrity, aspiring to be a great rogue. When encountering a young lady, I play the game of neither initiating nor refusing, taking pleasure without commitment. Seeing Lin Yorong's bashful demeanor, Xiao Yun decided to take the initiative. Ding ding, congratulations, host. Taking the first kiss of the epic chosen one, rewarded with 100,000 villain points. MMM. Lin Yorong's body jolted as if struck by electricity, instinctively wanting to break free, but then recalled she was saving someone, so she tentatively extended her tongue to transfer the medicine to Xiao Yun. This is mortifying. Lin Yorong shut her eyes, not daring to look at Xiao Yun. Just then, the unconscious Sui happened to awaken, and upon opening his eyes, he caught sight of their intimate act. Sui opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and quietly dragged his injured body away. Ding ding, congratulations, host, allowing the epic chosen one to witness his childhood sweetheart giving her first kiss to another, suffering a critical hit of 10,000 points, rewarded with 200,000 villain points. Sui woke up? Unsure of how to face his good brother, Xiao Yun tightened his embrace around Sister Yorong's slender waist, deciding to impart all his kissing skills from his past life to her. Ding ding, congratulations, host. Taking advantage of the epic chosen one, rewarded with 20,000 villain points. Lin Yorong sensed Xiao Yun's mischief and quickly broke free, her face flushed as she retorted, hurry and heal. I will protect you. Not satisfying, Xiao Yun smacked his lips, indicating that he was not yet finished. However, continuing was out of the question. The potency of the 9 turns great rejuvenation pill far exceeded his expectations, rapidly mending his meridians and leaving a surge of immense spiritual energy in his dantian, threatening to burst him apart. It was time to break through. Xiao Yun sat cross-legged, while Lin Yorong also consumed the pill to recuperate. Before long, a powerful aura swiftly approached their location. Chapter 12 of Fear Not. Sister Yorong. Both individuals were taken aback and cautiously turned to regard the uninvited guest. The newcomer was none other than Xinjian. However, at this moment, Xinjian's face was adorned with cheap smoky makeup, and he exuded an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, resembling a little demon that had emerged from the depths of hell. What the hell? Has the wilting of the chrysanthemum led to a descent into madness? Upon hearing Xiao Yun's exclamation, Lin Yorong, utterly perplexed, inquired, what do you mean by wilting chrysanthemum? It's nothing. Xiao Yun genuinely struggled to find a way to explain this intricate issue to her. Lin Yorong shot him a knowing glance, her instincts telling her that he was concealing something from her. Nevertheless, this was not the time for questioning. The possessed Xinjian was not inclined to engage in idle chatter and charged directly forward. You focus on healing. I shall hold him off. In order to avoid disturbing Xiao Yun, Lin Yorong fought while retreating, leading Xinjian away to a distance of several dozen jang. The battle rapidly escalated into a fierce confrontation. Xiao Yun realized the situation was dire. Xinjian was already a 5th-level martial artist in the Transcendence realm, and his strength had only increased after succumbing to madness. Meanwhile, Lin Yorong had not fully recovered from her previous injuries, placing her in a precarious position. This clearly calls for a hero to rescue the damsel. Wait, this is not a scenario that a mere villain should possess. Drawing from his decade-long experience as a bookworm, Xiao Yun knew that the chosen one seldom adhered to reason. At the most perilous moment for Lin Yorong, Sui would undoubtedly appear in a flamboyant manner to rescue the fair maiden, winning her heart once again. No, I must hasten my breakthrough to prevent Sui from playing the hero. Xiao Yun shifted his focus inward, his mind descending into his dantian. The sea-breaking realm, where the dantian transforms into an ocean of qi, is an exceedingly crucial stage in a martial artist's cultivation. The size of this qi sea determines a martial artist's foundational strength. The larger the sea, the more spiritual energy it can contain, and thus, the stronger the foundation. The residual potency of the 9 revolutions great pill was immense. If fully refined and utilized, it would suffice to expand his qi sea to an unimaginable extent. Ding ding, the host is truly a rube, wishing to break through without utilizing the tools at hand. What the hell? Speak clearly. Ding ding, host, you only need to spend 1 million villain points to purchase a sea-breaking pill. Consuming it will allow you to instantly break through to the sea-breaking realm and gain its unparalleled foundation. Can it be played this way? Will there be side effects? According to the system's explanation, each time one breaks through a major realm, one could purchase a corresponding pill for the breakthrough, and moreover, the breakthrough would always yield the strongest foundation. Additionally, for every minor realm ascension, one could purchase a foundation pill to solidify their base. This meant that as long as he had sufficient villain points, his cultivation speed could be accelerated to whatever degree he desired, without concern for an unstable foundation. Seemingly understanding Xiao Yun's thoughts, the system taunted, when you choose to cheat, you must be prepared for the consequences. Don't act so naive. Pills produced by the system will never have side effects. How dare I be looked down upon? Xiao Yun decisively spent 1 million villain points to purchase a sea-breaking pill. As the pill dissolved within him, his dantian underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The once diminutive dantian instantly expanded into a vast ocean, as if capable of accommodating boundless spiritual energy. The sensation of an instantaneous breakthrough was exhilarating. Gazing at the remaining 303,000 villain points, Xiao Yun felt as though he were caught in a dilemma, akin to watching educational videos from his past life while indulging in fleeting pleasures. The foundation pill for the sea-breaking realm was priced at 300,000, and to ascend to the 9th level would require 900,000 villain points, while the breakthrough pill for the transcendence realm was shockingly priced at 2,000,000 villain points. Considering the many realms that lay ahead, Xiaoyun clearly sensed that the system was attempting to ensnare him. No, I must firmly cling to Sister Yurong's coattails, ideally nurturing her as a long-term source of villain points. Resolutely spending 300,000 villain points to exchange for a foundation pill to solidify his base, Xiaoyun raised his gaze towards the battlefield. At this moment, Lin Yurong's aura was exceedingly disordered, and she was in imminent danger of being struck down. Has Sister Yurong reached her limit? Xiaoyun did not rush to intervene. For safety's sake, he sensed his surroundings and indeed detected Su Yi's presence. What the hell, the Chosen One is truly a duplicitous character, lurking in the shadows like a schemer. I must embody justice and thwart him. To ensure caution, Xiaoyun decisively spent 300,000 villain points to elevate his void-breaking step to the 3rd level. A single step covered 100 zhang, rendering his movements imperceptible. He was now one step closer to becoming the fastest man in the Tianhuan continent. With newfound swiftness, Xiaoyun resolved to remain hidden, waiting for Su Yi to make his move before he acted, thus allowing him to both rescue the damsel and thwart Su Yi's ostentatious display, maximizing his villain point gains. Suddenly Xin Jian's demonic energy surged violently, and his overwhelming aura caused the temperature of the space to plummet. Jed, perish. 5 Demon Claw, seal heaven, bind earth. Xin Jian unleashed a villainous laugh, his demonic energy surging forth, coalescing into a terrifying claw aimed directly at Lin Yurong. Lin Yurong attempted to evade, but her strength was but a fraction of what it once was, leaving her unable to escape. Must I truly lift the seal? As the claw approached with alarming speed, Lin Yurong's gaze turned resolute, preparing to employ her trump card. At that moment, 2 voices erupted in succession. Xin Jian, halt this at once. Fear not, Sister Yurong, I shall save you. Having awaited Su Yi's move, Xiaoyun appeared beside Lin Yurong like a specter, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and vanishing from sight. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully playing the hero and rescuing the maiden, eliciting gratitude from the Chosen One, rewarding 50,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity to thwart the Chosen One's heroics, rewarding 100,000 villain points. The approaching Su Yi stood there, utterly dumbfounded, truly taken aback by Xiaoyun's speed. However, this was not the time for him to be dazed, the demonic claw was already descending upon him. Let me show you my newly created sword technique. A sword that breaks the void. Clang. A sword light of unparalleled ferocity erupted into the sky, its unmatched brilliance flooding the heavens. In the next instant, the sword chi cascaded down like the Milky Way, cleaving the demonic claw in two and sending Xin Jian hurtling backward from the force of the strike. How powerful! It was a self-created divine sword technique. Xiaoyun mused that the Chosen One was indeed unreasonable. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, not only had he recovered in a short time, but he had also invented a divine sword technique. No, I cannot allow him to steal my thunder. Supporting Sister Yurong with one hand, Xiaoyun remarked sarcastically, Brother Su seems quite concerned for you. He rushed over the moment he sensed you were in danger. Don't mention him. Lin Yurong's eyes brimmed with disdain as she retorted, I sensed his presence long ago. Attempting to gain my forgiveness through such means is truly repugnant. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for tarnishing the Chosen One's reputation, causing the Chosen Maiden to develop aversion towards him, rewarding 100,000 villain points. Another 100,000 villain points entered his account. Xiaoyun felt elated, akin to a humble author receiving a meager tip from a generous reader. Xiaoyun, we must leave this place. After speaking, Lin Yurong succumbed to unconsciousness. Ah. This clearly necessitated healing. According to a decade's worth of experience, healing a beauty required undressing completely. Xin Jian had grown formidable after succumbing to madness. He could leave the confrontation with Su Yi to him. I must find a discreet place to tend to Sister Yurong's injuries. Chapter 13 The physician does not shun suspicion. Xiaoyun hurried through the mountains and forests, carrying Lin Yurong on his back. Initially, the cave had seemed like the perfect refuge. However, the thought of Xin Jian and that greasy, overweight man engaging in their sordid affairs within it compelled him to decisively shake his head. Perseverance yields rewards, and soon enough, Xiaoyun discovered a concealed stone cave nearby, ideal for secluding himself to tend to injuries. Inside, a smooth and clean stone slab awaited, upon which he gently laid Lin Yurong. Observing the delicate beauty of Sister Yurong, he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration, exclaiming, Truly, this is the hallmark of a hack writer. The destiny of the Chosen One is indeed both substantial and aesthetically pleasing, perfectly aligning with the tastes of those LSP readers. While his mouth voiced these thoughts, his hands were far from idle. Like a famished man who had not eaten for days, he reached out tentatively, as if fearing he were dreaming, to press his finger against her. My goodness! Indeed, this is the high-end custom model of the Chosen One. Xiaoyun's heart raced with exhilaration. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully schemed against the Chosen One, gaining access to the private matters of this epic chosen daughter. Reward 100,000 villain points. Who schemed against her? Stupid system. If you lack the proper terminology, refrain from using it. What I possess is not control, but rather the act of healing. As a gentleman of the Yu family, how could you so casually slander me? Lin Yurong, still unconscious, let out a soft groan, her lashes fluttering before she opened her eyes. Upon noticing Xiaoyun's actions, her face flushed with anger, nearly causing her to faint once more. Ah, you. Xiaoyun, unwilling to indulge her, snapped back. What are you gasping about? Keep it down. Can't you see I am earnestly tending to your wounds? Just as Lin Yuran was about to explode with rage, she suddenly felt a warm energy flowing into her body from Xiaoyun, accompanied by a tingling sensation at her injury site. Lifting her delicate arm, she was astonished to see the grotesque wound half a foot long healing at a visibly rapid pace. How can his spiritual energy be so peculiar? It possesses such formidable healing capabilities. Lin Yurong increasingly regarded this little rascal as an enigma, utterly unfathomable yet intriguing. After a brief moment, all right, you need to leave, I must change my clothes. Lin Yurong, flustered and incensed, insisted on expelling Xiaoyun the moment her wounds began to mend. A physician does not avoid suspicion. Are you questioning the purity of a healer's heart? Moreover, Sister Yurong, you were injured while protecting me. Is it wrong for me to be grateful? Xiaoyun feigned sorrow, pondering why he should hide such things from a mere child. Humph. Lin Yurong shot him a murderous glare, prompting Xiaoyun to reluctantly depart. After changing her clothes, she emerged from the cave with a frosty expression. This little rascal took advantage of the situation. Even if he is young, and even if he helped me heal, this matter is far from over. Infuriated, Lin Yurong suddenly seized Xiaoyun's ear with her delicate hand, fuming, you little rascal. My injury is on my arm, yet you dared to, just wait until I can squeeze the life out of you. Ouch, ouch. Xiaoyun grimaced in pain, hastily explaining, Sister Yurong, you were injured while protecting me. As one who knows gratitude, how could I stand idly by and watch you suffer from your wounds? My spiritual energy, while possessing strong healing properties, must be directed toward specific acupoints for optimal effect. Is that truly so? Absolutely. Humph. I shall trust you this once, but this matter must remain a secret. Rest assured, it will remain confidential. The scene shifted. Sui and Xinjian were darting through the forest, their clash sending trees crashing down in splintered heaps. Just back from healing, Xiaoyun and the others gazed in astonishment at the lopsided battle unfolding before them. They had only left for a little over a quarter of an hour, yet Sui had forcefully broken through to the 9th level of the sea-opening realm, mercilessly overwhelming Xinjian. Xiaoyun smirked. He had anticipated that the bewitched Xinjian would at least manage to inflict some damage on Sui, thus allowing him to earn a few villain points, but it seemed he was utterly useless. Xinjian, prepare to pay with your life. Seeing Lin Yurong return, Sui's spirit soared. With a powerful swing of his sword, he unleashed a wave of sword energy akin to a furious dragon, aiming to end the battle in one decisive blow. Blood debts run deep, and I have my share. Lin Yurong, with the grace of a celestial being, brandished the sacred peach blossom sword and charged at Xinjian. Attempting to exact revenge in my presence, at least show some respect for this great villain. Xiaoyun, taking decisive action, swiftly appeared beside Xinjian and delivered a forceful punch to his abdomen. Bang! Xinjian slammed into a nearby boulder, creating a spider web of cracks upon impact, before crashing heavily to the ground. The sudden turn of events left Sui and Lin Yurong momentarily stunned, their attacks aimed at Xiaoyun now hastily redirected. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have compelled an epic chosen son to forcibly retract his sword strike, suffering backlash and injury. You reward 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have compelled an epic chosen daughter to forcibly retract her sword strike, suffering backlash and injury. Reward 100,000 villain points. A double reward. Xiaoyun felt a surge of satisfaction, asserting that his interference was not motivated by the desire for villain points. As a proper gentleman of the Yu family, how could he stand by and watch them bully a wilting flower? Xiao brother, what do you mean by this? Sui inquired, his tone accusatory. Had it not been for Xiaoyun's intervention, he would have had the chance to exact vengeance and send Xinjian to hell to repent. Lin Yurong also scrutinized Xiaoyun, seeking an explanation. Xiaoyun replied earnestly, Brother Su, Sister Yurong, Xinjian, as the scion of the Xianyang family, orchestrated the massacre of villages and towns 5 years ago, and now he still lingers here. Do you not suspect he is scheming for something grand? At Xiaoyun's words, Sui gradually lowered his sword, stating solemnly, Xiao brother speaks wisely. We must uncover the truth before allowing him to pay with his life. Otherwise, how can we appease the spirits of the thousands who perished in Lianshui town? Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have led the epic chosen son astray, earning 100,000 villain points. Bah! Who led him astray? The system is clearly framing the good. Just by looking at Sui's expression, it was evident that he was not concerned with appeasing the spirits, but rather with preventing Bai Lian from coveting his treasures. Severely injured, Xinjian seethed with hatred upon overhearing their conversation. After 7 years of scheming, he had annihilated every village and town within 100 miles, only to have his fruits of labor snatched away, suffering humiliation in the process. Yet he could not fathom how the insignificant Hehuan sect dared to provoke him. In that moment, the intimate address of the Hehuan sect saintess, Xiaoyi, towards Sui resurfaced in his mind. So that was it. This entire scheme was instigated by Sui, otherwise, the Hehuan sect would not have dared to target him. It was entirely possible that the soul infant fruit was now in Sui's possession. He must delay until reinforcements arrived to reclaim the precious treasure. Understanding the crux of the matter, Xinjian, filled with rage, bellowed, I never expected that a disciple of the illustrious Qing Cheng Sword Immortal would engage in such base dealings, colluding with the Hehuan sect saintess to orchestrate the theft of the soul infant fruit I painstakingly cultivated for a decade. Sui! You truly deserve death. Ah. Xiaoyun was left in shock, realizing he must take the blame for this misdeed on behalf of Brother Su. Chapter 14 The truth that no one believes. Did you annihilate entire villages merely to procure the soul infant fruit? Shenjian. You despicable beast. As Lin Yurong recalled the brutal murder of her parents, her delicate frame trembled, and she prepared to draw her sword, intent on cleaving Shenjian into several pieces to satiate her wrath. Xiaoyun hastily restrained her, realizing the absurdity of the situation. If Sister Yurong were to slay Shenjian, who would bear the burden of that crime, he needed to compel Shenjian to clarify his words. Let me go. Seeing Lin Yurong bereft of her composure, Xiaoyun quickly interjected, Sister Yurong, he is but a fish on the chopping block, of no real threat. Allow him to elucidate before you take his life. With that, Xiaoyun, brimming with righteous indignation, admonished Shenjian, you shall not slander unjustly. The talented maiden of the Huani sect, Xiaohe, recently turned against Brother Su out of love turned to hate. How could she possibly aid him in stealing the soul infant fruit? Today, you must restore Brother Su's honor. Moved by Xiaoyun's unwavering support, Sui felt a swell of gratitude, realizing the depth of their brotherhood. He would stand by him in times of need. Thus, he promptly clarified, indeed, my enmity with Xiaohe arose from a grave misunderstanding. There is no way they would assist me. Oh, is that so? Shenjian asserted vehemently, it is precisely because you find yourself ensnared that the saintess of the Huanhe sect, Xiaohe, was compelled to intervene. To conceal your unspeakable dealings, you pretended to be at odds with her, only to later claim the soul infant fruit for yourself. As he concluded, Shenjian ground his teeth in fury, am I mistaken? I am innocent. He lies, I know nothing. Sui vehemently denied the accusations, yet when he noticed a flicker of doubt in Lin Yorong's expression, a wave of despair washed over him. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. How could he explain himself? He could only cast a pleading glance toward Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun remained steadfast, declaring earnestly, Shenjian, it was I who took the soul infant fruit, it has nothing to do with Brother Su. Do not falsely accuse him. A farce, do you possess the strength to do so? Shenjian refused to accept Xiaoyun's claims, as he doubted the capabilities of a mere 13-year-old child to breach the defenses he had set. As Xiaoyun continued to defend Sui, Lin Yurong swiftly pulled him beside her. Xiaoyun, knowing a person's face does not equate to knowing their heart. You do not comprehend the treachery of the martial world. There is no need for further words. In this day and age, speaking the truth was futile. Xiaoyun felt a sense of helplessness and silently conveyed to Sui a look of, I have done my best. Seeing Xiaoyun's efforts on his behalf, Sui was overwhelmed with gratitude, vowing in his heart that from this day forth, Xiaoyun would be his brother in life and death, willing to brave any peril for him. Ding ding congratulations, host, for allowing the epic chosen one to bear the blame and enduring the harshness of society, reward. 100,000 villain points. Ding ding congratulations, host, for achieving the title of the most hypocritical villain, successfully deceiving the epic chosen one's sincere feelings, reward 100,000 villain points. Who is being hypocritical? From the very beginning, I have steadfastly supported Brother Sui. The system should not presume that a mere 200,000 villain points grant it the liberty to slander the virtuous. Xiaoyun addressed Sui, Brother Su, if Shenjian is capable of slaughtering villages, what is there that he cannot do? This is clearly slander. I shall forever believe in your character. In the midst of his speech, Xiaoyun suddenly struck, a flash of swordlight piercing through Shenjian's heart. How dare you kill me? I shall await you below. Shenjian glared fiercely at Xiaoyun, his eyes brimming with resentment as he collapsed to the ground, holding the ancient sword. Sui's murderous intent visibly transformed into a somber melancholy. What of your demise? To slander my brother Su is to seek your own end. With that, Xiaoyun delivered 2 more strikes to confirm Shenjian's death before finally ceasing his assault. Upon hearing those words, Sui's desire for immediate retribution gradually dissipated, replaced by profound gratitude. As a scion of a powerful clan, Shenjian's death would inevitably invoke a pursuit of vengeance from his family. Xiaoyun's resolute decision to slay Shenjian for his sake was a testament to true brotherhood. Ultimately, it was a task that ought to have been his own. Should the Xianyang family seek retribution, he would undoubtedly offer his assistance. Ding ding congratulations, host, for slaying an enemy, reward. 100 villain points. Ding ding congratulations, host, for preventing the epic chosen one from exacting revenge, obstructing his intentions, reward 100,000 villain points. Ding ding congratulations, host, for thwarting the epic chosen maiden from claiming vengeance, obstructing her intentions, reward. 100,000 villain points. Ding ding congratulations, host, for deceiving the epic chosen one's affections, instilling within them the desire to protect the host, reward of 50,000 villain points. Alas, Xiaoyun did not feel elated by the arrival of 250,000 villain points. Instead, his brow furrowed with concern. How careless. Shenjian's background was formidable. To kill him without facing repercussions was absurd. Fortunately, the chosen one could serve as a shield against retaliation. Understanding the intricacies of the matter, Xiaoyun retrieved a suona, playing a mournful tune while scattering paper money, embodying the spirit that even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, ensuring he would not forget to earn his 10 villain points. In the domain of the Outyan immortal kingdom, the Xianyang family patriarch Shenjie, avoiding his wife, clandestinely prepared to play cards with his 13th concubine. Just as he was transforming into Shenmu and charging toward Shenxing, a sudden, urgent knock at the door interrupted his revelry. Furious at the interruption, Shenjie stormed out without donning his garments, glaring at the family steward at the entrance. Lai Fu, you have one chance to speak, otherwise, you know the consequences. Trembling before the enraged patriarch, Lai Fu knelt and stammered, Patriarch, young Master Jian has perished. What? Shen Jie seized Lai Fu by the collar, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as he demanded, who did this? Lai Fu quivered as he responded, young Master Jian was struck down in a single blow. The life token only transmitted a vague image, rendering the assailant unidentifiable, though it is evident the perpetrator was a youth. Useless. Kicking Lai Fu aside, Shen Jie donned his attire, suppressing his grief for his son as he approached Lai Fu, speaking in a low tone, who else knows of young Master Jian's life token shattering? Lai Fu quickly replied, Patriarch, those who witnessed young Master Jian's life token shatter have been dealt with, and a false token has been substituted. Currently, only this old servant is aware. Shen Jie nodded, you have handled this well. If the Shin Shon lineage were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly exploit the situation, for Shin Mao has long coveted the position of young master. Noticing Lai Fu's hesitation, Shen Jie discerned his thoughts and presented him with a specially crafted token and 3 blood-red jade pendants. In avenging Jian, the family's strength should not be mobilized. These 3 blood-marked jades can trace the culprit. Take this token to find Huang Sha. Tell Huang Sha to capture him alive, better to apprehend the wrong person than to let the true culprit escape. I must personally avenge Jian, flaying the villain and grinding their bones to dust. Your subordinate obeys. Chapter 15 of the Pursuit of Knowledge and Practice. The following evening, in the bustling city of Yunshan, 3 weary travelers, Xiao Yun and his companions, arrived amidst a flurry of excitement. Recent rumors of ancient sect ruins surfacing in the Lianyan Mountains had drawn countless factions, rendering the city teeming with people. After much effort, they finally discovered a quaint inn tucked away in a secluded corner, where only a single room remained available, compelling the trio to share the confined space. After a modest meal, they each settled into their respective cultivation practices. With idle time on his hands, Xiao Yun began to hone his star-snatching technique. Before long, an extraordinary aura enveloped him, and he found himself momentarily immersed in the grandeur of the cosmos. A towering figure stood amidst the starry expanse, reaching forth to traverse the infinite barriers of space, effortlessly drawing a colossal celestial body into his grasp, which he refined instantaneously into a size akin to a pill, as if plucking it from the air. Is he experiencing a moment of enlightenment? Lin Yurong and Sui were genuinely taken aback by Xiao Yun's transformation. Enlightenment is a rare and coveted opportunity for martial artists. Despite their own prodigious talents, they had never encountered such a phenomenon. Both had harbored their own pride, yet since meeting Xiao Yun, they felt increasingly inadequate. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for causing the epic chosen son to lose confidence in his own talent, earning 100,000 villain points. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for causing the epic chosen daughter to lose confidence in her own talent, earning 100,000 villain points. Unperturbed by the system notifications, Xiao Yun remained deeply engrossed in his cultivation. Upon awakening, he noticed Lin Yurong meditating with her eyes closed, while Sui meticulously polished his ancient sword. Feeling a bit bored, Xiao Yun decided to experiment with his newly acquired skill. As Confucius said, to learn and to constantly practice what you have learned. Xiao Yun, considering himself a true Confucian gentleman, felt compelled to practice his newly learned technique. With a flick of his mind, he inexplicably reached out towards Lin Yurong, and in an instant, a beautifully embroidered phoenix apron appeared in his hand. Ah, what is this? The fragrant scent and delightful texture were overwhelming. Although it was his first encounter with a phoenix apron, Xiao Yun genuinely believed himself to be a person of integrity. His intentions were not meant to be taken in such a manner. However, concerned for his image as a Confucian gentleman, he quickly stowed the apron away into his spatial pouch, feigning a state of enlightenment. Lin Yurong, who had been deeply engrossed in her meditation, suddenly clutched her chest, her expression turning peculiar. What on earth? Did someone just strip away my undergarments? Who could it be? She scanned her surroundings, noting that the doors and windows were securely shut, indicating that no intruder had entered. Could it be? Her thoughts immediately returned to the time Xiao Yun had taken liberties with her in the cave. She focused her gaze on him, who appeared to be lost in his state of enlightenment, with intense fluctuations of spiritual energy, as if he were at a pivotal moment in his practice. Clearly, he was not the culprit, given that Xiao Yun could be ruled out, and with only the 3 of them present in the room, that left only Sui, who was pretentiously polishing his sword not far away. Fuming, she stormed over to Sui. After 5 years, I never imagined you would become so shameless. It's truly revolting. Sui looked up in confusion, his face a mask of bewilderment as he asked, Yurong, what is wrong? Smack, Lin Yurong suddenly delivered a resounding slap across Sui's face. Return what you've taken from me. What are you pretending for? I never expected you to be such a shameless wretch. Sui was completely baffled. When had he taken anything from her? He had merely been practicing his swordplay as usual and had not moved an inch. What was the meaning of this absurdity? Sister Yurong, why have you struck Su brother's face? This is quite humiliating, Xiao Yun interjected, feigning ignorance. Sui, equally indignant, added, Indeed, Yurong, while there may be some misunderstandings between us, is it not excessive to humiliate me in such a manner? And you dare speak of humiliation? Lin Yurong's wrath flared, and she swiftly delivered another slap to Sui. I am excessive. How dare you say I am excessive? Seeing Lin Yurong on the verge of exploding, Xiao Yun quickly intervened. Sister Yurong, please calm down. Can you first explain what Su brother has taken from you? Blushing, Lin Yurong struggled to articulate her thoughts, as mentioning a young lady's undergarment directly would surely cause her embarrassment. Finally, she glared fiercely at Sui and exclaimed in anger, You get out, I don't want to see you. Taken aback, Sui stood up and left without a word. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully framing the epic chosen son, causing a grave misunderstanding between him and his destined partner, earning 100,000 villain points, only 100,000? How little they must think of my Su brother. Xiaoyun felt that this sum did not adequately represent the grievance Su brother had endured, so he swiftly pursued Sui. Su brother, please lend me your ear. Xiaoyun positioned himself in front of Sui, unwilling to let him leave. What nonsense was this? If he departed, how would he continue to reap the benefits? Sui fixed his gaze upon him, asking, Xiao brother, do you suspect me as well? Su brother, you have truly misunderstood me. Xiaoyun forced a smile, adopting a serious tone as he said, I trust your character. You would never steal Sister Yurong's belongings, this must be a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Sui felt a surge of gratitude. He never expected Xiaoyun to trust him without reason. To have such a brother in life was truly worth it. Xiaoyun patted Sui on the shoulder, smiling as he continued, Su brother, I happen to have a splendid method to help you resolve this misunderstanding. Sui's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Despite their misunderstandings, Lin Yurong remained the one he cherished deeply, and if he could clear the air, it would be beyond his desires. However, having spent years on Qingqing Mountain, he was somewhat naive to the ways of the world. Thus, he earnestly inquired, Xiao brother, please share your brilliant idea with me. Xiaoyun feigned wisdom, stating, Su brother, in our hometown, when a girl is unhappy, one must comfort her, and the best way to do so is by presenting her with gifts. Sui found this reasoning compelling, yet as a sword cultivator, he possessed little of value aside from his clothing and sword. Surely he wouldn't give away his ancient sword. Realizing this, he wore an awkward expression, saying, Xiao brother, to be honest, aside from this ancient sword, I truly have nothing of worth. Su brother, you are mistaken. You and Sister Yurong have known each other since childhood. Your bond is like that of childhood sweethearts. Would she truly covet your ancient sword? Xiaoyun wore a mysteriously knowing smile. Gifts for a girl must be mysterious and romantic, so she can feel your genuine affection. With that, Xiaoyun reluctantly presented a beautifully crafted brocade box to Sui. Su brother, this brocade box is a legacy from my mother, intended for me to gift to the woman I admire in the future. Today, I bestow it upon you. Find an opportunity to present it to Sister Yurong. Sui hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Brothers, please do not refuse. With that, Xiaoyun forcefully pressed the brocade box into Sui's hands. Chapter 16 of the Master of Three Burials. Sui was momentarily taken aback, sensing that something was amiss, yet he could not fathom the crux of the matter no matter how hard he pondered. However, upon observing the reluctance on Xiaoyun's face towards the brocade box, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of emotion. Therefore, he solemnly stowed away the brocade box and remarked, Brother Xiao, it is truly a stroke of fortune to have met you. Xiaoyun patted him on the shoulder. Brother Su, let this your brother, I shall face any adversities head on. I, Xiaoyun, shall not hesitate. Upon hearing these words, Sui was nearly moved to tears. He declared that from that moment forth, Xiaoyun would be his sworn brother, bound by blood, and no one could alter that bond. Ding ding, congratulations to the host. Successfully deceived the emotions of the epic level chosen one, earning his sincere friendship, and rewarded with 100,000 villain points. Once again, another 100,000 points were credited. Xiaoyun proclaimed that this was true love. With that, he threw his arm around Sui's shoulder, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Brother Su, since you have endured grievances, allow me to take you to a delightful place. I assure you that you shall forget all your troubles. Before long, Xiaoyun led Sui to the largest brothel in Yunshan City, the Spring Blossom Pavilion. As a notorious villain escorting the Chosen One to a brothel, his intent was to lead him astray. Otherwise, with the Chosen One's usual approach, any grievances would surely incite a fervent determination to resolve misunderstandings and win the heart of a beauty with a show of bravado. Moreover, if Miss Yurong were to discover their excursion to the brothel, it would be even more delightful. After all, what could a mere child possibly understand? Was it not Sui who had brought him out for entertainment? What did it have to do with him? Brother Xiao, is it appropriate for us to visit such a place? Sui's face bore a hint of unease, yet his eyes were secretly darting towards the provocatively dressed young ladies. Xiaoyun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This fellow with his thick brows and large eyes clearly desired to interact with those young ladies, all the while feigning a posture of moral superiority. However, indulging in the pleasures of a brothel was a passive skill inherent to the Chosen One. As a seasoned bibliophile of 10 years, how could he possibly be unaware? Patting Sui's shoulder, Xiaoyun smiled. Brother Su, I am merely accompanying you to alleviate. Just as the two entered the Spring Blossom Pavilion, a man in an elegant private room on the second floor suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. He withdrew a blood-colored jade pendant that glimmered with a crimson light and gazed intently at it. The one who killed young Master Jian is actually here? Inform the leader of this news, and it shall be a great achievement. Without a moment's hesitation, the man abandoned his lounging companion and hastily donned his clothing to depart. In the main hall, the matron of the Spring Blossom Pavilion, upon seeing the two young men enter, greeted them with a broad smile. Ah, you two gentlemen are remarkably handsome and exude an extraordinary demeanor, elevating the prestige of our humble establishment. As she spoke, the matron beckoned a group of beautiful young ladies to gather around. These lovely ladies are at your disposal, gentlemen. Whichever one catches your fancy, for merely 10 low-grade spirit stones, you may indulge for the entire night. Upon seeing the attire of these two wealthy young masters, the beautiful ladies displayed a variety of alluring charms, eagerly approaching and engaging with them, seemingly eager to ensnare them. Sui, unable to withstand such overt flirtation, felt his face flush crimson. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for leading astray the epic level chosen one, rewarded with 10,000 villain points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiaoyun immediately turned his gaze towards Sui, noticing that despite his outward resistance, he was secretly relishing the attention. What a truly expressive fellow. Just as Xiao Yun was about to introduce Sui to two enchanting young ladies, a voice calling out in a chant interrupted him from behind. Amitba, the poor monk has come to seek a connection. Xiao Yun turned around to find a strikingly handsome monk with large ears standing at the entrance, clad in a red robe, exuding an ethereal quality that suggested he was a man of great wisdom. Yet, this so-called enlightened monk was gazing at the young ladies with an insatiable glimmer in his eyes, as if wishing to devour them all. Oh dear. Was this truly a legitimate pursuit of goodwill? It was utterly absurd. Xiao Yun scrutinized the large-eared monk, feeling quite the shock. He had not expected this seemingly enlightened figure to be so preoccupied with the charms of the young ladies, showing no intention of offering any financial contribution in return. Seeing the monk's approach, the matron's expression darkened instantly, and she scolded, "Do not hinder my business." Amitba. The large-eared monk replied unhurriedly, "Why refuse a Buddhist practitioner the opening of 2 doors of charity?" Goodness. Xiao Yun was genuinely impressed by this large-eared monk. How could he deliver such a statement with a straight face? The matron, uninterested in his ramblings, summoned several capable hands, who quickly surrounded the monk. Casting a glance at the encircling figures, the large-eared monk remained unfazed and declared, "Since the benefactor does not comprehend the profound teachings of Mahayana Buddhism, I possess some knowledge of martial arts." As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura erupted from the large-eared monk. Good heavens! He dares to forcibly seek goodwill. Judging by his aura, this monk was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, at least a practitioner of the Tao realm. Surely, forging a bond with him would not be a loss. "Master, please wait." Xiao Yun clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, addressing the large-eared monk. "I perceive a connection between us, yet I have yet to inquire your esteemed name. Might you enlighten me?" The monk returned the gesture and said, "Little benefactor, you honor me. I am known as Sanzang." Goodness, no wonder he seemed familiar. The seemingly enlightened monk, who merely dabbled in martial arts, was indeed the legendary Gatling Bodhisattva, whose actions were refreshingly unconventional. Without hesitation, Xiao Yun praised him, "Burials of heaven, earth, and all beings, master, you are truly extraordinary." The master of 3 burials looked at him in astonishment. "Little benefactor is aware of the origin of my name? Truly, we are fated." Xiao Yun smiled, "Master, your profound wisdom is evident. I feel an instant affinity towards you." Observing their camaraderie, the matron was left speechless. Was he not fabricating tales right before her eyes? Beside them, Sui was perplexed, unable to comprehend how this monk, who had been fixated on the young ladies, could be perceived by Xiao Yun as possessing profound wisdom. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "Brother Xiao, I have heard my master say that ascetics adhere to the principle of emptiness, yet this master," Xiao Yun replied earnestly, "Brother Su, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Master Sanzang embodies both form and emptiness. What is wrong with that?" Upon hearing this, Master Sanzang could not help but regard Xiao Yun with deep respect, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. However, reflecting on his current predicament, a sigh escaped him. "Little benefactor, you are indeed a person of great insight, yet I have traversed the tumultuous world, lost my innocence in youthful folly, and have long since seen through the illusions of this realm." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun became intrigued and inquired, "Master, what experiences have led you to such enlightenment?" "Too many to recount. Could you perhaps provide an example?" "I shall not." Chapter 17. The laughter of Gisa master is indeed a master. A single word from him is worth more than 1,000 sentences. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yun chuckled, "Today, I shall form a benevolent bond with the master. All of your expenses tonight shall be on my account." "Ah, the little benefactor is truly kind." Master Sanzang, a man of principle, bowed to Xiao Yun, before embracing 2 lovely young ladies and proceeding into a private room on the 1st floor. Xiao Yun tossed a piece of exquisite spiritual stone to the brothel keeper, who, upon receiving it, grinned from ear to ear. This single piece could be exchanged for 10,000 inferior spiritual stones, a treasure hard to come by. Thus she felt she had struck gold. Realizing she was in the presence of a wealthy young master, she hurriedly summoned a group of maidens to surround the two and escort them to the elegant chamber beside the big-eared monk. As Xiao Yun and his companions indulged in their delightful company, Lin Yurong, who was cultivating in the inn, furrowed her brow and, with a sense of uncertainty, leaned against the wall to listen intently. In the adjacent room, a man clad in black fixed his gaze fiercely upon the faint glow emanating from a blood jade in his hand and spoke in a low voice to a burly man, "Hall Master, the blood jade has sensed that the assassin responsible for the murder of young Master Xinjian is within Chunman Building, but I cannot pinpoint his identity directly. We need to investigate further. What shall we do next?" The burly man, with a fearsome countenance and wielding a 9-ring broadsword, was none other than Huang Shan, the Hall Master of the Huangsha gang, a practitioner of the 1st level of the Tao realm. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Chunman Building is backed by the city lord's manor, so we cannot simply barge in and search. However, given the urgency of the family head's orders, I shall make arrangements with the city lord's manor immediately. You should send someone to keep a close watch on Chunman Building and ensure no one escapes." "Understood." The man in black stealthily exited the inn. "To think it is the Huangsha gang from Xianyang City. It appears they are here for Xinjian's demise." Lin Yorong's expression grew grave, but upon realizing that the troublesome Xiao Yun was leisurely wandering a brothel at such a critical moment, her anger flared, and she hastily gathered her belongings and made her way to Chunman Building. Meanwhile, Sui was being attended to by a group of maidens, appearing quite content. Xiao Yun, sensing that this trip was far from futile, remarked with a smile, "Brother Su, places like this are where one should come to unwind." This is the epitome of earthly bliss. Sui raised his glass in agreement, allowing a maiden to feed him grapes. Chuckling, Xiaoyun approached the elegant chamber of the big-eared monk, curious to know just how indulgent a man of such spiritual stature could be in a brothel. However, as soon as he pressed his ear against the door, the wistful voices of the two maidens drifted through. Master, this is just the beginning, why have you stopped? Indeed, master, shall we continue? Put. Xiaoyun could not contain himself, spraying his drink everywhere. It seemed the enlightened monk was engaging in quite the revelry. Amat Ba. My dear ladies, I perceive that you are destined to encounter the Buddha. Now, allow me to teach you the proper reverence, and I shall perform the flower-picking gesture to recite the scriptures for you. Tonight, we are the fortunate ones, master, you may do as you wish. Excellent. Excellent. Please, my dear ladies, come forth with sincere hearts, palms together, bowing low, and prostrating before me, so that your foreheads may touch the ground in reverence to the Buddha's feet. At this point, Xiaoyun could no longer hold his composure. The master was truly reveling in the moment. Suddenly, the door to the chamber was flung open with a resounding bang, and Lin Yurong stormed in, her face a mask of fury as she spotted Sui enjoying the maiden's company. You all. Caught in the act of indulging in the pleasures of the brothel by his childhood friend, Sui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, nearly stumbling over his own feet, even dropping the grape he had just attempted to consume. The brothel keeper hastily entered, assessed the situation, and quickly apologized to Sui. I beg your pardon, young master, we simply could not stop this young lady. Lin Yurong turned her icy gaze towards the brothel keeper. This is none of your concern. Take your people and leave at once. The brothel keeper, accustomed to such scandalous encounters, dared not intervene further. She quickly signaled to the maidens to depart, and the atmosphere turned awkwardly tense. Lin Yurong continued to glare at Sui, her expression shifting until it finally settled into a frigid indifference. She could hardly fathom how the once sunny, warm-hearted boy she had known had devolved into such debauchery after 5 years apart. First, he had stolen her undergarment, and now he was gallivanting in a brothel with Xiaoyun, corrupting a young boy barely past his childhood. It shattered her worldview completely. At that moment, she felt utterly disillusioned with Sui. Were it not for the memories of their past, she would have been tempted to cleave him in two with her sword. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for leading the epic chosen one astray, caught in a brothel by his childhood friend, reward. 50,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for leading the epic chosen one astray, resulting in his childhood friend's utter disappointment, leaving no room for redemption, reward 1 lottery chance. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for enraging the epic chosen girl, reward 10,000 villain points. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Xiaoyun couldn't help but chuckle gleefully. This was indeed the correct way to handle a chosen one. The exquisite spiritual stone spent tonight was truly worth it. The ease with which he had acquired the lottery chance was a delightful surprise, yet, he pondered whether he should offer some comfort to Sister Yurong, who was now in distress. No, the lottery was of utmost importance. Adhering to the principle of not letting a lottery chance go to waste, he immediately called upon the system to begin the draw. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, you have drawn the Celestial Slave Seal technique. Practicing the Celestial Slave Seal technique allows one to condense a Celestial Slave Seal, which can be inscribed into the soul of another without any resistance, effectively enslaving them. Furthermore, should the marked individual harbor any rebellious thoughts or defy their master's commands, their soul shall be tormented by the purgatorial flames, with life and death hinging on a single thought. According to the description of the Celestial Slave Seal technique, the bearer not only enhances their attributes but can also share 1/3 of their master's buff attributes, potentially multiplying their combat power up to 5 times beyond their own capabilities. As the destined great villain, acquiring a subordinate whose strength would soar was surely the legendary transformation from weak to formidable. Xiaoyun glanced at the two epic chosen ones, contemplating whether he should persuade them to accept a seal. If he could recruit these chosen ones as his subordinates, it would undoubtedly lead to a grand upheaval. Nevertheless, despite his contemplations, based on his decade-long experience as a voracious reader, he understood that when confronted with an unreasonable chosen one, even a success rate of 999 ultimately signified failure. With the disposition he had cultivated over 2 lifetimes, he resolutely eschewed the notion of achieving instant gratification and preferred a more prudent approach. Thus, he approached Lin Yurong with a playful grin and inquired, Sister Yurong, what brings you here? Lin Yurong cast a cold glare in his direction, her disappointment palpable as she admonished, at such a tender age, you have chosen to neglect your studies and venture into such a sordid place. Sister Yurong, you are being unjust, Xiaoyun protested, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance. I merely accompanied Brother Su, as I noticed he was troubled and needed some respite. Upon hearing Xiaoyun's explanation, Lin Yurong's expression darkened further, and she shot a fierce glare at Sui once more. Sui opened his mouth, sensing that Xiaoyun was betraying him, yet the words spoken by Xiaoyun left him with no grounds for objection. Humph. Lin Yurong cast a disdainful look at Xiaoyun, seizing him by the arm as she turned to leave, briefly detailing the situation regarding the Huangsha gang's pursuit of him. However, just as they reached the threshold, they were intercepted by 2 lackeys from the Huangsha gang. Apologies, but we kindly request that you refrain from departing from Chunman Tower for the time being. Chapter 18. You are surrounded by me. 2 minions observed the remarkable demeanor of the 2 individuals before them, reminiscent of the scions of some influential faction. They spoke with a semblance of courtesy, careful not to provoke them unduly. Instead, they lowered their own stance, saying, however, please rest assured, should we have offended you, once our leader arrives, we will certainly make amends. Smack, before the sentence could be completed, Xiaoyun decisively delivered a resounding slap, sending the loquacious minion flying. Unbridled audacity. To dare obstruct our path, you must truly be seeking an untimely demise. As he spoke, Xiaoyun swiftly kicked the other minion to the ground, disdainfully spitting out a mouthful of phlegm from 82, then brazenly prepared to leave. At that moment, Sui, who had hurriedly adjusted his attire, emerged behind him. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort pierced the air, and Xiaoyun turned his gaze to see a rugged man approaching, wielding a 9-ring broadsword, followed closely by more than a dozen skilled members of the Huangsha gang. This young master possesses quite the skill. Huang Shan's gaze was as sharp as ice, his voice frigid. Though this is not the territory of the Huangsha gang in Xianyang City, you think you can insult our disciples without consequence and simply walk away? What of it? Xiaoyun replied arrogantly. My elder brother, Sui, is a disciple of the Qingqing Sword Immortal, and never has a blind fool dared to obstruct his path. Do you still crave an explanation? To speak plainly, this is how we conduct our affairs. With that, Xiaoyun patted Sui on the shoulder. Elder brother, you can deal with these minions. We shall take our leave first. As he spoke, Xiaoyun seized Lin Yorong's hand and prepared to depart, not forgetting to leave behind a haughty spit. Bah, what worthless trash, just wait until my elder brother teaches you a lesson so severe that even your mother won't recognize you. What the hell is going on? Sui, bewildered, had yet to grasp the situation when he realized that Xiaoyun had thrown him under the bus. This infuriates me. Huang Shan's face darkened instantly, his fury nearly boiling over. Initially, upon hearing that they were disciples of the Qingqing Sword Immortal, he had adopted a non-confrontational approach, hoping to clarify matters before casually allowing them to pass, thus providing himself an escape. However, the other party showed him no respect and instead continued to provoke him, humiliating him harshly before his subordinates. Should he continue to endure this, not only would he lose his dignity, but he would also incur the wrath of the Shenyang family, who would undoubtedly flay him alive. It's a misunderstanding. Unaware of the truth, Sui, witnessing Huang Shan on the verge of exploding, sought to leverage Shinjian's name to appease him and quickly explained, in fact, I am friends with the sword young master from Shenyang City. We met just yesterday at Qiuming Mountain. Sword young master? Qiuming Mountain? Huang Shan's lips curled into a sinister smile, characteristic of a villain. According to the gang leader's orders, the sword young master had been murdered at Qiuming Mountain. Since this individual had appeared there and claimed to have met the sword young master, even if he was not the one who had slain him, he was undoubtedly complicit. What a stroke of fortune. Seeing Huang Shan's excited expression, Sui's heart sank as he sensed the gravity of the situation. Logically speaking, as the local tyrants of Shenyang City, the Huangsha gang should have been eager to curry favor upon hearing the name of the sword young master's friend, yet they appeared as if they had encountered a beautiful maiden instead. Could it be that they were here seeking revenge for Xinjian? At this thought, Sui's heart plummeted. Leave this fellow to me, you brothers go capture the other two. Understood. Upon hearing Huang Shan's orders, the Huangsha gang members swiftly set off in pursuit of Xiaoyun and Lin Yorong. Boom! With a surge of formidable spiritual energy from the first level of the Dao realm, Huang Shan gripped the 9-ring broadsword tightly, his aura firmly locking onto Sui. He had certainly heard of the first heavenly prodigy of the sword Dao from the Tianhuang continent, hence even when facing Sui, who was 2 major realms beneath him, he remained utterly vigilant. Damn it! The first level of the Dao realm, this is outrageous. Sui could not help but curse, filled with resentment toward Xiaoyun, who had never before encountered such shameless betrayal from a teammate. The Dao realm marked a crucial turning point in a martial artist's cultivation. Upon reaching this stage, a martial artist shed their mundane flesh, harnessing the forces of heaven and earth to forge a foundation within their dantian, enabling them to soar through the skies. Attaining this realm signified entry into a higher echelon of cultivation. Given his current 9th level of the sea-breaking realm, escaping was out of the question, yet Huang Shan had no intention of granting Sui any opportunity. With the 9-ring broadsword raised high, he struck down with the force of a mountain-cutting blade. Though a seemingly ordinary martial technique, in the hands of a powerhouse like Huang Shan, its potency was unparalleled. The terrifying momentum and overwhelming pressure he exuded, before even making contact, instilled in Sui a sense of dread that felt insurmountable. Clang! Sui swiftly unsheathed his sword, unleashing his ultimate technique. Sky Sunder Sword. The terrifying brilliance of the sword surged skyward, akin to a volcano erupting, fiercely meeting the formidable 9-ringed broadsword. Clang! A thunderous clash echoed throughout the arena, a cataclysmic wave of force erupted, sending shockwaves in all directions. Sui spat out a mouthful of blood, yet he remained standing. What manner of monster is this? Huang Shan cursed. Though he had approached the encounter with caution, the reality of the collision left him astounded. A 9th-level sea-breaking realm cultivator could withstand even a casual strike from him and remain upright. This exceeded all his expectations. It seems I must exert a bit more force. Huang Shan summoned his spiritual energy, and the 9-ring broadsword in his hand radiated an overwhelming sword aura, extending several feet in length, exuding a tyrannical and forceful presence. Under this aura, Sui felt as though he were adrift in a vast ocean, as if he could be swallowed by towering waves at any moment. Sui's pupils constricted, his expression tense. This strike's momentum is several times greater than the last. Am I truly forced to employ that move? Even if he resorted to that technique, he felt no confidence in being able to repel his opponent. Once that move was unleashed, he would be left without the strength for another strike, leaving him utterly at their mercy. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for betraying the chosen one, plunging him into a dire predicament. Reward 100,000 villain points. Just then, as Xiaoyun dashed out of the city, he heard the system notification, and 2 crocodile tears fell from his eyes. He believed that with Suyi's status as the chosen one, he would undoubtedly find a way to survive, buying them time to escape. At this moment, more than a dozen Huangsha gang disciples had already caught up. Kid, you are surrounded, surrender promptly to avoid suffering bodily harm. Lin Yurong gripped the sword hilt, instantly readying herself for battle. Sister Yurong, do not panic. I will handle them. Xiaoyun regarded the Huangsha gang members with an air of indifference. 2 at the Transcendence Realm and 10 at the Sea-Breaking Realm, they were not the sort capable of contending across realms. Had he encountered such a lineup before his breakthrough, he would have turned to flee. However, with the support of his robust spiritual energy at the Sea-Breaking Realm, it was time to witness the true prowess of the Supreme Bone. With this thought, Xiaoyun stepped forward, exuding an air of unassailable arrogance. You are surrounded by me. Will you not lay down your weapons and surrender obediently? Chapter 19 The ascetic speaks no falsehoods. As soon as those words escaped, the members of the Huangsha gang erupted into raucous laughter, deeming this young lad's sanity questionable. He had yet to fully mature, yet here he was exhibiting unparalleled audacity. One individual daring to confront over a dozen of them was nothing short of folly. Since he seeks death, let us oblige him. The leader, a warrior of the Transcendent Realm, commanded, and more than 10 individuals charged at Xiaoyun. This is going to be a bitter struggle, Lin Yurong sighed, drawing her peach blossom sacred sword. She harbored no belief that Xiaoyun could handle the situation alone. Her only hope was that he would not become a liability. However, just as she was about to intervene, she witnessed Xiaoyun raise his hand and press down toward the 12 assailants. In the next instant, an unusual ripple of spatial distortion emanated outward. Subsequently, the attackers, who had been charging forward, became as motionless as wooden carvings, frozen in their aggressive stances. Only 2 warriors of the Transcendent Realm displayed a change of expression, their faces betraying a look of horror. Damn, why can't I move? Lin Yurong's rosy lips parted in disbelief, her chest heaving with unrestrained astonishment as her bright eyes brimmed with shock. This was indeed a manifestation of spatial divine power. Whoosh, whoosh, the void-breaking step activated, transforming Xiaoyun into a wraith-like figure as he weaved effortlessly among the 12. In the span of 2 breaths, just as the 2 leading Transcendent Realm warriors were on the verge of breaking free from their confinement, Xiaoyun's deadly sword light flashed past their necks. Dumbfounded, Lin Yurong watched as Xiaoyun skillfully collected the storage rings from the 12 individuals, then took out a swana to commence a full funeral service. She was utterly bewildered. Heavens! What manner of monster is this? At merely 13 years of age, he had comprehended sword intent, devised a divine-level sword technique, and possessed an unfathomable agility, not to mention wielding formidable spatial powers. Was there no end to his capabilities? Ding ding, congratulations to the host for slaying 12 individuals, reward 1200 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for providing a full funeral service for 12 individuals, reward 120 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for delivering a significant blow to the epic level chosen one, reward of 50,000 villain points. After executing his moves, Xiaoyun felt as though he had battled his girlfriend for 10 days and nights in his past life, utterly fatigued, and promptly began to circulate the Hongmeng creation immortal art to restore his spiritual energy. Although the spatial confinement technique of the Supreme Bone was fearsome, its consumption was indeed terrifying, nearly depleting the spiritual energy in his dantian in an instant. Fortunately, the outcome was commendable. Through the recent test, he determined that with his current strength, the spatial confinement technique of the Supreme Bone could affect ordinary warriors of the Transcendent Realm across realms. However, when facing a prodigy of the Transcendent Realm, it would likely only yield a brief impact on their actions. Nonetheless, in a battle between experts, even a temporary disruption could alter the tides of combat. I wonder how Brother Su is faring. Surely he hasn't met his end. Xiaoyun gazed intently at the city, secretly anticipating the arrival of new villain points. Meanwhile, unaware that all his gang members had met their demise, Huang Shan swung his 9-loop blade toward Sui with the intent to secure victory in one fell swoop. Blood Dragon breaks the heavens. Sui unleashed a sword strike, summoning a blood-red dragon stretching 10 zhang, roaring fiercely. Boom, boom, accompanied by 2 resounding explosions, a tempest of spiritual energy surged forth. The terrifying shockwave shattered the bluestone floor within a 10 zhang radius, sending debris flying as if the apocalypse had arrived. Poof! Sui violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his body shooting backward into the private chamber where Master Sanzang resided. Bang! The intricately carved wooden wall splintered, and he crashed into the 2 young ladies listening to the teachings of the Buddha. They screamed, forced to serve as cushions as Sui struggled to rise, the 2 of them scrambling to hide behind Master Sanzang, trembling like frightened fawns. Moments later, Huang Shan entered, wielding the 9-loop blade, exuding an aura of dread. Amitbach. Master Sanzang intoned a Buddhist phrase and turned to the 2 ladies, saying, "Do not be alarmed, fair maidens. This humble monk shall protect you." With that, he slowly draped his robe over himself, once again assuming the guise of an enlightened monk as he faced the menacing Huang Shan. "Monk, step aside if you wish to live." Huang Shan bellowed upon seeing Master Sanzang blocking his path, as if his 9-loop blade would transform into a lethal weapon at any moment. Master Sanzang's aura surged, his Taoist cultivation causing Huang Shan's brow to furrow in apprehension, momentarily hesitant to act recklessly. At this juncture, Master Sanzang nonchalantly stated, 10 premium spirit stones, and this humble monk shall make way.
Are you certain? Huang Shan raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. An ascetic speaks no falsehoods.
Observing Master Sanzang's serene demeanor, Huang Shan chose to trust him, promptly retrieving 10 premium spirit stones from his storage bag and tossing them to Master Sanzang.
Upon receiving the stones, Master Sanzang indeed stepped aside.
Please, benefactor. Huang Shan mused to himself that this monk was quite particular, his gaze locking onto Sui, the lamb for slaughter. However, just as he took a step forward, he was enveloped by an aura of death. Startled, he turned to see Master Sanzang smiling as he raised his hand to unleash a Buddha's palm.
A resplendent golden hand rapidly approached. Crack! Ah!
The sound of bones snapping echoed as Huang Shan, caught off guard, let out a scream, blood spewing forth as he was flung from Chunman Tower. Whoosh! Master Sanzang transformed into a streak of red light, swiftly pursuing the fallen Huang Shan, a massive foot of the Buddha crashing down onto his chest. In that moment, Master Sanzang bore no semblance of a venerable monk. Instead, he resembled a street thug bullying an unsuspecting student. You despicable bald donkey, how dare you break your word, utterly shameless! Tears streamed down Huang Shan's face, as he could hardly believe that Master Sanzang not only went back on his word but also launched a treacherous ambush. Hatred surged within him, his blood-red eyes fixated on Master Sanzang, wishing to devour him whole. Benefactor, your words are misguided.
Master Sanzang retorted.
This humble monk accepted your spirit stones and granted you passage. That does not constitute a breach of faith. And my reason for striking is that you have disturbed my meditation and disquieted the Buddha, an unforgivable sin. Upon hearing this, Huang Shan coughed up more blood, thoroughly incensed by Master Sanzang's shamelessness. Yet, at that moment, he was but a fish on a chopping board, and despite his seething resentment, he had no choice but to swallow his pride, vowing to avenge this grievance in the future. Thus, he gritted his teeth against the pain and said, it was my fault for disturbing the Master's meditation. I implore the Master to show mercy, and I shall surely reward you handsomely. Benefactor, your words are misguided.
Master Sanzang shook his head, saying, this humble monk believes in eradicating threats at their root. And no. Please don't. Huang Shan, sensing the murderous intent in Master Sanzang's eyes, panicked and exclaimed, if you spare me, I shall do everything in my power to meet any of your demands. With a smile, Master Sanzang replied, you may not yet know, but my Dharma name is Sanzang, burying heaven, burying earth, and burying all beings. And so, I request that you meet your demise. Chapter 20.
This is a place of great misfortune. As the words fell, a magnificent golden fist, resplendent in its brilliance, suddenly descended upon the anguished Huang Shan. Bang! With a thunderous roar, debris flew in all directions, leaving behind a deep crater of half a zhang. Huang Shan's chest caved in, lifeless and utterly defeated. Subsequently, the Master of Three Burials collected his storage ring, casting his gaze around the vicinity. Following the series of battles, countless onlookers had gathered near Chunman Tower, and at that moment, none dared to meet the Master of Three Burials' eyes, fearing that the monk's gentle smile might beckon them to their doom. Just then, from the depths of the Lianyun mountain range, a sudden eruption of violet light soared into the sky, dyeing the night sky purple for 100 miles around.
Could it be the ancient sect ruins have manifested?
The crowd exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly rushing towards the Lianyun mountain range, anxious not to be outpaced by others. The Master of Three Burials cast a keen glance towards the direction of the Lianyun mountain range before soaring into the air, vanishing into the depths of the night sky. After his departure, a member of the Huangsha gang, concealed among the throng, took out a communication jade to relay the events to the gang's leader. On the other side, Xiao Yun and Lin Yurong arrived at a glade 100 meters away from the entrance of the ancient sect ruins. By this time, the vicinity of the ruins' entrance was already crowded with young martial artists from various factions, all of whom were patiently awaiting the official opening of the entrance, as it had just manifested.
Your own, I observe that most of those present are young practitioners at the Transcendence Realm. Is there some restriction on entering the ruins?
Xiaoyun inquired. Puzzled, Lin Yurong explained, the ancient sect ruins have undergone countless transformations over millennia, rendering the space extremely unstable and unable to withstand the powers above the Transcendence Realm. Hence, only the prodigies of various factions at the Transcendence Realm have come here. Regarding the origins of the ancient sect ruins, Lin Yurong recounted everything she knew to Xiaoyun. In ancient times, the Tianhuan continent was home to 5 major cultivation sects: martial, Taoist, Buddhist, Confucian, and demon, each excelling in its own right. Additionally, the demonic clan occupied the entire southern region, standing in opposition to the human clan.
During that era, the Tianhuan continent was teeming with sects, flourishing as many practitioners ascended to higher realms. However, a millennium ago, the powerful beings from the 3 great celestial nations of the upper realm descended, ruthlessly obliterating 2/3 of the sects in the Tianhuan continent with an iron-fisted approach. They established the Outyan Immortal Academy in the central region, the Taichu Immortal Academy in the southern region, and the Changsheng Immortal Academy in the western region, continuously supplying the upper realm with geniuses. In the face of the bloody slaughter by the 3 celestial academies, many top-tier sects, determined to preserve their legacies, utilized their supreme powers to create small worlds, sealing their teachings in hopes that future young talents would inherit them for continuation. It was not until a millennium ago that the laws of heaven and earth underwent significant changes, causing the collapse of the passageway between the realms, preventing the 3 celestial nations from sending strong practitioners to the lower realm.
It was only then that these ancient sect ruins began to surface gradually. After a millennium, the various sects rekindled their flames of heritage, giving rise to a new generation of powerful figures who gradually disrupted the dominance of the three celestial academies, diminishing their once absolute rule. Thus, whenever the ancient sect ruins are opened, the three celestial academies dispatch their most elite disciples at the transcendence realm to compete for the greatest opportunities, intending to suppress other factions through this means. Upon learning of the existence of the three celestial academies, a surge of inexplicable emotions welled up within Xiao Yun. The original owner of this body was, after all, the young master of the Outyan Immortal Academy, who had been exiled to the lower realm following the annihilation of his clan by the royal family. Now, realizing that the Outyan Immortal Academy had a presence in the Tianhuan continent, he instinctively harbored great animosity towards it. He felt a profound premonition that he and the Outyan Immortal Academy were destined to be adversaries.
Your own, besides the three celestial academies, which factions are the most formidable? Xiao Yun asked.
Lin Yurong replied, over the past millennium, with the emergence of the ancient sect ruins, factions such as Qingqing Mountain, Yaosan Valley, the Xianyang clan, the Ji clan, and my own Xianyu Valley have risen prominently.
Although their foundations may not match those of the three celestial academies, their strength is indeed formidable. Xiao Yun further inquired, where does the Outyan Immortal Academy rank among the three great academies? Lin Yurong explained, among the three great academies, the Outyan Immortal Academy is the strongest.
Furthermore, in recent years, they have formed a close alliance with the Xianyang clan, enhancing their power even more. No sooner had she finished speaking than three massive flying vessels descended not far away, each carrying 40 to 50 figures. The three celestial academies have arrived. Upon hearing Lin Yorong's words, Xiaoyun focused his gaze, noting that among the young men and women from the three celestial academies, the majority were practitioners at the transcendence realm, with only about 30 individuals below that rank, most of whom were just a step away from transcendence. As Xiaoyun scrutinized the members of the three celestial academies, a smaller flying vessel gradually landed, releasing over 30 young martial artists, whose auras were no less impressive than those of the young prodigies from the three celestial academies.
Those are members of the Xianyang clan.
Upon seeing the flag on the vessel, Xiaoyun's brow furrowed slightly. Previously, after stabbing Xinjian, considering Xinjian's final words in the events in Yunshan City, he realized that the blood-marked jade of the Xianyang clan could track him. However, it appeared that these members of the Xianyang clan were not carrying the blood-marked jade and had not noticed him. Lin Yurong observed the scene and whispered, Xiao Yun, the entrance to the ancient sect ruins is randomly teleported. Once inside, be cautious. If you encounter those prodigies from the Xianyang clan, do your utmost to avoid them. As she spoke, Lin Yurong handed Xiaoyun a jade pendant, adding, the ruins are about to open, and my sect will be arriving shortly. If you happen to meet disciples from the Xianyu Valley within the ruins, present this jade pendant, and they will ensure your safety.
As Xiaoyun stowed the jade pendant away, an overwhelming aura of ancient and profound history surged forth from the ancient sect ruins, followed by the sight of the entrance's seal dissipating into countless specks of light. With the entrance now open, several young martial artists from smaller sects, standing nearby, darted forward to seize the opportunity to enter and claim treasures, yet, scarcely had they taken flight when a thunderous shout echoed through the air. Impudence!
A middle-aged man from the Outyan Immortal Academy extended his hand, unleashing a colossal hand of spiritual energy that bore down upon the intruders with great force. Boom, the members of the small sect were obliterated into a mist of blood before they could even utter a cry of despair.
Should there be any further disregard for the rules, this shall be your fate.
Upon hearing the middle-aged man's warning, many factions, previously eager to act, gasped in horror and hastily advised their disciples to remain calm. As the disciples of the top-tier factions began to disappear into the entrance of the ruins one after another, only then did the disciples of other factions make their move. At that moment, Xiaoyun suddenly spotted Su Yi and a group of young sword cultivators hastily approaching before plunging directly into the ruins, prompting him to glance at Lin Yurong with a growing sense of caution. Based on his decade of experience as a seasoned reader, he knew that when Chosen One sought out ruins, the influx of participants would inevitably lead to considerable casualties. Moreover, this was compounded by the overlap of two protagonist auras. It was clear that very few would emerge alive from this endeavor. From my observations, this is indeed a place of great misfortune.
You can read geomancy? Lin Yurong inquired, her curiosity piqued. You doubt me? Xiaoyun fixed his gaze on Lin Yurong, speaking with unwavering conviction.
This is undoubtedly a place of great misfortune. Chapter 21.
What a coincidence! I believe you are merely spouting nonsense.
Lin Yurong, uninterested in his ramblings, swiftly darted into the entrance of the ruins. Xiaoyun, eager to follow her, was suddenly gripped by an instinctual chill as the air shimmered beneath his feet, prompting him to instinctively leap aside. Whoosh, an arrow whizzed past him, embedding itself in a nearby boulder.
What tremendous power!
Xiaoyun gasped in shock. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, the arrow would have surely pierced his chest, resulting in grievous injury if not death. He turned back in fury to see a group of yellow sand gang members, led by a striking woman clad in green, wielding a dark golden longbow, her aura rivaling that of a grandmaster of the three burials. To have evaded this strike, you possess quite the skill. As she spoke, the green-clad woman knocked another arrow. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Xiaoyun dared not linger. He activated his void-breaking steps to their utmost limit and surged into the ruins' entrance. He certainly escaped swiftly. The woman scoffed, instructing a nearby youth, Penger, upon entering the ruins, gather everyone before taking action.
We must capture this brat alive, otherwise, our yellow sand gang will incur the wrath of that individual. I shall not disappoint you, mother. After a disorienting whirl, Xiaoyun found himself within the ruins. Before his eyes unfolded a vista of azure skies and white clouds, verdant mountains and clear waters, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Is this truly the small world created by a saintly being? Xiaoyun was astounded, unable to fathom the immense power required to forge such an expansive realm. He stood atop a gentle mountain peak, surrounded by towering ancient trees, the melodious chirping of birds adding to the tranquil atmosphere. Hiss, so cold. A wave of icy air swept over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Following this chill, a wave of scorching heat enveloped him, imparting a sensation akin to being in a sauna. The alternating extremes of temperature were indeed peculiar. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoyun followed the source of the contrasting energies, soon arriving at the center of the peak where he beheld an extraordinary pool of ice and fire coexisting harmoniously. There exists an ice and fire yin-yang pool here. According to the memories of the original owner of his body, the ice and fire yin-yang pool was formed from the 9 profound ice and true yang fire jade, enhanced by formations, with its waters composed of pure spiritual liquid, a rare treasure indeed. In the upper realms, many powers constructed ice and fire yin-yang pools specifically for the refinement of their most promising disciples. To encounter such a treasure in the lower realms was beyond his expectations. Opportunities to refine one's physical body were not to be missed. Approaching the ice and fire yin-yang pool, Xiaoyun quickly stripped off his garments to prevent them from being torn apart by the energies within and leaped into the pool. As he plunged into the water, a figure of exquisite beauty, as white as jade, came into view. Despite having thoroughly familiarized himself with her, the sight still sent his blood racing. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for witnessing the bathing of an epic level chosen one, earning 50,000 villain points. Who has been peeping at her bathing? Isn't that slanderous? Xiaoyun, unwilling to argue with the system, focused intently on the scene before him, resolutely seizing this unmissable opportunity. Indeed, the bare figure in the pool was none other than Xiao He of the Hahuan sect. Xiao He, having noticed the unexpected guest, blushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, and slapped the water towards him. Xiaoyun was unfazed, countering with a similar motion to dissipate the incoming force. Boom, the spiritual liquid of the ice and fire yin-yang pool surged violently, and both emerged from the water simultaneously. What a coincidence! Xiaoyun greeted her with a smile, unabashedly gazing at her alluring form. Seeing Xiaoyun's unabashed stare, Xiao He fumed, realizing that the ease with which he had deflected her attack indicated that he was no ordinary foe, far beyond the first stage of the sea-opening realm. In her anger, she felt a compelling urge to retaliate, but the strange energies of the pool threatened to shred her garments, leaving her exposed before him. This scene, how scandalous, yet, adhering to the principle of first impressions, Xiaoyun spoke first. Miss Xiao He, I am a gentleman of utmost integrity, acting with honor and decorum. I would never stoop to peeping. Of course, should you feel it unfair, you are welcome to return the gaze, I wouldn't mind. Really now, is this how one speaks? Xiao He was momentarily rendered speechless by his audacity. She was tempted to leave, but the opportunity to refine her body was rare, and she didn't wish to squander it. After a moment's thought, she realized that having already seen him, to simply walk away would be a grave mistake. With this in mind, Xiao He ceased her protests, turning away to submerge herself once more in the pool and continue her refinement. Xiaoyun reluctantly withdrew his gaze and began to circulate the Hongmeng creation immortal technique, swiftly guiding the energies of ice and fire to refine his body. The alternating energies relentlessly assaulted his flesh, while the spiritual liquid rapidly repaired the damage, creating a cycle that strengthened every fiber of his being. As the refinement intensified, Xiaoyun felt his physical strength surging rapidly, and in the span of merely an hour, he approached the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. However, as his body grew stronger, his consumption of the spiritual liquid from the ice and fire yin-yang pool escalated, though fortunately, there was still an ample supply. Seizing this opportunity, I shall push my physical strength to the peak of the transcendence realm. Resolutely, Xiaoyun fully activated the Hongmeng creation immortal technique, drawing together all the energies from the ice and fire yin-yang pool. His body acted like a funnel, devouring the energies that flowed toward him. Sensing the rapid depletion of energy, Xiao He couldn't help but glance back. Who is this person? The cultivation technique he practices is truly extraordinary. Recognizing she could not compete with Xiaoyun, she too channeled her full strength to absorb the surrounding energies. After a considerable time, the spiritual liquid contained within the ice and fire yin-yang pool was entirely consumed by the two, and Xiaoyun achieved his long-desired breakthrough to the 9th level of the transcendence realm. Furthermore, his cultivation unexpectedly advanced to the 2nd level of the sea-opening realm, spending 300,000 villain points. Xiaoyun exchanged for a foundational pill for the sea-opening realm. Upon consuming the pill, his foundation solidified. A satisfactory harvest. Xiaoyun left the ice and fire yin-yang pool with a sense of fulfillment. Upon exiting, Xiao He hastily donned a set of clothing, her beautiful eyes glaring at Xiaoyun. She never expected that one day she would be seen completely unclothed by a mere child. Despite her background in the Hahuan sect, her face still felt warm with embarrassment. After a moment of silence, Xiao He was the first to speak. What may I call this young sir? Just call me Xiaoyun. Through her previous observations, Xiao He sensed that while Xiaoyun possessed a thick skin, he wasn't of ill character, and his strength surpassed her own, making him a potentially valuable ally. Although she was unclear about his relationship with that unfaithful man, her intuition told her that this individual could be a significant asset. Thus, suppressing her indignation, she offered a gentle smile, saying, Young Master Xiao, given the chaotic nature of the ancient sect ruins, why not join forces for mutual support? Xiao Yun, of course, did not refuse Xiao He's proposal. Having her by his side could indeed serve as an excellent source of villain points. He chuckled in agreement. Very well, if we travel together, I shall treat Miss Xiao He to some chicken. Chapter 22. You truly are a terrible younger brother. The two of them made their way down the mountain together. Clang, clang, clang. Not long after, they heard the distant sound of weapons clashing, and without a doubt, someone was vying for the treasures of the ancient sect. Soon, guided by the noise, they stealthily approached the entrance of an ancient hall, then leapt onto a large tree beside it, concealing themselves amidst the dense foliage, prepared to observe the situation. At that moment, in the courtyard of the ancient hall, a strikingly beautiful girl in a pink dress was besieged by 3 young men and women. All 4 possessed commendable cultivation levels. The girl in the pink dress was at the 9th level of the sea opening realm, while the other 3 comprised 1 at the 3rd level of the transformation realm and 2 at the 2nd level. Judging by their attire, the girl was undoubtedly a talented disciple from the Taichu Immortal Academy, while the other 3 hailed from the Shenyang family. Although the girl had numerous treasures, her youth and slightly insufficient cultivation indicated a lack of practical combat experience. She was clearly a delicate flower sheltered from the storm. Under the assault of the 3 transformation realm warriors, she found herself in a perilous predicament. Jiang Ziyue, this place was discovered by us. If you do not recognize the situation, we will not hold back any longer. Humph, I simply find your Shenyang family displeasing. Feel free to unleash whatever means you have. Do you really think I am afraid of you? Before her words had fully faded, Jiang Ziyue produced a formation plate, her delicate hand weaving a series of gestures as a surge of spiritual energy flowed into the plate. In an instant, the formation plate erupted in brilliant light, and a formidable sword formation took shape, with terrifying sword beams raining down like shooting stars upon the Shenyang family members. The 9 leaving sword formation, is it? Let us see how long you can maintain it. The leading woman of the Shenyang family scoffed, swiftly retrieving a wooden token. Upon activation, a protective barrier emerged, effortlessly deflecting all the sword light. Though the 9 leaving sword formation was powerful, it required vast amounts of spiritual energy to sustain its operation. As long as the 3 could endure until Jiang Ziyue exhausted her strength, victory would be easily within their grasp. Observing the stalemate in the battle, Xiaoyan shifted his gaze to the enormous alchemical furnace within the hall, soon discovering that it contained a sealed treasure pill. This pill is fated to be mine. Xiaoyan grasped at the air, and the pill instantly appeared in his hand. At this sight, Xiao He's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, whispering, How did you do that? That's a secret. Xiao Yun replied with a mysterious smile, showing no intention of explaining, as he quickly stowed the pill away. At that moment, one of the Shenyang family members suddenly exclaimed, Damn it, the pill is gone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziyue retracted the sword formation and glanced toward the furnace, a hint of schadenfreude in her eyes. The members of the Shenyang family also tacitly ceased their attack. Who did this? The 3 from the Shenyang family were seething with rage after fighting for so long over the pill. They hadn't even touched it before it vanished. Who could endure such a loss? The group swiftly searched every corner of the hall, intent on dragging out the elusive 6th who had hidden away to tear them apart. Finding no trace, their gaze fell upon the large tree where Xiao Yun and his companion were concealed, and they quickly sensed their presence. Who goes there? Come down. The leading woman of the Shenyang family erupted, unleashing a dazzling sword light with great ferocity. Whoa, we've really been discovered. Sensing the intense threat from the sword light, Xiao Yun, not daring to be careless, wrapped his arm around Xiao He's slender waist, his figure flashing as he left the tree, gracefully landing on the ground. The members of the Shenyang family quickly encircled the 2. When they discerned the cultivation levels of their quarry, their expressions shifted to one of disappointment. They could scarcely believe that 2 mere sea-opening realm weaklings could have stolen the pill right under their noses. However, with their anger over the vanished pill needing an outlet, they deemed it easy to deal with these 2 insignificant beings since Jiang Ziyue was proving difficult to handle. Realizing their intent to kill and rob, Xiaoyan felt confident against the 3. Yet, he couldn't shake the thought that the chosen one might be lurking nearby, quietly amassing great fortunes. In this vast little world, finding Sui and Lin Yurong would not be a simple task, so he saw this as an opportunity to relay some information through them, facilitating his own schemes to seize the chosen one's fortune. What do you intend to do? Xiaoyan feigned panic, speaking with severity. My half-brother Sui is a disciple of the Qingqing Sword Immortal, and he has already located the site of the inheritance hall. Furthermore, the holy maiden Lin Yurong of the Xianyu Valley is my childhood friend, and she too has found a sealed spiritual herb garden. If you dare to harm me, they will undoubtedly not let you go. The inheritance hall? The sealed herb garden? The 3 from the Shenyang family exchanged glances, completely disregarding Xiao Yun's threats. They were all too familiar with the ancient sect ruins, and none were more precious than the inheritance hall and the spiritual herb garden. Techniques, weapons, pills, and various treasures were predominantly housed within the inheritance hall. As for the spiritual herb garden, rare millennium herbs were within reach, and with good fortune, one might even stumble upon miraculous spiritual fruits. It was said that the reason the Xianyu sage could rival true saints in strength was due to a mysterious spiritual fruit obtained from the ancient sect ruins. Though they could not ascertain the truth of Xiaoyan's words, the importance of the inheritance hall and the spiritual herb garden compelled them to believe it was worth investigating. They needed to relay this information back to their family and mobilize all resources to find Sui and Lin Yurong. Consider yourselves fortunate. The 3 huffed coldly before turning into streaks of light and vanishing. Xiao Yun, you are such a terrible younger brother. Though Sui is a heartless scoundrel, Lin Yuron has treated you well, how can you act so shamelessly? Xiao He rolled her eyes. On their way here, she had already learned about the relationships between Xiao Yun and the others, and now witnessing him so casually betray Sui and Lin Yuron left her utterly speechless. Indeed, my aunt was right. Men are all scoundrels. Jiang Ziyue, overhearing Xiao He, vaguely suspected that Xiao Yun was slandering others without cause, inciting enmity, and that the inheritance hall and spiritual herb garden were nothing but fabrications. Yet, she recalled her aunt's words about men having something good about them, but what could that good thing be? Xiao Yun's gaze shifted to the proud little girl, and he was astonished to find that although she was young, she would undoubtedly grow into a beauty of the same caliber as Xiao He. Perhaps she was destined to be another chosen one. With this thought, he immediately felt intrigued, smiling as he said, "Hey, beauty, you are mistaken." "How am I mistaken? Betraying your brother and sister like this, am I wrong?" Jiang Ziyue never expected him to dare contradict her. "If you don't understand, don't make reckless statements. Without experiencing storms, how can one see rainbows? I am merely assisting their growth." "Oomph, you're just a little brat, what do you know about growth?" "What do you mean I don't understand?" Xiao Yun replied earnestly, "As for growth, when little, girls like dolls while boys prefer electric toys. As they mature, girls take to electric toys while boys develop an affinity for dolls." Chapter 23, The Malicious One's Strength. What nonsensical ramblings are you uttering? Jiang Ziyue, having never received 9 years of compulsory education, could not comprehend a word of what Xiao Yun was saying. However, her instincts as a young girl suggested that Xiao Yun's words were quite improper. This reminded her of her aunt's saying, "Men are detestable when they are serious, and equally detestable when they are not. Since they are indeed loathsome, it would be best to keep her distance. I shall take my leave, I do not wish to see you again, With that parting remark, Jiang Ziyue flitted away like a sprite, disappearing from Xiao Yun's sight in mere moments. Xiao Yun chuckled softly, "This little beauty is rather charming." Seeing Xiao Yun seemingly captivated by Jiang Ziyue, Xiao He kindly cautioned, "Jiang Ziyue's background is not simple, her aunt is the renowned Qingyue sword immortal of the Tianhuang continent. If you encounter her again in the future, it is advisable to avoid provoking her. Rest assured, I am the epitome of discretion." Upon hearing this, Xiao He found herself at a loss for words. Just considering the information Xiao Yun had just shared with the Xianyang family, it would not be long before chaos erupted throughout the ancient sect ruins, and she could only imagine how many lives would be lost. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for setting a trap to ensnare the epic chosen one, leading them into an ambush. Reward 100,000 villain points. The influx of 100,000 villain points indicated that Su Yi's situation was likely dire, and Xiao Yun's concern deepened. He wondered if his brother Su had perished. At that moment, Sui was seething with rage. After entering the ancient sect ruins, he fortuitously discovered a hidden location containing a map that marked the location of the Hall of Inheritance. Armed with this map, he collected numerous spiritual herbs and treasures along the way, rapidly advancing his cultivation to the second level of the Transcendence realm. Believing he could approach the Hall of Inheritance unnoticed, he was caught off guard when members of the Xianyang family suddenly began searching for him everywhere, drawing the attention of several other powerful factions as well. Consequently, he found himself being relentlessly pursued for days, evading them by employing various lethal formations within the ruins. However, the number of pursuers only increased, clinging to him like a stubborn adhesive, leaving him with no means of escape. Given the current circumstances, his hopes of monopolizing the treasures within the Hall of Inheritance were dashed. How infuriating. Damn it, which scoundrel has been spreading rumors about my discovery of the Hall of Inheritance? This is already the 5th wave of pursuers. Achoo! Xiao Yun sneezed involuntarily, sensing that someone might be cursing him from behind, yet, his attention was soon captured by a burst of laughter not far away. He beheld 5 burly men from the sea-breaking realm surrounding a young girl, intent on committing unspeakable acts. "Little girl, you're quite a pretty one, my brothers and I are rather fond of you. If you let us have a little fun, we might just let you go, what do you say?" "Ah, get away from me, don't touch me." Hearing the girl's furious retorts, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. Oh. It's her. The owner of that voice was none other than Jiang Ziyue, whom they had encountered a few days prior. What a coincidence that she now found herself in a perilous situation, inexplicably captured by these ruffians from the sea-breaking realm. Xiao Yun observed closely and deduced that Jiang Ziyue had likely been poisoned by the assailants due to carelessness, otherwise, she would not have fallen into such a predicament. In light of this, he nearly shouted, "Release that girl." Wait, a hero saving a damsel in distress is not a narrative that someone like me, the destined villain, should partake in. Xiao Yun decided to wait a moment to see if a chosen one would appear, intending to intervene and thwart their attempts to display heroism. Not only would he earn a considerable amount of villain points, but perhaps this proud Jiang Ziyue would also come to appreciate him. As he plotted in his mind, Xiao Yi dashed out without a word. "Oh, can we not have a pleasant outing?" After a brief hesitation, Xiao Yun leaped forward, his form resembling a flash of lightning as he positioned himself before Jiang Ziyue. In the next instant, a blade of light erupted forth, sending one unsuspecting thug to his final resting place. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for slaying one, reward 100 villain points. The remaining 4 thugs, witnessing their companion's abrupt demise, were instantly consumed by rage, drawing their weapons and glaring menacingly at Xiao Yun. "Dare you slay my brother? You shall pay for this, brat." Noticing Xiaoyun's cultivation was merely at the second level of the sea-breaking realm, the four men prepared to unleash their most brutal methods to torture him. All together now. Let us finish this brat. As the four charged at him, a murderous glint ignited in Xiaoyun's eyes, and an overwhelming aura of sharpness emanated from him, transforming him into a weapon of unparalleled edge. Is this the essence of sword intent? A stunned Jiang Ziyue fixated on Xiaoyun's silhouette, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. She could hardly fathom that the one she had previously found detestable was, at such a young age, capable of comprehending sword intent more prodigious even than Sui, the foremost talent of the sword Dao on the Tianhuang continent. Chao He. First, neutralize the poison affecting Jiang Ziyue. At Xiaoyun's command, Xiao He instinctively nodded her agreement. At that moment, her shock was no less than Jiang Ziyue's. Clang, Xiaoyun stepped forward, and the fierce light of his sword sliced through the air like a meteor, the terrifying edge causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Puff, puff, in the blink of an eye, two more thugs fell lifelessly to the ground. The remaining two thugs, now filled with dread, realized they were facing a prodigy capable of effortlessly battling above his level. In a panic, they swiftly retreated, hastily consuming pills from their storage boom. In an instant after the pills were ingested, a violent aura surged from their bodies, quickly propelling their power from the peak of the sea-breaking realm to the second level of the transcendence realm. This is the explosive Yuan pill? Sensing the explosive energy radiating from the two, Xiaoyun's expression darkened. He had previously heard Xiao He mention that the explosive Yuan pill could drain one's potential, granting them thrice their normal power for a short duration. Damn it, while the chosen ones can flaunt their prowess with ease, why must my role as the villain come with such intensity? This was simply outrageous. No, he had to maintain this facade. A temporary expenditure of energy should not be too much to ask, right? You brat, prepare to die. The two thugs brandished their blades, leaping towards him like ferocious tigers, their weapons poised to strike with ferocity, generating a shockwave that shook the surrounding trees. Be careful. The two women gasped in alarm upon seeing Xiaoyun remain motionless, as if frozen in fear. However, just as the blades closed in, Xiaoyun sprang into action. In a swift motion, he reached out, and an invisible force rippled through the space around him, freezing the two thugs in their tracks as if they were mere statues. Whoosh, whoosh, Xiaoyun flickered like a specter, piercing through the chests of the two thugs, extinguishing their life force in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ziyue gasped, covering her mouth in shock. This malicious one is so powerful? Chapter 24. A feast of chicken, indeed. It is quite perplexing. Xiaoye's enchanting eyes shimmered with an inscrutable meaning. From their awkward encounter at the ice-firing Yang pool to their journey together, she never anticipated that this mischievous fellow could be so astonishingly serious. It was one thing for him to grasp the essence of swordsmanship at such a tender age, but possessing bizarre abilities akin to spatial manipulation, was he not far superior to that unfaithful scoundrel? Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully slaying 4 individuals, reward 400 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, having heroically rescued a damsel in distress has garnered the admiration of the young beauty, reward 500 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully captivating the heart of the epic chosen one's confidant, reward 100,000 villain points. What the? The young beauty he had fought so valiantly to save was worth merely 500 villain points. Xiaoyun felt a sense of betrayal, which suddenly reminded him of an adage. Heaven will betray you for every drop of sweat you shed. However, thankfully, his efforts were not in vain, as Xiao He, this young lady, had unexpectedly developed feelings rather swiftly. Should he seize this opportunity to garner further benefits? In a moment of distraction, he stumbled slightly, nearly falling to the ground. Observing this, Xiao He rushed to his side, offering her support. As she enveloped him in her gentle presence, Xiaoyun's body relaxed, burying his face in the crevice before him. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the epic chosen one's confidant, reward 50,000 villain points. Another 50,000 villain points credited to his account. Xiaoyun felt elated, akin to a struggling author receiving a meager tip from a reader. Xiao He's flawless visage blushed with 2 blooming clouds of color. Yet, she could not bring herself to push Xiaoyun away. She sensed that he had indeed overexerted himself, utterly devoid of strength. Well, since he had seen her in such a state, what difference did it make? It was certainly preferable to nearly losing herself to that unfaithful scoundrel. Ah Chu. Having just repelled a wave of attackers, Sui had finally discovered a secluded cave to hide in, only to be unable to suppress a sneeze. After the series of battles, he found himself in a rather poor condition. Although he had not sustained severe injuries, his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Sitting cross-legged, he retrieved a pill and swallowed it, preparing to meditate and restore his strength. After a while, he opened his eyes, feeling somewhat restless. He could not calm his mind, perpetually sensing an inexplicable loss, accompanied by a dull ache in his heart. After a considerable time, Sui forcibly suppressed the feeling of heartache. If this aimless wandering continues, it will be unsustainable. I must recover swiftly and head directly to the Hall of Inheritance, otherwise, the crowd will only grow larger. The mere thought of his current predicament filled Sui with a burning desire to locate that despicable individual and dismantle him piece by piece. On the other side, a peculiar ripple-like phenomenon appeared on a cliff wall, and soon after, Lin Yurong's breathtaking figure emerged. At this moment, her cultivation had unmistakably broken through to the first level of transformation, her strength magnified several-fold compared to before. Upon entering the ruins, I found myself trapped in this cliff cave. I wonder how that little rascal Xiaoyun is faring. I hope he encounters the senior sisters and remains safe.
Lin Yurong took out a map for a quick glance before heading towards the direction of the medicinal herb garden. Not long after, she suddenly halted, concealing her presence behind a massive stone after sensing a change in the atmosphere.
Hurry up, everyone, we need to make haste. I heard Sui is making his way to the Hall of Inheritance. Numerous factions have already set off. If we delay, we might not even get a sip of the broth.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yurong's expression tightened slightly. During her time in the cliff cave, she had received the inheritance from an esteemed elder and learned that this ancient sect's ruins belonged to the Xixia Palace, one of the 3 great sects of antiquity. Consequently, she decisively abandoned the decent Taoist practice of the Xianyu Sutra for the superior Xixia Feixian Sutra. However, she only possessed the upper portion of the sutra, while the lower portion could only be acquired at the Hall of Inheritance. Initially troubled by the absence of information regarding the Hall of Inheritance on her map, she was pleasantly surprised by this timely revelation. I should head to the Hall of Inheritance. Perhaps I will cross paths with that little rascal Xiao Yun. With her resolve set, Lin Yurong stealthily followed. The scene shifted. Xiao Yun continuously swallowed the spirit pills fed to him by Jiang Ziyue, rapidly restoring his spiritual energy to its peak state. He then began to play the swana and scatter paper offerings, deftly handling the corpses of 5 burly men. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for providing a one-stop funeral service for 5 individuals, reward
50 villain points.
Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Xiao Yun couldn't help but lament the hardships of life. Xiao He and Jiang Ziyue watched in stunned silence as he performed this series of actions.
With their limited understanding, they could not fathom Xiao Yun's behavior. It was one thing to take someone else's storage ring, but to even attend to the corpses, was it truly necessary to be so meticulous? The two remained in a daze until Xiao Yun approached them once more, snapping them back to reality. Seeing Xiao Yun extend his hand toward her, Jiang Ziyue was immediately filled with questions. What are you trying to do? I'm asking for my reward.
Xiao Yun thought back to the 500 villain points he had painstakingly earned, feeling as though he had been cheated.
Were it not for Xiao He's thoughtfulness in offering him some calming milk, who could he turn to for justification? Moreover, it was not unreasonable to request some treasures for self-defense in exchange for his efforts, was it? Well, considering that I risked my life to save you, and had it not been for my hidden cards, I might have been reduced to ashes. Are you not prepared to offer some treasures to soothe my fragile spirit?
Jiang Ziyue rolled her eyes, risking her life, a fragile spirit. Although this was her first venture into the world, she was not blind to Xiao Yun's attempts to take advantage of Xiao He. This fellow was indeed a rascal, both wicked and shameless. Fuming, Jiang Ziyue glared at Xiao Yun, nearly wanting to bite him in frustration.
What's wrong? Do you not wish to settle the score?
Hearing Xiao Yun's words, Jiang Ziyue felt as though her tail had been stepped on, retorting indignantly, "Who says I want to settle the score?" With that, she produced a blue dragon-patterned longsword from her storage ring. As the sword manifested, an indomitable aura surged forth, making it hard to imagine the brilliance it would unleash when infused with spiritual energy. Upon witnessing the sword's origins, Xiao He displayed a look of astonishment. She never expected Jiang Ziyue to be so generous as to gift the renowned Sanglong sword to Xiao Yun. Here, I see you're merely wielding an ordinary iron sword, so I'll bestow upon you this quasi-holy artifact, that Sanglong.
Is that satisfactory?
Jiang Ziyue thought to herself that since he had not only comprehended sword intent but also possessed the legendary spatial abilities, this sword was a perfect fit for him.
Now, how should her aunt express her gratitude towards her? With this thought in mind, Jiang Ziyue wore a triumphant smile. Xiao Yun, oblivious to her expression, gleefully accepted the long sword, waving his hand grandly. Today, I'm feeling generous. Later, I shall treat you both to my chicken. Chapter 25 Unexpected Discovery. Delicious is delicious. Hurry, let me take a bite. As Jiang Ziyue beheld the roasted chicken transform into a golden hue, she eagerly urged Xiao Yun to tear off a piece for her. Here. Xiao Yun presented a plump chicken leg to Jiang Ziyue, musing to himself that since she had consumed his chicken today, it would not be unreasonable for him to enjoy her delicacies tomorrow. Naturally, he could not be biased, so he also handed over another chicken leg to Xiao He. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Xiao He graciously accepted the chicken leg, savoring it delicately. In stark contrast, Jiang Ziyue resembled a famished kitten, nearly engulfing the entire chicken leg, her cheeks puffed up like a small ball. Xiao Yun, though you are a bit wicked, your chicken is truly delectable. Jiang Ziyue mumbled her praise while chewing. At that moment, her communication jade suddenly received a message. Upon understanding its content, her beautiful eyes locked onto Xiao Yun as she exclaimed, "You were right, Sui has indeed found the Hall of Inheritance, and it's not too far from here." Ah. Then let us hasten to it. Upon hearing the news of the Hall of Inheritance, Xiao He could hardly contain her excitement. The very reason for venturing into this ancient sect's ruins was to seek treasures and inheritances. With a stroke of luck, acquiring a precious item could elevate them to greatness. There's no rush, let us first enjoy our chicken. Drawing from his decade-long experience as a bookworm, Xiao Yun analyzed that once the protagonist discovered treasures, the ensuing competition would inevitably lead to casualties. Arriving too early would make them mere cannon fodder. Considering the protagonist's halo, as Suyi's half-brother, he could easily end up as a sacrificial offering. To ensure prudence, Xiao Yun decided to enhance his strength first, settling down to meditate and cultivate. Having just broken through, his spiritual energy was insufficient for rapid advancement, and his dual pupils had yet to manifest any special abilities. Much like the Supreme Divine Bone, progress required extensive nurturing and development, as villain points did not support these two enhancements for direct upgrades.
The ultimate celestial art, 1 chi transforming 3 clears, and the divine secret technique, star plucking hand, each required 5 million villain points to break through to the next realm. Glancing at his meager 295, 500 villain points, he realized it was far from enough. Thus, the only feasible options for enhancement were the primordial creation celestial art, sword intent, and void step. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have successfully upgraded the primordial creation celestial art to the 3rd level by spending 1 million villain points. With the breakthrough of the primordial creation celestial art, his chi expanded 5-fold, his cultivation speed increased 5-fold, and the healing capabilities of his spiritual energy were further strengthened. This expenditure of 1 million villain points was indeed worthwhile, as his current chi capacity allowed him to use the space confinement technique twice without risking exhaustion. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have upgraded void step to the 4th level by spending 1 million villain points. With the 4th level void step, he could now take 3 steps in mid-air, akin to a descending mountain. This upgrade further tripled his speed, and what delighted Xiao Yun the most was the newfound formidable offensive capability. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have upgraded sword intent to the 2nd level by spending 500,000 villain points. The two women, engrossed in their chicken, suddenly sensed a monumental shift in Xiao Yun's aura, their beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. They had just perceived that Xiao Yun's presence had inexplicably intensified, leaving them both stunned, yet, they could hardly fathom that Xiao Yun had broken through to the 2nd level of sword intent at such a tender age. In their eyes, Xiao Yun now resembled a divine sword drawn from its sheath, embodying razor-sharp precision and unparalleled might.
Is this the terrifying aspect of a prodigy, to comprehend 2nd level sword intent in the time it takes to eat chicken? The two women suddenly found the chicken in their hands unappetizing. Let us proceed to the Hall of Inheritance. Upon witnessing Xiao Yun complete his cultivation, Jiang Ziyu had discarded her unfinished chicken wing, wiped her small mouth and jade-like hands, and took the lead in leaping forth. An hour later, following the directions provided by other disciples of the Taichu Immortal Academy, Jiang Ziyu located the site of the Hall of Inheritance. This is the location of the Hall of Inheritance? Are you certain there are no mistakes?
Gazing upon the immense lake before them, there was not a hint of the hall's presence.
What do you know? There are hidden realms within.
Jiang Ziyu refrained from further discussion, leaping gracefully into the depths of the lake with her companions. Before long, they arrived at a spring bubbling with water. At first glance, it appeared no different from an ordinary spring. However, upon activating his dual pupils, Xiao Yun discerned that the spring was an illusion, and at its center lay a luminous portal leading to the Hall of Inheritance's entrance.
Xiao Yun once again marveled at the absurdity of the Chosen One. How could such a concealed hall be so easily found? It seemed as though the heavens were conspiring to provide for them. Unlike him, who had to rely solely on his own efforts to attain his desires, upon entering the portal, Xiao Yun found himself in a vast square adorned with 4 coiling dragon pillars. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that atop each of the 4 pillars rested a celestial grade technique for inheritance. At that moment, various factions were engaged in fierce combat over these techniques. The grand spectacle could only be described with one word: chaos. As dozens, if not hundreds, of factions clashed with one another, limbs severed and cries of agony echoing throughout, resembling a purgatory on earth. Soon, the trio attracted the attention of several nearby factions, and Huang Peng of the Yellow Sand Gang quickly gathered a group to surround Xiao Yun. Kid, I've been looking for you for quite some time. Will you surrender willingly, or shall I break your legs?
Upon seeing Xiao Yun's 2nd level sea-breaking strength, Huang Peng felt he could easily overpower him with one hand. Having entered this ancient sect's ruins, Huang Peng had experienced 2 consecutive breakthroughs, now standing as a 5th level transcendence genius warrior. Aside from the 3 major academies and a few top-tier factions, no one dared to provoke him lightly. He was aware of Xiao Yun's speed but believed that with the 20 or so individuals surrounding him, all of whom were at the 1st and 2nd levels of transcendence, Xiao Yun could not possibly escape their assault.
This confidence stemmed from sheer strength. Jiang Ziyu, witnessing Huang Peng's blatant disregard for her, became infuriated. Huang Peng, do you think I do not exist? Dare to lay a hand on my people, and you better think carefully about the consequences. Huang Peng let out a sinister chuckle, replying, it's quite chaotic here. If you were wise, you would depart on your own, otherwise, who would know if you were to perish in this melee? Jiang Ziyu was on the verge of erupting, but before she could take action, Xiao Yun moved suddenly. In an instant, he appeared before Huang Peng like a wraith, the light of that Sunlong sword flashing, and Huang Peng let out a pained scream, clutching his groin. Ah! The remaining disciples of the Yellow Sand Gang felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing Huang Peng's sudden transformation. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have severed another's root, earning 1,000 villain points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Yun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He had not anticipated such an operation. Was this not more advantageous than murder? Henceforth, could he not first sever roots before taking lives? Chapter 26 Fearing the Chosen One's cunning and truth, Xiao Yun had no intention of severing anyone's enlightenment. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon Huang Peng for his brazen declaration to cripple him. This remark evoked memories of the harrowing experiences inflicted upon him by the twisted Yu. Both Jiang Ziyu and Xiao He were flushed with embarrassment, taken aback that this fellow would so readily sever another's enlightenment without considering the feelings of 2 young maidens. The anguish of such a severance pierced to the very marrow, causing Huang Peng to break into a cold sweat as he glared fiercely at Xiao Yun, utterly devoid of his previous bravado. You scoundrel! I will not rest until you are dead. Xiao Yun chuckled derisively, all this over a mere inch or two, do you not have any shame left? Over just an inch or two. The surrounding combatants halted, their gazes fixed intently on Huang Peng. Goodness, it truly is just an inch or two. I must say, although his name has lost a radical, he remains Huang Peng. This inch or two is indeed trivial. Honestly, if worse comes to worst, he could always change his name to Huang Ye. Ah, yes, yes. Listening to the banter, Xiao Yun could not help but marvel at the talent on display. He had never anticipated that these individuals would provide such an unexpected boon. This was indeed a strike at the heart. Having never suffered such a tremendous humiliation, Huang Peng, upon hearing these words, was immediately overcome with rage, spitting a mouthful of blood and nearly losing consciousness. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he bellowed at his subordinates, "What are you standing around for? Charge, tear him to shreds." Upon receiving the command, more than 20 disciples of the Huangsha gang dared not retreat, bracing themselves to charge forward. Was this not yet another wave of villains delivered to their doorstep? Xiao Yun executed his footwork, dashing through the throng of over 20 men like a bolt of lightning, each strike of his sword landing precisely. Accompanied by a series of agonized cries, Xiao Yun sheathed his sword and stood tall. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for severing the enlightenment of 23 individuals, earning 23,000 villain points. Hiss. This was nothing short of a root-severing maniac, the onlookers collectively gasped, feeling an inexplicable chill beneath them, silently grateful they had not provoked this harbinger of death. None possessed the confidence to evade his ghostly speed. In an instant, Xiao Yun had earned the label of someone not to be trifled with, witnessing his comrades meet the same fate as himself. Huang Peng realized capturing Xiao Yun was an impossibility. Thus, he refrained from uttering further threats, gathering his men and exerting every ounce of strength to flee towards the entrance. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for triggering the system task. Seize the opportunity of the epic chosen one. Successful completion rewards 1 epic treasure chest. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for triggering the system task. Seize the opportunity of the epic chosen maiden. Successful completion rewards 1 epic treasure chest. Another epic treasure chest, and 2 of them. It seemed this opportunity was anything but ordinary. With the system tasks at hand, Xiao Yun was disinclined to waste time pursuing the Huangsha gang. The immediate priority was to locate Sui and Lin Yurong. Let us proceed to the inner hall. Xiao He hesitated briefly before saying, "Young Master Xiao, I thank you for your care. I have acquired numerous treasures and spiritual herbs along the way. The impending conflict in the inner hall will undoubtedly be more perilous. My abilities are limited, so I shall not accompany you inside." Xiao Yun nodded. "Very well, Miss Xiao, do take care." Xiao He smiled alluringly. "Young Master Xiao, do take care. I hope to partake in your delicacies once more." After watching Xiao He depart safely, Xiao Yun, accompanied by Jiang Ziyue, made their way towards the inner hall, traversing a path where none dared to provoke them. Even those who were tempted were hastily restrained by their companions. Do not act rashly. Do you wish to experience the terror of the root-severing maniac's precise strikes? Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the inner hall. Leave if you wish to live. The disciples of the Aotian Immortal Academy, stationed at the entrance, coldly shouted upon seeing 2 mere sea-breaking realm novices attempting to infiltrate the inner hall. Swish, swish, for such ordinary lackeys, Xiao Yun spoke through the azure dragon sword. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for severing the enlightenment of 4 individuals, earning 4,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for slaying 4 individuals, earning 400 villain points. Upon entering the inner hall, Xiao Yun blended into the crowd and soon spotted Sui. At that moment, Sui was engaged in a fierce battle alongside Lin Yurong. They were besieged by disciples from various top-tier factions, but fortunately, their defensive formation was remarkably robust, preventing their assailants from making any headway. At the center of the sword formation stood a circular platform, enveloped in a barrier. Through this barrier, one could see a pyramid of over a dozen treasures levitating in mid-air. At the pinnacle rested a brocade box. Though its contents remained hidden, everyone understood that the treasure within was undoubtedly the most valuable artifact from the ancient sect ruins. On the second tier floated a fragment of a martial arts manual, a long sword, and a string of prayer beads. Lower tiers displayed an array of weapons, elixirs, and talismans. While the treasures below the second tier were indeed precious, the attendees were elite disciples from various factions, well acquainted with all manner of treasures. However, the brocade box at the pinnacle, along with the 3 treasures on the second tier, were coveted by all major factions. Sui, you shall not monopolize these treasures. Wise up and withdraw the sword formation now, or once it breaks, you shall not leave here alive. The besieging disciples, sensing Sui and Lin Yurong endeavoring to dismantle the barrier, grew anxious. Allowing Sui and Lin to seize the treasures amidst so many would be their ultimate disgrace. Everyone, stop holding back, use every means at your disposal. The gathered elite disciples from various factions, all top contenders in this expedition to the ancient sect ruins, unleashed their full power, resulting in a truly terrifying display of might. Boom, 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 the formation trembled, clearly on the verge of collapse. Wait, if the formation breaks, Sui and Lin Yurong would undoubtedly become the targets of everyone's ire. It would not be so easy for them to escape with the treasures. Based on his 10 years of experience as a bookworm, though the chosen one feared no challenges and could disregard life and death, they would never lose their sanity over a mere few treasures. Something was amiss. In a state of uncertainty, Xiao Yun quickly employed his heavy eye to observe, soon realizing that Sui and Lin Yurong were feigning their efforts to dismantle the barrier.
Their true intention was to incite the disciples of the various factions to intensify their attacks on the defensive formation. The formation was no ordinary one. While it appeared defensive, it was, in fact, absorbing the energy from the onslaught. After careful observation, Xiaoyun discerned that the formation's tremors were merely a fade. It resembled a bomb steadily gathering energy. This revelation startled Xiaoyun. How fortunate that he had not rashly rushed in. Otherwise, he would have met an untimely demise without knowing how. Indeed, one need not fear the Chosen One's fervor, but rather dread their cunning. The combined aura of the two main protagonists would spell disaster for those present.
Xiaoyun, the formation is about to break.
Prepare yourself. With your speed, seizing 3 to 5 treasures should pose no challenge. Jiang Ziyue displayed an eager expression. Xiaoyun shook his head, taking her hand and gently pulling her back behind the crowd. Chapter 27 of The Curse of the Fated Villain. No, Xiaoyun, why are you hesitating? Are you just going to stand by and watch as the treasures are snatched away by others?
Jiang Ziyue exclaimed, attempting to break free from Xiaoyun's grasp, utterly baffled by his reluctance to act. Without responding to her, Xiaoyun inquired, do any of these disciples from the Taichu Immortal Academy count among your friends?
Although I hail from the Taichu Immortal Academy, none of the individuals here are worthy of being my friends.
Jiang Ziyue retorted indignantly.
Very well then, if you possess any defensive treasures, now would be the time to retrieve them.
Many lives will be lost here shortly. Can you predict the future? Not at all.
Seeing his serious demeanor dispelled her doubts, and she hastily took out a pearl, crushing it in an instant. A protective barrier enveloped the two of them. At that moment, the defensive formation trembled violently, on the brink of collapse. Just as Jiang Ziyue was about to urge Xiaoyun to seize the treasures, a deafening explosion resonated, shattering the protective formation entirely. A torrent of ferocious energy surged forth, akin to the ravenous maw of a bottomless abyss, consuming all those nearby who were caught off guard. In that moment, life was mercilessly reaped as if it were mere grass, blood spattering everywhere, severed limbs flying through the air, painting a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Crack, crack. The overwhelming force was more terrifying than a full-powered strike from a transcendental expert, triggering the very fabric of space to collapse. As grotesque fissures spread menacingly, Xiaoyun, channeling the full potential of his heavy pupil, activated the star-plucking hand the instant the formation was breached by the explosion's energy, swiftly collecting all the treasures into his spatial storage. The sudden turn of events left Sui and Lin Yurong, who had narrowly escaped the explosion, utterly dumbfounded. They watched helplessly as the treasures vanished one by one right before their eyes, completely disappearing in the blink of an eye. As the defensive barrier was shattered by the explosion, Jiang Ziyue was so startled that she immediately sought refuge in Xiaoyun's embrace, oblivious to the fact that he had gathered all the treasures. Crack, crack, the space began to collapse entirely, and should they be consumed by the force of this spatial rupture, their meager strengths would surely be inadequate for survival.
Run!
Xiaoyun exclaimed, clutching Jiang Ziyue, transforming into a streak of lightning as he dashed out of the inner hall, while behind them, ominous fissures spread like a spiderweb, threatening to shatter completely. In that very moment, as he glanced back, Xiaoyun was taken aback to see Lin Yurong soaring through the air on her sword, which sparked a bold idea in his mind. This is an opportunity to charm a lady that I cannot let slip away. Thus, with all his strength, Xiaoyun propelled Jiang Ziyue toward the entrance of the Hall of Inheritance, while he himself fell helplessly into the collapsing space. Jiang Ziyue watched in horror as Xiaoyun plunged into the crumbling void, tears streaming down her face. She could hardly believe that, in this perilous moment, he chose to sacrifice his chance of survival for her sake. The resolute expression on his face and the pleading glint in his eyes tugged at her heartstrings.
Xiaoyun!
Jiang Ziyue cried out, her voice filled with anguish. It was precisely this heart-wrenching call that caught Lin Yurong's attention. In the next instant, she appeared beside Xiaoyun like a flash of lightning, embracing him as they narrowly escaped the collapsing space. Once they secured their safety, Xiaoyun let out a silent sigh of relief and smiled. Sister Yurong, I am a man who knows how to repay kindness.
I can only offer my life in return for this life-saving grace.
Lin Yurong shot him a glare, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. If you keep spouting nonsense, I shall ignore you. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for successfully seizing the monumental opportunity of the epic Chosen One, rewarded with 3 million villain points and an enhanced lottery chance. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the chance of the epic Chosen Maiden, rewarded with 2 million villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for completing 2 system tasks, rewarded with 2 epic treasure chests.
Wow!
What a bountiful harvest. With 3 million villain points and an enhanced lottery chance, it was evident just how precious the treasures within that brocade box must be. However, this was not the moment for treasure assessment, as Lin Yurong was currently guiding him toward the shores of the Great Lake. As Xiaoyun gazed into the distance, he noted that fewer than 30 individuals had managed to escape to the lake's edge, all of whom were from the square, and he had yet to see any others emerge from the inner hall. Fortunately, only the space containing the Hall of Inheritance had collapsed, sparing the outside world. Otherwise, it was likely that no one would have survived. As they touched down, Jiang Ziyue saw Xiaoyun safe and sound, and joy overwhelmed her, causing her to rush toward him, embracing him tightly.
Xiaoyun, I thought it was all my fault.
I panicked and lost my composure. I had a teleportation talisman in my possession. Xiaoyun was momentarily speechless, realizing that this girl was truly useless. She possessed a myriad of treasures yet failed to use them in a moment of dire danger. Were it not for the prospect of enjoying her soft support in the future, even her worth of merely 500 villain points would not have warranted his attention. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for successfully deceiving the affections of a beautiful woman, causing her to develop feelings, rewarded with 500 villain points.
Ah, once again, the detestable 500 points. Though frustrated, Xiaoyun understood that his path to soft support was now secure. At that moment, Sui, who had escaped using the teleportation talisman, appeared from nowhere and approached them. Xiaoyun promptly pushed Jiang Ziyue aside and warmly embraced Sui. Brother Su, I am so relieved that you are safe. Feeling the genuine concern emanating from Xiaoyun, Sui's grievances from being sold out in Yunshan City evaporated in an instant. Although Xiaoyun could be unreliable at times, he was indeed a good person and a friend worth cultivating. Observing Xiaoyun pushing her away to embrace another man, Jiang Ziyue felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Xiaoyun, is he truly your half-brother?
Xiaoyun feared that she might say something reckless, casting her a warning glance before hastily diverting the conversation. Brother Su, it has been a while.
I have just comprehended the second level of sword intent. Have you made any progress?
What progress? Sui's expression darkened as he recalled the dark days of being besieged, with no time to enhance his sword intent. To enter the Hall of Inheritance, he had to exert immense effort. Fortunately, he fortuitously encountered Lin Yurong along the way, and together they easily escaped their pursuers and entered the hall. He had assumed that acquiring treasures would allow them to depart, only to find that various powerful factions had latched onto them like leeches, forcing them to alter their strategy and expend great resources to set traps for others. Yet, even after all that, they ended up with nothing to show for it, nearly losing their lives in the process, a complete disaster. If he ever discovered which despicable individual had been spreading word of his finding the Hall of Inheritance, he would ensure they paid dearly for it.
Xiaoyun could feel the resentment boiling within Sui and expressed righteous indignation.
Brother Su, I curse the one who plotted against you from the shadows. I curse him to purchase vegetables only to find hormone-laden produce at the market, synthetic meat for his stir-fries, toxic oils to cook with, industrial alcohol to drink, sleep on formaldehyde-laden mattresses, and drive a leaky Maybach. And let it be known that he is forever losing money on his investments.
Chapter 28. Is it enough to have hands? Is this a curse?
The three of them looked at each other, bewildered, indicating their complete lack of understanding.
What kind of look is that?
Xiaoyun replied earnestly, in my hometown, this is considered the most malicious curse in history. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for becoming the most hypocritical villain, reward.
1 level increase in cultivation.
Who was being hypocritical, given that the dog system had generously helped him elevate his cultivation, he decided to let it slide. Hastily, he spent 300,000 villain points to exchange for a foundational pill of the sea-breaking realm. With a single pill consumed, his foundation was firmly established. A mere curse could lead to an advancement. As Sui reflected on his own misfortunes, a wave of discomfort washed over him, prompting him to turn to Lin Yurong and say, Yurong, I regret not being able to retrieve the fragment of the technique for you, but is our prior agreement still valid?
What agreement? Xiaoyun inquired curiously.
Lin Yurong glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before whispering, Sui obtained the map to the Hall of Inheritance, while I received the map to the spiritual herb garden. We agreed that he would help me acquire the fragment of the Zixia Faxian technique, and in return, I would take him to the spiritual herb garden.
Goodness, these chosen ones are truly unreasonable.
He had merely been speaking carelessly in order to find them, never expecting his words to ring true.
Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off immediately. Xiaoyun was equally eager about the spiritual herb garden.
Though his physical realm had reached the pinnacle of the transcendent stage, his cultivation at the third level of the sea-breaking realm was rather unimpressive. While remaining in the shadows as a sixth wheel was quite safe, he feared encountering an unusual situation. In life, one must possess the confidence to overturn the table. Seizing the opportunity during their journey, Xiaoyun, adhering to the principle of not delaying a lottery, called upon the system to draw. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for drawing one of the 5 divine physiques.
The battle-ready sacred body.
Crackling sounds echoed. Xiaoyun distinctly felt his bones, flesh, and meridians undergoing a seismic transformation. The strength of his body increased 5-fold, and his power surged 10-fold, likely rivaling that of a Dao entry expert. Compared to before, it was as if a frail individual, once reliant on a cane, could now effortlessly chase a train while carrying a calf, brimming with boundless energy. Most astonishingly, every bit of spiritual energy consumed by his body could be replenished at an astonishing speed. If his cultivation were to rise further, would he not be able to utilize the spatial confinement abilities of the Supreme Divine Bone as a basic attack? Suppressing his excitement, Xiaoyun began to open his treasure chests. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level sword technique.
The 10,000 sword technique.
Upon grasping the essence of the 10,000 sword technique, Xiaoyun was genuinely taken aback. This sword art was truly crafted for ostentation, transforming qi into myriad swords, endlessly flowing, and upon reaching perfection, one could condense all swords into one, cleaving open the heavens. It could perform both area and focused attacks. Consequently, without hesitation, Xiaoyun spent 1,000,000 villain points to elevate the 10,000 sword technique to its perfected state. Satisfied, Xiaoyun continued to open more chests. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the invincible sword heart.
With a sword in hand, I am invincible.
Xiaoyun learned that possessing the invincible sword heart granted a 100 increase to sword technique attacks, a definitive buff skill. Is this the exhilarating joy of having an advantage?
He now felt overwhelmingly powerful.
Ding ding, congratulations to the host for striking an epic level chosen one, causing them to lose confidence. Reward 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for striking an epic level chosen woman, inducing self-doubt, reward.
100,000 villain points. What is happening? Xiaoyun looked at Lin Yurong and Sui in confusion, only to find that they gazed at him as though he were a monster, and he immediately understood the situation. Ahem, the journey was rather dull, so I practiced a bit and inadvertently comprehended a god-level sword technique and as he spoke, Xiaoyun decided to withhold the details of his understanding of the invincible sword heart for the time being. Jiang Ziyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Zhang Yun, how do you manage to achieve enlightenment just by walking? Isn't it enough to have hands? At this, the three fell silent, burying their heads in the journey, unwilling to engage with Xiaoyun. 2 days later, Xiaoyun and his companions arrived at the desolate land. What greeted their eyes was a landscape dominated by stones. Observing the varied stone mountains and pillars while traversing the winding path, Xiaoyun felt as if he had returned to the stone forest scenic area on Blue Star. As Xiaoyun became immersed in fond memories of encounters with young ladies amidst the stone forest, their guide, Lin Yurong, suddenly halted. Something's not right, there are people here. As soon as Lin Yurong's words fell, Xiaoyun abruptly looked up to discover nearly 40 figures swiftly appearing atop the stone pillars on either side, all of whom were elite disciples from several prominent factions. Among them were 5 individuals he had encountered within the Hall of Inheritance, all at the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, marking them as the leading figures in this expedition into the ancient sect's ruins. To survive the explosion and escape unscathed, these individuals are undoubtedly formidable, but how did they manage to ambush us here? Just as Xiaoyun pondered this, the leading youth from the Taichu Immortal Academy sneered coldly and called out to someone behind him, "Bring her up." After a few breaths, a beautiful woman bound tightly appeared, being escorted forward. Upon seeing the lovely woman, Lin Yurong's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "Sister Lu Ru, you oomph." The young man in fine garments interrupted Lin Yurong with a disdainful snort, saying, "The schemes of the Hall of Inheritance are indeed difficult to guard against, but how could I be an easy target? By mere chance, after using the teleportation talisman to exit, I happened to encounter disciples from your Xianyue Valley. I must say, your luck is truly extraordinary, with both the Hall of Inheritance and the Spiritual Herb Garden, it is indeed enviable." Lin Yurong replied coldly, "We did not obtain any treasures from the Hall of Inheritance, and regarding the Spiritual Herb Garden, if you release my sister, I will willingly lead you there. At that point, opportunities will depend on one's own abilities." You didn't acquire any treasures? The young man in fine garments flashed a fierce glint in his eyes and said, "Saintess Lin, by the way, and Su Gongzi, Lu Ru is merely here for you to see. The rest of your sect members are trapped in a certain location. If you do not wish for them to come to harm, hand over the map to the Spiritual Herb Garden and the treasures from the Hall of Inheritance." At that moment, Jiang Ziyue suddenly interjected, "Gongsun Hong, Sister Lin has already promised to take you to find the Spiritual Herb Garden. Are you truly going to sever all ties? If you release them, I promise to have my aunt accept you as a disciple." Hey, that is indeed a tempting offer for me.
Gongsun Hong turned to the leaders of the other factions, asking, "Brother Jihan, Brother Lu Hong, and the 2 brothers Shen, what are your thoughts?" The youth named Jihan, holding a tang knife in a lazy manner, replied, "Our Ji family and the Changsheng Immortal Academy have both suffered significant losses this time. I am sure Brother Lu Hong will not let this go easily." The leader of the Outyan Immortal Academy, Shen Lang, spoke indifferently, "Both my brother Shen Mao and I are quite interested in the treasures from the Hall of Inheritance and the Spiritual Herb Garden, but before that, I must seek justice." With that, he fixed a cold glare upon Xiaoyun.
"Kid, tell me how you wish to die?" Chapter 29. Could it be that she took it seriously? Xiaoyun furrowed his brow. How could the troubles brought about by the halo of the protagonist be tied to me, the arch-villain? Is there no justice in this world? At that moment, Huang Peng from the Huangsha gang appeared in his line of sight, staring fixedly at him as if he wanted to devour him whole. Upon seeing this gentleman, or rather, this lady, Xiaoyun suddenly smiled. "Brother Shen, are you also seeking revenge for that mere inch or two?" The phrase mere inch or two seemed to have struck a nerve with Huang Peng, who leapt up in anger, exclaiming, "Zhang Yun! Are you still pretending? Young Master Shen is avenging young Master Jian." Despite his frantic attempts to divert attention, the crowd continued to regard him with strange looks, making him wish to find a crack in the ground to hide in. He hastily added, "Young Master Shen, this fellow is pretending to be harmless. His cultivation is far from what it appears, please do not hold back." Shen Lang remained non-committal and turned to his younger brother, Shen Mao, saying, "Brother, this person is entrusted to you. If you kill him, I believe our uncle will have little to say about your ascension to the position of the young master." Shen Mao nodded slightly, leaping down from the top of a stone pillar, brandishing a spear as he approached Xiaoyun step by step. In the face of Shen Mao's 7th level of Transcendent Realm, Xiaoyun's trifling 3rd level of Sea-Splitting Realm was indeed child's play. Thus, he intended to put on a show, to toy with Xiaoyun before dispatching him, thereby enhancing his prestige in the pursuit of the young master position. Lin Yurong, sword in hand, was about to move when Gongsun Hong calmly interjected, "Saintess Lin, do not rush, perhaps you should be more concerned about your junior sisters." Xiaoyun also chimed in, "Sister Yurong, do not worry. I might have a way to save Sister Lu Ru." No sooner had he spoken than Xiaoyun suddenly vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Shen Mao. Whoosh! With a mere thought, as Shen Mao was about to react, the binding of the immortal instinct flew from Xiaoyun's hand, ensnaring Shen Mao completely, rendering him unable to even utter a word. What astounding speed! The sudden turn of events left everyone astonished. Shen Lang bellowed in fury, "Brat, I advise you to release him, otherwise, no one today will be able to save you." "Threatening me? Xiaoyun directly hoisted Shen Mao back to his original position, but Sanglong's sword positioned against Shen Mao's neck. He then turned to Shen Lang, saying, "Young Master Shen, I am a timid person, I dread threats the most. If I were to tremble in fear, your brother's life would surely be in jeopardy." Shen Lang replied coldly, "Speak your terms." "Very simple." Xiaoyun pointed at Lu Ru and proclaimed, "Let us exchange 1 for 1, shall we?"
Hearing this, Shen Lang furrowed his brow and glanced at Gongsun Hong.
"Brother Gongsun, how about I owe you a favor for this?"
Gongsun Hong waved his hand, releasing his control over Lu Ru, saying, "1 favor, plus 500,000 high-grade spirit stones to be distributed among everyone. After all, we all exerted effort in capturing her."
"Agreed."
Shen Lang accepted without hesitation, then turned to Xiaoyun, "Release her." After the hostage exchange, Gongsun Hong coolly stated, "Saintess Lin, young Master Su, hand over the map of the Spirit Herb Garden and the treasures of the Hall of Inheritance, or none of you shall leave today." Lin Yurong handed Lu Ru a 9 turns great recovery pill and coldly replied, "Whether you believe it or not, we indeed did not obtain the treasures of the Hall of Inheritance. As for the map of the Spirit Herb Garden, it matters not if we give it to you, for it is not far from here." Gongsun Hong clearly lost his patience, his eyes flashing with ferocity. "Since Saintess Lin is unwilling to speak the truth, we shall take matters into our own hands. Attack!" With Gongsun Hong's furious command, the battle erupted instantaneously. Lin Yurong engaged in combat with Lu Hong, while the recovered Lu Ru faced Ghan.Sue and Gongsun Hong, both prodigies of the sword, rushed to confront one another. The others waited for an opportunity to strike, aiming to secure a decisive victory. Notably, Zhang Ziyue, due to her unique status, was not targeted by anyone. "Kid, come die." The two brothers, Shen Lang and Shen Mao, locked their sights on Xiaoyun, charging at him in unison. "What the heck, is this the treatment one receives while accompanying the protagonists on a quest? According to normal logic, shouldn't he offer a sacrifice to the heavens, lest it affect the performance of these two chosen ones? No, he must cultivate cautiously, he cannot act recklessly. He must trust that the two chosen ones can easily handle the situation at hand. As a seasoned strategist, he knows that even with power, one must remain steady. Revealing oneself too easily could lead to one's own demise." With this thought, Xiaoyun swiftly darted behind Zhang Ziyue, taunting the Shen brothers, "Do you know, I have already pledged my life to Ziyue. If you take action against me, you are also taking action against her. Think carefully about the consequences." Zhang Ziyue blushed, surprisingly refraining from rebuttal, instead casting a cold glare at the Shen brothers, as if to say, "Try touching him." Upon witnessing this, the Shen brothers were incensed. Although several factions had formed an alliance, human emotions were complex. Attacking Zhang Ziyue here would be beyond their boldest. Otherwise, once they left this place, any malicious intent from other factions could spell their doom. Given that drunken man's protective nature, even Elder Xianyang would be unable to shield them.
"Zhang Yun, are you only capable of hiding behind a woman?"
Shen Mao shouted in fury, having been ensnared by Xiaoyun due to his own negligence. The presence of an enemy yet being unable to retaliate was an utter humiliation. The frustration was immeasurable.
"A joke,"
Xiaoyun replied, unperturbed, and instead mocked, "If you have the ability, find somewhere to hide as well. If you lack the ability, stop whining here. Do what you must and do not disturb my romantic exchange with Moonbaby."
"You!"
The Shen brothers were thoroughly enraged, roaring as they charged toward Lin Yurong and Sui. "Ding ding, congratulations to the host for setting a trap to ensnare the epic chosen one, placing him in peril. Reward
100,000 villain points."
"Ding ding, congratulations to the host for setting a trap to ensnare the epic chosen daughter, increasing her pressure. Reward 100,000 villain points."
This is the correct way to engage with the chosen ones. 200,000 villain points were credited, and Xiaoyun felt a surge of delight. Xiaoyun was not at all worried about the two, they were merely in danger in facing increased pressure. After all, with the halo of the protagonist, who could truly contend with them, since the battle would not conclude anytime soon, he retrieved a small stool from his spatial storage and leisurely began to crack sunflower seeds. "He just called me baby. My heart is racing." Zhang Ziyue remained lost in the moment until Xiaoyun invited her to sit, at which point she snapped back to reality. "Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully deceiving a beautiful woman's feelings. Reward 500 villain points."
Could it be that she took it seriously? Xiaoyun felt a sense of danger. Reflecting on his past in Blue Star, his relationships with beautiful women had always been limited to mere 500 yuan affairs, lasting just an hour, with no strings attached afterward. How wonderful that was. His principle regarding romance was always to engage deeply without making promises, to neither refuse nor take responsibility. Chapter 30 Surprise Attack. Xiaoyun, once we exit from here, would you consider taking my aunt as your master?
Zhang Ziyue gazed at Xiaoyun with palpable anticipation.
This young man, at such a tender age, had comprehended the second level of sword intent and also grasped the unbeatable sword heart. His talent in the sword arts was unparalleled across the entire Tianhuang continent. Given my aunt's aspirations, she would undoubtedly accept him as her disciple, allowing her to hear him affectionately refer to her as treasure every day.
"Can I refuse this soft meal?" "What?" Zhang Ziyue expressed her confusion. It's nothing.
I merely wish to convey how fortunate I feel to have met you." As they conversed, Xiaoyun's attention shifted back to the arena, where the situation had altered dramatically. Sue, despite being merely at the third level of the Transcendence Realm, faced Gongsun Hong, a genius at the 9th level, and felt no significant pressure.
However, the addition of Xin Lang changed the dynamics entirely. At that moment, Sui was being relentlessly pressed by the two, suffering several wounds and appearing rather pitiful. Wait, my brother Su has already been injured, yet the system rewards have yet to arrive? Is there some unforeseen circumstance? Xiao Yun's gaze remained fixed on Sui. Hee, Xin Lang cackled triumphantly, intensifying his assault as he taunted, Sui, Lin Yurong, do you not wish to yield? If you surrender the treasures of the Hall of Inheritance and the map to the spiritual herb garden, we can allow you to leave. How does that sound? Damn it, upon hearing Xin Lang's villainous laughter, Xiao Yun inwardly cursed, anticipating trouble.
Sure enough, in the next moment, although Suyi's cultivation level did not rise, his aura surged unexpectedly, indicating he had activated an unknown trump card. Xiao Yun once again bore witness to the unreasonable nature of the chosen ones. What you perceived as their limit was merely their lower threshold. Coincidentally, Lin Yurong, under the onslaught of Lu Hang and Xin Lang, had reached a desperate point where she was fighting like a cornered beast when suddenly her own aura doubled in strength, granting her abilities that surpassed her own realm. It seemed as if a hidden power within her had been unleashed, with the two chosen ones revealing their hidden strengths. The tide of battle swiftly turned. Now, it was the two chosen ones who dominated the four opponents, yet the disparity in cultivation levels still provided the four with a semblance of composure. However, the outcome of the battle was increasingly uncertain. If I had known, I would have led the Xin brothers on a wild goose chase. Not only would I have thwarted the villains, but I would have also prevented them from advancing. This was a costly miscalculation. All the blame lay with Xin Lang. Had he not revealed his villainous laughter, the current predicament would not have arisen. Xiao Yun vowed to ensure he remembered who the true villain was. Whoosh, in an instant, Xiao Yun transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing behind Xin Lang, and thrust the azure dragon sword directly toward his rear. Thud, accompanied by a bone-chilling sound, Xin Lang's face contorted in pain as he immediately lost his combat strength, collapsing to the ground. Ah! Xiao Yun! Xin Lang, nearly losing consciousness from the agony, was hurriedly assisted by Xin Mao, who pulled him away from the battlefield. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have struck the villain's weak point, earning 1,000 villain points. There are even 1,000 villain points for this? Xiao Yun's gaze then shifted to Gongsun Hong, who had been repelled by Sui, causing Gongsun Hong's expression to tighten in fear. To him, this individual was far more terrifying than Sui, possessing not only unparalleled speed but also the audacity to launch a sneak attack. Whether he could defeat Sui was uncertain, but he knew that Xiao Yun would undoubtedly attempt to strike him as well. With such an unpredictable opponent present, continuing the fight would only lead to increased casualties. Realizing the futility of the situation, Gongsun Hong sighed, Lady Lin, young Master Su, your companion, Miss Lu Ru, knows the location. We are outmatched, and we shall withdraw from the spiritual herb garden. Is that acceptable? Lin Yurong and Sui nodded in agreement. Although they wished to detain these adversaries, after such a lengthy battle, it would be disingenuous to claim they were not fatigued. Moreover, they needed to rescue their comrade, thus they could only allow their opponents to depart. Until we meet again. Gongsun Hong clasped his fists and led his companions into the depths of the stone forest. Brother Su, you aren't in critical condition, are you? Xiao Yun inquired with concern, inadvertently pressing his palm against Sui's wound, causing blood to seep through his fingers. Sui gasped in pain, hastily pulling away from Xiao Yu, and in that moment, he had a nagging suspicion that Xiao Yun had done so intentionally, leaving him bewildered as to where he had offended him. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for taking advantage of the situation to exacerbate the injuries of the epic chosen one, earning 50,000 villain points. And there are 50,000? I must strive to accumulate wealth and aim to become a millionaire. After all, even a bowl of noodles could use an extra egg. Xiao Yun feigned another attempt to assist, but Sui swiftly evaded him. Lin Yurong, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected, Xiao Yun, your spiritual power is unique, quickly assist Sui in healing. Although these individuals have departed, they will not easily concede, and we must retain our combat readiness. Upon hearing Lin Yurong's words, Xiao Yun recognized it would be unwise to continue exploiting the situation. He instructed Sui to sit cross-legged and placed his palms against Sui's back, channeling an immense surge of spiritual power into him. In an instant, Sui's bleeding ceased, and his wounds began to heal at a visibly accelerated rate. Observing Xiao Yun's healing technique, which vastly differed from her own experience, Lin Yurong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, realizing that during her own treatment on Xiaoming Mountain, he had been taking advantage of her. Humph. Little rascal, I will deal with you later. Meanwhile, the alliance of several major factions had not strayed far. Gongsun, are we truly going to concede so easily? Lu Hong and the others, acutely aware of their faction's significant losses, felt a gnawing dissatisfaction as the leaders among them had gained nothing, and returning empty-handed would be difficult to justify. Naturally, we cannot simply give up, Gongsun Hong asserted, his gaze fixed on the stone forest as he spoke with a steely voice. Sui has sustained serious injuries and will require treatment. Before the battle concluded, I placed a tracking mark on Sui. We need only to discreetly follow them to the spiritual herb garden. Brother Gongsun truly possesses remarkable strategy. The others expressed their admiration for Gongsun Hong's cleverness. Gongsun Hong regarded this group with a deep-seated disdain. Had they not been so arrogant in the past, heeding his advice to set a trap, they would not have found themselves in their current predicament. Now, it was too late to devise a plan, otherwise, he would have ensured to surprise them while Lin Yurong and the others attempted to rescue their comrade. As he contemplated the imminent fierce battle, Gongsun Hong turned back to the recuperating Xin Lang, knowing that as a top-tier combatant, he was indispensable. Brother Xin Lang, how is your condition?
Will you be able to fight again shortly?
Shenlang clasped his fists, replying, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Gongsun. After consuming the 9 Revolutions Great Healing Pill, my injuries are no longer an issue, and my strength remains largely unaffected."
Let us set off immediately.
Recalling their previous encounters, the Shin brothers were eager to embark without delay.
We will make this shameless little thief regret ever stepping foot in this world. Chapter 31. The space crumbled again at Chu. Just after Xiao Yun had finished healing Sui, he couldn't help but sneeze, feeling an unsettling sensation as if someone were plotting against him from behind. Xiao brother, what's the matter?
Sui, profoundly moved, had initially thought Xiao Yun was intentionally hurting him. To his surprise, Xiao Yun genuinely cared for him. After all, he had exhausted his own vitality to heal Sui and was now so weakened that sneezing came easily. To encounter a brother like Xiao Yun was indeed a fortune he had earned over 8 lifetimes. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have gained the sincere feelings of an epic chosen one through deception. Reward 100,000 villain points. When did I deceive him? Xiao Yun gazed at Sui with confusion, only to find gratitude and sincerity etched on his face. In response, he quickly feigned weakness, saying, "Su brother, there is no need for such formality. We are as close as brothers of different mothers. Seeing you injured, I would exhaust my spiritual energy to ensure your well-being. You must believe that although you face peril ahead, I shall always be your strongest support." Xiao brother, Sui was so moved he nearly shed tears, cursing himself for doubting Xiao Yun's intentions regarding the Hall of Inheritance earlier. Who would plot against another while willingly sacrificing their own well-being to heal them? Seeing Sui's earnestness, Xiao Yun suddenly hatched a new idea. The ancient sect ruins contain more than just the Hall of Inheritance. There were also abundant spiritual herbs and treasures. After healing him, it wouldn't be unreasonable to ask for some benefits in return, would it?
Su brother, considering I have exhausted my essence to heal you, and in light of our brotherly bond, would you mind parting with 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones as a fee? Perhaps 1 or 2 of the spiritual herbs or treasures you acquire could also be given to me? Sui ultimately felt he had misjudged the situation, realizing that while Xiao Yun spoke of brotherly affection, his heart was filled with commercial intent. At that moment, a group of individuals suddenly appeared in Xiao Yun's line of sight, and the leader was someone he recognized very well. Why is she here too?
The newcomers were led by Qiao He, accompanied by disciples from the Hahuan sect, as well as people from Xianyu Valley and Qingcheng Mountain, totaling nearly 20 individuals.
Young Master Xiao, we meet again.
Encountering Xiao Yun here inexplicably filled Xiao He with joy. She abandoned the others and hastened to stand before him, her lovely eyes sparkling with affection as they engaged in light conversation, her words laced with concern. Having just learned about the situation from his fellow disciples, Sui felt an inexplicable discomfort upon witnessing the cheerful exchange between Xiao He and Xiao Yun, as if something that rightfully belonged to him had been taken away.
What is wrong with me? Am I jealous of Xiao brother?
Recalling the misunderstanding on Qiuming Mountain, Sui found it difficult to face Qiao He. Nevertheless, his gratitude for her assistance to his fellow disciples compelled him to muster the courage to say, "Thank you, Miss Qiao, for extending a helping hand. This kindness will be etched in my heart." "Young Master Su, you are too courteous, there is no need to take it to heart." Xiao He responded with an icy demeanor, barely sparing Sui a glance, as she continued her conversation with Xiao Yun.
"Zhang Yun, didn't you overexert yourself?
I have a century-old Lingyuan fruit that can help you recover swiftly."
Zhang Ziyue pulled Xiao Yun away from Qiao He, resembling a protective little tiger guarding its food. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Yun and his companions traversed the stone forest and arrived at a desolate woodland, where Lin Yurong halted beside an ancient tree that had withered for countless years. The tree appeared ordinary, almost inconspicuous, making it difficult to fathom that it was the entrance to the spiritual herb garden, so well hidden. Consequently, Xiao Yun activated his heavy pupil technique and soon discerned the secret entrance concealed beneath the exposed roots of the ancient tree. It was a mechanism. Without careful observation, one would never notice it. Observing Lin Yurong circling the withered tree in search of the entrance, Xiao Yun had no intention of revealing the secret. Instead, he contemplated how to sneak into the spiritual herb garden. Just as he was deep in thought, Gong Sun Hon and the others reappeared. They're all good people. With their arrival, conflict was inevitable, providing Xiao Yun the perfect opportunity to infiltrate the spiritual herb garden amidst the chaos and collect all the herbs. Even if he had no use for them later, he could always feed them to pigs, ensuring that the chosen one would be left with nothing. This was the standard operational procedure for a destined villain. As expected, Gong Sun Hon, taking advantage of their numbers, waved his hand, encircling everyone, confirming that the ancient tree was indeed the location of the spiritual herb garden. He wasted no time and drew his sword. Attack! The scene erupted in chaos, and Xiao Yun seized the moment to release his clone while he stealthily opened the entrance and slipped into the spiritual herb garden. Surveying the surroundings, he found the garden to be modest in size, merely a few dozen jiangakras, filled with patches of spiritual fields, each adorned with a dazzling array of spiritual herbs. Wait! Why do these herbs seem so young? The oldest among them appears to be only a few decades old. Could this not be the true spiritual herb garden? Undeterred, Xiao Yun began to search the entire garden, hoping to uncover the genuine entrance. However, after a considerable time, he found no signs of anything unusual. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of white light shot towards his face. Instinctively, he reached out, capturing a soft, fluffy little creature in his grasp. Upon opening his palm, he discovered a palm-sized white kitten, seemingly just born. Its fur gleamed snow-white, and it possessed extraordinarily enchanting eyes, one a deep sapphire blue and the other a silvery white, reminiscent of a small moon.
Perhaps due to prolonged hunger, the little white cat was exceedingly thin, feeling almost like holding a bone, with a somewhat jarring sensation.
Though a bit skinny, this little one is undeniably exquisite. Meow.
The little white cat mewed, baring its teeth at him. Wait, could it be that the reason these spiritual herbs are not thriving is that this little creature has been feasting on them? Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired an epic level spirit beast. To discover an epic level spirit beast was akin to stumbling upon a treasure according to the original owner's memories. Ordinary beasts that cultivated were collectively referred to as demon beasts, while spirit beasts possessed immensely powerful ancestral bloodlines, making them a rare sight even in the upper realms. In a hurry, he opened his personal space and retrieved all 3 rare spiritual herbs he had obtained from the Hall of Inheritance, intending to offer them as food. However, the next moment left him dumbfounded. The little cat showed little interest in the herbs but instead fixated on a pill he had taken when first meeting Jiang Ziyue. He was unaware of the pill's effects and had refrained from using it. Seeing the little white cat's yearning gaze, he promptly retrieved it without hesitation and fed it to the little creature. Meow. After swallowing the pill, the little white cat contentedly closed its eyes and drifted off to sleep. Xiaoyan stored it back in his personal space and then prepared to activate the 10,000 swords technique to destroy all the spiritual herbs. However, just as he uprooted the last herb, a familiar cracking sound suddenly echoed. Xiaoyan's heart sank as he exclaimed, "Oh no!"
The space had crumbled once more. Chapter 32, You won't sell me, will you?
Crack, crack, sinister and terrifying spatial fissures began to spread throughout the miniature world, causing the combatants to halt abruptly, their expressions fraught with dread. This is terrible, the 2 major ancestral sites of the ancient sect have vanished. The miniature world is on the verge of self-destruction, and we shall be forced to exit. Disappointment was palpable among the crowd, who had fought valiantly for so long, only to face such a hasty conclusion. In that moment, no one could bear it. Jiang Ziyue approached, gripping Xiaoyan tightly, as if fearful he might flee. Whoosh, the repulsion force of the miniature world enveloped the two, and after a dizzying swirl, Xiaoyan found himself alongside Jiang Ziyue in the Lianyan mountain range, with no one else in sight. It appeared to be a random teleportation, which was fortuitous, as he could now examine the treasure contained within the ornate box of the inheritance hall. Xiaoyan reached into his spatial pouch and retrieved a round object resembling a bean, scrutinizing it in his palm. The seed was a pale yellow, and were it not for its size being approximately 10 times larger than an ordinary soybean, he might have thought himself deceived. It looked unmistakably like a common soybean. Ah, could this possibly be the celestial seed of spiritual treasures? Jiang Ziyue remarked gravely, holding the yellow bean delicately in her jade-like hand, inspecting it meticulously for quite some time before arriving at a definitive conclusion. Indeed, it was the celestial seed of spiritual treasures. How did you come by such a treasure? Jiang Ziyue exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief, astonished that Xiaoyan possessed this legendary item. It was essential to note that this diminutive seed had the potential to yield immortal treasures. If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of chaos across the celestial wilderness. Even those long-hidden sages would likely emerge from their seclusion to contend fiercely for it. However, while this item is extraordinarily precious, the conditions for cultivation are exceedingly stringent. It requires the fabled 9-heaven soil for it to take root and flourish. Xiaoyan gazed at the Lingbao Tianzhong with a heavy heart, for the 9-heaven Shirang in the system shop required an exorbitant 999 villain points for exchange, and it was not even included in the lottery pool. At the current rate at which he was acquiring villain points, he would be waiting until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Trash. He carelessly tossed the Lingbao Tianzhong into a corner of his spatial pocket, and the two prepared to depart from the Lianyun mountain range. According to Jiang Ziyue, after each ancient sect relic ends, the various factions would scatter to guard their territories, waiting for a fortuitous encounter with any unsuspecting juniors, ready to seize their treasures before their elders could arrive. Clang, clang, a series of metallic clashes resounded from a distance, but Xiaoyan had no interest in spectating. He grasped Jiang Ziyue and intended to leave. Junior, since we have crossed paths, do not attempt to flee. A middle-aged man of the Dao entry realm descended from the sky, casting a condescending gaze upon them. Bang, a figure was propelled from afar, spitting blood, crashing through several large trees before landing not far from Xiaoyan. Goodness, no wonder their path was blocked. It was the chosen one, Sui, who attracted such attention. Youngster, if you do not hand over the treasures on your person, my brother and I will no longer hold back. Jiang Ziyue furrowed her brow as she regarded the two Dao entry experts, her voice steady. Might you be the renowned Wulong and Fengchu? Oh. This little girl actually knows our names. The elder expressed mild astonishment. They had not dared to roam the martial world for a long time, so it was unexpected to be recognized upon their return. So it is the illustrious Wulong and Fengchu. I pay my respects. Xiaoyan cupped his fists in greeting to the two, then turned to Sui, saying, Brother Su, it is clear that these two are the type of good men who seek wealth without harming others. Whatever treasures you possess, you may as well present them, lest these two gentlemen make this trip in vain. I have told you, I truly did not acquire anything at the ancient sect relic. Ever since being transported out, he had encountered Wulong and Fengchu, who first ambushed him and then relentlessly pursued him, causing him significant loss. They continued to hound him, demanding treasures, but apart from using a map to visit a few locations to enhance his cultivation, he had nothing of value. Youngster, it seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Then we shall let you taste our strength. Xiaoyan discerned the intentions of Wulong and Fengchu. They were clearly targeting not just Sui but also including him and Jiang Ziyue.
With no route of escape, Xiaoyun turned to Sui earnestly, saying, "Brother Su, let us join forces." "You wouldn't betray me, would you?" Sui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. Recalling his experience of being sold in Yunshan City, he was still apprehensive. Were it not for his fortuitous encounter with Master Sanzang, he might have been long forgotten beneath the grass of a grave. Xiaoyun vehemently protested his innocence, placing a hand on Sui's shoulder and declaring, "Brother Su, have you forgotten? I promised to be your strongest support. How could I possibly sell you out?" Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Sui's injuries, not too severe, healed in the span of mere breaths. In that moment, he inexplicably felt Xiaoyun was indeed correct. Betraying him would yield no reward for Xiaoyun. Moreover, in the face of two formidable Dao entry opponents, Xiaoyun had no reason to sell him out. Without cooperation, neither of them could escape the onslaught of the two Dao entry experts. Alright, today, let me experience the true might of the Dao entry realm. Battle! With the surge of combat spirit, Sui's white robe billowed without wind, exuding an overwhelming confidence. Unlike the previous hasty confrontation after being ambushed, he now radiated the brilliance of the foremost swordsman of the Tianhuan continent, his ancient sword erupting with a terrifying aura. One sword shatters the void. He unleashed his ultimate move. A fierce sword light soared into the sky, akin to a great sun rising, its terrifying sharpness wreaking havoc, reducing the surrounding trees to splinters. Whoosh, the sword light suddenly locked onto Fengqiu, descending like divine punishment, its overwhelming force threatening to rend the heavens and the earth apart, a spectacle of monumental proportions. Xiaoyun's heart trembled. The Chosen One was truly unreasonable. Such a powerful attack would likely overwhelm any ordinary Dao entry expert. Damn, what kind of sword technique is this? The expressions of Wulong and Fengqiu changed dramatically as they hastily summoned their energies to counter the terrifying sword light. Boom, boom, a tumultuous clash of raw power erupted, a rampaging storm of spiritual energy sweeping through the area once more. Pooh! Fengqiu spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground, evidently severely injured. He gazed at Sui in disbelief. After decades of wandering the martial world and encountering countless prodigies, he had never witnessed someone from the Transcendence realm defeat a Dao entry expert with a single sword. Sui turned to Xiaoyun, signaling him to take action and resolve one of their troubles while the opportunity arose, yet Xiaoyun showed no intention of intervening. Instead, he provocatively challenged Wulong and Fengqiu, saying, "Two old geezers. If you have the guts, take another sword strike from my brother Su, and see how he can effortlessly handle you both with one hand." Chapter 33. Let me rephrase that. Put. Sui, infuriated, spat out a mouthful of old blood, secretly lamenting that he had placed too much trust in Xiaoyun. What about your integrity? You promised to join forces against the enemy, yet you were secretly aiding him from behind with mere words, truly lacking any sense of shame. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have caused the epic Chosen One to lose focus, rewarding you with 100,000 villain points. Losing focus, that's utterly useless. Xiaoyun, with a look of disdain, remarked, "Brother Su, surely you can't be that feeble? Have you faltered after just one strike?" You're the one who's feeble, your entire family is feeble." Sui, filled with thoughts of slashing Xiaoyun, truly believed that his grand move could be wielded like a basic attack, striking as he pleased. Seeking death. With a furious roar, Wulong saw his brother injured by a single sword strike. Not only were the two younger ones insulting them, but they were also chatting as if they were oblivious, clearly disregarding them. His inner cosmos was on the verge of exploding. Boom, boom, Wulong's terrifying spiritual power erupted, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a series of thunderous roars. "Youngster, allow me to see how you can grasp me with one hand." Wulong completely ignored Xiaoyun and reached out toward Sui. His enormous clang, a piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, with sparks flying at the point of impact. Sui had just exhausted his ultimate move, and the spiritual energy within him, already insufficient for a single breath, was instantly depleted, leaving him powerless as the dragon claw gripped him. The overwhelming force crushed Sui's corporeal form. Had he not possessed a formidable physique, he would have likely been reduced to a gory mist upon contact with the dragon claw. Ding ding, congratulations, host. You have set a trap to ensnare the epic Chosen One, placing him in peril, rewarding you with 200,000 villain points. Brother Su is in danger. If he were to perish, wouldn't that lead to an unprecedented explosion? That would be akin to a little calf taking flight. No, wait, at such a young age, stacking the family sacrifice buff, how could he possibly be subdued by the likes of Wulong and Fengqiu? Surely, someone would jump in at the last moment to thwart this calamity. From his decade-long experience as a bookworm, such a scenario was bound to occur. Whoosh, 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 the sounds of slicing air echoed, the fluctuations of battle ultimately attracting powerful individuals nearby. Upon seeing the newcomers, Wulong, disregarding Sui, swiftly whisked Fengqiu away through the air. Did those two scoundrels, Wulong and Fengqiu, just flee? Humph, they ran away swiftly. Last time, when I was away, they actually violated my precious Ganji's cattle. Next time we meet, I will make them pay. As more people gathered, a gasp erupted from the crowd. Look, it's Xiaoyun. Hearing this exclamation, Xiaoyun noticed all eyes converging upon him. Their expressions resembled a horde of lecherous souls beholding a transcendent beauty, their intentions writ large. Xiaoyun, what have you done? Why are they all looking at you like that? Jiang Ziyue, noticing everyone fixated on Xiaoyun, felt an ominous premonition. I suppose it's because of my good looks, Xiaoyun mused, convinced that aside from this explanation, nothing else made sense.
Jiang Ziyue rolled her eyes and retrieved a small token from her storage ring, gripping it tightly. If the situation turned dire, she was prepared to unleash her trump card and call for her aunt. Brother Xiao, this must be the handiwork of the Xianyang family, Sui surmised, feeling confident in his deduction. He had witnessed firsthand how Xiao Yun had ambushed Chen Lang at the ancient sect's ruins. Had it been him, he would have sought vengeance without hesitation. Just moments ago, while Sui sat cross-legged healing, no one had noticed him. Now that he stood up, someone exclaimed, "Everyone, the one beside Xiao Yun is Sui." It said he took away all the treasures from the Hall of Inheritance alongside Lin Yurong from Xianyue Valley. All the treasures from the Hall of Inheritance? Is that true? Doesn't that mean that if they could capture Xiao Yun, they could claim the Shenyang family's bounty, and seizing Sui would give them the chance to become the next unparalleled powerhouse? Greed and excitement illuminated everyone's faces. They never expected such unimaginable wealth to suddenly descend upon them, were it not for the chaotic mingling of dragons and snakes in this place. With everyone on high alert, fearing a first strike would lead to a sneak attack from others, they would have already rushed forward, clamoring to capture them. Observing the unfolding situation, Xiao Yun felt no tension, rather, he was amused. "Brother Su, this is all you're doing. They are merely infatuated with my looks, but you, they are coveting your treasures." Sui's expression darkened as he silently cursed. Had it not been for that morally bankrupt individual at the ancient sect's ruins pushing him into the limelight, this predicament would never have arisen. Perhaps he would have discreetly taken the treasures and left the Lianyin mountain range by now. Yet here he was, treasureless, and bearing the brunt of blame, unable to shake it off. "Brother Xiao, shall we make a run for it?" Xiao Yun retreated to the side, loyally declaring, "Brother Su, you escape first. I will hold them off for you." Sui hesitated, beginning to doubt Xiao Yun's integrity once more. Just then, a remarkably luxurious and exquisite small flying vessel shot through the air like an arrow. Ding ding, detecting the fiancée of the legendary Chosen One. At the system prompt, Xiao Yun paused. It was not merely epic, but legendary, and she was his fiancée. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly turned to look, spotting a stunningly beautiful woman standing gracefully atop the vessel. This woman had a tall and alluring figure, with long, lustrous black hair cascading down her back, skin whiter than snow, a face like a peach blossom, and enchanting phoenix eyes, with two elegantly arched brows giving her an air of invincibility. Upon her arrival, Jiang Ziyue tightened her grip on the small token. The surrounding martial artists also grew tense. This is troublesome. She has arrived as well. No one should hope for the treasures from the Hall of Inheritance now. She is merely a junior at the third level of the Dao realm. Why should you all be so anxious? If you fear for your life, you could try to exploit her weakness due to your level, but let's see if you can dodge the wrath of the Shenyang Saint and the Tianlong Saint. Could it be she is the most cherished junior of the Shenyang Saint, who broke through to the Dao realm at 17 and became the saintess of the Outyan Academy, Shenruyan? Indeed. That's her. The one who placed a bounty on Xiao Yun is also her. It is said that Xiao Yun killed her younger brother. Listening to the powerful individuals around him, exchanging remarks, Sui turned to Xiao Yun only to find his eyes sparkling with mischief, an expression of subtle excitement on his face. Surely, he should be anxious, not looking as if he were greeting his beloved wife? "Brother Xiao, she already has a fiancé, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to act like this?" Xiao Yun glanced at Sui and replied, "I enjoy the wives of others. You may think ill of me, but let me rephrase, the person I like has become someone else's wife. Do you not feel pity for me?" Chapter 34 And no more pretenses, I'm laying it all bare. "Ah, is this really how it can be done?" Sui expressed that he had truly learned something. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for leading the epic Chosen One astray, reward of 100,000 villain points. Indeed, he was quite the striking figure, possessing a pair of bright, expressive eyes. Who would have thought that beneath such a seemingly respectable exterior lay the spirit of a treacherous rogue, adhering to the principle of treating others strictly while being lenient towards oneself? Xiao Yun looked down upon Sui, this shameless Chosen One. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he hurriedly pulled Jiang Ziyue closer to his side, fearing that this bowl of soft rice might be snatched away. With his decade of experience as an avid reader, he knew that the Chosen Ones were experts at living off others. Should he act unreasonable, what could a mere villain like him do to contend with such a figure? Jiang Ziyue, feeling somewhat displeased, shook off Xiao Yun's hand and huffed angrily. "Xiao Yun, what did you mean by what you just said? Do you fancy Lu Ruyan?" Xiao Yun swiftly embraced her, speaking with deep affection. "What is Lu Ruyan compared to you, my moon baby? You are the treasure of my heart, and no one can replace your position." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziyue finally revealed a satisfied smile. At that moment, Shenruyan stowed away her flying vessel, hovering in midair, her pair of phoenix-like eyes scanning the crowd coldly. The overwhelming aura she exuded caused everyone present to shudder. "Who is Xiao Yun?" "He is." Xiao Yun decisively pointed at Sui. Upon meeting Shenruyan's piercing gaze, Sui nearly choked with rage. Having just been betrayed once, he found himself betrayed again in the blink of an eye. Was there truly no dignity left? As he prepared to speak, Xiao Yun hastily steadied his shoulder, whispering, "Brother Su, you also have a part in taking down Xinjian. I was merely avenging you at that time. Hold on for a moment, I will prepare a powerful move, and I guarantee we will take her down." Feeling his internal injuries rapidly healing once more, Sui chose to trust Xiao Yun again. After all, the matter with Xinjian was ultimately a grudge of his own, with Xiao Yun merely caught in the crossfire. Clang, the ancient sword was drawn. Sui faced the murderous intent radiating from Shenruyan, his gaze completely replaced by a frigid demeanor. 5 years ago. Xinjian slaughtered my entire family. Such a deep-seated blood feud necessitates my revenge. Since you wish to avenge him, I shall oblige.
As soon as the words left his mouth, a magnificent sword intent erupted from Sui, and his aura began to surge, reaching a level comparable to that of the Dao realm. Shenruyan, sensing his sword intent, raised an eyebrow, unfazed. It seems you are the unparalleled sword genius of the Tianhuan continent. Sui, since you are related to my brother's death, this saintess shall first capture you, then deal with Xiaoyun. Sui stood resolute, unafraid, as he moved his ancient sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy towards Shenruyan. Xiaoyun withdrew his gaze. He was uncertain whether Shenruyan could kill Sui, but he knew that facing her with his current strength would yield little chance of victory. Thus, when confronting the fiancé of the legendary Chosen One, he resolved to sharpen his skills first. Calling upon the system to open the panel, Xiaoyun observed his villain points totaling 7,374, 400, and resolved to enhance himself first, lest he be bullied by the fiancé of the legendary Chosen One. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for spending 5 million villain points to exchange for the first form of the battle saint body, Berserk. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for spending 2 million villain points to elevate the Hongmeng creation celestial technique to the 4th level. Gazing at the dwindling villain points that now barely exceeded a few 100,000, Xiaoyun felt as though he had regressed overnight. Fortunately, spending lavishly to purchase enhancements ultimately afforded him a unique experience. According to the detailed description, the Berserk form of the Battle Saint body would grant him a spirit power battle armor, tripling his defense, speed, and attack based on his original strength, truly formidable. Additionally, with the breakthrough of the Hongmeng creation celestial technique, his Qi expanded fivefold, and the density of his spirit power reached an astonishing level. The healing abilities conferred by his spirit power had undergone a dramatic transformation as well. To verify this, he discreetly made a half-inch deep cut on his hand, and to his astonishment, before the blood could even flow, the wound began to heal, disappearing in the span of 3 breaths. This remarkable self-healing ability was utterly unfathomable to it indicated that, as long as he did not sustain a fatal injury, he would be difficult to kill, akin to donning the armor of a berserker. Having completed this enhancement, Xiaoyun raised his gaze to the battlefield. At present, Sui had engaged in a tentative exchange of blows with Shenruyan, yet despite this, he remained at an absolute disadvantage. The gap in their realms was as insurmountable as a chasm. Shenruyan wielded a long spear, her techniques devious and ruthless, each movement exuding a fierce intensity. After numerous exchanges, Sui was nearly gasping for breath, his body marked with several wounds, his white robe stained crimson. Is this all you are capable of? Shenruyan displayed no sense of guilt for overpowering him with her superior realm. Instead, she summoned all her strength to the utmost, preparing to subdue Sui entirely. Being so thoroughly dominated and mocked by a woman ignited Sui's fury. After enduring 2 grueling battles, the fleeting spark of inspiration he had clutched onto within him suddenly crystallized at this moment. He evaded Shenruyan's lethal thrust, and in an instant, his ancient sword erupted with waves of tangible sword energy, swirling around him incessantly. The next moment, all the tangible sword energy converged into the ancient sword, its aura becoming ancient and heavy, as if it could collapse the void and sever the galaxy. One sword to cut the galaxy. Sui bellowed, leaping into the void, and with a fierce strike, a sword beam nearly 20 zhan long descended upon Shenruyan. Seeing Sui manifest such a terrifying sword technique in the heat of battle, Shenruyan's brows furrowed slightly, and her long spear transformed into an illusory dragon to meet the attack. Boom, boom, accompanied by a violent clash, the 2 attacks erupted simultaneously, unleashing a tempest of spirit energy that swept across the heavens and earth, causing nearby martial artists at the Transcendence realm to flee in fear. In the wake of the clash, Shenruyan was forced to retreat a few steps in the void, while Sui, having expended too much energy, lost all combat capability and was on the verge of plummeting from the void. It's over. Shenruyan transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing before Sui, gripping his neck with a firm hand. At this sight, Xiaoyun felt it was time for him to make his entrance. Should Sui truly be subdued by the fiancé of the legendary Chosen One, he would likely face a catastrophic explosion, yet choosing between a hearty meal and a feast was quite clear to him. Thus, he would no longer pretend. It was time to lay all his cards on the table. He was prepared to surprise the fiancé of the legendary Chosen One with his strongest stance. Shenruyan! Release my brother! Xiaoyun shouted fiercely, exuding an aura of one willing to fight to the death for his comrade, prompting Sui to struggle with renewed vigor. Do you expect a mere sea-opening realm weakling to assist you? The direct disciple of the Qingqing Sword Immortal is nothing more than this. Shenruyan turned her head to regard Sui with disdain, taunting, do you believe that even if this saint stands still, he could harm a single hair on me? Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow. It seems that unless I demonstrate some strength, you truly believe I am insufficiently formidable. Chapter 35. Preparing to face my onslaught, Xiaoyun's long hair began to sway as if stirred by an unseen wind, and an ancient, primal strength surged within his petite frame, akin to the awakening of a ferocious beast. His fighting spirit towered like a majestic mountain, exuding a profound and heart-stirring impact. The battle intent ignited, the sword intent unfolded, the Canlong sword emitted a gentle chime, radiating a resplendent brilliance under the influence of second-level sword intent and the invincible sword heart. This is second-level sword intent. And the invincible sword heart. Shenruyan, who had previously been indifferent, was instantly thrown into disarray. She released Sui, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Xiaoyun. The surrounding powerful spectators were left agape, questioning whether they had woken up too abruptly and were merely hallucinating. To comprehend second-level sword intent at just over 10 years of age was already remarkable, but the invincible sword heart was an entirely different matter. In the vast expanse of the Tianhuan continent, only 2 sword immortals had grasped the invincible sword heart, both of whom were paragons of invincibility in this era. Who could have imagined such a revelation?
Countless individuals dedicate their entire lives in pursuit of the invincible sword heart, only to find themselves perpetually at a loss, ultimately succumbing to despair, yet here was a mere child, barely 10 years old, who had achieved it. Suyi's mind was a blank slate. He had thought he could soon catch up with the second-level sword intent, but upon witnessing the invincible sword heart, he felt the title of the Tianhuan continent's sword path's foremost prodigy was utterly laughable. Damn it, could they still enjoy their playful rivalry? But what Sui never anticipated was that Xiao Yun was far from finished. A ferocious and formidable aura erupted from Xiao Yun, followed by a layer of armor formed entirely from condensed spiritual energy, radiating a divine brilliance. The moment the armor took shape, Xiao Yun's aura surged once more, instilling a profound sense of threat even among the seasoned entry-level experts present.
Could this be the legendary Battle Saint body? Be confident and drop the could be.
This is the Battle Saint body. This physique amplifies one's combat power tenfold, and in a berserk state, it can multiply by an additional 3 times, allowing for relentless combat without fatigue.
Is it truly so outrageous? The spectators around were genuinely left in a state of collective shock.
A child barely over 10 years of age, possessing the Battle Saint body, having comprehended second-level sword intent and the invincible sword heart, felt akin to the heavens themselves showering them with sustenance. Lu Rian's gaze was fixed upon Xiao Yun, her heaving chest betraying the immense impact she was currently experiencing. I concede that you are indeed a prodigy, however, the gap in our realms remains, and I can still easily defeat you. Xiao Yun, uninterested in further dialogue, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. With a flick of his wrist, the Canglong sword moved, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that enveloped the surrounding space for dozens of yards. As she beheld the sweeping sword energy, Shen Ruiyan could distinctly feel that each strand possessed the power to breach her defenses.
Should this onslaught persist, she lacked the confidence to withstand it. What manner of monster is this?
In that moment, the previously casual battle left her feeling utterly unsteady.
Are you prepared to face my onslaught?
Xiao Yun pointed the Canglong sword towards Shen Ruiyan, and a deluge of sword energy surged forth, violently charging towards her. Clang, 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 the piercing sound of clashing swords resonated as Shen Ruiyan's hastily erected defenses suffered a cataclysmic blow. Teetering on the brink of collapse, gritting her teeth, she spat a mouthful of blood, splattering it upon her protective barrier, momentarily stabilizing the impact. Subsequently, she channeled all her strength into her spear, a chilling and murderous aura exploding forth from its shaft. Xiao Yun sensed that relying solely on the torrent of sword energy, even if he managed to withstand Lu Ruiyan's impending strike, he would not emerge unscathed. Having chosen not to conceal his prowess, fight, then let it be a fight to the finish. A victory must be resplendent. With a mere thought, Xiao Yun altered the stance of the Canglong sword, directing its blade skyward. In the next instant, countless strands of sword energy converged upon the Canglong sword as if drawn by an unseen force, swiftly coalescing into a colossal sword reaching for the heavens. Then, utilizing the void-breaking step, Xiao Yun briefly suspended himself in midair, looking down upon Shen Ruiyan, the enormous sword locking onto her, before he abruptly swung downwards, devoid of any flamboyant maneuvers, delivering a strike of unparalleled dominance. As the sword light descended, Shen Ruiyan coughed up another mouthful of blood onto her spear, transforming it into a vivid crimson hue, the chilling and murderous aura almost tangible.
Sure, a spear. Blood-red annihilation.
With a sudden fierce cry, Shen Ruiyan grasped her spear with both hands, her figure soaring defiantly, resembling a female Shura as she thrust towards the colossal sword with all her might. The two ferocious forces erupted in a cataclysmic clash, the blinding radiance rendering the onlookers unable to gaze directly. Boom, accompanied by a tremor that shook the very earth, debris flew in all directions as the ferocious giant sword cleaved through the ground, leaving behind a gaping chasm stretching for dozens of yards. All present were struck silent, their expressions frozen in awe as they witnessed this spectacle. Within the chasm, the once lofty demeanor of Shen Ruiyan had vanished, now resembling a delicate flower fallen from grace, vulnerable enough for anyone to pluck. Shen Ruiyan's spirit still trembled. The self-proclaimed extraordinary genius had been defeated by a mere child of 10. An overwhelming sense of defeat surged within her. Though she had managed to shatter that one strike at the last possible moment, it was merely a superficial victory, as the sword energy's residual might had inflicted severe internal injuries, rendering her unable to move a muscle. Witnessing Shen Ruiyan's dire state, everyone collectively inhaled sharply. Even having witnessed it firsthand, they found it nearly impossible to accept this outcome. When did a mere child in the sea-breaking realm manage to press a prodigy of Shen Ruiyan's caliber into submission? Was this not an inversion of all reason? It was utterly preposterous. Sui gazed at Xiao Yun's silhouette, feeling deeply unsettled. He vowed that anyone who dared to call him the Tianhuan continent's foremost sword prodigy again would receive a resounding rebuttal. These recent experiences had given him an inkling that when he faced no danger, Xiao Yun would conjure peril for him, but when he found himself in a bind, Xiao Yun would step forth without hesitation, treating him like a true brother. He was at a loss whether to laugh or cry in the face of such camaraderie. Nevertheless, this time he had not emerged empty-handed. In a moment of desperation, he had grasped the second move of his self-created divine sword technique and had come to intimately understand Xiao Yun's invincible sword heart. He believed it would not be long before he too could comprehend the invincible sword heart. When that time came, he would surely challenge Xiao Yun to a duel, pressing him down to show him that his sword was no less formidable. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for gravely injuring the fiancée of the legendary Chosen One, earning 500,000 villain points.
A reward of 500,000 for mere injury?
Xiao Yun, taken aback by the villain points, remained unaware that his display of prowess had successfully ignited Suyi's competitive spirit. He leaped into the chasm, advancing step by step towards Shen Ruiyan.
How should he deal with this fiancée of the legendary Chosen One? Should he explore the 100 methods of the binding immortal technique, or perhaps let her get drenched, or even lose her virtue? Chapter 36 Auctioning the fiancée of the Chosen One. Should we mark her with the slave seal and then release her, perhaps occasionally setting traps for that Chosen One? However, the slave seal can only be imposed when the other party is completely unresisting. It is obvious that Shen Ruyan would never cooperate. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have triggered a system task auctioning the legendary Chosen One's fiancée. Task successful, reward 1 lottery chance. Ah, this is the fiancée of a legendary Chosen One. Is it appropriate to auction her off? Isn't the risk a tad too great? Yet, upon further reflection, the greatest risk I have ever encountered in my life has been ignoring risks while browsing and installing things. The risk before me truly pales in comparison, but furthermore, after putting in so much effort, is it unreasonable to take a little advantage before the auction? With this thought, Xiaoyun suddenly felt enlightened, his spirit uplifted. He approached Shen Ruyan and, with a flick of his hand, a pink belly band appeared in his grasp. What kind of bizarre trick is this? Shen Ruyan gasped in shock, feeling her intimate garment forcibly stripped away. She instinctively clutched her chest, but feeling utterly powerless, could only glare at Xiaoyun with fiery eyes. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have forcibly removed the legendary Chosen One's fiancée's belly band, reward 10 villain points. 10,000 for a single removal. This profit margin is simply unparalleled by Lin Yurong. Therefore, Xiaoyun handed the belly band back to Lu Ruyan, saying, here, I return it to you. I suppose you must be quite curious about my methods, right? Why not put it back on, and I can demonstrate a few more times for you. Look at that, is this something a person can say? Shen Ruyan was filled with shame, anger, and rage, wishing to tear Xiaoyun apart, yet at this moment, she was too severely injured to even move, otherwise, even if it meant her own demise, she would never endure such humiliation. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have humiliated the legendary Chosen One's fiancée, making her feel endless humiliation, reward 200,000 villain points. Xiaoyun was thrilled, such an opportunity to earn villain points was truly rare. Everyone who witnessed Xiaoyun's actions was left dumbfounded, compelled to marvel at his audacity to humiliate Shen Ruyan before so many people, not fearing the wrath of the saints. However, they also couldn't help but wish to be Xiaoyun, to touch the belly band and see if it was soft, to smell its fragrance. Zhang Ziyue, situated behind Xiaoyun, was oblivious to what had transpired. When she saw the powerful figures lose their composure, she was utterly bewildered. Sui, do you see what Xiaoyun has done? I feel like Shen Ruyan is about to explode with rage. Sui, quietly nursing his wounds, could only smile wryly and shake his head, saying, Brother Zhao's actions are always unexpected. I too am unaware of what has happened. Ah. Shen Ruyan, overwhelmed by anger and internal injuries, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling to an extreme. Oh dear, you've spat blood. Here, let me wipe it for you. Xiaoyun squatted down, ignoring the murderous glare from Shen Ruyan, using the belly band in his hand to wipe the blood from her mouth. Xiaoyun. If you have the courage, kill me, otherwise, I will not let this go for the rest of my life. Shen Ruyan trembled with fury, unable to suppress another bout of coughing up blood. Xiaoyun continued to clean her, speaking as he did, calm down, I know we will definitely not be done with each other in this lifetime, I'm still young, there is no rush. Such shameless and boundless humiliation was truly unbearable for Shen Ruyan, so she forced herself to faint. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have coerced the legendary Chosen One's fiancée into fainting through your shamelessness, reward 200,000 villain points. Fainted, shouldn't that perform chest compressions to revive her? Xiaoyun casually tossed aside the blood-stained belly band, rubbed his hands together, and then pressed down on a small hillside, applying the techniques he had learned in his previous life with utmost seriousness. Shen Ruyan immediately opened her eyes, but upon seeing Xiaoyun earnestly taking advantage of her, she let out a piercing scream. Ah! Then, she completely fainted again, this time genuinely unconscious. It seemed that artificial respiration was necessary. Alas, my first kiss today is doomed to be lost. Xiaoyun disregarded the numbed gazes of those around him and bent down to begin artificial respiration. Ding ding, congratulations, host, you have claimed the first kiss of the legendary Chosen One's fiancée, reward 500,000 villain points. As Xiaoyun performed artificial respiration, he infused a pure strand of spiritual energy into Shen Ruyan's body. However, the amount he input was merely a small trickle, sufficient only to rouse Shen Ruyan. Upon awakening, Shen Ruyan did not open her eyes, tears of helplessness streaming down her cheeks. At this moment, she silently vowed that once she managed to escape alive, she would ensure that Xiaoyun's lewd hands were severed and fed to dogs, his eyes gouged out and trampled, and his mouth severed and thrown into a cesspit, eternally suppressed, leaving him unable to live or die. Finally, Xiaoyun ceased his lewd humiliation, which allowed Shen Ruyan to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, she suddenly sensed that the spiritual energy Xiaoyun had infused into her was extraordinarily remarkable, possessing incredible healing abilities, making her feel as though she had grasped a lifeline. Once she regained even a modicum of mobility, she would crush the small token given to her by her ancestor, summoning her ancestor to rescue her. At that point, no matter how heaven-defying Xiaoyun's talents were, he would be reduced to dust and vermin before the saints. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyun, his momentary actions would leave him with immense future repercussions. At this moment, he looked around at all present and proclaimed loudly, esteemed elders and young masters, Shen Ruyan shall now be auctioned as my trophy. I hope everyone will bid generously. Shen Ruyan, secretly healing, was infuriated upon hearing Xiaoyun refer to her as a trophy for auction, her silver teeth clenching in rage. Endure, though it was unbearable, she would continue to endure. Once she regained her freedom, she would reclaim every ounce of humiliation with interest. In stark contrast to Shen Ruyan's restraint, everyone present was left slack-jawed. What on earth is Xiaoyun's background, daring to auction off Shen Ruyan, this paragon of excellence? This is tantamount to provoking the Xianyang family and the Aotian Academy to their limits. Is there anyone in this world more audacious than this? By the way, how much are you all planning to bid? After all, she is the saintess of the Aotian Academy and quite stunning. I wouldn't dare offer even a single spirit stone. I wish to live a few more years. However, a few individuals discreetly pulled out hoods to cover their heads. Xiaoyun had long anticipated the crowd's reaction. After all, Shen Ruyan was the jewel of the Aotian Academy and the Xianyang family. Anyone who openly participated in the auction would be akin to searching for dung in a latrine with a lantern. Yet, to him, neither the Aotian Academy nor the Xianyang family were of great concern. The most formidable threat was still the legendary Chosen One, who had yet to make an appearance. With the Chosen One's unpredictable nature, having turned hostile since the moment he killed Shen Jian, a confrontation was inevitable. Hence, he had to employ his trump card. Of course, the so-called trump card was merely using magic to counter magic. He still needed to apply some pressure on Brother Su. Chapter 37 Why he is so exceptional as Sui, still in the throes of healing, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if some malevolent force had fixed its gaze upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Xiaoyun, who had brought Shen Ruyan before him. Xiao brother, what is the meaning of this? Su brother, allow me to speak, Xiaoyun interjected, his voice laced with righteous indignation. I witnessed her bullying you, relying on her cultivation. It vexed me greatly, as your brother, though not of the same parents, I must help you avenge this grievance. A surge of emotion washed over Sui. He realized that his own audacious act of humiliating Shen Ruyan was driven by Xiaoyun's desire to stand up for him. Such a loyal brother was hard to come by. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for deceiving the feelings of an epic level chosen 1. Reward 100,000 villain points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiaoyun felt that Sui was indeed quite astute. He continued, Su brother, observe the crowd around us. Many have concealed their identities. When the auction commences, assist me in raising the bids, and we shall split the spoils afterwards. Sui hesitated. The risks associated with bidding were exceedingly high. Even with the Qingqing sword immortal standing behind him, he needed to weigh his options carefully. Xiaoyun, sensing his reluctance, urged, Su brother, I am willing to offend 2 top-tier factions for your sake. Are you so afraid of a minor bidding risk? Are we not brothers? Sui's expression faltered. The risk indeed felt monumental. I see now, no wonder you struggle to comprehend the invincible sword heart. Lacking the confidence to face such risks, how can you even pursue the sword? You might as well find a wife and settle down. Xiaoyun said, turning away in frustration. Wait, Xiao brother, I shall participate. Sui realized that Xiaoyun's words held truth. As a swordsman, one must confront challenges head-on, wielding the sword against all adversities. Truly, you are my brother. Xiaoyun exclaimed, clapping Sui on the shoulder before proclaiming, Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the bidding for the saintess of the Aotian Academy. This maiden is as beautiful as a celestial being and gravely wounded, possessing no means to resist. This is an unparalleled opportunity to acquire her and secure a treasure for oneself. Hence, I declare her starting bid at 1 premium spirit stone, accompanied by a mother-son soul-controlling pill, ensuring absolute control. There shall be no limits on the increments during the bidding, but the highest bidder shall win. The illustrious saintess of the Aotian Academy, unparalleled in beauty and talent, was being auctioned off for a mere premium spirit stone? It was infuriating. Shen Ruyan felt her blood boil anew. By heavens, the inclusion of the mother-son soul-controlling pill adds a tantalizing twist. Many who had come unprepared began to regret it. Possessing such a pill indeed altered the stakes. Enough. Let the bidding begin. As soon as Xiaoyun's words fell, the atmosphere erupted. I bid 1 premium spirit stone. 1 stone, dream on. I bid 100,000. For such a treasure, I bid 200,000. Under the relentless bidding of Sui, the price swiftly soared to 800,000, yet 2 individuals remained unwilling to concede. Resolving to raise the stakes one final time, Sui declared, I bid 100,000. Upon hearing Sui's bold increment of 200,000, the 2 competitors fell silent, realizing he was merely a ruse. Continuing to bid would require them to spend over $1 million, which was absurd. Even with the soul-controlling pill in play, such an expenditure was not worth the risk. Should news leak, they would face ruin, and perhaps even endanger their loved ones. This gamble was not worthwhile. As no further bids were made, Sui found himself in a state of disbelief. This was not how he had envisioned it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a maiden of unmatched beauty and talent. Do not let this chance slip through your fingers. Is there no bid higher than 1 million? Seeing that no one was willing to bid, Xiaoyun decisively announced, Congratulations to young Master Su for becoming the final bidder. Sui numbly accepted the soul-controlling pill, suddenly feeling a sense of betrayal. However, upon reflecting on each bid, he realized it was not Xiaoyun who had schemed against him, but rather his own inability to gauge the situation properly. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for setting a trap to ensnare the epic-level Chosen One, creating a formidable rival out of thin air. Reward 500,000 villain points.
Ding ding congratulations, host, for successfully auctioning the fiancée of a legendary chosen one. Reward 1 lottery chance. Adhering to the principle of drawing without delay, Xiaoyun promptly initiated the lottery. Ding ding congratulations, host, for winning the Ziwei Celestial Fire. The Ziwei Celestial Fire, a type of primordial fire belonging to the stars, is formed from the convergence of the powers of the 7 stars. Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuhong, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. When activated, it communicates with the power of the Big Dipper, enhancing one's combat prowess tenfold. This fire can also be utilized in alchemy and crafting, boasting limitless applications. Without hesitation, Xiaoyun integrated the Ziwei Celestial Fire into his Dantian for refinement, preparing to make it an extension of his own life force, thus providing him an additional trump card in battles beyond his current capabilities. The moment the Ziwei Celestial Fire was successfully refined, a purple flame erupted from Xiaoyun, exuding an aura of sanctity and authority, rendering him impervious to challenge. Concurrently, his cultivation surged once more, ascending to the 4th level of the sea-opening realm.
Is this fellow even human? How can he possess such legendary power as the Ziwei Celestial Fire? Many present recognized the Ziwei Celestial Fire, having assumed Xiaoyun's defeat of Shen Ruyan represented the extent of his abilities. They were astounded to discover this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Why, in his first foray into life, was he so extraordinarily exceptional? This realization instilled in them the notion that their very existence served to highlight the strength and excellence of individuals like him. Jiang Ziyue's beautiful eyes sparkled. Xiaoyun was merely 13, yet his talent was unprecedented, unparalleled in the annals of the Tianquan continent. If she brought him home and nurtured him, would she not possess the most powerful man in the world in the future? The thought alone sent a thrill through her. How fortunate that I was wise enough to gift him that Sanglong sword. With my aunt's temperament, whether he becomes my disciple or not, she will ultimately take him home. Having absorbed the celestial fire, Xiaoyun spent 300,000 villain points to exchange for a foundational pill for the sea-opening realm. With a single pill, his foundation solidified. He then personally handed Shen Ruyan to Sui, saying, "Su brother, Shen Ruyan is now yours. Congratulations on acquiring such a beautiful and talented attendant." Sui felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship, about to voice his concerns when Xiaoyun interjected, "By the way, you bid 1,000,000 premium spirit stones. We agreed to split the profits, and remember, you still owe me 500,000 premium spirit stones." Sui nearly spat blood. Not only had he inadvertently offended 2 top-tier factions, but he had also acquired a debt of 500,000 premium spirit stones out of thin air. Is this truly how we play? At that moment, Shen Ruyan, who had been at the mercy of Xiaoyun, revealed a sinister smile, suddenly crushing a small token in her hand. Chapter 38. Who provoked you? I shall cut him down. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, the once clear sky transformed abruptly, clouds swirling ominously as a tempest brewed. In an instant, the expanse above was shrouded in dense, dark clouds. Following this, an overwhelming pressure, so terrifying it sent shivers down one's spine, surged forth, causing the very void to tremble as if it could scarcely bear the weight of such power, on the verge of shattering. The true sage has arrived. The powerful beings present, stripped of their imposing demeanor, prostrated themselves upon the ground, awaiting the full manifestation of divine presence. Xiaoyun gazed intently at the void, where suddenly a rift appeared in the dark clouds, golden sunlight cascading down to form a radiant beamed eye. In the next moment, a figure began to coalesce within this shaft of light. The figure was an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, seemingly diminutive, yet exuding an aura of grandeur akin to that of the heavens. Upon laying eyes on the elder, Xiaoyun found himself unable to suppress an overwhelming impulse to venerate. Recognizing the identity of the venerable elder, Xiaoyun realized that it was none other than the famed Xianyang sage of the Tianhuan continent. Who dares to harm my granddaughter? The voice of the Xianyang sage, though soft, resonated like thunder within the hearts of all present. Poof! Xiaoyun abruptly spat a mouthful of blood, feeling the circulation of his spiritual power falter, rendering him incapable of resistance. Such was the might of the sage, truly terrifying beyond measure. At that moment, the Xianyang sage waved a hand, and Shen Ruyan was drawn towards him. Ancestor! Please, you must seek justice for your grandson. Shen Ruyan knelt in the void, recounting the entire sequence of events, including Xiaoyun's formidable talent, leaving no detail unmentioned. Ruyan! Remember, high talent does not equate to strong power. Do not solely pursue the elevation of your cultivation realm. It is the solidification of your foundation that allows a martial artist to forge ahead. This humiliation, although damaging to your martial heart, is not without its merits. Return and take the time to consolidate yourself, and you shall naturally make up for your shortcomings. I shall heed the teachings of my ancestor. Once the Xianyang sage finished his admonition, his gaze fell upon Xiaoyun. Merely a glance from him made Xiaoyun feel as though an immense mountain had crashed down upon him, compelling him to brace himself with the Sanglong sword to avoid kneeling. This elder's gaze is truly terrifying. Under this overwhelming pressure, Xiaoyun's powerful physique began to crack. Were it not for the Hongmeng creation immortal technique and the Dozhan saint body, he felt that under this gaze, he would perish within mere moments. The Xianyang sage, momentarily surprised by Xiaoyun's ability to withstand his gaze, remarked, "No wonder you are a prodigy unseen in the Tianhuan continent for ages. A mere sea-breaking realm cultivator can endure a gaze from me. I had intentions to cherish such talent, yet you have become a nightmare for Ruyan, thus I cannot spare you." Though the sage spoke with an air of indifference, devoid of emotional fluctuations, the chill in his words undoubtedly pronounced Xiaoyun's death sentence to the entirety of the Tianhuan continent. Heavens! The onlookers trembled, having never witnessed such a scene. A dignified sage, disregarding his status, was willing to act against a mere sea-breaking realm cultivator, showcasing his deep-seated apprehension regarding Xiaoyun's talent. At that moment, Jiang Ziyu suddenly raised her head and shouted furiously, "Does a sage truly intend to strike at a junior of the sea-breaking realm?" The Xianyang sage replied coolly, "Little girl, how I act is not for you to question." Jiang Ziyu scoffed, pulling Xiaoyun to her side, raising her jade hand to confront the sage's oppressive aura with a small token. Snap! The small wooden token shattered instantly, following which a piercingly sharp aura surged forth. "Shinshan Qing, have you forgotten the pain after healing your wounds? You dare to lay hands on my knees, are you truly courting death?" Before his arrival, a sword light that spanned the heavens cleaved towards the Xianyang sage, seemingly intent on splitting the very fabric of the world. The Xianyang sage let out a cold grunt, raising a hand to strike out, an unfathomable force sweeping forth like a tempestuous tidal wave towards the sword light. Boom, a resounding clash echoed, as the two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying storm that tore the void asunder, creating grotesque and fearsome spatial rifts. The Xianyang sage's complexion reddened as he fixed his gaze upon the void eye. In the next instant, a graceful figure of a woman appeared abruptly in the void. With a casual wave of her hand, the previously clouded sky was restored to clarity, as if washed anew. Xiaoyun's heart raced as he beheld her. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her features nothing short of perfect, dressed in a gown of moonlight, a delicate waist adorned with flowing tassels swayed gently in the breeze. Were it not for the wine gourd she held in her right hand, frequently pouring its contents into her cherry-red lips, one might easily mistake her for a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. However, it was precisely because of her unpretentious drinking demeanor that she radiated a captivating charm, blending beauty with a carefree spirit. This was Qingyue's sword immortal, Jiang Ziyu's aunt, the pinnacle of combat power in the Tianhuang continent. Truly both stunning and formidable. At that moment, the Qingyue sword immortal beckoned, and Jiang Ziyu and Xiaoyun floated before her. Jiang Ziyu quickly released Xiaoyun, her jade hand clutching her skirt, resembling a child caught misbehaving, as she weakly spoke, "Ant, what ant? This is clearly a big ant." Xiaoyun scrutinized the breathtaking sword immortal before him, inwardly exclaiming how delightful this indulgence was, feeling a sudden urge to cease striving. Thus, he resolved to play the long game and pursue the big ant. As a destined antagonist, one must possess the means to rebel, hence he felt an eagerness to embrace those long, elegant legs. Thud, the Qingyue sword immortal gave Jiang Ziyu a light rap on the head, her voice tinged with irritation. "I have already told you, with your little arms and legs, do not wander into ancient sect ruins. Not only did you not listen, but you also dared to sneak out. Do you believe I won't make you practice sword drawing for 3 years upon your return?" Thud, in the midst of her words, she delivered another light tap, almost bringing tears to Jiang Ziyu's eyes. "Aunt, please stop. I was wrong, just don't make me practice sword drawing anymore." Jiang Ziyu pleaded for mercy. After admonishing Jiang Ziyu, the Qingyue sword immortal took a sip from her wine, addressing Xiaoyun, "Young man, I do not know how that Sanglong's sword came to be in your possession, but seeing you and Ziyu hand in hand displeases me greatly. Let me be clear, you are unworthy of Ziyu, so keep your distance." Upon hearing his aunt strike down their romance upon their first meeting, Jiang Ziyu was quite displeased, smirking as she said, "Xiaoyun has merely grasped second-level sword intent and possesses an invincible sword heart. At most, he has an additional Dojan Sade body. Aunt, you are right, I shall drive him away right now." "What?" The Qingyue sword immortal's mouth fell agape, her wine nearly spilling as she failed to swallow in time, her beauty seemingly heightened by the comical surprise. She then tossed aside her wine gourd and firmly grasped Xiaoyun's shoulders. "Xiaoyun, allow me to rephrase, as Ziyu can be your warming bed maiden. Moreover, I promise, if you take me as your master, anyone who provokes you, I shall cut them down." Chapter 39. Who sees me, Xiaoyun, not offering a cigarette? Jiang Ziyu pouted, astonished that her aunt, who had just been a matchmaker for lovers, had now sold her out, forcing her to become a bedwarmer. She resolutely refused to accept such a fate. She intended to raise Xiaoyun herself, and even if he were to have other sisters in the future, she must be the rightful consort. "What do you think, Xiaoyun? Have you given it some thought?" The enchanting face of the celestial sword fairy was filled with anticipation. Xiaoyun was certain that if he declined, it would be of no use. Nevertheless, this situation certainly warranted some exploitation. Not long ago, the Xianyang saint had been brimming with arrogance, carelessly declaring his own life and death. He was a man who never held grudges. Vengeance was something that had to be exacted on the spot. "Sword fairy, I too wish to be your disciple," Xiaoyun declared, raising a finger to point at the Xianyang saint. "But this old man has been fixated on my life. I fear that I might meet an untimely demise, which would betray your good intentions." Beside him, Jiang Ziyu nodded vigorously, much like a chick pecking at grains. Because Xiaoyun's talent is truly extraordinary, the Xianyang saint disregarded his status to strike at him, and it was I who blocked it with the holy soul token. Whoosh! Before Jiang Ziyu could finish her words, the celestial sword fairy had vanished. When he focused his gaze, he saw a stunning sword light cleaving towards the Xianyang saint. Poof! To prevent the aftershock from harming Shenruyan, the Xianyang saint chose to withstand the blow, only to spit out a mouthful of blood, glaring furiously at the celestial sword fairy. "Li Qingyue! Do not be so overbearing. Overbearing, I still intend to sever you." Without anyone noticing, the celestial sword fairy had produced a wine gourd in her right hand, boldly taking a swig, while her left hand flicked a finger, sending a tangible sword light slicing through the air towards the Xianyang saint. Though the sword light appeared weak, the Xianyang saint did not underestimate it. He raised his hand, summoning a great sun that radiated golden divine light, blocking the sword light's power as if it were divine retribution. Boom, another terrifying wave of pressure descended, shattering the void, and shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in green and a youth in grey robes emerged from the fractured space. Upon seeing the newcomers, the celestial sword fairy ceased her assault on the Xianyang saint, swiftly retreating to shield Xiaoyun and Jiang Ziyue, her brows slightly furrowed. Why has the old immortal Tianlong saint also arrived? This complicates matters. If it were just her, she would not fear facing two great saints alone. After all, she was the unparalleled sword fairy. However, safeguarding Xiaoyun and Jiang Ziyue during the battle would prove exceedingly difficult. With the arrival of reinforcements, the Xianyang saint's confidence surged, his holy might becoming increasingly overwhelming as he sought to join forces with the Tianlong saint to deliver a crushing blow to the celestial sword fairy. Li Qingyue, I concede that you are formidable, but facing both me and brother Tianlong simultaneously, let us see how you maintain your arrogance. At that moment, the youth in grey robe suddenly spoke, Old ancestor, please hold on. Grant me the opportunity to deal with Xiaoyun personally, to avenge Ruoyan. A millennium ago, he, Zhu Kuang, had been the invincible celestial king of the immortal realm. During his ascension to the title of immortal emperor, he was betrayed by his brothers, beset by countless enemies, and teetered on the brink of destruction. He had spent his life in pursuit of the Tao, never marrying, but in that perilous moment, his loyal guard, Lu Ruoyan, had sacrificed her life to shield him from a fatal blow. He still vividly recalled Lu Ruoyan's final words, in this life, let your heart only hold the Tao, not me. If we meet again in the next life, remember to marry me. Watching Lu Ruoyan perish in his arms, he was consumed by rage, subsequently renaming himself Zhu Kuang. Ultimately, he ignited the celestial king's soul, annihilating all his enemies, yet he too met his end. To his astonishment, a millennium later, he had been reborn in the household of a servant from the Xianyang clan, joyfully discovering that Shen Ruoyan, the proud daughter of the Shen family, was none other than his past Lu Ruoyan. Thus, for Shen Ruoyan, he willingly became a devoted servant, disregarding the mockery of others, enduring countless hardships to become a son-in-law of the Shen family, all to atone for his past debts. Though Shen Ruoyan had yet to awaken her memories from her previous life and look down upon him as a mere son-in-law, he vowed to protect her for a lifetime, to elevate her to greatness, and to promise her eternal splendor. When he learned that Shen Ruoyan had been subjected to various humiliations by Xiaoyun, even openly auctioned, a fire of rage surged within him, compelling him to urgently request the Tianlong saint to bring him forward. He was determined to exact a brutal revenge on those who had insulted Shen Ruoyan. Are you certain you wish to strike? The Xianyang saint's expression was calm, yet his heart brimmed with delight. To him, Zhu Kuang was a puzzle. From birth, he possessed celestial-level techniques and the 12th-ranked barbarian emperor physique. Now, at merely 15 years of age, his cultivation was nearing the Tao realm, showcasing numerous abilities, making him nearly unparalleled even within the Tao realm. It was precisely for this reason that, knowing Zhu Kuang's affection for Shen Ruoyan, he had pushed against the tide of opposition to allow Zhu Kuang to become a son-in-law of the Xianyang family. Given the current situation, with the celestial sword fairy present, he could not eliminate this future adversary in the cradle. However, Zhu Kuang was different. As a member of the younger generation, seeking vengeance for his fiancée was entirely reasonable, making it difficult for the celestial sword fairy to intervene. He was certain that no matter how extraordinary Xiaoyun's talent was, he would not stand a chance against Zhu Kuang. I am certain. Zhu Kuang nodded gently, declaring, I shall make Xiaoyun understand what it means to be outclassed. He must pay a grave price for his actions. Ding ding, detection of a legendary chosen one, triggering a legendary system task, shatter the invincible belief of the legendary chosen one, reward. 1 legendary treasure chest. Upon hearing the system's task, Xiaoyun was instantly filled with disinterest. As a quintessential villain of destiny, even with a staggering 99 chance of victory, he preferred not to confront the chosen one directly. Instead, he relished lurking in the shadows, striking when the moment was most opportune. However, the mention of an unprecedented legendary treasure chest ignited a spark of excitement within him. He mused that revealing a few trump cards seemed inconsequential, especially since he possessed a system that granted him an unfair advantage. As long as he could toy with these chosen ones daily, there would always be more cards to play. Thus, he stepped forward, laughing arrogantly, proclaiming, Do you really think you're worthy of teaching me about the existence beyond the heavens? Now, allow me to enlighten you, the sovereign of eternal life. Who has not offered a cigarette to me, Xiaoyun? His raucous laughter reverberated through the cosmos, and in that moment, he completely unshackled himself, holding nothing back. The second-tier sword intent sent a shiver down Zhu Kuang's spine. The invincible sword heart caused a change in Zhu Kuang's complexion, as two divine marks of ultimate mastery encircled Xiaoyun. Zhu Kuang's mind trembled uncontrollably, when Xiaoyun unleashed the explosive power of his battle saint body, engulfed in terrifying purple flames, his aura erupted like a volcano, leaving Zhu Kuang utterly dumbfounded. In the next instant, his pupils constricted in horror, as if he were gazing upon a ghost, fixating on the radiant divine light emanating from Xiaoyun's chest, coupled with those eerily mesmerizing eyes. Chapter 40. Upon meeting, I must address him as elder brother. O heavens! Is there no justice left in this world? Are we not allowed to live with either the innate divine bone or the ancient? Possessing just one could dominate an entire era. Yet he possesses both. As Xiaoyun unveiled his complete form, the onlookers were struck by a sense of disbelief, questioning whether they were ensnared in a dream. How could such a monstrosity exist in this world? What on earth has Ziyu brought back? The Qingyue sword immortal, rendered speechless by the shock, silently vowed that regardless of the cost, he must ensure Xiaoyun's safe return to the Taichu Immortal Academy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhu Kuang bellowed in a fit of hysteria. Even in the immortal realm, such a creature has never appeared throughout the ages.
Ding ding, congratulations to the host for shaking the invincible belief of the legendary chosen one, reward
500,000 villain points.
Ding ding, congratulations to the host for delivering a heavy blow to the epic chosen one, reward 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for instigating self-doubt in the epic chosen daughter, reward
100,000 villain points.
Lin Yorong has also arrived. This is indeed an unexpected delight. I must stoke the flames and ensure Brother Su returns her pouch. It's been left empty for too long. What if she catches a chill? Xiaoyun glanced below and observed Lin Yorong standing alongside Sui, surrounded by the formidable figures of Qingcheng Mountain and Xianyu Valley. Thus, he resolved to dismiss Chu Kuang and descend to assist Brother Su. Imagining Lin Yorong's excitement upon receiving her pouch back from Sui, he anticipated that the system would reward him for his altruistic spirit. With that thought, Xiaoyun turned his gaze to Chu Kuang. Come on, do you not wish to experience true power? I shall not bully you. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I might consider taking you on as my little follower.
Then let us see if you possess such capability.
Chu Kuang seethed with rage. Despite Xiaoyun's talent shaking his belief in invincibility, Chu Kuang, being a reincarnated invincible immortal king, found it absurd to think that he could be reduced to a mere follower. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. The spectators too felt that Xiaoyun was overstepping. Judging by the aura emanating from Chu Kuang, he was at least twice as powerful as Shen Ruoyan. They believed Xiaoyun could defeat Chu Kuang, yet they doubted he could do so with a single blow. However, when they beheld the avatar Xiaoyun summoned, a being possessing identical capabilities to his own, they were utterly astounded. It turned out that when he spoke of a single strike, he meant that both his true self and his avatar would strike simultaneously. Is this truly how he intends to play? Xiaoyun paid little heed to the thoughts of others. The system's task was to shatter Chu Kuang's belief in invincibility, and the most direct method to achieve that was to defeat him with one blow. Clang, 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 Xiaoyun's avatars simultaneously executed the myriad sword technique. The crisp sound of swords ringing out resonated through the heavens and earth. Observing the sharp aura of the countless sword energies released, it seemed as if they would cleave the void asunder. In the next moment, Xiaoyun and his avatar raised their long swords towards the sky, summoning the myriad sword energies to coalesce into a single strike. Two colossal swords surged skyward. As Chu Kuang beheld these towering swords, an involuntary sense of helplessness welled up within him. No, I am a reincarnated immortal king. I possess unparalleled heritage. Nothing can obstruct my path to invincibility in this life.
Barbarian Emperor Body. Activate.
In an instant, Chu Kuang's physique swelled dramatically, transforming into a 3-zhang-tall giant. His muscles coiled like a dragon, exuding explosive power at first glance. Once transformed, Chu Kuang acted first. He leapt into the air like a cannonball, his massive fist giving rise to a bloodthirsty dragon of energy, hurtling towards Xiaoyun like a celestial meteor.
Barbarian Emperor's Fury.
Upon hearing Chu Kuang's thunderous roar, Xiaoyun and his avatar merged their colossal swords, unleashing a cleaving force that seemed capable of rending heaven and earth in twain. Boom! As all eyes anxiously watched, two formidable forces collided, creating a terrifying storm of spiritual energy that swept across the surroundings for hundreds of zhang. Poof! A sound of blood being spat echoed in the hearts of all present, as Chu Kuang's body deflated like a punctured balloon, reverting to its original size and plummeting towards the ground. Fortunately, the Xianyang saint was swift to act, catching him just in time.
I have truly been defeated.
And all while employing my strongest trump card, I was vanquished by a single strike. Chu Kuang felt as if he heard something shatter, his eyes dimming with a loss of vitality. Reflecting on his previous life, when he dominated the immortal realm, even the immortal emperors dared to challenge him, yet, the heavens granted him a second chance, only for him to be bested by someone from the sea-breaking realm. This blow shattered his long-held belief in invincibility. Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply. The strength Chu Kuang had just unleashed could be deemed invincible even among those in the Dao entry realm, yet, despite this, he was still felled by Xiaoyun's single strike, suffering severe internal injuries. To think that someone from the fourth tier of the sea-breaking realm could unleash power rivaling that of the Dao entry realm was utterly preposterous, a notion too incredible to fathom. Yet, it had transpired right before their very eyes. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for completing the legendary task of breaking the invincible belief of the legendary chosen one, reward
1 legendary treasure chest.
Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xiaoyun was instantly filled with excitement. He had unreservedly revealed all his hidden cards solely for this moment. However, he was not inclined to open the box at that moment. This was largely due to the formidable nature of Chu Kuang. If a life-and-death struggle were to ensue, his chances of victory would only reach a precarious 99,
rendering it little more than a reckless endeavor.
Given the unreasonable disposition of the so-called chosen one, such a setback could equate to a sacrificial offering of friends and family, potentially unleashing even more astonishing latent abilities. It was inevitable that trouble would arise from this great antagonist in the future. It would be far wiser to seize the opportunity while Chu Kuang's mind was momentarily unguarded, to breach the promise of war and have him serve as a subordinate. Should he ever dare to make a move against him, he could then stand atop the moral high ground, pointing fingers and wielding influence over him for a lifetime. With this in mind, Xiaoyun boldly addressed Chu Kuang. You are indeed formidable, though you could not withstand my sword strike. I have decided to take you on as my subordinate.
Henceforth, whenever you see me, you shall address me as elder brother, understood?
You. Chu Kuang trembled with rage, yet he found himself unable to formulate a rebuttal. Nevertheless, he would never acknowledge the subordinate role, no matter the circumstances. Observing his refusal to concede, Xiao Yun remained unfazed. All that mattered was branding Chu Quan with this label in the minds of onlookers. Thus, he contentedly prepared to open the treasure chest. However, just as he was about to unveil the legendary treasure, the sage Xian Yang suddenly erupted into action. Seizing the moment when all were engrossed in the awe of Xiao Yun's recent sword strike, he unleashed a flurry of punches, striking with the speed of lightning. The terrifying force of his assault completely sealed off Xiao Yun's escape route. Intent on reducing him to ashes, pale with fright, Xiao Yun let out a desperate wail. Sister Sword Fairy, save me. Chapter 41.
Do you wish to seize the opportunity? At the moment when the Xian Yang saint made his move, the Qingyu sword immortal appeared beside Xiao Yun, whisking him away just as the impending attack was about to strike. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted in the space they had just vacated, akin to a young boy's explosive mischief in a small household, as a colossal mushroom cloud of pure spiritual energy ascended into the air. How terrifying! Xiao Yun resolutely clutched the long leg of the sword immortal sister, barely escaping the violent aftermath. This fellow, just a moment ago, he was arrogantly proclaiming himself the eternal immortal, and now he is clinging to my aunt's leg without letting go. Jiang Ziyue huffed, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance, feeling inexplicably that Xiao Yun was deliberately taking advantage of her aunt, though she possessed no evidence to support her suspicion. At that moment, the Xian Yang saint and the Tianlong saint exchanged a knowing glance, their intentions crystal clear. Today, they must eliminate Xiao Yun while only the Qingyu sword immortal stood before them. Otherwise, allowing such a monstrous being to escape would render their future restless and fraught with anxiety. Boom! The two saints unleashed their full auras, resembling true immortals, their overwhelming power suffusing the very heavens and earth. The Qingyu sword immortal furrowed her brow, quickly shielding Xiao Yun and the other individual behind her to protect them from the saint's formidable might. At this moment, she wished to summon reinforcements, yet one of the Taichu Academy elders was in the critical phase of breaking through to true sainthood, requiring the assistance of other true saints for protection. Given the circumstances, her only option was to find an opportunity to hastily retreat with the two of them. Below, Lin Yurong observed the two true saints positioning themselves for battle, and without a moment's hesitation, she took out a small token and crushed it fiercely, summoning her master for assistance. Turning back, she saw Sui remaining indifferent, and she scoffed. Xiao Yun is at least someone who refers to you as a brother and has helped you multiple times. Are you really just going to stand by and watch? Sui forced a bitter smile. Yurong, it's not that I don't want to help Xiao brother, but my master has said that sword cultivators must experience life and death to truly seek the path of the sword, hence I wasn't given a saintly soul token. Before Sui could finish his words, the fabric of reality tore open, and a mysterious woman, cloaked in resplendent, multi-hued energies, emerged gracefully from the void. The Qingyu sword immortal's expression brightened as she brought Xiao Yun and the other individual before the enigmatic woman. Dear sister, please take care of these two little ones while I go deal with some trouble. Without waiting for the woman's consent, she dashed forward to confront the two mighty saints. Clang! A clear, resonant sword cry echoed through the cosmos as the Qingyu sword immortal grasped the air, summoning a moonwhite long sword into her jade-like hand. The moment she tightened her grip, her aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Seeing the Qingyu sword immortal exude such confidence, Xiao Yun ceased to pay heed to the battle between the three true saints. The disparity in their realms was too vast, rendering any observation futile. Turning back, he observed the mysterious woman with his enhanced vision, and he couldn't help but feel compelled to cling to her for support. This woman was simply breathtaking. If the beauty of the Qingyu sword immortal was characterized by a spirited boldness, then the allure of this woman was ethereal and sacred, utterly mesmerizing. Sister, you are truly beautiful. Xiao Yun unabashedly complimented her. The mysterious woman, known as the Xianyu master, merely smiled in amusement rather than displaying anger. You, little one, possess remarkable courage and exceptional talent, not to mention the legendary ancient heavy pupil. It seems Yurong shattered her precious saintly soul token just for you. Witnessing the Xianyu master's lack of ire, Jiang Ziyue finally relaxed her anxieties. Xiao Yun, oblivious to the woman's identity, remained unaware of the weight of his words. However, Jiang Ziyue was all too aware should she inadvertently offend this powerful figure, a mere breath could extinguish their lives. Yet, amid her concerns, she simmered with indignation. This mischievous boy had just been clinging to her aunt's leg, and now he was fixated on the Xianyu master, as if enchanted by her beauty. Did he not see his own charming little fairy? Thus, she huffed indignantly, and Xianyu, let us descend. The Xianyu master nodded, guiding them down to stand before Lin Yurong. Yurong's sister. After everyone had paid their respects to the Xianyu master, Xiao Yun hurriedly approached Lin Yurong, and to the astonishment of those around them, he leaped into her embrace, unabashedly indulging in her comforting presence. Many regarded his actions as shameless, yet upon reflection, they realized Xiao Yun was merely a child who had narrowly escaped a true saintess' wrath. His emotional outburst upon seeing his beloved sister was entirely understandable. Ding ding! Congratulations, host, for seizing the destined advantage in front of an epic chosen one, rewarded with 100,000 villain points. Ding ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining an advantage over an epic chosen woman, rewarded with another 100,000 villain points. With another 200,000 villain points credited to his account, Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming surge of delight. Two rosy blushes blossomed on Lin Yurong's exquisite face, utterly taken aback by Xiao Yun's bold display in public. However, noticing the sympathetic gazes directed at him, she felt compelled to tolerate it, gently patting Xiao Yun's back. Don't be afraid, it's all over now. Trust that the sword immortal will restore your honor. Wait, Lin Yurong was nearly incensed to the point of her monthly cycle, as this rascal audaciously wiped his tears and snot on her chest. How was she to face others after this? This was simply outrageous. Enough, young one.
The Xianyu master waved her hand, forcibly separating the two. Instantly relieved, Lin Yurong, eager to diffuse the awkwardness, recounted the events that had transpired, including Xiao Yun's displayed talents, to the Xianyu master. Deprived of Lin Yurong's comforting presence, Xiao Yun cheerfully approached Sui, enthusiastically draping an arm around his shoulders, leading him aside. Brother Su, let me speak candidly, I truly believe you and Yurong's sister are a perfect match. Look at that. Was this even a proper thing to say? Did he not have any awareness of his own actions? Sui's expression darkened slightly as he recalled their kiss, and witnessing Xiao Yun taking advantage of Lin Yurong only added to his discomfort. Xiao brother, that's enough. Is it truly amusing to toy with me like this? Xiao Yun feigned innocence. Brother Su, you can't possibly think there is something between me and Yurong, can you? Isn't there? Sui's demeanor remained frosty. Brother Su, thinking that way is truly misguided. Do you really believe Yurong's sister would harbor feelings for me? She merely sees me as a younger brother? Xiao Yun wore an expression of exasperation, continuing, you and Yurong's sister were childhood sweethearts, yet your unfounded suspicions have led to the predicament you find yourselves in today, haven't they? Sui furrowed his brow in contemplation, feeling that Xiao Yun's words held a sliver of truth. After all, when he had reunited with Lin Yurong, her face had indeed lit up with joy upon seeing him. Had it not been for his own jealousy, she wouldn't have been angry, nor would there have been a series of misunderstandings following that moment. But what else is there? Xiao Yun interrupted him. Right now, there exists an opportunity to resolve the discord with Yurong's sister and restore your bond. Do you wish to seize it? Chapter 42 Sorrowful returns and melancholic encounters. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, Sui was immediately stirred. He inwardly chastised himself for being so ungrateful. Brother Xiao had always been quietly assisting him, yet he had harbored doubts and utterly unwarranted sentiment. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully deceiving the emotions of the epic chosen one, earning 100,000 villain points. He had taken the bait. Truly, Brother Su had a way of extracting the essence effortlessly. Xiao Yun quickly interjected, Brother Su, do you recall the box I gave you, when you meet Sister Yurong later, presented in front of the Xianyu master? Who knows, it might delight the master to see you two together. Sui's interest was piqued at once, and he retrieved the box from his storage ring. Since Xiao Yun had bestowed this item upon him, he had yet to find the time to examine its contents, and his curiosity was now at its peak. He gently opened the box, only to be momentarily stunned. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Yun, incredulous as he inquired, Brother Xiao, are you certain this truly poses no issue? Absolutely certain. Xiao Yun declared, patting his chest with solemnity. While I cannot guarantee how Sister Yurong will react to this gift, I swear by my sword heart that, in our hometown, winning a girl's favor is indeed achieved through such tokens. If I utter a single falsehood, my path in swordsmanship shall be completely obliterated, leading to my ultimate demise. Boom, an inexplicable force of heavenly will descended, and Xiao Yun sensed an overwhelming power of causality settling upon him. Could it be merely making a vow had summoned such gravitas? Instantly, Xiao Yun felt as though he were striking himself with a stone, yet upon reflection, he realized his words were sincere, devoid of any deceit, merely a matter of differing worlds. However, he was uncertain if this oath would truly bear consequences for him. Regret was now futile. He could only proceed step by step. Beside him, Sui was jolted by the manifestation of heavenly power upon Xiao Yun. He had never anticipated that Xiao Yun would stake his swordsmanship on such a vow, even risking his life. It was a testament to his resoluteness and confidence. In that instant, Sui felt an overwhelming sense of trust. As a genuine sword cultivator, none understood better than he that the heart of a swordsman must be steadfast. Moreover, with the witnesses of heavenly will, how could there be any falsehood? To take it a step further, even if Xiao Yun could utter such a potent oath, it was clear he regarded Sui as a true brother and would never betray him. With this thought, he earnestly declared, Brother Xiao, regardless of the outcome of this matter, I shall remember your kindness. Should you ever require assistance, Sui would gladly face any peril. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully deceiving the emotions of the epic chosen one, engendering the most genuine trust, earning 200,000 villain points. Despite the consolation of receiving 200,000 villain points, Xiao Yun felt a lingering unease. It seemed wise not to make hasty vows in this world. If he were to deceive a lady as he had in his previous life, he genuinely feared the wrath of the heavens. Sui nodded in gratitude and resolutely approached Lin Yurong, who was engaged in conversation with the Xianyu master. Upon noticing Sui nervously approaching with a box in hand, she furrowed her brow slightly. Sui pays respects to the Xianyu master. Sui politely bowed before the master. The Xianyu master responded gently, you must be that little fellow from years past. After 5 years of training with that old coot from Qingchang, it seems you've truly inherited his teachings. Such a young age yet you possess a remarkable, restrained brilliance, impressive indeed. Sui replied respectfully, Senior, your praise is undeserved. My master has often spoken of you with great admiration, and he has expressed a wish to visit Xianyu Valley at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, Lin Yurong felt inexplicably agitated upon seeing Sui. Now that he approached with a box, she had no idea what he intended, so she spoke bluntly, if you have something to say, just say it. The Xianyu master, observing Lin Yurong's demeanor, admonished, Child, how can you speak so rudely? He is but a boy you grew up with, such impoliteness is unbecoming. Remember, those who cultivate must guard against a restless heart. You must return and meditate thoroughly. Humph. Lin Yurong scoffed defiantly, asserting her innocence.
Seeing this, the Xianyu master sighed softly, realizing that having treated this girl as a daughter over the years had indeed spoiled her. Feeling somewhat awkward, Sui hesitated but ultimately summoned his courage to present the box to Lin Yurong. Yurong, we have had misunderstandings these past days, and I have felt quite guilty. This is a carefully prepared gift, consider it my apology. Lin Yurong regarded Sui with cold eyes. Despite her reluctance, she accepted the box, constrained by her masteress' presence. However, as she opened it and laid eyes on its familiar contents, her body jolted. The incident in Yunshan City, where her undergarment was inexplicably stripped away, flooded back to her mind. It truly was him. Furthermore, he had the audacity to return it in such a shameless manner. How dare he? Who gave him the courage? Was he deliberately provoking her? With a snap, Lin Yurong slammed the box shut and hastily stowed it in her storage ring. At that moment, her inner turmoil could no longer be contained, erupting explosively. Sui! Lin Yurong ground her teeth, and had it not been for the Xianyu masteress' presence and the multitude of onlookers, she would have unhesitatingly drawn her sword to slay him. Suppressing the impulse to attack, Lin Yurong forced out a response through clenched teeth. You are truly something. Sui scratched his head, sensing something was amiss, yet recalling the scene of Xiao Yun's oath, he was absolutely certain that Xiao Yun had not deceived him. But what was going on? Lin Yurong had not rejected the gift, she had accepted it, so why did she appear as if he were her mortal enemy? Where had it all gone awry? Ding ding, congratulations to the host for orchestrating a scheme to ensnare the epic chosen one, leading them to view the host as an adversary, earning 1,000,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for orchestrating a scheme that resulted in the epic chosen woman suffering immense humiliation, destabilizing her heart of Tao, earning 1,000,000 villain points. Goodness. 2,000,000 points. Such a colossal misunderstanding, Xiao Yun could not help but worry for Sui. Presenting a gift had inadvertently turned his destined partner into an enemy, proving that he lacked the ability to maintain a connection. Alas, it seemed that Sui was destined to be a lifelong bachelor. Poor Sui, it was not my intention to scheme against you, but the system offered too many rewards. Otherwise, how could I have come to this? What a lamentable predicament. Sorrowful returns and melancholic encounters aside, the thrill of unboxing remained. Xiao Yun decisively clicked open the system panel, eagerly preparing to unveil the first legendary treasure chest he had obtained thus far. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring Chapter 43. Did you really think I would show you favor? Ding ding, congratulations, host, for unlocking the legendary treasure chest and acquiring the Emperor's endowment. Bestowed with the Emperor's endowment, Xiao Yun was instantaneously enveloped in profound enlightenment, his entire being radiating an aura of divine majesty. He has entered enlightenment once again. Jiang Ziyue, who had been closely observing Xiao Yun, exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing this scene. At the sound of her exclamation, all eyes converged once more upon Xiao Yun. This even though everyone had long grown accustomed to Xiao Yun's extraordinary prowess, witnessing him fall into enlightenment merely through conversation sent them spiraling into disbelief. They had toiled tirelessly in their cultivation, even risking life and death for a mere opportunity, yet their progress remained agonizingly slow. In contrast, observing Xiao Yun made them feel as though their very existence was a waste of spiritual energy. How could the chasm between individuals be so vast? The ethereal figure of Xianyu, still suffused with a kaleidoscope of Tao rhythms, cast a thoughtful glance at Lin Yurong, a breathtaking smile of astonishment gradually gracing her exquisite visage. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yun was oblivious to the happenings outside. At this moment, his soul had been significantly fortified, nearing the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. He sensed that his comprehension had surged by more than 20-fold, accelerating the nurturing and development of his divine bone and ancient heavy eye at an unprecedented pace. Moreover, his Qi had expanded 5-fold, and his spiritual energy absorption rate had increased 10-fold or more. What thrilled him the most was that during combat, activating the Emperor's endowment would augment his combat prowess 10-fold. A most assured battle buff, was this not yet another new trump card? Furthermore, according to the description of the Emperor's endowment, it was merely at the divine level now, with the potential to ascend to the celestial level and unlock additional mysterious capabilities in the future. With excitement, Xiao Yun opened his eyes to find everyone gazing at him with a mixture of awe and confusion. Ahem, my dear friends, while I may possess good looks, there is no need for such envy, he quipped, eliciting a collective roll of the eyes from the crowd. Dismissing his own jest, Xiao Yun shifted his gaze and noticed Sui approaching with a troubled expression, prompting him to greet him with concern. Brother Su, what seems to be the matter? Sui sighed deeply, replying, Brother Xiao, she accepted the gift, but she appeared quite angry. My heart is truly heavy. Xiao Yun empathized, saying, to witness others basking in love and joy, only to reflect upon oneself as merely a beast unworthy of such romantic moments. In my hometown, there is a saying, as long as one is willing to endure hardship, one shall never run out of suffering, especially of the romantic kind. Since you cannot grasp it, let it go. As cultivators, our ultimate destination lies in the pursuit of the Tao. With that, he patted Sui's shoulder. Brother Su, trust me, a woman will only affect the speed at which you draw your sword. Upon hearing this, Sui's spirit surged, as if possessed, cradling his ancient sword with newfound seriousness, contemplating Xiao Yun's words intently. After a moment, Sui's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination, and an increasingly fierce aura began to emanate from him. Holy cow, second-level sword intent. Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Who would have thought that merely uttering the phrase about women affecting sword drawing speed would lead Sui, amidst his emotional turmoil, to achieve clarity and effortlessly comprehend second-level sword intent?
Truly, the chosen one was utterly unreasonable. The shift in Suyi's aura once again drew the attention of those around them. When they beheld Suyi grasping second-level sword intent, shock rippled through them at his extraordinary talent.
Suyi, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Brother Xiao, this rapid comprehension of second-level sword intent is thanks to your guidance. Once I grasp the unrivaled sword heart, I shall seek you out for a duel to mutually enhance our skills." Holy cow! Where does this confidence come from? Did you really think I would show you favor, you, a chosen one, dare to flaunt before me, a notorious villain, before you've even fully matured? Are you inviting further rebuke? Xiao Yun, unwilling to indulge him, decisively spent 1 million villain points to elevate second-level sword intent to third level. Clang! It was as if the sound of a sword ringing echoed through the air, as Xiao Yun stood there, his hair billowing without wind, emanating a piercing aura that resembled a divine sword, rendering others unable to meet his gaze. Noticing Suyi's stunned expression, Xiao Yun quickly added, having just been stimulated by Brother Su's second-level sword intent, I inadvertently comprehended third-level sword intent. It felt as effortless as passing gas. I owe you my thanks, Brother Su. The crowd collectively fell into a state of shock, eventually whispering among themselves. To comprehend third-level sword intent as casually as passing gas, Xiao Yun is beyond human. Coupled with his possession of the unrivaled sword heart, his future is simply unimaginable. Setting aside Xiao Yun, Suyi's talent as the foremost genius of the sword Dao in the Tianhuan continent is no trifling matter. At such a young age, he has comprehended second-level sword intent, and his future achievements will surely be remarkable. To be in the same era as Xiao Yun, indeed, it is a matter of misfortune for Suyi. The crowd exchanged remarks, completely disregarding Suyi's feelings. Comparing him to Xiao Yun was one thing, but why mention the unrivaled sword heart or refer to him as the greatest genius of the Tianhuan continent? Did he even deserve such accolades? To claim he was merely unfortunate was akin to pouring salt into his wounds, as if they relished in his suffering. Silently, Suyi sheathed his ancient sword behind him and retreated to a large tree to cultivate. He felt that if he remained among them any longer, his heart might truly break. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for successfully utilizing the humiliation of an epic level chosen one to induce his self-imposed isolation, rewarded with 100,000 villain points. Another 100,000 points added to his account, and Xiao Yun felt a surge of delight. At that moment, a chilling scream echoed through the void, prompting everyone to gaze into the depths of the abyss, where the Xianyang saint was writhing in agony. Li Qingyue. I shall remember the grudge of your severed arm. Humph, were it not for that old wretch, the heavenly dragon, aiding you, you would not leave here alive today. Seeing the Qingyue sword immortal witnessing this outcome, the onlookers were left in a state of shock, and a WE.to single-handedly confront two true saints and sever one of their arms was a remarkable feat. No wonder she was renowned as the wine sword immortal of the Tianhuan continent. At that moment, the imposing and indifferent voice of the Qingyue sword immortal resonated across the vast expanse. Shen Shangqing has harmed my disciple Xiao Yun. Today, I shall take his arm. Should there be any foolhardy individual who dares to bully the weak with their cultivation in the future, even if it is merely a single hair that falls from him, regardless of their cultivation level or status, I shall slay them without hesitation. By the heavens! Such audacity, a declaration aimed at the entire Tianhuan continent. This was the epitome of protective fervor. Xiao Yun felt himself one step closer to becoming a dandy, living a life of indulgence amidst wine and song. Chapter 44. This is quite ruthless. Swish, the Qingyue sword immortal gently descended before Xiao Yun, presenting a severed arm enveloped in formidable sacred essence. Xiao Yun, this is the gift I bestow upon you for our first meeting. Ah, this. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. It was his first time receiving such a distinctive token of greeting. The onlookers were filled with palpable envy. A true saint's arm, not only did it possess the blood of a genuine saint, but it also contained the bones of one, making it a treasure worthy of comparison to a sacred artifact. To simply offer such a gift as a mere greeting made them yearn for a master like that, beautiful, dominant, generous, and fiercely protective. One could only imagine that as long as Xiao Yun remained cautious and did not wander aimlessly, he could effortlessly traverse the Tianhuan continent. As Xiao Yun received the severed arm, he found it remarkably heavy, akin to cradling a boulder weighing several tons. Were it not for his currently formidable physique, he might have struggled to lift it. Wait a moment, such robust flesh from a saint, wasn't he at a sheer waste not to utilize it for crafting? Given that it was the arm of the Xianyang saint, to not make proper use of it would be a disservice to his repeated interventions on Xiao Yun's behalf. Perhaps he could forge it into a dung scoop, a rake, a stirring stick, or perhaps even chastity pants. Such actions, though they might not incite his wrath to the point of vengeance, would certainly subject him to a lasting psychological torment as long as he lived. This individual bore no grudges, he believed in immediate retribution. Thus, Xiao Yun earnestly declared, Sword Immortal Sister, I wish to employ this arm for crafting, so I may carry it for self-defense. What do you wish to forge it into? For some inexplicable reason, the Qingyue sword immortal sensed that Xiao Yun harbored mischievous intentions, which piqued her curiosity. Xiao Yun pondered before responding, Let us forge it into a dung scoop. I believe it would be quite handy in a fight, capable of slapping, prying, and covering, and it even comes with built-in psychological warfare. Ah, this. To transform a true saint's severed arm into a dung scoop, what kind of thought process could possibly lead to such an idea? This image conjured visions of Xiao Yun traversing the world with a dung scoop in tow, greeting others with it, which would undoubtedly infuriate the Xianyang saint to no end. Such an audacious maneuver was truly ruthless. The crowd collectively turned to stone, their hearts chilled by Xiao Yun's flippant remarks, and they unanimously added him to their list of individuals to avoid.
Simultaneously, they silently mourned for the Xianyang saint, lamenting the folly of provoking such a boundless individual, one who might not be able to defeat you, but could certainly drive you to your wits' end.
How intriguing. Very intriguing indeed.
The Qingyue sword immortal clapped her hands, increasingly finding Xiaoyun to her liking. She turned to the Xianyu master, saying, "Good sister, your forging skills are renowned throughout the Tianhuang continent.
Would you mind assisting in this matter?" The Xianyu master smiled, replying, "Xiaoyun possesses the Ziwei heavenly fire. He is undoubtedly a rare talent for forging. How about I take him to Xianyu Valley to study the art of crafting?
It would greatly benefit his cultivation." The Qingyue sword immortal regarded her with a hint of skepticism, saying, "Good sister, isn't it true that Xianyu Valley does not accept male disciples? The rules were set by me, and I can amend them at any time," the Xianyu master replied nonchalantly. Beside them, Lin Yurong blinked her beautiful eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity with her master at that moment. The Qingyue sword immortal seemed to sense the Xianyu master's thoughts, saying, "Good sister, we have known each other for many years, and I am well aware of your temperament. From now on, I permit Xiaoyun to study forging at Xianyu Valley, but you must not poach my disciple."
Agreed.
The Xianyu master readily acquiesced.
Then it is settled.
The Qingyue sword immortal waved her hand, lifting Xiaoyun and Zhang Ziyue into the air. "I will first take him back to the Immortal Academy, and he will come to Xianyu Valley afterward." Before her words had fully settled, the three swiftly vanished from sight. "We should be off as well." The Xianyu master cast a lingering glance towards the direction in which Xiaoyun had departed. She had indeed been captivated, wishing to take him as her disciple, but she knew the Qingyue sword immortal's character well enough to realize that yielding was out of the question. However, upon closer observation, she noted that although Xiaoyun was young, he was astute and charming, instantly recognizing that she held an important bargaining chip. While making him her disciple might be unattainable, turning him into a well-behaved prodigy was certainly feasible. Lin Yurong remained unaware that her master was already contemplating selling her out. Before leaving, she shot a fierce glare at Sui, wishing she could rush over and slice him into several pieces. "Brother Xiao, I will catch up to you for sure." Sui, oblivious to Lin Yurong's murderous intent directed at him, exhibited an unprecedented determination in his eyes, vowing that during their next encounter, he would match this eccentric individual. At the Taichu Immortal Academy, Mount Wanyue, a streak of light darted from the horizon, growing closer as the Qingyue sword immortal descended with Xiaoyun in the expansive martial arts arena of Mount Wanyue. All the disciples training within promptly bowed in respect. Previously, the Qingyue sword immortal had single-handedly confronted the two great true saints of the Outyan Immortal Academy, severing the arm of the Xianyang saint. Such a glorious achievement filled the disciples of Mount Wanyue with pride, and upon witnessing her return, their expressions radiated fervor.
"Welcome back, Sword Immortal, Saintess." Xiaoyun turned to Zhang Ziyue, somewhat surprised. "You are actually the Saintess?"
Zhang Ziyue lifted her head proudly. "There are 30,000 disciples at Mount Wanyue, and I am currently the only Saintess."
"Isn't that a bit excessive?"
Observing the many disciples present, some of whom were even at or above the Dao realm, Xiaoyun recalled Zhang Ziyue being bullied by 5 little Karami, and he couldn't help but feel that without the Qingyue sword immortal's protection, she wouldn't even qualify as a core disciple.
"Who do you look down upon?"
Zhang Ziyue pouted, asserting that her youth was merely a factor of age, and in terms of talent, she rightfully deserved to be the number one at Mount Wanyue. The Qingyue sword immortal intervened to halt their playful banter, her tone authoritative.
"This is Xiaoyun, my disciple, and I hope you all unite and strive to elevate the prestige of our Mount Wanyue's sword arts.
We shall heed the sword immortal's wishes." The Qingyue sword immortal raised her hand, addressing Zhang Ziyue. "All right, Ziyue, I must go to Taichu Peak to meet the Saint Master. Please take Xiaoyun to the Yuehua Palace to settle in. I will come to find you once I am done." A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Ziyue led Xiaoyun to the precipice at the peak of Mount Wanyue.
At the cliff's edge stood a blooming peach tree, its branches swaying gracefully, reminiscent of a young maiden's enchanting form. The fluttering petals in the gentle breeze created a scene that was utterly mesmerizing.
"This is it, Xiaoyun." Zhang Ziyue pointed to 2 grand halls not far away, saying, "The Moonlight Hall on the right is mine, while the Moonbow Hall on the left is yours." Xiaoyun shook his head, suppressing the distracting thoughts conjured by the sight of the peach blossoms, and looked towards the direction Zhang Ziyue indicated. "Luxurious.
Majestic."
Excitement coursed through Xiaoyun as he mused that such a lavishly adorned ancient villa deserved a host of maidens dancing and singing, lest it tarnish his identity as a great villain. Thus, he made a decision: Monday, Junlan; Tuesday, Xiaozhu; Wednesday, Xiugui; Thursday, Dongmei; Friday, Xinqi; Saturday, Shuhua; Sunday, a day off. Just as Xiaoyun was drafting his future training plan, a group of uninvited guests stormed in with an intimidating presence.
"Xiaoyun, get out of Mount Wanyue."
Chapter 45, This peach tree, I nurture it myself. Whose subordinate is this, so fiercely bold? Xiaoyun turned to look and discovered a rather pretentious young man, accompanied by a group of lackeys, charging towards him with great speed.
Zhang Ziyue furrowed her brow and said, "Xiaoyun, he is Gomu, the grandson of the Grand Elder Ling Yan Shangrun from Tianqing Peak. He recently comprehended the essence of the sword and sought to take my aunt as his master."
She was nearly inclined to accept him, and now that he appears here, it is evident he has come to stir trouble.
The grandson of a true saint, could he not be a wealthy second-generation heir?
Observing the imposing Gomu, Xiaoyun felt a sense of anticipation. Just moments ago, he was troubled about how to arrange the arts of the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, yet unexpectedly, a wealthy fool had arrived at his doorstep.
After all, he intended to help Gomu transform into Gode, so seeking some benefit should be quite reasonable, should it not? In the blink of an eye, Gomu was already before Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun scrutinized him, noticing that he indeed resembled a born rival. His brows and eyes exuded arrogance, his nose was finely structured, and his thin lips conveyed a sense of inherent coldness. Particularly striking was his disdainful gaze and the smirk that curled at the corners of his mouth, fully embodying the essence of a villain. Xiaoyun mused to himself that it was fortunate he was the main antagonist. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to engage in a 3-year agreement to calm the tension. A mere trash of the sea-opening realm, and I thought him formidable. How dare one like you usurp my position? This is simply courting death. Wise up, and get lost quickly, otherwise, Gomu, I advise you to leave at once. If Xiaoyun makes a move, it will be too late for regrets. Zhang Ziyue's face was stern. She had not intended to intervene with Gomu, believing it sufficient for Xiaoyun to teach him a lesson to prevent future troubles. However, with Gomu's blatant provocation, she had no doubt Xiaoyun would retaliate severely. As the sole grandson of Lingyan Shangrun, should anything significant happen to him, she was certain the other party would not let it go easily, likely sending the top geniuses of Taichu Academy after Xiaoyun, and even Qingyue's sword immortal would be unable to intervene. He makes a move? I regret. Gomu laughed heartily, completely dismissing Zhang Ziyue's warning as mere intimidation meant to scare him off. Today, Just as Gomu was about to continue his tirade, a flash of sword light darted between his legs, and the excruciating pain of being castrated contorted his face into a mask of agony. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for severing another's potential, reward of 1,000 villain points. Xiaoyun smirked, reflecting on how this loquacious villain had met his downfall. He had learned a vital lesson: villains perish due to excessive chatter. You brat, you're finished. Go to Xiao is the sole heir of the Go family, how dare you? Xiaoyun cast a wicked glance at him, and the few disciples accompanying Gomu instantly felt a chill in their nether regions, swallowing their words. He then seized Gomu by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Do you wish to live? Yes, I want to. Gomu was genuinely intimidated by He had intended to evade the strike, only to find escape impossible. Helplessly watching his precious jewel slip away, Xiaoyun displayed a sinister grin. You see, I just arrived, and there rests no one to manage the Moon Rainbow Hall. How about you stay here and tidy up the courtyard? Gomu, noticing the sinister smile reminiscent of a man reveling in his conquest, felt a chill run down his spine. In a flash of inspiration, he hastily proposed, Brother Xiao, I can bring 10 top-tier beauties to assist you in managing the courtyard, would you let me off the hook? Ah. This lad is rather astute. Xiaoyun's smile grew more devilish, deeming Gomu a potentially excellent lackey if he played his cards right. After all, as the destined main antagonist, one could hardly do without a sycophant to flaunt one's power. As Gomu perceived the increasingly menacing smile on Xiaoyun's face, his complexion turned ashen. No, I'll offer 20, each one a stunning beauty. Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled. It was truly difficult to refuse Gomu's generous offer. I'm not coercing you, mind you. Gomu shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum, and quickly insisted, no. No, consider it compensation for my disrespect towards Brother Xiao. Very well, remember to deliver them promptly. Xiaoyun casually tossed Gomu aside and strolled toward the peach tree. Zhang Ziyue, fuming, followed closely. Xiaoyun, you actually intend to accept the beauties he offers? I am displeased. Zhang Ziyue clutched Xiaoyun's arm, presenting a look that suggested he wouldn't succeed in charming her today. Xiaoyun gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist, speaking softly, you baby, I was merely offering him a way out. Do you truly think I would kill him and offend a true saint? One word of endearment, and all worries vanished. Zhang Ziyue thought, he called me baby again, perhaps I should temper my anger. However, she soon grew anxious once more, saying, but Gomu, you've done that to him, Lingyan Shangrun will undoubtedly seek revenge. Xiaoyun replied confidently, I possess the ancient rebirth eye. It won't be long before, even if I sever his potential, I could bring him back from the brink of death. The rebirth eye has such capabilities? Zhang Ziyue's expression reflected disbelief. Xiaoyun paid her no further mind and approached the peach tree, placing his hand gently upon its sturdy trunk. Ding ding, detecting an epic level chosen one's loyal tree spirit. What the? An epic level chosen one's loyal tree spirit, Xiaoyun confirmed he had not misheard. This tree spirit bore fruit one could eat, flowers one could admire, and could even transform into a human form for amusement. And if one desired to revel, one could summon a host of maidens to dance the peach blossom dance. Wait, how did Brother Su become acquainted with this peach tree? Xiaoyun furrowed his brow in contemplation, suddenly recalling Su Yi's identity as a disciple of the Qingqing Sword Immortal. Surely, one day in the future, Qingqing Sword Immortal would bring Su Yi to visit, and in a serendipitous moment, Su Yi would discover this peach tree, thereby forging an inexplicable bond. Years later, when the tree transformed, it would descend from the heavens during Su Yi's peril, aiding him in his endeavors, and subsequently becoming his plaything. Such speculation seemed quite plausible. No, this peach tree is indeed unsuitable for Brother Su. It would lead him to ruin far too easily. As Su Yi's half-brother, Xiaoyun felt compelled to shoulder this burden for him. Zhang Ziyue, noticing Xiaoyun's keen interest in the peach tree, could not help but caution, Xiaoyun, do not harbor intentions towards this peach tree. I heard from my aunt that it is on the verge of transformation, possessing peak saint-level power. If it succeeds, it could rival a true saint. So formidable, Xiaoyun became increasingly convinced that this peach tree was ill-suited for Su Yi. System, is there a way for this peach tree to recognize me as its master?
Ding Ding detecting damage to the peach tree's main root, which severely affects its transformation.
The host may use Tai Chi True Water to aid in its restoration. Tai Chi True Water?
How fortuitous! Xiaoyun suddenly recalled that among the treasures he had acquired within the ancient sect's relics, there was indeed a vial of Tai Chi True Water. Thus, Xiaoyun retrieved the small jade vial containing the Tai Chi True Water, gazing towards the direction of Qingcheng Mountain, a faint smile gracing his lips. Brother Su, this peach tree, I shall nurture it myself.
Do not worry, Chapter 46. Surely you didn't come empty-handed. Zhang Ziyue gazed at Xiaoyun with a hint of suspicion, her beautiful eyes revealing a flicker of uncertainty upon sighting the small jade vial. It looks somewhat familiar, doesn't it? This was secretly given to me by Brother Su. Xiaoyun declared with utmost conviction. A look of realization crossed Zhang Ziyue's face as she fumed, so the treasures of the Hall of Inheritance were indeed taken by Su Yi. How despicable of him to deny it, or else we wouldn't have found ourselves in this predicament. Ding Ding, congratulations to the host for making the epic chosen one take the blame, earning 100,000 villain points. Is this even possible?
It seems that in similar situations in the future, there will be no need for excessive explanations. It will all be Brother Su's fault. Without further delay, Xiaoyun followed the system's prompt and began digging at the base of the peach tree, soon unearthing the damaged main root. He then poured the Tai Chi True Water slowly onto the injured area, and an extraordinary scene unfolded before his eyes. The previously severed part of the root began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Within moments, it had completely restored itself, appearing even more resilient than before. At that moment, a spectral figure gradually materialized in the void. Sensing something, Xiaoyun looked up to see a woman clad in a peach-colored gown gracefully hovering in the air, resembling an embodiment of the flower goddess, her beauty beyond words. The soul of the peach tree? Xiaoyun felt a slight shiver in his heart. He could sense the terrifying power contained within this soul. If she wished to extinguish his life, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Thank you for using the precious Tai Chi True Water to mend my injuries, granting me a glimmer of hope for transformation. I am called Tao Ji, and this great kindness shall be repaid in due time. A melodious voice echoed in Xiaoyun's mind. A mere trifle, fair maiden, there is no need for thanks.
Having said that, Xiaoyun shifted the conversation, inquiring, may I ask how confident you are in your transformation?
Tao Ji pondered briefly before responding. Previously, my chances were less than 20%, but with the assistance of the Tai Chi True Water, they have now increased to 50%.
50%? Xiaoyun frowned. Based on his 10 years of experience as a bookworm, if Sui were to save Tao Ji, her success rate would be 100%, yet here he was, the villain, and a 50% chance definitely meant failure. Moreover, if she were to fail, there was a strong possibility that Sui would rescue her, ultimately resulting in her remaining Sui's little peach blossom. To hedge against any eventualities, he needed to persuade her to accept the celestial servant seal, thereby severing any ties between her and Sui. Do not worry, benefactor. Tao Ji noticed his concern and felt warmth in her heart as she explained, among us demon kin, aside from those with powerful bloodline inheritances, the chance of successfully transforming and cultivating the celestial path is exceedingly rare. 50% is already quite high. Feigning hesitation, Xiaoyun solemnly stated, I possess a method that can greatly enhance your attributes, which may aid in your transformation. Would the maiden be willing to give it a try? Such a mysterious method exists? Tao Ji expressed her surprise, then added earnestly, if that is the case, Tao Ji would have no qualms serving you after my transformation. Ah, how agreeable. Xiaoyun suppressed the turmoil within and spoke in a deep tone, this method involves a seal that will be inscribed upon your soul. Should you resist, all prior efforts would be in vain. Please, benefactor, cast your spell. Xiaoyun had underestimated the allure of transformation for demon beasts. Seeing her so cooperative, he quickly formed hand seals and successfully inscribed the celestial servant seal into Tao Ji's soul. It worked. In that instant, Xiaoyun felt as if the fate of the peach tree rested entirely in his hands. At that moment, the peach tree spontaneously broke off a branch, which floated into Xiaoyun's grasp. Tao Ji's voice resonated in Xiaoyun's mind. Thank you for bestowing this method, my power has increased fivefold compared to before. Alas, I must gather strength for my transformation and cannot serve you at present. I offer this branch to you, capable of withstanding half a quarter of an hour against a sage's attack. Withstand a sage's attack?
Xiaoyun quickly stowed the peach branch, acknowledging its great value. Ding Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully seizing the opportunity of the epic chosen one, earning a lottery chance.
Another lottery chance.
Xiaoyun couldn't help but speculate that the origins of this peach tree were likely extraordinary, perhaps promising further surprises in the future. Adhering to the principle of not letting a lottery go to waste, Xiaoyun promptly called for the system to draw. Ding Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the causal divine ring, allowing you to exist within the 5 elements, transcending the boundaries of heaven and earth. The moment he acquired the causal divine ring, Xiaoyun suddenly felt an inexplicable lightness, as though the unseen shackles binding him had been shattered. Upon understanding the capabilities of the causal divine ring, he was truly astonished. Setting aside the quintuple battle power it conferred, the ability to ignore causal forces meant he could freely make oaths without fearing retribution from the heavens. Just then, a streak of light descended like a shooting star before Xiaoyun. Grandma, he is the one who harmed my grandson, you must help me seek vengeance. As he landed, Gode pointed accusingly at Xiaoyun, pleading with the beautiful woman beside him. Faced with such a situation, Xiaoyun remained unfazed. With Qingyue's sword immortal backing him, it was unlikely that this Lingyan saint would dare to act against him. Otherwise, how could he have survived until now?
Nevertheless, to be cautious, Xiaoyun decided to buy some time with us. He feigned ignorance, approaching Gomu with a beaming smile. Ah, it is brother Go, you have come to see me so soon. Could it be that you missed me? Seeing Xiaoyun so oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Go Di immediately erupted. Xiaoyun, you. Xiaoyun patted his shoulder, interrupting. Brother Go, we are all brothers here. There is no need for such formality. I must treat you to a stroll along the Qinhuai River next time. Lingyan Saint's expression darkened at Xiaoyun's jovial demeanor, and she coldly remarked, Kid. You should curb your little schemes in front of me. Lingyan, your uninvited presence at Wanyue Peak is a provocation to me. Even before her arrival, the chilling voice of Qingyue Sword Immortal echoed from afar, and then she descended like a divine sword, appearing before Xiaoyun. Lingyan Saint's expression flickered, momentarily at a loss for words. Within Taichu Immortal Academy, it was widely accepted that one would prefer to offend the Taichu Saint rather than a drunken master. Otherwise, no one could assist you. With his own powerful ally arriving, Xiaoyun instantly straightened up and respectfully bowed to Lingyan Saint. Ah, so you are Lingyan Saint. I have long heard from Moon Baby of your extraordinary wisdom and prowess, a paragon among cultivators. Your unwavering spirit and exceptional intellect make you a role model for women everywhere. You are unparalleled, with a heart for the world, inspiring admiration from us younger generations. Seeing you today, it is indeed as the tales describe. Xiaoyun unleashed a torrent of flattery, his expression exaggeratedly fervent, before turning to Qingqing Sword Immortal. Sister Sword Immortal, you must have misunderstood. Lingyan Saint has come to visit me. Qingqing Sword Immortal made no attempt to clarify, taking a swig of wine, her smile suggesting that Xiaoyun should continue his performance, assuring him that she would handle any issues that arose. Understanding her unspoken message, Xiaoyun blinked and continued, Senior, as a true saint, you wouldn't have come to visit a junior like me empty-handed, would you? Chapter 47 To dare to battle me, no Che-dan The saint of Lingyan's expression twitched as she gazed at Xiaoyun, who wore a countenance of feigned innocence, as if to say, I am but a child. How could I harbor any ill intentions? You may decide for yourself. In an instant, her blood surged with indignation. Where did this shameless creature come from? If it weren't for the pretense of visiting a junior, it was evidently a provocation. The drunken fool would surely draw her sword against him. If she were to say she came to visit a junior, what preparations had she made? Would she truly part with her sacred weapon? In doing so, her grandson's grievances would remain unavenged, and to part with a sacred weapon would be infuriating. Noticing her fluctuating expression, Xiaoyun immediately feigned fear, retreating behind the celestial sword immortal, saying, Could it be that the saint of Lingyan has truly come to trouble her junior? This lad is truly not a good sort. The saint of Lingyan, seeing the celestial sword immortal's unfriendly demeanor, silently lamented and forced a smile that was more tragic than tears, painfully producing a long sword. The moment this sword appeared, a wave of righteous energy emanated from its blade, as if it were not merely a sword, but a manifestation of a virtuous sage gracing the world. The gentleman's sword. The celestial sword immortal's exquisite features changed subtly, revealing a hint of astonishment. She had not anticipated Lingyan would part with such a blade. She knew its origins well, as it was a sacred weapon unearthed from the ancient site of the Haoran sect, said to have been nurtured with righteous energy by a gentleman scholar of the Haoran sect for millennia. If wielded by one imbued with righteous energy, its might could rival that of divine artifacts. The saint of Lingyan appeared despondent, for the sword was acquired at great cost during an auction. She had intended to present it to Gomu as a token of apprenticeship but now found herself compelled to bestow it away. Xiaoyun, this sword is named the gentleman's sword. Since you have taken the celestial sword immortal as your master, I bestow it upon you as a token of apprenticeship. I hope you will diligently cultivate your skills and refrain from reckless behavior. At this, Gomu grew anxious, unwilling to accept. Grandmother, did you not promise that this sword was for me as a token of apprenticeship? Silence. The saint of Lingyan shot a sharp glance at Gomu, then, resigned to her fate, presented the gentleman's sword before Xiaoyun. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for seizing another's treasure. Reward 1,000 villain points. Who has seized anything? System, do not falsely accuse the virtuous. Xiaoyun quickly stowed the sword away, graciously expressing, Thank you, Saint of Lingyan, for your generous gift. Seeing the saint's reluctant expression, Xiaoyun wisely added, Senior must already be aware that I possess the ancient, and it won't be long before I can assist Brother Go in regrowing his lost limb. I hope you will not take offense. Upon hearing this, the saint of Lingyan's expression softened, and she regarded Xiaoyun with a profound gaze. Xiaoyun remained composed under pressure, adeptly seizing the moment, demonstrating his understanding of timing and nuance, coupled with an extraordinary innate talent. Such a person, provided he does not fall prematurely, is destined to become a figure of great renown. Sending the sword was merely a means to foster goodwill. More, from now on, you should spend more time with Xiaoyun. If you dare to act recklessly again, you shall witness how I deal with you. After admonishing Gomu, the saint of Lingyan bid farewell, transforming with him into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Xiaoyun. Well done, I am quite pleased. The celestial sword immortal praised, then shifted her tone. The holy master has consented. 3 days hence, a grand ceremony will be held at Wanyue Peak to confer upon you the title of Saint's Son. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. To become a saint's son meant an elevation of status beyond measure. Henceforth, he could carry a little notebook, and should anyone fail to present an adequate gift, he could meticulously record their shortcomings, facilitating future visits. By the way,
Xiao Yun, during the Saint Sun ceremony, as per tradition, representatives from the Outyan Immortal Academy and the Qingsheng Immortal Academy will also attend to observe and engage in exchanges.
You must prepare in advance to avoid any missteps.
Saying thus, the celestial sword immortal handed Xiao Yun a tome of swordsmanship, stating, "This is my self-created moonslaying sword art, study it diligently.
With your talent, you should grasp its essence before the ceremony." Ding ding, detection of sub-divine level swordsmanship. Does the host wish to upgrade it to divine level? Upgrade.
Ding ding, congratulations. Following the upgrade, the moonslaying sword art derived a new technique, the moonchasing strike, from the moonslaying sword technique, both pursuing the ultimate speed of sword strikes, their lethality rivaling that of the soul-seizing thrust and the 10,000 sword technique. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for expending 1,000,000 villain points to elevate the moonslaying sword art to perfect completion.
Poof. You comprehended it just by glancing at it?
The celestial sword immortal, on the verge of swallowing her drink, abruptly spewed it forth, internally lamenting like a distressed marmot.
How could such a monster exist in this world? No wonder that old fellow, the Xianyang saint, would go to such lengths to target him. Once in opposition, no one would sleep soundly with such a creature alive. Reeling from the blow, the celestial sword immortal downed another gulp of wine, her spiritual energy enveloping Jiang Ziyue as she swiftly departed. On the eve of the ceremony, under the auspices of Wanyue Peak and the Taichu Immortal Academy, the grand event to confer the title of Saint Sun upon the foremost prodigy of the Tianhuan continent drew unprecedented attention. Many powerful factions had already sent their disciples to arrive early, while all disciples of Wanyue Peak busied themselves with preparations for the venue. Within the grand hall of the Moon Rainbow Palace, Xiao Yun, the main protagonist, publicly declared he was in seclusion for cultivation, yet in truth, he was laboring diligently for a future of bliss. Just a day prior, Gomu had dutifully brought 20 young ladies, nearly all of whom were chased off by the celestial sword immortal. Ultimately, Xiao Yun shamelessly retained 6 of the most talented and beautiful maidens. At this moment, Xiao Yun donned a splendid robe, a drowsy little white cat languidly draped over his shoulder, exuding the air of a pampered youth. He imparted all his previous knowledge, guiding the maidens through various captivating modern dances. "Chunhua, your petite waist is the most supple. You are perfect for the twist dance. Come, sway to my rhythm. Xiaozhu, your eyes are the most alluring, ideal for the cat charm dance. Observe my movements. Yes, just like that, blend allure with a touch of aloofness, making it irresistible. Kujui, your long legs are the most beautiful. With your figure, you are the only one suited for the visually stunning beauty dance." Xiao Yun was thoroughly engaged in his teaching when, bang, the grand doors of the hall were suddenly kicked open, and over 20 young martial artists stormed in. They were no ordinary ornaments, rather, they were prodigious beauties meticulously cultivated by the Go family, all formidable warriors at the 5th level of soul refinement, specifically trained to win over young geniuses. "Xiao Yun, you truly live a life of leisure." The leading young martial artist, wielding a massive hammer on his shoulder and possessing a physique akin to a bloated pig, presented a striking visual impact. In the next moment, the plump youth's eyes glinted with intensity as he brought the heavy hammer crashing down upon the floor, the tremendous force shattering the ground into fragments. "Xiao Yun. Is it true that the whole world now declares you the foremost prodigy of the Tianhuan continent? Do you dare to battle me, Niu Chaidan?" Chapter 48, Utter Nonsense. What an unusual name. Xiao Yun silently gave a thumbs up to the parents of this gentleman for bestowing such a ridiculous name. Without 9 years of compulsory education, this would be impossible to achieve. As he scrutinized the crowd, Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes. These individuals hailed from various factions, their cultivation levels predominantly at the pinnacle of the entry realm and the early stages of the soul-refining realm, and they were certainly not ordinary warriors. With the grand ceremony approaching, the audacity of these people to come here and provoke him suggested that someone was secretly instigating them. Mishandling this situation could easily lead him into their trap. Upon realizing this, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. Rather than killing or letting them go, he would hold an auction during tomorrow's ceremony to openly sell these talented individuals. He intended to become the undisputed first human trafficker of the Tianhuan continent. "Xiao Yun. Surely, you wouldn't dare to fight me one-on-one?"
Seeing Xiao Yun remain motionless, Niu Chedan's expression turned mocking as he declared, "I see the rumors are unfounded. The so-called first prodigy of the Tianhuan continent is nothing but nonsense."
Xiao Yun, unfazed, inquired, "Would you prefer a duel or a group battle?" "Of course, a duel." Niu Chaidan pointed his massive hammer at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun gave a slight nod to Mei, Lan, Ju, Qin, Qi, Shu, and Huai. In the next moment, the 6 women charged forth to surround Niu Chaidan. Within just a few exchanges, Niu Chaidan was easily subdued. "Xiao Yun. How shameless, is this truly a duel?"
Niu Chaidan protested vehemently, feeling that this was far from what he had envisioned a duel to be. Xiao Yun showed no sign of embarrassment and replied earnestly, "I asked you beforehand if you preferred a duel or a group battle, and you stated you wanted a duel.
Therefore, isn't it only reasonable for you to duel my 6 lovely bodyguards?" "Look at that, is this even human language?" The others were instantly taken aback by Xiao Yun's audacity. They had not expected the rumored first prodigy of the Tianhuan continent to be so shameless. "Xiao Yun, if you have the guts, let me go and face me one-on-one," Niu Chaidan said in exasperation. "A duel? Do you even qualify?" Before Xiao Yun could respond, the little white cat perched on his shoulder taunted, "If you can't even defeat my master's bodyguards, how dare you prattle on here? Are you filled with excrement?" Niu Chaidan was left speechless by such humiliation from a mere cat. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for allowing the spirit pet to insult others. Reward 100 villain points. Well done, finally, you're not a useless cat anymore. From today on, you'll be called Little White. Xiao Yun decisively praised the little white cat. The crowd fell into silence. While Xiao Yun was shameless, even his pet cat exhibited such audacity. Niu Chaidan was not incapable of fighting back. It was simply a matter of them ganging up on him. Xiao Yun, uninterested in further banter, instructed Mei, Lan, Zhu, Qin, Ji, Shu, and Hua, take down everyone standing. Understood. With a single strike, Mei knocked Niu Chaidan unconscious, and then, showcasing their full strength, the 6 women swiftly took down everyone else. Xiao Yun. We are merely here as guests to pay our respects. Do you not fear inciting public outrage? The crowd attempted to pressure Xiao Yun with this argument. Incite public outrage? You are overthinking it. Xiao Yun shook his head, stating, to invade my holy son's palace, damage the door and the floor, this is your way of being guests? Upon hearing this, the crowd found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. We can compensate. Niu Chaidan retorted defiantly. Very well. If you can compensate, that's good. Xiao Yun feigned a benign demeanor and began counting on his fingers. Including the door and the floor, I won't ask for much. Let us say 10 million top-grade spirit stones. 10 million top-grade spirit stones? You truly haven't asked for much, why not go rob someone instead? They understood Xiao Yun would demand a high price, but they had never anticipated it would be so outrageous. The little white cat arrogantly declared, indeed, you have no misunderstanding, my master is robbing you, hand over the spirit stones promptly if you know what is good for you. If you lack spirit stones, you can also substitute them with medicinal herbs of 1,000 years or older. Xiao Yun, we don't have a single spirit stone. If you have the guts, kill us. The crowd was resolute, they came from different factions, and unless Xiao Yun dared to defy the world, what could he do to them? How could I possibly kill you? I wouldn't dare. Xiao Yun replied with a smile, then suddenly shifted his tone, commanding the 6 women, take them away and imprison them. After the 6 women escorted the crowd away, the little white cat promptly reminded, Master, you just praised me. You wouldn't have merely been flattering me, would you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's expression twitched. This gluttonous cat wanted treats. Ever since it consumed that medicinal pill and awakened, it had been speaking human language and requesting food, clearly intending to live off him for free. Considering it was a spirit beast, Xiao Yun could only begrudgingly accept. However, what drove him to madness was that this cat only showed interest in top-tier treasures over 1,000 years old, completely disregarding anything else, and had devoured all the rare herbs he obtained from the inheritance palace. Who could afford to keep such a pet? He initially considered returning it to the desolate plain, but upon learning through the system that it was a rare and ancient chaotic spirit beast, the swallowing skycat, which could grow to an invincible existence comparable to an immortal emperor, it would be a shame to release it back. Thus, he resolutely exchanged points from the system for exclusive cat food, little fish treats, to aid in its rapid growth. Yet, given the cat's appetite, it required at least 10 servings per meal just to feel somewhat full. That amounted to 10,000 villain points. If this continued, even the landlord's family would struggle to sustain it. A villain could not afford to keep idle companions, not even a cat. From now on, to commit murder and arson, he would have to start with the cat, ensuring that the 5 fundamental skills of deception and trickery were mastered by the little white cat. Imagining that Little White could eventually transform into an evil cat capable of self-sustenance, Xiao Yun decisively spent another 100 villain points to exchange for a little fish treat as a reward for it. Upon swallowing the fish treat, Little White immediately snuggled up to Xiao Yun, expressing that he was the best master. As night fell, the Moon Rainbow Palace welcomed an unexpected visitor, and Xiao Yun instantly felt a surge of excitement. You Roan, a day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. 3 days without seeing you makes me yearn for you greatly. Xiao Yun, transformed into a lovesick fool, sought a hug. Lin Yurong, seeing his unseemly behavior, quickly dodged and said, Xiao Yun, I was sent by my master to discuss something with you. The little white cat scrutinized Lin Yurong with its keen eyes. Wow. Master, she truly is impressive. Is she the one you dream of mentioning 300 times every night? Dreaming of mentioning her 300 times, Lin Yurong's face flushed crimson. She asserted that she did not believe a word of it. This gluttonous cat, utter nonsense. Xiao Yun spent another 100 villain points to reward Little White with fish treats. With the reward of fish treats, Little White worked even harder, continuing, Master, if you grow a bit taller, you two will truly be a perfect match. What do you, a mere gluttonous cat, understand? Xiao Yun remarked seriously, you only need to realize that height differences are inconsequential. In the end, it all aligns. Chapter 49. You hear my sophistry. Lin Yurong had an unshakable feeling that Xiao Yun's words carried hidden meanings, as if he were taking advantage of her, yet she possessed no tangible evidence. She shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yun and Xiaobai, then gracefully moved to occupy a chair. Xiao Yun, I have come at the behest of my master to inquire if you would be willing to become the saint son of Xianyu Valley? What benefits are there? Xiao Yun asked with remarkable directness. His genuine desire for Lin Yurong and his wish to cling to the esteemed figure of Xianyu were undeniable, but betraying himself was out of the question. Lin Yurong, slightly irritated, retorted, what benefits do you seek? By becoming the saint son of Xianyu Valley, you can still retain your title at Taichu Academy. In addition to enjoying the privileges afforded to the saint son at Taichu, you would also have access to all the resources of Xianyu Valley. Is that not a substantial advantage for your growth? All resources. With such a proposition, how could I possibly refuse? Xiao Yun blinked, suddenly recalling that Xianyu Valley never accepted male disciples. Would he not merely become a solitary leaf amidst a myriad of flowers? Sister Yurong, I accept.
Lin Yurong was taken aback by Xiaoyun's swift acquiescence, having anticipated that he would require some persuasion, as her master had suggested. Very well, my master has already conferred with the Sword Immortal. If you consent to become the Saint Son of Xianyu Valley, once the ceremony concludes, you shall accompany us back to Xianyu Valley, or a fortuitous opportunity awaits you. With the matter concluded, Lin Yurong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the thought of her master's prior instructions, compelling her to hastily depart.
Master Silver, to prevent you from tossing and turning in solitude tonight, why not invite her to stay?
Xiaobai chimed in, his tongue far too loose. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for indulging their spirit pet's reckless chatter, disturbing the heart of the chosen daughter, reward.
50,000 villain points.
Lin Yurong cast a fierce glare at Xiaobai, then turned to Xiaoyun, saying, you little rascal, what have you taught such a fine cat? Do not instill it with these nonsensical ideas again.
I am wronged, Xiaoyun protested, though in his hand, he held an additional dried fish as a reward for Xiaobai.
This cat was indeed quite sensible, deserving of a reward. Nevertheless, Xiaobai had spoken wisely, having come this far. 50,000 villain points were hardly sufficient. It would be remiss to leave without securing something of value. He reached into the air, and a pristine phoenix belly band appeared in his grasp, still warm to the touch.
Lin
Yurong, just stepping out of the hall, was suddenly taken aback, the sensation of having her belly band stripped away flooding back.
So it was you.
Lin Yurong spun around, her exquisite face suffused with a blend of indignation and embarrassment.
Ah, this.
Xiaoyun cursed himself for his momentary greed for villain points, inadvertently revealing such a secret to the very person involved.
Now that she knew the truth, would she not draw her sword and slay him? Ahem, Yurong, hear me out. No, you listen to my explanation. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for seizing the epic chosen daughter's belly band, reward. 50,000 villain points.
Ding ding, congratulations to the host for enraging the epic chosen daughter, reward of 50,000 villain points. Is she truly enraged? Xiaoyun thought it prudent to forego explanations, opting instead to stow the belly band away, declaring, indeed, it was I who did it.
You lecher. Go to hell.
In a fit of utmost shame and fury, Lin Yurong drew her sword and lunged at Xiaoyun. Sigh. My dear Master Silver suffers greatly, to retain a cherished memory from one's beloved, risking life and limb in the process. Clang. The peach blossom sacred sword halted mere inches from Xiaoyun, and recalling how Xiaoyun had risked his life to save her, Lin Yurong ultimately could not bring herself to strike. You had better clarify your words. Otherwise, I shall not rest until you are dead. You are correct, our fates are inexorably intertwined. Xiaoyun grinned, playfully pushing the peach blossom sacred sword aside. You. Lin Yurong felt her chest tighten with anger, utterly at a loss for how to deal with this rogue. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully disrupting the epic chosen daughter's heart, reward.
100,000 villain points.
Ding ding, congratulations to the host for further enraging the epic chosen daughter, reward of 50,000 villain points.
Yet again, as a gentleman of the household, should I not offer her a soothing rub?
As Xiaoyun pondered, Lin Yurong extended her hand towards him.
Hand it over. What do you mean hand it over?
Xiaoyun retorted, for the belly band that had come into his possession was hardly something he intended to return.
Lin Yurong coldly stated, the treasures of the inheritance hall that can be summoned from afar must all be in your possession. I can forego the rest, but you must yield the Zixia Feixian technique to me. So, it was not the belly band she sought. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Xiaoyun promptly handed over the remnants of the Zixia Feixian technique to Lin Yurong. Please keep this a secret. That depends on your conduct.
Lin Yurong, recalling how she had borne the blame for him these past few days, felt a surge of anger rise within her. She seized Xiaoyun's ear, preparing to teach him a lesson.
Ah, that hurts.
Xiaoyun yelped, determined not to suffer in silence, and promptly pinched Lin Yurong's leg, twisting it with all his might.
You little rascal. Let go. Only if you do. I refuse to release you. What on earth are you two doing?
Jiang Ziyue suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall, and upon witnessing Xiaoyun and Lin Yurong in a tangled embrace, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. Lin Yurong, like a startled rabbit, quickly released her grip.
Xiaoyun, remember what you promised me. She hastily declared before making her exit.
What did you promise her?
Jiang Ziyue approached with a stormy expression, clearly unwilling to forgive Xiaoyun easily.
After toiling from dawn till dusk to prepare for the upcoming ceremony, she found Xiaoyun indulging in frivolity with others behind her back. Had she arrived a moment later, who could say what might have transpired? You baby, Xiaoyun gently lifted Jiang Ziyue's delicate chin, speaking softly, I wish for someone who will always understand me, even if I say nothing.
That someone, I hope, is you, do you understand? But you, there are no buts.
Xiaoyun gazed deeply into her eyes, declaring, you baby, as spring blossoms and the waters awaken, the spring breeze dances for miles, it pales in comparison to you.
So sweet.
How delightful, but at the sound of baby, all of Jiang Ziyue's grievances vanished in an instant, replaced by a shy smile, feeling that Xiaoyun truly valued her above all else. With her heart content, Jiang Ziyue suddenly adopted a serious tone, saying, by the way, Xiaoyun, my aunt asked me to inform you that someone may target you tomorrow, so be cautious.
Do they dare to cause a ruckus during the ceremony? Not quite, Jiang Ziyue sighed.
This time, Shen Ruyan and Chu Kuang are both present. My aunt mentioned that although Shen Ruyan's cultivation has not broken through, her aura is exceptionally profound, seemingly stronger than the previous Chu Kuang, indicating she must have encountered some fortuitous event in recent days. This time, she is bound to orchestrate something behind the scenes, so do not underestimate her. Beware of falling into a trap. Xiaoyun felt no trepidation, while he held some wariness towards Chu Kuang, the legendary chosen son. Shen Ruyan was another matter entirely. As the destined great villain, the protagonist's fiancée was merely an opportunity for him to seize. You baby, fret not. If she dares to trouble me, I shall make her experience my wildness. Chapter 50. The system is quite audacious. The following noon, the vast square of Wanyue Peak was teeming with people. In addition to the representatives from various powerful factions, numerous wandering cultivators had also arrived, eager to catch a glimpse of the renowned prodigy of the Tianhuan continent. Clad in a flowing black robe adorned with golden dragon patterns, Xiaoyun, with the small white creature nestled in his arms, strode steadily into the square.
Xiaoyun. That is indeed Xiaoyun. He's surprisingly so young.
The atmosphere surged with excitement as the crowd realized that the much-talked-about prodigy was merely a child. One could only wonder if he was, in fact, a secret offspring of the heavens, possessing such extraordinary talents at such a tender age.
At that moment, the crowd parted, revealing a remarkably poised young man approaching.
Who is this person? He seems quite formidable. He is Tang Xiu, a direct disciple of the Holy Master Peak. His mastery of the blue-silver bind is nothing short of miraculous, and he is rumored to have the potential to become one of the 6 core disciples of Holy Master Peak. Becoming a core disciple of Holy Master Peak is tantamount to being a saint of other main peaks. Is he truly that impressive? As the murmurs of the crowd reached his ears, Tang Xiu's confidence grew, and he soon stood before Xiaoyun.
Xiaoyun. You certainly have quite the air about you.
The Holy Master and the heads of various peaks have already arrived. Asa Jr., and the soon-to-be anointed saint, how dare you arrive so late?
Do you hold the Holy Master and the peak leaders in such disregard? Or perhaps, you do not take the identity of the saint of Taichu Academy seriously? How audacious.
What nerve you have, Xiao! You arrive and immediately attempt to place a heavy crown upon my head. Who gave you such boldness? Xiaoyun would not indulge him. Casting a glance at the high platform, he decisively revealed the mark of the perfected moonslaying sword technique. I was so engrossed in my sword practice that I lost track of time, which is why I am late. Upon witnessing the perfected sword technique mark, the esteemed figures on the high platform could no longer remain seated. Xingyue Sword Immortal, when did you elevate the moonslaying sword technique to the divine level? However, when they beheld the bewildered expression on Xingyue Sword Immortal's face, they were utterly astonished. Xiaoyun, despite his tender years, had elevated a subdivine sword technique to the divine level. Initially, they thought they had witnessed the limits of Xiaoyun's talent, only to discover it was merely the tip of the iceberg.
What manner of prodigy is this? How can he be so exceptional?
Seeing Xiaoyun's remarkable abilities, Tang Xiu was consumed by jealousy. He had originally intended to suppress Xiaoyun to bolster his own reputation, paving the way for his future ascension to core disciple, but he had inadvertently kicked a steel plate. Thus, he hastily offered an apology. Junior brother, your talent is truly remarkable. I was indeed too presumptuous.
Not presumptuous at all. The small white creature chimed in, suddenly extending its tiny paw towards Tang Xiu. Xiuer, you've come to attend my Miao Master Silver Saint's consecration ceremony. Surely you have prepared a gift?
Hurry and present it. My Miao Master Silver will certainly not hold it against you. What a delightful little cat, how could it possibly speak? Tang Xiu lamented inwardly. He had come unprepared, intending merely to show off. Just then, he caught sight of Xiaoyun pulling out a small notebook and beginning to jot down notes. On a certain date, during the Silver Saint's consecration ceremony, Tang Xiu of Holy Master Peak not only failed to present a gift but also maliciously attempted to demean me. Henceforth, he shall owe me 1 million top-grade spirit stones, for my sword heart is incomplete.
1 million top-grade spirit stones, and he even mentioned a flawed sword heart?
How shameless can one be? Tang Xiu's mind raced with 1,000 curses, yet, despite his irritation, the thought of Xiaoyun's terrifying talent forced him to consider the cost of avoiding disaster. Thus, he quickly produced a gleaming piece of obsidian and presented it to Xiaoyun. Junior brother, this is an extremely precious piece of obsidian, which can enhance the resilience of weapons during refinement and has a significant chance of upgrading their quality. Consider it a small token of goodwill from your elder brother, please accept it. Xiaoyun grasped the obsidian and, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, oh dear, my spirit pet is merely speaking out of turn.
How could I possibly accept such a generous offering from you, brother Xiu? Tang Xiu was infuriated, thinking, if you don't want it, then just let go.
It felt as though he was trying to force a gift upon him. Just as he believed Xiaoyun would release his hold, he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. The obsidian had inexplicably vanished. What was happening? Tang Xiu wore a befuddled expression. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for seizing another's treasure. Reward
1,000 villain points.
Where was the seizing, who saw it, unwilling to admit he had accepted a gift? Xiaoyun declared loudly, brother Xiu, you should keep the obsidian, for your kind gesture. Henceforth, you shall be my good brother. Tang Xiu observed as the crowd gazed at Xiaoyun with admiration, and he felt utterly disoriented. He would swear on his life that he had not retrieved the obsidian. Rather, Xiaoyun's little notebook still recorded his debt of 1 million top-grade spirit stones. This was excessive, outrageously excessive.
Not only had he covertly taken his obsidian, but he was also using it to boost his reputation. Such shameless tactics were beyond anything he had ever encountered. Xiaoyun paid no further heed to Xiao and ascended the altar of consecration step by step. Consecration begins. Seeing Xiaoyun prepared, the Grand Elder of Wangyue Peak swiftly cast a series of seals, infusing them into the altar. Moments later, the altar erupted in a brilliant display of divine light, enveloping Xiaoyun entirely. Boom, a blood-red thunderclap erupted in the void, and soon, the once clear sky was shrouded in heavy blood clouds, with crimson lightning swirling within, transforming the sky into a terrifying realm of blood-red hell. Wails, reminiscent of anguished souls, echoed from the depths of the blood clouds, sending chills down spines. Many timid individuals instantly collapsed in fear. Blood sky anomaly, all spirits weep. It is said that those who provoke, how can I continue to frolic freely? Xiaoyun had not anticipated such a turn of events. He could well imagine that henceforth, people across the land would be eager to extinguish him. Ding ding, detected the host, triggering a celestial anomaly. System exclusive anomaly is being arranged. System exclusive anomaly. Xiaoyun perked up immediately, but he quickly looked up to see the heavy blood clouds suddenly explode open, revealing a massive void, through which piercing golden divine light gradually spread, swiftly tearing apart all the blood clouds. In the instant the blood clouds dissipated, a colossal figure, enveloped in resplendent divine rings, slowly materialized at the center of the divine light, accompanied by a series of grand chanting sounds resonating through the void. But that was not the end. One after another, phantoms emerged, continuously bowing in reverence before the giant figure surrounded by the divine rings. What on earth, 1,000 saints bowing, this is quite the spectacle. System, I find you exceedingly audacious. Chapter 51. Continue your performance. Everyone was utterly bewildered by this spectacle. They had never heard of such a phenomenon occurring in succession. The most outrageous part was that the two manifestations were completely contradictory, which made no sense at all. The celestial moon sword immortal, witnessing the scene of the myriad saints bowing, let out a long sigh. If it had merely been the blood cloud phenomenon, according to the ancient legends of the Tianhuan continent, Xiaoyun would undoubtedly become the public enemy of the entire continent. Even she would be unable to protect him. However, with the manifestation of the myriad saints bowing, who would dare to speak out? As the rumbling sound faded, the heavenly Dao ranking appeared in the void. Xiaoyun, ranked 49th in martial arts talent. 49th? Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief, questioning whether there had been an error in the heavenly Dao ranking. Given the talent Xiaoyun had displayed, they wouldn't have been surprised if he had ranked first, but 49th was simply absurd. The heavenly Dao ranking cannot be mistaken. It seems Xiaoyun is not all that impressive, merely a facade. Ha, the ancient heavy pupil and innate divine bone he possesses are truly wasted on him. In contrast to the crowd's scornful remarks, Xiaoyun beamed with joy as if he were a 200-pound man relishing a feast. He was not the type to be impulsively hot-blooded like the chosen one. He preferred to lurk in the shadows, quietly amassing wealth, which had always been his modus operandi. Seeing Xiaoyun's silly smile, the celestial moon sword immortal approached him to offer comfort, saying, Xiaoyun, your talent ranking does not define your worth. What is truly important is an indomitable sword heart and unwavering. Before she could finish her sentence, the heavenly Dao ranking in the void suddenly shifted, causing everyone's hearts to race as they turned to look. Xiaoyun, ranked first in weapon refinement talent. Xiaoyun, ranked first in alchemy talent. What the hell, one person occupies 3 rankings, holding the top spots in both alchemy and weapon refinement. The crowd erupted, nearly losing their composure. This was the heavenly Dao ranking, a representation of the standings across myriad worlds, not something just anyone could attain. It indicated that Xiaoyun's talents in alchemy and weapon refinement were unprecedented throughout history. With proper cultivation, he could produce sacred artifacts and pills, and it was not inconceivable that he could even create divine pills and artifacts. The Taichu Immortal Academy had truly struck gold this time. The various powers present felt a pang of jealousy. The Xian Moon Master fixated her beautiful eyes on Xiaoyun, and if it weren't for her close sisterly bond with the celestial moon sword immortal, she would have wanted to abduct Xiaoyun and take him as her disciple. In the entire Tianhuan continent, Xian Moon Valley possessed the most prestigious legacy in weapon refinement. She would claim second place without hesitation, as no one dared to claim the top spot. Only a prodigy like Xiaoyun could potentially elevate Xian Moon Valley's legacy to new heights. At that moment, the heavenly Dao ranking in the void gradually dissipated. The Grand Elder, Yan Shan, proclaimed loudly, the altar sacrifice of Xiaoyun has been completed, and his talents are evident to all. I hereby announce that from this day forth, Xiaoyun shall be the holy son of Wangyue Peak. Wait. A cold voice rang out from a distance. Xiaoyun turned his gaze to see over 20 leaders of various factions striding towards him with imposing presence. The middle-aged man at the forefront glared fiercely at him before turning angrily to the higher-ups of the Taichu Immortal Academy, exclaiming, we demand an explanation from Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun cast a glance at Shen Ruyan in the distance, a playful smile gracing his lips. Trying to use such petty tactics to annoy me, little fiancé, let us see how I play with you this time. Noticing Xiaoyun's smile, Shen Ruyan frowned slightly, unsure of where his confidence stemmed from. The celestial moon sword immortal's expression darkened. These individuals were interrupting the altar sacrifice ceremony, publicly slapping Xiaoyun's face, which was in fact a slap to her own face. If they failed to provide a reasonable explanation, she would not hesitate to take action. You may explain your reasoning, but should you harbor ulterior motives, should you miss this opportunity today, I shall have no qualms about visiting each of you personally. Feeling the chilling aura in her words, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and continued, Sword Immortal, please discern the situation.
Last night, we arranged for our disciples to visit Xiaoyun, intending to befriend the greatest prodigy of the Tianhuan continent, but they have yet to return. We implore Xiaoyun to provide us with an explanation.
Is there such a matter?
The celestial moon Sword Immortal furrowed her brow, glancing at Xiaoyun.
Sword Immortal sister, you must stand up for me.
Xiaoyun exaggeratedly pleaded. Yesterday, I was in seclusion practicing my sword techniques when suddenly a group of individuals barged in, vandalizing my door and attempting to bully me since I was alone. If not for my 7 guards fighting valiantly, I might not have even made it to this altar ceremony today. Boom, the terrifying aura emanating from the celestial moon Sword Immortal erupted like a volcano as she fixed her gaze on the 12 or so individuals.
You still wish to demand an explanation?
The chilling killing intent sent shivers down the spines of the 20 or so people, yet recalling Shen Ruyan's plan and promise, they felt compelled to persevere. If successful, all would rejoice. If not, they could at least abandon these disciples to preserve their sect, and the reward would still be theirs. Sword Immortal, please calm your anger. We request that Holy Sun Xiaoyun release our disciples for a face-to-face confrontation. If indeed it was our disciples who provoked, we shall accept any consequences without complaint. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. The celestial moon Sword Immortal withdrew her aura and turned to Xiaoyun, saying, release them, and if the matter is truly as you say, I will support you in whatever course of action you choose today. After a moment, Mei Lan Jujuqin Qi Shuhua brought Niu Chaidan and the others forward. Upon seeing his elders present, Niu Chaidan thought that Shen Ruyan's plan hinged on this step, and he immediately expressed his fury.
Xiaoyun, we came to visit you in good faith.
Yet you want us to submit and become your lackeys. When we refused, you had us detained. You must provide an explanation today.
At this declaration, the crowd was thrown into an uproar. This Xiaoyun is truly reckless.
To flaunt his power, he resorts to such despicable means. What if he possesses great talent? The Taichu Immortal Academy has made him the Holy Sun. Do they not fear tarnishing their own reputation?
Let us not forget, he just summoned the blood cloud phenomenon.
Perhaps he truly is a harbinger of disaster.
Xiaoyun, what do you have to say for yourself now?
The middle-aged man uttered coldly, then turned to the celestial moon Sword Immortal, clasping his fists. Sword Immortal, we implore you to seek justice. Your performance deserves a perfect score of 10 from me, truly remarkable. Xiaoyun remarked before turning to Xiaobai, it's your turn to take the stage. Xiaobai leaped into the void, its silver-white right eye emitting a brilliant beam of light, followed by a swift display of the events surrounding Niu Chaidan's intrusion.
This is a temporal rewind? No, wait, one eye is blue and the other silver. It resembles the legendary beast capable of mastering time and space, the Chaos Spirit Cat? Everyone was astounded by Xiaobai's extraordinary lineage. What merit or capability did Xiaoyun possess to be granted such a celestial beast? No. This is impossible. Niu Chaidan and the others panicked, and the middle-aged man leading the group began to sweat profusely. Xiaoyun's gaze was icy, yet his lips curled into an innocent smile. Continue your performance, Chapter 52.
The standards of selection for geniuses are as delicate as flowers. It is well known that the time reversal ability of the chaotic spirit cat is a remarkable innate skill, forcibly extracting a fragment from the continuum of time. Therefore, these images could not possibly be fabricated. These individuals are truly brazen, daring to slander young Master Xiao in such a manner.
Are they overly confident, or do they believe that the Sword Immortal can no longer wield his sword? How could something that initially seemed certain turn out like this?
Truly, human plans cannot rival the designs of fate. Had I known that Shen Ruyan would refuse all offers, I would have acted differently. The middle-aged man exhibited a smile that was more sorrowful than a cry. Young Master Xiao, we genuinely intended for them to visit you. It is utterly unforgivable that they have brought about their own failure by foolishly slandering you.
Seeing their elder betray them, Niu Chaidan and the others were immediately thrown into a state of panic.
Elder, you must not turn a blind eye to our plight. The middle-aged man, fearing that they might expose Shen Ruyan's scheme and consequently offend the 2 great academies, felt a wave of dread wash over him. Thus, he and the others hastily implored, Young Master Xiao, they are all talented disciples of our sect, spoiled by our indulgence. We beseech you to show mercy and spare them this time.
We will make appropriate amends.
Amends are unnecessary. I am not one to relish violence, Xiaoyun replied with a benign smile. Upon hearing Xiaoyun's amiable tone, relief washed over their faces. As long as he was willing to let them off the hook, surely the Qingyue Sword Immortal would refrain from visiting them again, right? But in the next moment, their relief quickly dissipated. Xiaoyun suddenly declared, while I do indeed dislike violence, it would be too easy to simply release them. Such an act would leave a blemish on my conscience.
Thus, I have decided to auction them.
What did you say?
Auction them?
The crowd was instantly rendered speechless, suddenly recalling that not long ago, Xiaoyun had auctioned Shen Ruyan. He was indeed capable of such a thing. Realizing this, they panicked. If they chose not to bid, these disciples would undoubtedly act out of desperation and reveal everything. However, if they did bid, the price would surely skyrocket. They cast desperate glances toward Shen Ruyan, knowing that at this juncture, there was no turning back. If she still wished to remain uninvolved, they could only blame her for the ensuing chaos. Xiaoyun, indifferent to their reactions, cleared his throat and stated, these are all geniuses, endowed with remarkable talents and commendable cultivation levels, and everyone present is welcome to participate in the auction. To alleviate any concerns, I assure you that whoever wins the bid will have my word that their associated factions will not dare to cause trouble. I, the Immortal, will vouch for this.
You may bid with confidence.
Xingyue Sword Immortal regarded Xiao Yun with keen interest, initially contemplating the execution of these individuals as a means of resolution. She could hardly have anticipated such a unique train of thought from him.
The prospect of auctioning off geniuses was indeed a delightful notion, and she was grateful for his ingenuity. Gomu, bid 5 million top-grade spirit stones for one. My household is in need of a genius to tend to the manure. As Gomu's words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What kind of household is this, willing to spend 5 million top-grade spirit stones to acquire a genius for such a task? Is the manure in your home that exceptional, or have these geniuses depreciated in value so drastically? What are you staring at?
Gomu declared boastfully, I have an abundance of spirit stones. Of course, I must support young Master Zhao's event.
The crowd was left speechless. At that moment, voices began to rise from the crowd, each one eager to place their bids.
I bid 5 million top-grade spirit stones for one.
My family's big yellow dog has gone missing during mating season, and I need a genius to guard the door.
I bid 5 million top-grade spirit stones for a female disciple.
My ancestor is seeking a second spring, and I require a spirited young woman. What on earth are these people?
The assembly was thrown into chaos. While bidding for manure duty could be excused, guarding the door was somewhat reasonable. But what does it mean that your ancestor seeks a second spring? Spending 5 million top-grade spirit stones for a grandmother, how absurd could this be? Gomu, observing the expressions of the crowd, felt a swell of pride. When Xiao Yun had instructed him to organize a bidding frenzy, he had not fully grasped the intention, but now it was clear. This maneuver was delightfully audacious. As a flamboyant genius, he had never found such amusement before. He needed to elevate the stakes further. He must make Xiao Yun aware of his earnest intentions, or how could he continue to associate with him in the future? Thus, he turned his gaze to a towering woman in the crowd, standing 7 feet tall and weighing at least 300 pounds.
Ru Hua, it is your turn to take the stage.
Ru Hua donned a floral white skirt that barely concealed her ample form, her arms and thighs reminiscent of tree trunks, and the abundance of hair on her limbs suggested a certain lack of nourishment.
Clear the way. Do not obstruct me from selecting a man.
Ru Hua's voice was grating, akin to a caricature of Lin Daiyu, a character renowned for her fragility. Upon hearing her declaration, the crowd parted, eager to witness which bold girl would dare to choose a man in such a public setting, secretly hoping for a chance themselves. However, upon catching sight of her physique, the nearby young men wilted instantly. Goodness, anyone chosen by her will never experience the joys of automatic transmission. That would be sheer torture.
Automatic transmission, what are you dreaming of? With a physique like that, even manual transmission would be a struggle.
Ru Hua glared. What are you chattering about? I am not interested in you, my eyes are set on those geniuses. Without regard for the stunned gazes of those around her, Ru Hua boldly proclaimed, I bid 25 million top-grade spirit stones for 5 robust and towering geniuses to take home as male pets for procreation. The disciples on the stage turned pale at her unconventional proposition. If they were to serve this woman as male pets, they might as well end their lives on the spot, to avoid a lifetime of toil akin to old Li's ox, laboring without reward.
Xiao Yun. You are truly ruthless.
Niu Chaidan had not anticipated Xiao Yun to play such a game. If this continued, it would be far better for them to perish together than to become male pets. As the fierce expressions appeared on the disciples' faces, the middle-aged man's heart sank.
Young Master Xiao, we too wish to participate in the auction.
Indeed, young Master Xiao, each disciple will offer 5 million top-grade spirit stones.
We will purchase them all.
Just moments ago, Shen Ruyan had covertly sent word to inform them that she would cover 2/3 of the spirit stones. For each, we will bid 6 million top-grade spirit stones. We hope young Master Xiao will show mercy. As soon as their words fell, Gomu and the others were incensed. 6 million, do you look down upon these geniuses, or do you look down upon me?
Gomu exclaimed, jumping up, I bid 8 million. Geniuses are the standard by which Ru Hua chooses her mates. Ru Hua declared with determination, I bid 8 million for one, and I want 5. Chapter 53. Refusal is a sign of disrespect. How ruthless. The onlookers finally comprehended the situation. Those who had initially placed bids were merely pawns. Observing the 22 prodigies on stage, one could only imagine the astronomical sum that would ensue if the bidding escalated further. Would it not reach into the millions? Over 200 million exquisite spirit stones? It was utterly preposterous. Such a staggering amount of spirit stones would inevitably plunge any ordinary third-tier sect into immediate bankruptcy. Let us each bid 10 million exquisite spirit stones. We implore you, young Master Xiao, to show mercy. Upon realizing that Xiao Yun was manipulating the bidding from behind the scenes, the middle-aged man's eyes reddened with fury, and he decisively raised the bid to 10 million in one go, hoping to appease Xiao Yun's appetite. Yet, his heart bled at the thought, even with Shen Ruyan covering 2/3 of the cost, they would still have to divide over 70 million exquisite spirit stones among themselves, and with their sect's current strength, they would be forced to live frugally for years to come. Seeing that they had reached their limit, Xiao Yun nodded. Very well, in consideration of your genuine affection for your junior disciples, I shall reluctantly cease the auction. You may take the individuals with you. Thank you, young Master Xiao.
We shall need some time to prepare the spirit stones. We kindly request your patience. The middle-aged man and his companions clasped their fists and hastily departed with Niu Chaidan and the others. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully auctioning off 22 individuals. Reward
22,000 villain points.
Ding ding, congratulations to the host for achieving a new milestone. Reward doubling of the personal space. Xiao Yun promptly plunged his consciousness into his personal space, discovering that it now spanned the size of 3 to 5 football fields, leaving him unconcerned about storage. If it were to expand several more times, could it not become a small realm of its own, perhaps even allowing for the construction of a platinum haven? This reward was indeed a delightful surprise. During the subsequent exchange and sparring segment, perhaps due to Xiao Yun's audacious auction of prodigies, none of the geniuses from the Outyan Academy and Changxing Academy were willing to step onto the stage for a duel. After all, Xiao Yun's talent was evident, winning would be commendable, but losing, who knew if it would set a standard for future suitors? As dusk fell, within the Moon Rainbow Hall, young Master Xiao, I am Zhao Ritian from Tianxian Peak. I wish to align myself with you henceforth, and I hope for your guidance. Young Master Xiao, I am Li Quan from Tianxing Peak, adept at gathering intelligence. I shall ensure you receive any tidbits of information at the earliest opportunity. Young Master Xiao, and I.
Ru Hua, I regret not securing even one prodigy today. My heart is heavy, and I only hope you do not forget the standards I hold. Xiao Yun felt overwhelmed. With standards like Ru Hua's, which genius would not have discerning eyes? Alright, I will certainly find you a suitable match when the opportunity arises. He then turned to Gomu and said, as promised, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity that will exponentially enhance your overall strength. Do you wish to receive it now? Absolutely, I must have it. Since that day he had accompanied the sage Lingyan back, Gomu was instructed to establish a strong rapport with Xiao Yun, for he might become the towering tree under which the Go family could find shelter in the future. Thus, he had brought 20 talented women to Xiao Yun that he had resolved to follow Xiao Yun at all costs. Very well, release your soul sea, and do not resist, I shall impart a seal upon you. Xiao Yun formed a hand gesture and swiftly condensed a celestial servant seal, successfully embedding it into Gomu's soul sea. Boom, Gomu's aura surged dramatically, increasing fivefold compared to before. Thank you, young Master Xiao, for this rebirth. From now on, should you command me to go east, Gomu shall never venture west. Gomu knelt, feeling his talent significantly elevated, even experiencing an inexplicable state that transformed him from a mere footnote at the Taichu Academy to a source of pride in his grandmother's eyes. What sorcery is this? It is simply astonishing. Observing Gomu's transformation, Li Quan and the others were filled with envy. Younger Master Xiao, we too desire this opportunity. The trio hesitated, aware that such an extraordinary chance was coveted yet uncertain if Xiao Yun would oblige, considering it was their first meeting. As long as you follow me wholeheartedly in the future, your wishes will be granted. Ru Hua beamed. From this moment forth, Ru Hua belongs to the young master. Xiao Yun hastily employed his technique, embedding the celestial servant seal into the minds of the three. In the next moment, their auras surged just as Gomu's had of the three promptly knelt, pledging their loyalty. Xiao Yun felt immense satisfaction. Having spent over half a year in this realm, he had finally gathered his first cohort of subordinates. Thus, his role as a grand villain was steadily falling into place. However, as a villain, he felt it necessary to impart some rules to them, lest they remain oblivious to their fate in the future. Remember, there are 4 rules to follow if you wish to accompany me. First, when facing adversaries, if there is an opportunity for a sneak attack, never engage in a direct confrontation. If you can lurk in the shadows and act the part of the underhanded, do not seek to be a hero. Second, in battle, refrain from excessive chatter, aim to unleash your strongest moves without delay. The principle is simple, if you can strike, do not prattle. Third, should you encounter any members of the Shi Yi Lin Shu clans or those youthful geniuses from the 30 rivers of the east and west, ensure they are utterly obliterated. Destroy everything belonging to their families, and do not leave a single remnant. Fourth, and most importantly, at no time shall you allow a cackling laugh to escape your lips when facing an enemy. The 4 exchanged glances, feeling the rules were somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, since Xiao Yun had spoken, they committed them to memory. Today, as they committed themselves to Xiao Yun, Gomu was exceedingly jubilant and proposed, "Young Master Xiao, how about we venture out for a bit of revelry? Allow me to cover all expenses for tonight." 15 minutes later, under Gomu's guidance, they arrived at Taichu Xian City. This city boasted a history of 10,000 years, established since the inception of the Taichu Academy. Here, the only limit was one's imagination, there was nothing unattainable. Young Master Xiao, if one were to seek entertainment in Taichu Xian City, nothing could rival the flower boat at Red Lotus Lake. The courtesans there are exceptionally beautiful. I heard there is a competition for the title of courtesan today, and it is quite the spectacle. Since we are here, shall we go take a look? Gomu wore a mischievous grin. Ru Hua, feeling somewhat uneasy, remarked, "But young Master Xiao is still quite young, perhaps this is not suitable." Seeing it would be beneficial, Xiao Yun replied, acknowledging that although he was still youthful, gaining experience was invaluable. Thus, the 4 made their way to Red Lotus Lake. Upon their arrival at the lake's edge, the quartet immediately spotted a grand red ship nearly 100 feet long, docked at the center of the lake, ablaze with lights and bustling with activity. Just as they stepped aboard the flower boat, an enraged voice called out from behind, "Halt!" Xiao Yun turned to find Shen Ruyan hastily approaching, flanked by Chu Kuang and several disciples from the Xianyang family and Outyan Academy. It seemed Shen Ruyan had been closely monitoring his movements. Xiao Yun decisively feigned ignorance. With a playful grin, he addressed Chu Kuang, "Good sir, I offer 5 million exquisite spirit stones for the courtesan beside you. Please sell her to me. Do not refuse. A refusal would be a sign of disrespect." Chapter 54. A young master, you are mine indeed. Do not blame us for informing you about the rules of Taichu Immortal City. Gomu, ever the sycophant, immediately exclaimed. "Young Master Xiao, the courtesan is yours, but that man is mine. Is that acceptable?" Hua's eyes sparkled as she fixated on Chu Kuang, eager to whisk him away to a secluded chamber for an intimate encounter. Zhao Ritian joined in with a teasing remark, "My dear lady, do not be so unappreciative, have you not heard the saying, when it comes to weak waters, young Master Shao only indulges in you?"
The banter continued, and both Chu Kuang and Shen Ruyan's faces turned an alarming shade of green.
"You are courting death."
Chu Kuang bellowed in a fit of rage, ready to charge forward, only to be restrained by Shen Ruyan.
"Which foolish idiot is making such a racket? Disturbing my catnap, you will not escape without compensating me 3 million exquisite spirit stones."
Bai Tian, having exhausted his innate abilities during the day, was in a deep slumber but was now awakened by Chu Kuang's outburst, displaying a face full of morning irritation. Upon seeing Shen Ruyan, his feline eyes immediately lit up. In his perception, any woman with a generous bosom and beauty must surely be the master's type, and he must seize the opportunity to impress for the promise of endless fish treats.
"Shao Yun.
Return my ancestor's arm to me, I can overlook past grievances."
Shen Ruyan, despite her desire to slay Shao Yun in her wrath, suppressed her fury upon recalling the rumor that he intended to use her ancestor's arm to forge a chamber pot, and thus she spoke with a semblance of civility. "How dare you demand something from the master? This cat, cannot even beg for fish treats, who gave you such confidence?" Bai, feeling indignant, flicked his tail and addressed Gomu and his companions, "Whoever has urine, wake her up. Diabetics need not apply, I fear she might enjoy the sweetness and become insatiable." Li Quan, who had been seeking an opportunity to shine, promptly interjected, "My urine is yellow, I'll give her a taste of her own medicine." "That won't do."
Zhao Ritian shook his head, declaring, Zhao Ritian, can urinate 10 zhang against the wind.
My stream will surely awaken her. You all.
Shen Ruyan trembled with rage, having encountered shameless individuals before, but never a shameless band. Clearly, like-minded individuals congregate, especially that cat, who, despite being a formidable spirit beast, possessed such a loathsome tongue. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for allowing the spirit pet to humiliate the fiancée of the legendary chosen one.
Reward 100,000 villain points.
Ding ding, congratulations to the host for permitting the sycophants to insult the fiancée of the legendary chosen one. Reward 100,000 villain points.
A total of 200,000?
Shao Yun mused, this Red Lotus Lake is indeed a splendid place.
Shao Yun, I challenge you, to the death.
The humiliation of his beloved ignited a fervor within Chu Kuang, leaving him with but a singular thought.
Kill Shao Yun feigned surprise. Oh, I remember now, you are Chu Kuang, right? As my little attendant, you dare to approach your elder brother without offering your respects, and instead seek to engage in a life and death struggle? How brazen of you!
Gomu, never one to shy away from chaos, shouted, everyone, look here, a mere attendant dares to disrespect his master and seeks to engage in mortal combat, what audacity!
The conflict among them had already drawn considerable attention, and Gomu's loud proclamation attracted even more onlookers. Is that truly young Master Shao?
I had no idea he indulged in flower boats at such a young age. That man appears to be Chu Kuang. I heard he was taken as a little attendant after losing a bet against young Master Shao in the Lianyun mountain range.
Is he daring to challenge him again?
I witnessed it with my own eyes. Young Master Shao generously spared him last time. Who would have thought a mere attendant would dare challenge his master?
Truly shameless.
As the crowd murmured their opinions, Chu Kuang's complexion shifted from green to red, then pale, as he glared at Shao Yun.
Do you dare to fight? Should you wish to battle, know this. Without 20 heavenly materials of 1,000 years or more, do not even think about challenging this cat of a master. Do you truly believe I would fight without an appearance fee? By the cat emphasized his self-sufficiency and familial loyalty.
Well said, Shao Yun nodded, rewarding Bai with a piece of dried fish. With his newfound motivation, Bai declared, if you cannot afford the appearance fee, then this lovely lady beside you must accompany my master for a night.
The crowd gasped in disbelief. Is this cat truly a chaotic spirit beast?
Its audacity and shamelessness are unparalleled. After all, Shen Ruyan is a prodigy of the Shenyang family and a saintess of the proud Heaven Academy. To think she is valued at nearly 10 heavenly materials? Ding ding, congratulations to the host for allowing the spirit pet to humiliate the fiancée of the legendary chosen one.
Reward 100,000 villain points.
Impressive, indeed, this gluttonous cat is a veritable treasure. I had already amassed 2 billion spirit stones for him during the day, and now earned another 200,000 villain points at night. Shao Yun generously rewarded Bai with 2 pieces of dried fish.
How dare you go too far?
Chu Kuang launched himself at Shao Yun, however, just as he reached Shao Yun, an elder appeared, effortlessly repelling him with a gentle palm.
Fighting is prohibited here on the flower boat. Should you both insist on battling, you may do so at the martial arts arena.
Shen Ruyan coldly stated, Shao Yun, I will take this battle. If you lose, you will return my ancestor's arm.
Shao Yun smiled, and if I win? I interjected, if my master wins, you must spend the night with my master and additionally provide 20 heavenly materials of 1,000 years or more.
Agreed.
A promise is a promise. Shen Ruyan readily accepted. Ruyan, you mustn't. Chu Kuang panicked. If Shen Ruyan truly lost to Shao Yun, would he not be doomed to a life of infamy? Do not speak further. My mind is made up.
Shen Ruyan showed no regard for her prospective fiancé, striding confidently towards the martial arts arena.
Wait, I have yet to finish speaking. What do you intend? Chu Kuang glared at Shao Yun. Quite simply.
Shao Yun smiled at Ruyan. If I win, you must consume my exclusive recipe, Crazy for Mother Pig, and spend a night with this lovely lady.
Otherwise, I have no interest in this battle.
Gasp, the onlookers collectively mourned for Chu Kuang for 10 minutes upon seeing the formidable physique of the lady. Should he indeed spend a night with her, he would undoubtedly become infamous across the realm. Hua cast flirtatious glances at Chu Kuang. Had it not been for Xiao Yun's rules, she would have laughed wickedly, declaring, "Young master, you belong to me now."
Chu Kuang turned to Shen Ruyan, almost pleadingly, "Ruyan, should I not take on this battle? Do you not trust me?" Shen Ruyan's gaze turned icy.
Had it not been for her ancestors' regard for him, she would not have even deigned to look at him, yet here he was doubting her strength. How utterly insulting.
Xiao Yun.
I accept all your conditions. I trust you will not go back on your word. Chapter 55 If you love him, do not hesitate. The martial arts arena, the duel between Xiao Yun and Shen Ruyan swiftly spread throughout the flower boat, drawing nearly everyone to the scene. I have long heard that young Master Xiao is the foremost prodigy of the Tianhuang continent.
To witness his battle today is indeed worth the journey. Hey, old Wang, instead of clearing the sewer at Widow Chen's house next door, you've come to join the excitement here? Humph, you, old drunkard, instead of selling your wife for liquor, what brings you here? Enough of your bickering. The battle is about to commence.
Xiao Yun, the humiliation I endured that day shall be repaid in full today. Shen Ruyan, brandishing a long spear, radiated a swiftly boiling aura. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes. This Shen Ruyan was indeed different from a few days prior, just as Jiang Ziyue had said. From the aura alone, she was almost an entirely different person. At that moment, Shen Ruyan stepped forward and mysteriously vanished from sight. Xiao Yun's hair stood on end, and without time to employ his void step, he instinctively turned to grasp the spear with his bare hands.
You dare to seek death?
Shen Ruyan coldly exclaimed, her spear darting towards Xiao Yun's heart like a swimming dragon. In a moment of crisis, Xiao Yun struck fiercely at the spear with his star-plucking hand. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the arena. Utilizing the rebound force, Xiao Yun executed a step of the void step, narrowly evading the strike.
Is Xiao Yun injured from the very first blow? Is the reputation of the Tianhuang continent's foremost prodigy merely inflated?
The crowd expressed doubt as they witnessed blood dripping from Xiao Yun's hand.
What do you know? Didn't you see that Xiao Yun hasn't even drawn his sword?
Indeed, he still possesses the ancient heavy eye, the innate divine bone, and hasn't even utilized the battle saint body.
Upon hearing this, the crowd's anticipation grew. Shen Ruyan's earlier strike had been exceedingly bizarre in its speed. Surely, within the Dao realm, no one could withstand it. If they could force Xiao Yun to reveal his true form, it would be a feast for the eyes. A commendable speed. Let's engage in a different kind of play.
Xiao Yun chuckled lightly. Suddenly, he reached into the air towards Shen Ruyan, and in the next moment, a belly band embroidered with a small rabbit appeared in his grasp. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for unveiling the fiancée's belly band in front of the legendary Chosen One, reward of 200,000 villain points. Shen Ruyan was taken aback, hastily covering her chest, her face flushed with both shame and fury.
Xiao Yun, you shameless scoundrel.
The men present were instantly thrilled at Xiao Yun's audacity, feeling that this trip had been well worth it.
Ah, is this battle serious? Who cares if it's serious?
Young Master Xiao, what skill was that? I'll offer 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones for you to teach me.
I'll offer 5 million, plus a sacred scripture. What the heck, big monk, what are you doing here? Aren't you afraid the Buddha will haunt you in your dreams tonight?
Shen Ruyan, recalling her experience in the Lianyun mountain range, nearly ground her silver teeth to dust.
Xiao Yun, is this all you can resort to, these despicable tactics? Do you dare to engage me in an honorable fight?
Xiao Yun wiped his hands on the belly band and replied, am I not already battling you? It's just that the method of combat is one you are unaccustomed to. Seeing Xiao Yun's shamelessness, Shen Ruyan ceased her words and charged forward with her spear.
Stop. Xiao Yun said mischievously, do you believe your speed surpasses my ability to disrobe you?
Hearing this, Shen Ruyan abruptly halted, genuinely hesitant to take another step. A person capable of such public humiliation was not to be underestimated. She had no doubt he would strip her bare in front of everyone. Shen Ruyan was acutely aware of Xiao Yun's lack of moral restraint.
Noting her hesitation, Xiao Bai immediately encouraged her. Fear not, Miss Big Breasts, my master merely seeks to frighten you. If you love him, do not hesitate. Ah, yes, I wager I won't come to the flower boat for 10 years.
Young Master Xiao is definitely just scaring her. Shen Ruyan, do not let him succeed. Lady Ruyan, trust our judgment. Young Master Xiao would never dare to go that far. If you hesitate now and lose the duel, it would be regrettable.
Chu Kuang could hardly contain his fury, wishing to draw his sword against the entire assembly. A bunch of shameless scoundrels. After a sharp rebuke, Chu Kuang leapt onto the martial arts arena, positioning himself before Shen Ruyan. Ruyan, stand down.
This shameless individual does not play by the rules. Continuing to battle him will only lead to your detriment. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yun immediately took offense.
What's this? Are you teaming up against me? Do you even have the audacity to call others shameless? Chu Kuang said nothing further, channeling his entire cultivation in preparation for a thunderous strike.
Xiao Yun was not to be outdone. He casually drew that Sanglong sword, activating his battle saint body's berserk form along with the ZY heavenly fire. Still feeling unsteady, he bestowed upon himself the buffs of Emperor's endowment, invincible sword heart, and causal divine ring. As his aura surged to a terrifying height, every spectator held their breath, fearful of missing even the slightest detail of Xiao Yun's display. It must be said that when Xiao Yun was not earnest in battle, he was insufferably arrogant. Yet once he turned serious, his might became unparalleled. Xiao Yun gripped the sword hilt, an aura of terrifying sharpness erupted with his motion, as if it were poised to claim a life in the next instant.
Today, let me test my new skill on you. Moon-slicing sword technique.
As Xiao Yun moved, an unmatched sword light cleaved towards Chu Kuang like a bolt of lightning. So swift it was nearly incomprehensible. The sword light sliced through the surrounding spatial energies, creating a violent ripple that sent several spectators with insufficient cultivation flying.
This power. It's simply inhuman.
The crowd murmured in astonishment, quickly focusing their gaze on the arena, gasping in shock. There knelt Chu Kuang, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering severe internal injuries. Chu Kuang was horrified. No one knew what he had just endured. If he weren't a reincarnated immortal king forcibly awakening part of his latent power, that strike would have surely sealed his fate. He was aware that Xiao Yun's genius could not be measured by common standards, yet in just a few days, Xiao Yun's strength had multiplied several times over. Moreover, while others could not perceive it, he discerned clearly that Xiao Yun possessed the legendary Emperor's endowment. What a farce! With the defiant capabilities of the Emperor's endowment, as long as Xiao Yun did not meet an untimely end, his future ascension to the immortal Emperor was all but assured. Would they allow anyone to live? For the first time, Chu Kuang felt that his so-called reincarnation and recultivation as an immortal king was nothing but a farce. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for severely injuring the legendary Chosen One with a single strike, reward of 1 million villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for making the legendary Chosen One question her life choices, reward of 500,000 villain points.
A flurry of actions akin to a tigress ferocity, yet no lottery was drawn. Even with a reward of
1.5 million villain points, Xiao Yun was far from pleased. Since he was discontent, he sought a bit of amusement. Xiao Yun donned a mischievous grin, stepping toward Chu Kuang and Shen Ruoyan.
Chapter 56. Ah, you are fierce with me.
Xiao Yun, spare Ruoyan. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Chu Kuang forcefully tapped into his reserves to withstand Xiao Yun's sword strike. His injuries were too severe, and he truly felt that he was outmatched despite his resolve. However, in his past life, he owed too much to Shen Ruoyan. He could not bear to watch her fall into the jaws of a heartless predator.
Very well, then consume this.
Xiao Yun directly presented the system-upgraded He Huan San Mad Pig to Chu Kuang. A barely perceptible cold smirk flickered in the depths of Chu Kuang's eyes. As a reincarnated celestial king, he had encountered countless poisons. Could a mere aphrodisiac possibly faze him? In under 5 minutes, he could force the effects of this drug out. Slap! Chu Kuang seized the mad pig without a hint of hesitation and swallowed it whole. My goodness, what a true man! As a decade-long bookworm, Xiao Yun could responsibly assert that these chosen ones easily lost their composure when their beloved fell into peril. At this moment, manipulating them was remarkably effortless. I have consumed the drug, now let Ruoyan go. No need to rush, why not first attempt to expel the poison? Seeing Xiao Yun's unwavering confidence, a shiver ran through Chu Kuang's heart, and he hastily began to channel his energy. Before long, he was drenched in sweat. The more he exerted himself, the more turbulent his thoughts became, until he could no longer suppress them. Damn it, what kind of aphrodisiac is this? Chu Kuang let out a frustrated growl, completely losing his rationality, and turned to pounce on Shen Ruoyan. Slap! Xiao Yun, quick on the draw, struck Chu Kuang to temporarily knock him out, then tossed him to the eagerly awaiting Hua Hua. He is yours for the night. Finally, he tossed Hua Hua a vial of mad pig. I have plenty of this.
No need to save it for me. Thank you, Xiao Xiao.
Overjoyed, Hua Hua hoisted Chu Kuang and transformed into a gust of wind, racing into a room on the flower boat. The onlookers felt a shiver of dread as they gazed at that room. The degradation of Chu Kuang in such a manner would likely cast a shadow over him for a lifetime.
Shen Ruoyan showed no change in expression, as if Chu Kuang had nothing to do with her. Xiao Yun, a bet is a bet. I can fulfill the wager and accompany you for a night, along with offering 20 rare treasures, but can you agree to one condition? No way.
Knowing her intentions, Xiao Yun rejected her without a second thought. He was a person who held grudges. Had it not been for the presence of the Qingyue sword immortal that day, he would have been reduced to mere grass on a grave. Although he could not currently contend with the Xianyang saint, this grudge must be avenged. It was one thing he could not do anything against Shen Ruoyan now, and even if he could, he would never agree. Besides, why should he concede when he had won through his own merit? Seeing Xiao Yun's resolute stance, tears nearly brimmed in Shen Ruoyan's eyes. Had she not acted recklessly, her ancestor would not have lost an arm to the Qingyue sword immortal and fallen into Xiao Yun's hands. The trouble she had caused must be resolved by her own hands, otherwise, she could not face her ancestor, nor her family. Thus, when the power within her awakened and surged, disregarding the warnings, she rushed to confront Xiao Yun. Yet reality struck her like a heavy blow. Not only did she fail to achieve her desires, but she also suffered defeat.
What must I do to get my ancestor's arm back?
Seeing Shen Ruoyan's sorrowful visage, Xiaobai felt that this moment warranted a song of lament. Why are you so heartless, leaving behind only sadness, forcing me to endure all the mistakes alone? Why must you be so cruel, disregarding my feelings, causing me heartache and regret? I know it all stems from yesterday, prompting me to courageously face all the wrongs. This gluttonous cat truly knows how to stir things up. Xiao Yun spat out a mouthful of phlegm, swearing to the heavens that he had not sung anything like that. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for orchestrating the degradation of a legendary chosen one, causing him to lose his precious Yuan Yang, rewarding one lottery opportunity. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for setting a trap that harmed a legendary chosen one, leaving an indelible shadow in his heart, rewarding 2 million villain points.
Holy moly! One lottery draw and 2 million villain points. It was evident how deeply Chu Kuang and Hua Hua were entangled. This simply called for taking his fiancée Yi to eavesdrop next door. Perhaps it could boost Chu Kuang's spirits. With this thought, Xiao Yun gazed at Shen Ruyan with fervor. To obtain something, one must pay a price. Follow me. Shen Ruyan watched Xiao Yun's retreating figure, biting her lip.
She could not overpower him, and bringing the elders would yield little on the territory of the Taichu Immortal Academy. She did not believe Xiao Yun could do anything to her. After all, he was still a child. Even if she accompanied him for a night, it was merely a loss of reputation. Even if word got out, she had no affection for the soft-hearted Chu Kuang and did not need to care about his feelings. Yet the arm of her ancestor could not be forged into a latrine, otherwise, both the Xianyang family and the Aotian Immortal Academy would become the laughingstock of the world. Choosing the lesser evil, her only hope was that Xiao Yun had a shred of conscience and would return her ancestor's arm afterward. If all else failed, she had a trump card to play that could help her achieve her goal. You all wait for me back at the inn, leaving a message for the disciples who followed her. Shen Ruyan quickly caught up with Xiao Yun. The two soon arrived at the door of the room next door. As soon as they pushed the door open, they were met with unbearable sounds from within. Xiao Yun remained unfazed. In his past life, he had seen all kinds of videos and was not perturbed by a few peculiar sounds. However, he discerned that Chu Kuang was an amateur, his driving skills rather lacking, and his rhythm was all off. Meanwhile, Hua Hua was thoroughly engrossed by the sounds. Shen Ruyan's delicate face flushed crimson to her ears, infuriated that Xiao Yun had brought her to eavesdrop on her fiancé with another woman. How utterly shameless. As a young maiden, when had she ever endured such a scene? It was more distressing than being thrown into a furnace. Each low growl and high-pitched scream from next door only heightened her humiliation and fueled her disdain for Chu Kuang. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully orchestrating a situation that instilled hatred in the fiancée of a legendary chosen one, leaving an indelible shadow in her heart, rewarding 1 million villain points.
This had to deepen her impression, right?
Xiao Yun smirked. Actually, I can sense that Chu Kuang truly cares for you. He is indeed a decent man. Setting aside tonight's events, he will still belong to you in the future, so there is no need to take it too seriously.
Shut up.
Shen Ruyan could no longer contain herself. Listening to her fiancé so deeply engrossed with another woman was unbearable. Even if she did not harbor feelings for him, yet he remained her fiancé in name. Could she not care at all? Did he have to nag incessantly? Shen Ruyan wished she could bite this detestable fellow to death. Xiao Yun feigned disbelief.
Ah, you are fierce with me. You dare to be fierce with me? Do you no longer desire the arm of my ancestor? Chapter 57. Perhaps it's time to take action, Yumi.
Shen Ruyan was so enraged that she nearly lost her composure. Were it not for her ancestor's arm, she would have turned to leave without a second thought. To encounter such a shameless and despicable individual was truly the culmination of a lifetime of misfortune. Xiao Yun, however, was indifferent to Shen Ruyan's feelings, fully committed to embodying the spirit of a reunion among old classmates. He aimed to dismantle every pair he could and deceive anyone he encountered.
Actually, I believe you should show more understanding towards Chu Kuang.
You may not realize this, but men dread the 31st day of the year, while women fear the 1st of December.
Since your engagement to Chu Kuang, you haven't even held hands with him, have you? You cannot possibly fathom how long brother Chu Kuang has been holding back.
Though Shen Ruyan did not fully grasp the implications of Xiao Yun's words, she could tell they were rather improper. Nevertheless, being teased by Xiao Yun had stoked her ire.
If I raise my voice, are you saying I am being fierce with you? Then let me converse with you differently. How can a mere child possibly understand more than I, an 18-year-old maiden? It was the perfect opportunity to find a way to knock Xiao Yun out and reclaim her ancestor's arm. Xiao Yun, from what you say, it seems you possess great knowledge. Regardless, since I lost the wager, my reputation is already tarnished by entering here. Instead of all this talk, why not take action and see? Ah, what? Upon seeing Shen Ruyan's serious expression, Xiao Yun was utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that Shen Ruyan would take it seriously, and he felt utterly taken advantage of for his naivety. How outrageous, however, in the next moment, Xiao Yun was left speechless. Shen Ruyan unexpectedly shed her long dress, revealing a thin, semi-transparent garment that subtly showcased her alluring figure. With a mixture of seduction and mockery, Shen Ruyan gazed at Xiao Yun. What is the matter? Is it that you can only speak, yet cannot act? Show me that you truly understand, oh my.
Xiao Yun's mind raced with disbelief. He was now truly at a loss. How could he, a mere 13-year-old boy, withstand the advances of such a composed young woman? He finally grasped an adage. When a woman becomes provocative, a man truly has no place. Nevertheless, he was not one to be easily subdued, and so he retorted defiantly, "Do not think you can employ your charms against me, or I shall turn your scheme against you." If this was how she wished to play, then he would escalate the game. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, tearing away Shen Ruyan's garment. Out at Wangyue Peak, Jiang Ziyue and Lin Yurong, unable to locate Xiao Yun, rushed to the Moon Rainbow Palace. After inquiring about him through the arts of the Four Seasons, they learned that he had gone to Taichu Immortal City, yet when they asked where he had specifically gone, the 6 girls hesitated, unwilling to elaborate.
This scoundrel is likely up to no good again.
Suddenly, Jiang Ziyue's eyes lit up as a thought struck her. "Sister Lin, I heard that during the Sacred Sun's Fengshan ceremony, Taichu Immortal City is hosting a courtesan competition to take advantage of the crowd.
Do you think this rascal might have gone to Honglian Lake?"
Lin Yurong recalled Xiao Yun's previous escapades with Sui and nodded in agreement. That is indeed quite likely. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyue felt her anger rekindling.
Let us go find him.
Inside the flower boat's chamber, Shen Ruyan was in a state of panic, clutching herself.
Xiao Yun.
You shameless cad. She was on the verge of losing her mind. She had intended to turn the tables, but Xiao Yun had acted so brazenly, stripping her of her clothing without a second thought. This was not how the game was supposed to unfold. In her flustered state, Shen Ruyan disregarded everything else and hastily retrieved a new outfit from her storage ring, yet, Xiao Yun failed to notice as she secretly opened a jade vial, taking an antidote while her back was turned to him. In an instant, a colorless and odorless gas wafted from the vial. Soon, Xiao Yun began to feel dizzy, akin to having worked a 24-hour shift without rest. At that moment, a beam of sword light hovered above the flower boat, quickly drawing the attention of many.
Ah! What am I seeing? Could it be a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm?
No, that is Lin Yurong, the saintess of Xianyu Valley, and Zhang Ziyue, daughter of the Qingyue Sword Immortal.
What brings them to such a place?
The trio of Gomu, who were watching the courtesan competition, soon spotted Lin Yurong and Zhang Ziyue as well.
Oh no! This is bad.
Gomu exclaimed, quickly scooping up the sleeping little bai and hurriedly dragging Zhao Ritian and Li Quan to relay the news. After searching for a while without finding Xiao Yun, Zhang Ziyue soon noticed the trio of Gomu making their way against the crowd.
Sister Lin, block them. They must know where Xiao Yun is.
With a swish, Lin Yurong descended on her sword, landing before Gomu. Zhang Ziyue's expression darkened. She believed Gomu had led Xiao Yun astray, questioning how a child could possibly end up in such a place of indulgence.
Gomu! Speak quickly, where has Xiao Yun hidden?
Gomu appeared troubled. He was aware of Zhang Ziyue's affection for Xiao Yun, but if he spoke up and Xiao Yun was caught in the act, he would also face dire consequences for leading him astray.
Yet, if he remained silent, Zhang Ziyue would not let him off the hook.
Humph, if you won't speak, then I will find him myself. I will certainly inform my aunt and say that you disrupted Xiao Yun's cultivation.
Sister Lin, let us go. With that, Zhang Ziyue tugged at Lin Yurong, turning to leave.
Gomu quickly blocked their path. Sister Ziyue, I will take you there, but please do not inform the Sword Immortal. At least you know your place. Zhang Ziyue coldly replied. Thus, the group made their way to the room where Xiao Yun was located. Curious onlookers followed, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Before long, they arrived outside the room.
Can anyone tell me what he is doing inside?
Lin Yurong inquired, her brow furrowed. Seeing Lin Yurong's icy demeanor, Gomu and his companions scratched their heads, stammering, We don't know either. Creak. At that moment, the door to the adjacent room swung open. A blushing Ruwai emerged from the neighboring chamber, but upon realizing the situation, she feigned ignorance of Gomu and the others, gracefully walking away. How could she be so disloyal?
Gomu and his companions cursed under their breath.
Just after Ruwa departed, a dejected Chu Kuang stepped out of the room. At that moment, he felt as if he wished to die, utterly unsure of how he would face his beloved Ruyan. Impatient and fed up, Zhang Ziyue wasted no time and kicked the door open. Bang! The door flew open, revealing a scene that left everyone frozen in shock, particularly Chu Kuang, whose complexion shifted from pale to crimson, then to a deep shade of black, until he began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 58. From today on, I will quit drinking. The sudden sound of the door opening startled Shen Ruyan, who immediately turned to face the crowd. At that moment, she was clad in a thin, plain garment, her graceful figure laid bare for all to behold. Behind her, Xiao Yun lay sprawled across the table. Although the onlookers could not see Xiao Yun's face, they could observe his legs splayed out and his arms carelessly draped over the table. What left everyone utterly bewildered was the sight of Xiao Yun's clothes carelessly discarded on the floor. Shen Ruyan's heart brimmed with rage. She had meticulously plotted and schemed, searching for the storage ring on Xiao Yun's person, leaving no stone unturned, even inspecting his undergarments, yet she found nothing. Her initial intention had been to dress herself and eliminate Xiao Yun before making her escape, only to be unexpectedly interrupted by Zhang Ziyue's arrival. Ultimately, she achieved none of her objectives, and soon, the scandal of the day would likely spread throughout the entire Tianhuang continent.
How could she ever face anyone again?
My goodness, it looks like Saint Sun Shao has been taken advantage of by Saintess Shen. A few hours ago, they were fighting fiercely. How did it come to this?
This is terrifying. The world has gone mad.
The onlookers, feasting on this shocking gossip, felt as if they were caught in a dream.
Why? Chu Kuang let out a desperate roar. He had sacrificed everything, even his own precious Yuan Yang, to protect Shen Ruyan, and yet this was the outcome he received. He could hardly bear it, especially witnessing Shen Ruyan's proactive demeanor, which shattered the last flicker of hope in his heart.
Ah! Chu Kuang bellowed like a beast, disappearing from sight in a flurry of movement.
Shen Ruyan!
You truly have no shame! Zhang Ziyue shouted in anger, equally unable to accept this outcome. This was the man she had intended to nurture with her own hands, and she had gone to great lengths to prevent Lin Yurong from getting too close to Xiao Yun, even clinging to Lin Yurong after the Fengshan ceremony, avoiding Xiao Yun at all costs. Yet, despite her precautions, she had never anticipated that her rival, Shen Ruyan, would seize the man she wished to raise. Lin Yurong's expression remained calm, but the rising and falling of her chest betrayed the turmoil within her.
Something is amiss. Gomu quickly detected the anomaly.
By all rights, Xiao Yun should have stirred by now, yet he remained utterly still.
Could it be?
With a swift movement, Gomu crossed over Shen Ruyan and reached Xiao Yun's side, discovering him unconscious.
He immediately shouted, Shen Ruyan, what have you done to Xiao Xiao? Shen Ruyan picked up her long dress from the ground and donned it before coldly replying, "Fear not, he is merely unconscious and will awaken in due time." After saying this, Shen Ruyan suddenly caught sight of Lin Yurong unsheathing her sword. Realizing she could not afford to be cornered, she hastily fled through the window. Upon seeing Shen Ruyan escape, Lin Yurong finally sheathed her peach blossom sacred sword, vowing silently to make Shen Ruyan pay a heavy price for her actions today. The following morning, at the Moon Rainbow Hall, Xiao Yun rubbed his eyes and abruptly sat up. "Xiao Yun, how do you feel?" Jiang Ziyue and Lin Yurong, who had kept vigil throughout the night, hurriedly inquired. Upon recognizing the familiar surroundings of the Moon Rainbow Hall, Xiao Yun furrowed his brow in confusion. "How did I end up here?" Lin Yurong, her expression darkening, replied, "You should have been on the flower boat, right?" "Yes." No." Realizing something was amiss, Xiao Yun quickly corrected himself. Lin Yurong seized Xiao Yun's ear, twisting it. "At your young age, how could you go gallivanting on a flower boat? Not only that, but you were nearly killed by someone else's machinations." "Indeed. If we hadn't been looking for you and rushed to the flower boat, you would have been torn to pieces by Shen Ruyan." Jiang Ziyue pouted, wishing she could twist Xiao Yun's ear like Lin Yurong. Beside them, Xiao Bai quickly defended, "You are misunderstanding my master. He wasn't out on the flower boat, he made a fortune yesterday and was going to buy gifts for you." "Silence." Lin Yurong dismissed the chattering cat, refusing to believe a word. Xiao Yun hastily interjected, Yes, Xiao Bai is correct. It's all Shen Ruyan's fault. If she hadn't followed me, I wouldn't have missed out on buying the gifts." As he recalled Shen Ruyan, Xiao Yun suddenly pieced together what had transpired. How careless of him, as a seasoned schemer, he had fallen into such a trap. According to the two women, he had nearly been dismembered, and he must avenge this grievance in the future. Yet, at the core of it all, it stemmed from his own lustful tendencies. Thus, he resolved, from this day forth, to quit drinking. Moments later, the three of them arrived at the moon-gazing Peak's assembly hall. Within the grand chamber, the clear moon sword immortal occupied the highest seat, with the 5 elders of moon-gazing Peak seated to the left, while the Xianyu master and an elderly woman, who appeared to require a cane, sat to the right. Behind the old woman stood a youthful girl, her attire reflecting the unique style of the western regions, her slender waist suggesting a tantalizing allure. Xiao Yun gazed at the girl for a moment longer before shifting his attention back to the clear moon sword immortal. The clear moon sword immortal spoke calmly, "Since Xiao Yun is present, please, Taoist Mu Yan, convey your message directly." The true sage Mu Yan rose slightly, clasping her fists. "Sword immortal, I have an ungracious request. I hope you will agree to make Xiao Yun the honorary saint son of the Longevity Immortal Academy." "Absolutely not." The clear moon sword immortal rejected the idea without a moment's hesitation, having promised the Xianyu master due to their amicable relations. After all, the 3 great immortal academies had been engaged in covert rivalry for so many years, who could predict her true intentions? "Do not be so hasty in your refusal, sword immortal." True sage Mu Yan maintained her confidence. The Longevity Immortal Academy has its roots in antiquity and boasts the finest alchemical heritage. My reason for this request is simply that I cannot bear to see the alchemical talents of young friend Xiao Yun squandered. There is no need for further discussion. I will not agree. Witnessing the clear moon sword immortal's unwavering stance, Mu Yan remained composed. Perhaps we should first hear Xiao Yun's opinion. If he is unwilling, I shall not press further. With that, she turned her gaze to Xiao Yun. Young friend, becoming the honorary saint son of the Longevity Immortal Academy comes with no restrictions. You would only be required to assist the academy in refining a divine elixir once you achieve success in alchemy. Moreover, the Longevity Immortal Academy is situated in the western regions, which not only abounds with beauty but also with exquisite delicacies like raisins and fine wines. Should you wish, you may indulge to your heart's content. If that is the case, then I shall not decline. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yun acquiesced. Since you extend such a gracious invitation, I shall humbly accept. Xiao Yun. You. The clear moon sword immortal was incensed, taken aback by Xiao Yun's swift agreement without a second thought to the potential deceit. Jiang Ziyue pouted. Auntie, I believe he is only interested in the alluring dancers of the western regions. Nonsense. Xiao Yun vehemently denied. I am not motivated by raisins or fine wines, nor by the enchanting dancers. I merely wish to learn the ancient art of alchemy. Chapter 59. An absolutely conscientious price. Mu Yan, the true saint, cast a deep glance at Xiao Yun, inwardly affirming his gamble was indeed correct. Xiao Yun, possessing such extraordinary talent, had unfortunately fallen into the hands of Shen Ruyan, just as he had suspected. If he could cater to Xiao Yun's preferences, there might be a chance to recruit him into the Changsheng Academy in the future. With this thought in mind, Mu Yan shot a glare at the girl standing nearby and declared, Little fish, from now on, Xiao Yun will be the honorary saint son of our Changsheng Academy, and he will also be your junior brother. Why don't you come over and introduce yourself? Little fish timidly approached and offered a graceful bow to Xiao Yun. Little fish pays her respects to Saint Sun Xiao. Her sweet voice resonated with the essence of a first love from a past life. Regrettably, the system had yet to alert him, indicating that Little Fish was not the chosen one he had hoped for. Otherwise, he would have pursued her fervently. After all, dealing with a 500-point Jiang Ziyue was already quite a burden. Noticing Xiao Yun's gaze upon her, Little Fish felt a touch of unease. The fierce incident of capturing and auctioning people had ingrained a subconscious desire in her to keep her distance from Xiao Yun. Sword Immortal, we shall take our leave now, she stated, turning to Xiao Yun. I hope you will come to the western region soon to receive the alchemical inheritance. As her words faded, Mu Yin the true saint took little fish and tore through the fabric of space to depart. Just as he left, Xianyu, the celestial master, rose and said, Qingyu, now that Saint Sun Zhao's sealing ceremony is complete, I shall escort him to Xianyu Valley. Qingyu the sword immortal nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing that Xiao Yun was leaving, Zhang Ziyue immediately expressed her discontent. Auntie, I wish to accompany you. Absurd. Qingyu the sword immortal admonished sharply. You are not to go anywhere, stay and focus on your cultivation in the Yuexia Palace. I refuse. This is not up for debate. In the void, Xianyu the celestial master skillfully navigated an exquisite flying vessel, racing towards Xianyu Valley with Xiao Yun and Lin Yurong. Xiaobai lay comfortably on Xiao Yun's shoulder, fast asleep. Bored during the journey, Xiao Yun decided to access the system panel for a lottery draw. Upon opening the system panel, he was taken aback. How come there are 2 lottery chances? And why do I suddenly have an additional 2 million villain points? System, what is happening? Ding Ding the host has set a trap to deceive the legendary Chosen One, causing a tremendous misunderstanding with his fiancée, thus leading to a loss of confidence in his beloved. As a reward, 2 million villain points and an extra lottery chance have been granted. Excellent, a broad grin spread across Xiao Yun's face. Although he had been caught off guard this time, the outcome was undeniably in his favor. As for Shen Ruyan, once she matured, he would surely confine her in a small dark room to solve problems. Whether they were fill-in-the-blank questions or mental arithmetic would depend on his mood. For now, the lottery was of utmost importance. Ding Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the Heavenly Secret Scroll. Heavenly Secret Scroll, what on earth is that? Xiao Yun was astonished upon reading the detailed description. It allowed one to designate a specific individual to glimpse their future opportunities and encounters. This meant he could potentially foresee the Chosen One's fortunes and intercept them without a trace. Subsequently, he could sell the information to the Chosen One or other factions and reap further profits. However, this item needed to be used judiciously. Misuse would render it nothing more than a worthless piece of paper. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yun immediately thought of Sui, who had not shown up this time, suggesting he did not regard Xiao Yun as a brother. However, upon reconsideration, Sui was merely of epic level, and given the numerous lottery draws, it would be somewhat wasteful to use it on him. On the other hand, Zhu Kuang had just suffered a significant blow and was also a legendary Chosen One. With his unreasonable protagonist aura, he might even turn misfortune into fortune. Ultimately, it seemed most fitting to use the Heavenly Secret Scroll on him. Nevertheless, it was not yet the right time. He would wait until he reached Xianyu Valley to learn the forging inheritance before utilizing it. Stowing the Heavenly Secret Scroll away, Xiao Yun continued with the lottery. Ding Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the Taoist essence of the 5 Qi returning to origin. 5 Qi returning to origin condenses the essence of the 5 internal organs, returning it to the Dantian, thereby refining the Dantian's spiritual power. When activated in battle, it grants a tenfold enhancement to all attributes. Another battle buff. This was a true essence realm that most Taoist practitioners spend their entire lives striving to attain. Upon activation, Xiao Yun immediately felt a seismic shift in his strength. What a tremendous gain! Just as Xiao Yun was reveling in his excitement, the flying vessel suddenly jolted. What is going on? Xiao Yun quickly opened his eyes, only to find Xianyu the celestial master and Lin Yurong gazing intently at him, their eyes burning with curiosity, as if they wished to strip him bare and scrutinize him. Having experienced Shen Ruyan's situation, Xiao Yun instinctively crossed his arms over his chest. He believed that a young man must protect himself when venturing out. Xiao Yun, how on earth did you accomplish this? Even Xianyu the celestial master, whose heart was usually as clear as ice, momentarily lost his composure, forgetting to steer the vessel. What do you mean by how did I do it? Xiao Yun replied, bewildered. Lin Yurong took a deep breath before solemnly inquiring, without practicing Taoist techniques, how have you attained such a profound realm as 5 Qi returning to origin? I truly have no idea. Seeing Xiao Yun's reluctance to divulge further, Xianyu the celestial master sighed with a wry smile, realizing that even if it meant clashing with Qingyu the sword immortal, she would have fought to retain Xiao Yun. Such an incomprehensible prodigy was a divine opportunity bestowed by the heavens. She was certain that it would not be long before even the pinnacle of peak powerhouses like Qingyu the sword immortal would look up to Xiao Yun in admiration. Establishing an unbreakable bond with Xiao Yun would make ascending to the celestial realm and achieving divinity all the more feasible. Half a day later, the flying vessel descended into a breathtaking crescent-shaped valley. Sisters. The Valley Master has returned. Everyone, perk up. A sharp voice echoed throughout Xianyu Valley. Upon hearing the call, all disciples, whether practicing or idling, excitedly set aside their tasks to rush over. Not for any other reason, but because the Valley Master had declared that this time, she would bring back a man to serve as the saint son of Xianyu Valley. In a place where even mosquitoes were rare, a man was indeed a precious rarity. Most of the sisters among them were orphans, having been raised in Xianyu Valley by Xianyu the celestial master, with some having never even set foot outside the mountain. The notion of a man was something they had never encountered. As Xiao Yun stepped off the flying vessel, he was met with the sight of hundreds of sparkling eyes fixated upon him, instantly making him feel like he had stumbled into a realm of enchantresses. This was akin to Tang Seng entering the kingdom of women. Xiaobai, witnessing the scene, was equally exhilarated, wagging its tail like a happy pupi in its eyes. Many among these individuals would undoubtedly be eager to offer treasures aged over 1,000 years to curry its favor. It promptly made a decision. As long as Xiaoyun was bathing, it would stand guard at the entrance, charging a fee for entry, 1 minute of viewing for a treasure aged 1,000 years or more. An absolutely conscientious price. Chapter 60, What should I do? Master Xianyu gazed at the group of disciples who showed no sign of restraint, even including some elders who joined in the commotion, and her expression darkened instantly. Get back to what you were doing, and stop loitering here. Upon hearing Master Xianyu's reprimand, the female disciples remained utterly unfazed. Sect leader, it is not every day that we welcome a man to our sect. If you drive us away, we shall not leave. You all? Master Xianyu was so infuriated that she momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Beside her, Lin Yurong flashed a smile and explained to Xiaoyun, Xianyu Valley is unlike other factions. Here, there is virtually no distinction between high and low, rich and poor, all the sisters are as close as family, so it is quite normal for disciples to retort to their master. You will get used to it. This is quite delightful, I truly enjoy this atmosphere. After spending more than half a year in this world, where deceit and treachery were ubiquitous, and experiencing the harsh realities of life firsthand, encountering a place that resembled the relatively egalitarian and harmonious environment of his previous life indeed made him quite fond of this locale. Master Xianyu was quite pleased with Xiaoyun's response and gently remarked, Xiaoyun, the forging legacy is located in a secluded area. I will escort you there tomorrow morning. Your own, kindly show Xiaoyun to his accommodations. A moment later, Xiaoyun followed Lin Yurong to an exquisitely elegant courtyard deep within Xianyu Valley. This truly is a wonderful place, perfect for cultivation and tranquility, Xiaoyun exclaimed in admiration. Xianyu Valley belongs to the Taoist sect, which emphasizes purity and serenity, Lin Yurong chuckled, pointing to a nearby small courtyard. That courtyard is mine. If you require anything, feel free to come and find me. Any time? Xiaoyun smirked mischievously. Lin Yurong shot him a playful glare. If you are not afraid that I might pluck your eyeballs out, then feel free to try. Since you say so, I shall knock on your door tonight, Xiaoyun thought to himself, having thoroughly deduced Lin Yurong's character. To earn more villain points for his livelihood, he needed to learn to work overtime. Not wishing to prolong the banter with this mischievous fellow, Lin Yurong handed Xiaoyun 2 tokens. These are the protective array tokens for the courtyard. Settle in for now, I must return to cultivate the latter half of the purple mist flying immortal technique. As soon as Lin Yurong departed, a number of female disciples began peeking over the walls of Xiaoyun's courtyard. Holy son, come back with me. Sister will give you some candy, don't go with them. Holy son, you must come to me, sister has $1 billion project to discuss with you. How terrifying. Upon witnessing the eager gazes of these female disciples, Xiaoyun's initial delight at entering a realm of women dissipated, replaced instead by the alarming sensation of having fallen into a spider demon's lair. He hastily activated the courtyard's protective array, swiftly entered the room, locked the door, and, not quite reassured, barricaded it with a chair. After inspecting himself and finding nothing amiss, he noticed that Little White had not followed him in. Forget it. That gluttonous cat should be safe on its own, I'll leave it be for now. Xiaoyun glanced around the room and was quickly captivated by an opulent bathtub. This bathtub was crafted entirely from golden silk nanmu wood, surrounded by several wooden troughs planted with lovely little flowers, exuding a delightful fragrance. Approaching the bathtub, he discovered through his dual pupils that there was a formation at the bottom, continuously circulating hot spring water into the tub. How marvelous, he could hardly contain his eagerness to take a bath. Outside the courtyard, Little White was perched on the doorstep, surrounded by a throng of female disciples. The girls were so enchanted by the adorable Little White that they could hardly resist wanting to hug it and pet it. However, Little White, possessing innate spatial abilities, slipped away like an eel, evading their grasp effortlessly. They could do nothing but watch it sit there, proud and aloof. Do you want to see the handsome guy take a bath? Do you want to see my lord's 8-pack abs? One viewing of a millennium-old heavenly treasure for just 1 minute. For those who wish to see, tickets are available. One female disciple, clearly skeptical, retorted, How do you know the Holy Son is taking a bath? Little White confidently declared, I just entered the courtyard and explored the inside thoroughly, discovering a large bathtub on the first floor of the annex. My lord loves bathing, so he is undoubtedly soaking right now. Do not hesitate or linger, otherwise, once my lord finishes his bath, there will be no opportunity for you to see. As soon as Little White finished speaking, one female disciple threw a millennium-old spiritual herb at it. After verifying the item, Little White pressed the token against the protective array, which promptly deactivated. You may enter, but only for 1 minute. The ecstatic female disciple rushed inside, while another girl attempted to sneak in, only to be halted by Little White's swift warning. Do you dare to test my patience by attempting to intrude upon another's courtyard? Upon hearing this, the girl could only retreat in disappointment. The rules of Xianyu Valley were few, but one was universally respected. While challenging the sect leader was permissible, intruding upon another's courtyard was a grave offense. Seeing her attempt thwarted, the female disciple hastily produced a millennium-old spiritual herb. Little White, however, was not impressed, exclaiming, The price has just gone up, 2 millennium-old heavenly treasures for 1 minute. You! The female disciple was furious but, gritting her teeth, produced another herb to hand over to Little White. Half an hour later, Little White was surrounded by a mountain of spiritual herbs. Mine, all mine. It displayed an expression of a greedy little fiend, rapidly stashing the herbs into its spatial pouch. Xiaoyun stood behind, utterly astonished. Where did this gluttonous cat acquire so many spiritual herbs?
Moreover, its lair seems to be more spacious than my own spatial pouch. Truly, it is worthy of being a chaotic spirit beast, naturally endowed with such incredible abilities. The scene shifted to the Xianyang family. The Xianyang saint looked down at Shen Ruyan, who knelt before him, feeling an unprecedented disappointment in this promising junior.
Ruyan, you have been exceedingly reckless. Do you understand?
Chu Kuang possesses secrets even I cannot fathom. Given time, he could elevate our Xianyang family to unprecedented heights. But look at you, not only did your scheming against Xiaoyun fail, but you also foolishly drove Chu Kuang away. At the end of his admonition, the Xianyang saint sternly declared, your sole task from now on is to locate Chu Kuang and bring him back.
Remember, it is to invite him back.
Shen Ruyan clenched her fists, utterly shocked to discover how highly regarded Chu Kuang was in the eyes of the ancestor. Recalling how Chu Kuang had unhesitatingly devoured a wild boar to protect her only to fall victim to Xiaoyun's scheme, she felt a pang of guilt. Yet in the next moment, the frantic gasps of Chu Kuang and Ru Hua echoed in her heart like a haunting memory, refusing to fade away.
What should I do? Chapter 61.
Would you like to join me? Upon witnessing the pained and conflicted expression on Shen Ruyan's face, Saint Xianyang let out a deep sigh. Ruyan, you must treat Chu Kuang with utmost care from now on. I consulted an old friend to discern your fates, and it appears that your bond with Chu Kuang in your past life is profoundly deep. To have the chance to reunite in this lifetime is indeed a rare stroke of fortune, but you must hold on to it tightly. As for Xiaoyun, you need not concern yourself with him. I have received word that tomorrow he intends to enter the secret realm of weapon forging within Xianyu Valley. It is high time I set in motion the pawns I arranged years ago. Shen Ruyan suddenly raised her head. Are you implying? Saint Xianyang waved his hand dismissively, saying, you need not trouble yourself with Xiaoyun any longer. Depart at once and ensure you locate Chu Kuang, regardless of the means you must employ. Bring him back. Shen Ruyan quietly left. The mere thought of her ancestor's directive to find Chu Kuang instilled a profound unease within her. The shared experiences between the two were well known to each other. She truly did not know how to forget the tender moments between Chu Kuang and Ruyan, nor how to face Chu Kuang himself. Ultimately, it was all Xiaoyun's fault, that shameless scoundrel. At that moment, Shen Ruyan's loathing for Xiaoyun surged to unprecedented heights.
Achoo! Xiaoyun, who was crouched outside Lin Yorong's courtyard preparing to toil away for some villain points, suddenly sneezed. Which young lady is yearning for me again?
Hearing a commotion outside, Lin Yorong, who was engrossed in her cultivation, promptly stepped outside. Upon seeing Xiaoyun sneaking about in the shadows, her ire flared. How dare he come to spy on her at such an hour? Lin Yorong approached and seized Xiaoyun by the ear. You little rascal, did I permit you to spy?
Ah!
Ouch, that hurts.
Xiaoyun grimaced in surprise. Wait, there's something amiss.
Little Bai suddenly extended its tiny paw, pointing at Xiaoyun's courtyard. They beheld a figure clad in black descending outside Xiaoyun's abode. With a swift motion, the figure clapped their hands, shattering the protective array surrounding Xiaoyun's courtyard. In the next moment, the black-clad figure stepped into the courtyard. The two, along with the cat, hastily concealed themselves within Lin Yorong's courtyard, daring not to breathe a word, for the figure exuded an unmistakable aura of at least a saint. I shall notify my master immediately. Lin Yorong exclaimed as she retrieved a communication jade slip, hastily sending a message to Master Xianyu. However, just as the message was dispatched, they witnessed the black-clad figure emerge from the courtyard and vanish into the depths of the night with a mere flicker.
This must be one of the elders. Lin Yorong remarked gravely, Xianyu Valley is safeguarded by formidable formations, and even true saints cannot infiltrate undetected.
For her to arrive here with the strength of a saint, she must indeed be one of the elders.
Who do you think it might be?
Lin Yorong shook her head. There are 9 elders at the saint level within the valley, and they frequently mingle with the disciples, making it difficult to discern anything unusual. At that moment, Master Xianyu arrived in haste. After grasping the situation, her expression turned exceedingly solemn, for even she could not ascertain the identity of the intruder. The 9 elders were her comrades who had fought alongside her for years, and she had never sensed any abnormalities among them. After weighing her options, Master Xianyu commanded, Xiaoyun, you shall stay with Yorong tonight while I guard your courtyard and await our quarry. With that, Master Xianyu swiftly made her way to Xiaoyun's courtyard. Xiaoyun felt no trepidation. As soon as she departed, he cheekily remarked, it's getting late, shall we retire for the night? Lin Yorong shot him a fierce glare.
Follow me.
The two entered the only dwelling within the courtyard. The furnishings were similar to his own, save for the addition of a vanity. Xiaoyun, feeling quite at home, disregarded Lin Yorong's feelings and flopped onto the bed, exclaiming how delightful and comfortable it was.
Little Bai chimed in, Meow Master Yin, have already taken a bath, are you not going to freshen up, big-chested lady?
Lin Yorong's face flushed with anger as she seized Little Bai and hurled it out the window. Subsequently, she marched over and yanked Xiaoyun from the floor, declaring, behave yourself, or you shall find yourself outside. With that, she settled cross-legged on the bed to resume her cultivation. Xiaoyun thought that such treatment of sleeping on the floor was merely a remnant of his youthful shyness. Over the years, he had progressed from the floor to the bed, and from the bed to the bathroom, shower, sofa, and balcony. It was all part of his journey. Moreover, for a chosen one such as her to cultivate in front of me, a great villain, was rather inconsiderate. Resolutely, Xiaoyun climbed back onto the bed, placing his hand on Lin Yorong's waist. Lin Yurong was reluctantly pulled from her meditative state, tossing his hand aside and glaring at him with indignation. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for interrupting the epic cultivation of the chosen one, reward. 50,000 villain points. With the villain points credited, Xiao Yun was instantly elated and cheekily asked, it seems we are short one for sleeping, would you care to join me?
Get out.
Seeing Xiao Yun's audaciousness, Lin Yurong was thoroughly incensed, forcibly dragging him outside before locking the door behind her. The following morning, a ray of sunlight streamed onto Lin Yurong's face, rousing her gently from slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the visage of Xiao Yun, merely a fraction of a centimeter away, his arm possessively wrapped around him. The indignation was palpable. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the absence of the epic chosen son, sharing a bed with the epic chosen daughter for the night, rewarded with 100,000 villain points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Yun awoke to find Lin Yurong on the brink of eruption, and immediately took the initiative to assert, you were practicing late into the night, and fearing that you might catch a chill while asleep, I came to attend to you.
Fear not, I do not expect any responsibilities from you.
Lin Yurong was utterly defeated by Xiao Yun's audacious demeanor.
Who asked for your care, who was responsible to whom,
Recognizing the opportune moment, Xiao Yun swiftly extricated himself, darting out of the small courtyard, granting Lin Yurong no chance to unleash her fury. Half an hour later, Xianyu arrived with Xiao Yun at the entrance of the secret realm of inheritance.
Xiao Yun, the secret realm of inheritance is a separate miniature world.
The legacy of weapon forging resides within the 9-story pagoda. At its heart, each level of the pagoda offers not only the opportunity to learn the corresponding level of forging techniques but also another chance to refine your physical form.
You must seize this opportunity.
Having spoken, Xianyu swiftly inscribed a series of seals upon the entrance's barrier. With a resounding rumble, the entrance to the secret realm swung open. Xianyu hastily urged, I can only maintain the entrance for the duration of half a stick of incense.
You must enter quickly.
Heeding her words, Xiao Yun embraced the little white creature and rushed inside, yet, as Xiao Yun vanished into the entrance, the passageway began to tremble violently, exhibiting signs of imminent collapse. Witnessing such a turn of events, Xianyu's expression transformed entirely. Chapter 62, I'm back. Damn it, within the depths of the inheritance secret realm, Xiao Yun found himself entangled in grave peril. Unbeknownst to him, some cunning individual had set up a formation within the passageway in advance. No sooner had he entered than he felt an ominous threat to his very existence. Boom, a terrifying surge of energy from the formation hurtled towards him, its power rivaling that of a sage's attack.
Damn it!
Xiao Yun exclaimed, hastily retrieving the peach branch of the beautiful tree spirit to shield himself. His heart raced, uncertain if the branch would suffice as protection. While he stood ready to activate the ancient emperor's mark at a moment's notice, Little Bai was equally frightened by the unfolding situation.
Damn it! If I find out who is behind this, I'll ensure their entire family mourns.
Boom, another thunderous explosion echoed as the formation's energy struck fiercely against the protective barrier formed by the peach branch. Fortunately, the branch proved remarkably resilient. Despite the relentless onslaught of the formation, it remained unscathed. Casting a glance towards the exit of the passage not far away, Xiao Yun resolutely made his way towards it, finally stepping beyond the formation's ominous grasp just before the peach branch's energy was entirely depleted. As he emerged from danger, ready to exhale a sigh of relief, a glance back turned his face pale. He activated the void step and dashed out of the passage in an instant. Rumbling, after a tremor that shook the very ground, the entire passage was utterly obliterated by the energy of the formation's self-detonation.
Damn it, there's no way out. Xiao Yun's heart plummeted at that moment, weighing the possibility of activating the ancient emperor's mark to escape.
Just then, Little Bai, unfazed, said, if Master would provide me with 30 servings of dried fish every day, no, 40 servings, within 5 years, I could tear open the space here.
Is that for real? Xiao Yun expressed skepticism regarding the 40 servings.
After pondering, he solemnly declared, 30 servings a day, no more. If after 5 years you still can't get me out, I shall taste the flavor of cat meat.
Fine.
Little Bai inwardly lamented his hasty words, realizing he should have started with 50 servings. Seeing Little Bai concede, Xiao Yun felt a pang of anguish. Despite currently possessing 900 villain points, 5 years of purchasing dried fish alone would require
4 million points.
Never had he spent so extravagantly, even during his previous lifetime with 7 or 8 girlfriends. Moreover, the foundational pill for the sea opening realm would require an additional 5 million villain points for him to break through to the 9th level of the sea opening realm.
The remaining
79 million villain points would scarcely suffice for purchasing the transformation pill necessary for breaking into the transformation realm. Though he could rely on his own means to break through, nothing could compare to the solidity of consuming a transformation pill. The ease of breakthrough was not only straightforward but would also endow him with a foundation far surpassing his own. Anyone would know the obvious choice. After a period of contemplation, Xiao Yun resolved to stride directly towards the 9-tiered pagoda at the heart of the small world. In these 5 years, aside from studying artifact crafting, he would diligently develop his innate divine bone and ancient heavy pupil, while furthering his study of divine abilities. By then, his strength would surely undergo a qualitative leap. Outside the secret realm, the somber Xianyu summoned all members of the valley to gather in the square. After a considerable wait, Lin Yurong approached her, reporting, Master, Elder 8 and her direct disciple have vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Xianyu felt a wave of self-reproach as she finally pieced together the sequence of events. We have all been schemed against.
Last night, Elder Eight's direct disciple lurked in the shadows, observing Xiao Yun's movements.
After Xiao Yun left his small courtyard, Elder 8 seized the opportunity to attack, intending to lure me to guard Xiao Yun's courtyard, thus allowing her to evade my presence while setting her own plans in motion, finally escaping unscathed. As she concluded, Xian Yu expressed her regret, "It's all my fault for being careless. I never anticipated that someone would lay traps within the passage of the inheritance secret realm. I can only hope Xiao Yun can weather this calamity." Lin Yurong remained silent, silently praying for Xiao Yun's safety. Yurong, arrange for a bounty to be issued under the pretext of betrayal against Xianyu Valley, calling for the entire continent to hunt. I will visit the Taichu Immortal Academy. This matter must be addressed with Qingyue. Just as Xianyu prepared to leave, she sensed that Qingyue Sword Immortal was already outside the protective formation.
She promptly opened the formation to let her in.
Qingyue, Xianyu hesitated, unsure how to begin, for she bore the greatest responsibility for Xiao Yun's predicament. Qingyue Sword Immortal spoke calmly, "Sister need not worry.
Xiao Yun is unharmed."
Upon hearing this, the heavy burden on Xianyu and Lin Yurong's hearts was finally lifted. Lin Yurong, curious, inquired, "Sword Immortal, how can you be so certain that Xiao Yun is safe? This little fellow has unknowingly employed some means that caused Tao Ji to acknowledge him as her master. The moment he encountered danger, Tao Ji sensed it, which is how I learned of it." She then added coldly, "If my suspicions are correct, this is the handiwork of that old scoundrel Shin Changqing." Xianyu lamented, "It is entirely my negligence that almost led to Xiao Yun's downfall. With you here, it is fortuitous that you can assist me in re-establishing the passage." Re-establishing the passage is exceedingly difficult. After such a tumult, the spatial coordinates have been thrown into disarray. Qingyue Sword Immortal replied nonchalantly, "However, with the Chaos Spirit Cat by his side, it may not be long before he can extricate himself."
How careless of me.
I nearly overlooked that fact. Xianyu chuckled bitterly, her expression suddenly turning resolute. "Now that we are certain Xiao Yun is safe, I will devote myself entirely to locating the true culprit and ensuring she pays with her life. Sister, do not concern yourself with the internal traitor.
As for Shin Changqing, I will confront him.
Even without evidence, I shall pierce several holes in him." Time flew by. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 years, several momentous events transpired across the Tianhuang continent. Qingyue Sword Immortal single-handedly stormed the Xianyang family, slaying one of their elders. The Xianyang sage intervened to halt her, sustaining several sword wounds before being rescued by the arriving Tianlong sage. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the entire Tianhuang continent. Additionally, a multitude of prodigies, appearing once in 100 or 1,000 years, emerged across the realm. Among them, the most noteworthy was the son-in-law of the Xianyang family, Zhu Kuang. Rumor has it that after suffering a setback, his cultivation skyrocketed, swiftly transcending to the soul-refining realm, defeating all the holy sons of the Outyan Immortal Academy with a single move, thereby rightfully ascending to the position of the Academy's first holy son. Furthermore, Sui, the direct disciple of the Qingqing Sword Immortal, reportedly succeeded in comprehending the unrivaled sword heart, elevating his sword intent to the 4th level, even ranking 3rd on the Heavenly Dao rankings for talent, once again becoming the talk of the Tianhuang continent as the foremost sword genius. Additionally, Lin Yurong, the saintess of Xianyu Valley, not only possessed unparalleled beauty but also exhibited extraordinary talent, having comprehended the Taoist realms of 5 Qi returning to 1 and the true meaning of natural law. Her swordsmanship had reached its pinnacle, capable of killing from a distance with a mere flick of her fingers. Recently, it was rumored that Lin Yurong had agreed to a duel with Shen Ruyan in Jade Emperor City, scheduled for 5 days hence. At this very moment, in the secret realm of the Xianyu Valley's artifact crafting inheritance, a noticeably plumper little Bai extended its chubby little paw and forcefully tore at the fabric of space before him, opening a spatial passage.
Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed throughout Xianyu Valley. "I'm back, damn it." Chapter 63, She is serious. That resounding shout was akin to a massive boulder plunging into a tranquil lake. The atmosphere of Xianyu Valley instantly transformed into a flurry of activity, with all the elders and disciples dashing towards the entrance of the secret realm like streaks of light. Lin Yurong, who had been meditating in tranquility, suddenly felt a wave of exhilaration wash over her and, within mere moments, she arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, riding her flying sword. Wow! The Holy Sun is incredibly handsome. He is undoubtedly the most attractive man in the world. Especially those 8-pack abs, I can't help but want to touch them and see what they feel like. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully enticing a beauty, reward of 32,100 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for making the epic chosen maiden's heart flutter, reward of 100,000 villain points. Goodness! So she has a taste for this. For Xiao Yun, who had long been destitute, the sudden influx of villain points nearly brought him to tears. Thus, he decisively tore off the already tattered upper robe, revealing his perfect physique. His exaggerated pectorals and sharply defined 8-pack abs instantly caused a chorus of gasps and screams from the surrounding female disciples. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully captivating the epic chosen maiden, rendering her unable to extricate herself, reward of 100,000 villain points. As Xiao Yun hesitated, contemplating whether to display some impressive skills, Lin Yurong could no longer contain herself. She flew over, grasped his hand, and swiftly vanished from the sight of the crowd. The holy maiden is going too far. She actually wants to keep him all to herself. I won't allow it. Let us go. We must surround them. Other things can be given up, but a man is something we will fight for.
A group of young women shouted as they pursued in Xiaoyun's small courtyard. He was forcefully brought into Lin Yorong's room.
Seriously? Is she really going to take it that far? But I'm not mentally prepared yet. Isn't it a bit too hasty to lose my first time like this?
Lin Yorong seemed to have heard his inner thoughts, her cheeks flushing as she shot him a fierce glare.
What are you daydreaming about?
Hurry up and take a bath, I have left the clothes I prepared for you by the bedside. With that, Lin Yorong picked up the small white creature and left him alone, striding out of the room. Something felt off, very off. He had a vague sense that Lin Yorong had acquired some divine ability, capable of hearing the thoughts of others. Could it be the legendary Taoist ability of thought communication? If so, he would have to be extra cautious around her. One misstep could expose him. However, this needed further verification. If that was indeed the case, it would only make manipulating Lin Yorong easier in the future. At that point, whether he was in the bathroom or on the balcony, it could all depend on his mood. Half an hour later, after a refreshing bath, Xiaoyun walked to the bedside and discovered neatly folded clothes stacked several layers high, ranging in size from small to large. The topmost white robe appeared to be newly made. Clearly, Lin Yorong had been waiting for him all these years, eagerly anticipating his return. In that moment, as a person who had lived 2 lives, the warmth Lin Yorong bestowed upon him left him in a daze. It fits quite well. After donning the attire, Xiaoyun stepped out of the room. Lin Yorong was playfully stroking the small white creature, and upon seeing him emerge, her beautiful eyes lit up slightly. She had to admit, Xiaoyun had grown up to be incredibly handsome. Paired with the white robe, he truly resembled a graceful, refined young gentleman. To confirm his suspicions, he thought to himself, it seems there is a loose thread on this garment that I forgot to remove. It feels a bit uncomfortable on my back. However, since it's sewn together by Yorong stitch by stitch, it is the most precious gift I have ever received in this lifetime. Even if it feels uncomfortable, I must cherish it and wear it well. Indeed, upon hearing Xiaoyun's inner voice, Lin Yorong's expression turned slightly awkward as she softly replied, this is the first time I've made clothes for a man. If it bothers you, just take it off and I'll fix it. Hearing this, Xiaoyun earnestly responded, it's not uncomfortable at all, this outfit suits me perfectly, and I absolutely love it. I'm glad you like it. I'll make you another set to alternate with when I have time. At that moment, the Shen master suddenly descended from the sky. She scrutinized Xiaoyun with great interest, revealing an expression of surprise. Your foundation is surprisingly solid, yet after 5 years, you have only reached the 9th level of the sea-breaking realm.
Could it be that the spiritual energy within the secret realm is sparse?
Xiaoyun offered no further explanation, simply stating, these past few years, I have devoted my time to learning artifact forging. In truth, over the last 5 years, he had spent half a year mastering the entire inheritance of the 9-tiered treasure pagoda, and he had now become a bona fide divine artifact master, though he had yet to truly forge a divine weapon. The remaining time was largely spent developing the ancient heavy eyes and the innate divine bone. The ancient heavy eyes evolved into the divine ability of life and death, with the left eye wielding destructive divine light and the right eye bestowing creation divine light. The innate divine bone developed a second divine ability, allowing him to condense spatial blades with a mere thought to strangle his adversaries. The star-plucking hand also progressed from novice to proficient, and while it was still a ways from mastery, its attack capability was not inferior to the 10,000 sword technique. Furthermore, the one Shi transforming 3 purities had manifested the Jade Purity avatar, resulting in a substantial leap in power. Even now, he could effortlessly slay geniuses of the soul-refining realm.
What level have you reached in artifact forging now?
The Xianyuan master inquired with palpable anticipation. She was eager to learn just how far Xiaoyun had progressed within the 9-tiered treasure pagoda. Even she had only reached the 6th tier in recent years, capable of forging top-grade sacred artifacts. Xiaoyun decisively retrieved a crafted dung ladle from his spatial pocket. The ladle was about the same length as a long sword, easy to wield, though it appeared somewhat peculiar.
This is a quasi-divine artifact?
The Xianyuan master took the ladle into her hands for closer inspection, and despite having high expectations for Xiaoyun, she was genuinely astonished. From the forging quality, I can find no flaws at all. It is solely the material itself that is of sacred grade, preventing it from reaching the divine artifact level.
You are truly a prodigy. At such a young age, you have become the only divine artifact master in the Tianhuang continent.
The Xianyuan master exclaimed in admiration, feeling a sense of pride. After all, Xiaoyun was someone she had recognized at first glance and could be considered a product of her own nurturing. The Xianyuan master handed Xiaoyun a token, saying, Yuram will be battling Shenruyan in Yuwang City in 5 days. The treasury contains many divine materials. Feel free to take what you need to forge her a divine flying sword. This battle will greatly aid her.
A battle in Yuwang City? Xiaoyun cast an inquiring glance at Lin Yorong.
Seeing the two had much to discuss, the Xianyuan master smiled faintly, her lips curving upward, before gracefully departing. Shenruyan has made several attempts on your life, and even 5 years ago, your ambush in the inheritance secret realm was closely related to the Shenyang family. I haven't seen you these past few years, and I don't know when you will emerge. I was just thinking of confronting Shenruyan to settle our grievances. Xiaoyun remained silent, simply gazing deeply at Lin Yorong. She has been so kind to me. Surely, she must have been diligently cultivating all these years to achieve such a rapid breakthrough to the 5th level of the Dao realm. She has sacrificed so much. Shouldn't I take the initiative tonight? Perhaps I should offer myself to her, letting her know that I have been thinking of her every day for these past years. Chapter 64. The ultimate weapon against men. Lin Yorong, upon hearing his thoughts, felt her cheeks flush crimson, and cast him a fleeting glance with her enchanting eyes. You silly fellow, do not entertain such wild imaginings. With that, she swiftly retreated to her little courtyard, akin to a bird taking flight. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for deceiving the epic chosen woman's affections, causing her heart to blossom with sweetness. Reward 100,000 villain points. Did she truly believe that? Xiaoyun felt that in this lifetime, he was merely one step away from breaking through the final barrier with Lin Yurong. Nonetheless, he was convinced that distance could cultivate beauty and equally yield villain points. Although shattering that last layer might lead to a grand explosion, who could say it wouldn't still be Sui's destined fate? Wouldn't that result in a significant loss of villain points? Thus, adhering to the principle of not taking initiative, not rejecting, and not bearing responsibility while delving deeper must be strictly followed. Soon, Xiaoyun arrived at the treasure vault of Xianyu Valley, his excitement palpable as he surveyed the myriad of refining materials, akin to a 200-pound glutton. Dayen Divine Gold, Purple Gold Divine Iron, Millennia Silkworm Silk, Heavenly Thunder Bamboo, Moon Shen Jade, Phoenix Feather Gold Essence, over 20 types of divine grade materials, and ample quantities at that. He had made up his mind to forge 3 swords, a Jade Lotus platform, a Moon Ring blade, a slab, and a Swana. One sword would be kept for himself, one for Qingyue Sword Immortal, and one for Lin Yurong. The Jade Lotus platform would be given to Lin Yurong, to prevent their flying swords from requiring excessive space, which would hinder the accumulation of villain points. The Moon Ring blade was destined for Xianyu Shangren, as basic human relations still held significance. The slab was intended for Xiaobai, who could utilize spatial abilities for ambushes. The Swana would also be for Xiaobai, to manage the funeral arrangements in a comprehensive manner, noticing the abundance of Millennia Silkworm Silk, which could suffice for several pairs of stockings and undergarments. After transporting all the necessary materials to his small courtyard, Xiaoyun instructed Xiaobai to employ its innate divine powers to slow the flow of time within the courtyard to a normal 5 times. He then activated the ZY Heavenly Fire and commenced earnest refining. A day later, the skies above Xianyu Valley darkened ominously, thick with clouds pregnant with a terrifying thunderous aura. Is the divine artifact's thunder tribulation truly this dreadful? Xiaoyun's heart raced, startled by the overwhelming pressure of the thunder tribulation. With his current strength, a single strike from this thunder would undoubtedly reduce him to ashes. He felt a twinge of regret. Had he known the thunder tribulation would be so formidable, he ought to have retreated to the ancestral hall of the Shenyang family to refine his artifacts, bestowing gifts upon their ancestors. As for now, he could only rely on the alluring elders of Xianyu Valley to assist him in withstanding the thunder. At that moment, Xianyu Shangren, deep in meditation, sensed something amiss, her beautiful eyes glancing at the void, revealing a look of astonishment. This young man is truly remarkable. He has crafted a divine artifact so swiftly. She quickly soared to the skies above Xiaoyun's courtyard, preparing to rally assistants to help him withstand the thunder. Sisters, come with me to resist the divine artifact's thunder tribulation. As her words echoed, 8 enchanting elder women of Xianyu Valley materialized beside her, their expressions filled with excitement as they gazed into the void. If Xiaoyun can forge a divine artifact so quickly, does that mean we too shall possess one in the future? Since the severance of contact with the upper realm, divine artifacts had become exceedingly rare in the Tianhuan continent, with only the 3 great academy sovereigns possessing them. For these powerful beings of the Sage Realm, the allure of a divine artifact was simply too great. With a divine artifact in hand, their strength might not rival a true saint, but within the Sage Realm, they could certainly walk unimpeded. Boom, a thunderbolt, as thick as a barrel, struck down violently. Xianyu Shangren and the 8 elder women united their efforts to conjure a protective barrier, successfully fending off the thunder tribulation. The second thunder tribulation immediately followed. They had scarcely a moment to catch their breath, forced to maintain their defensive barrier against the onslaught of thunder. Only one more to go, and the divine artifact shall be complete, Xianyu Shangren encouraged, noticing the elders were slightly out of breath. However, just as they managed to ward off the third thunder tribulation, they realized that the storm clouds were not dispersing. Another wave of thunder was brewing. How can there be more? They hastily swallowed medicinal pills to adjust their condition. Rumbling. The subsequent thunder tribulations completely surpassed their expectations, showing no signs of abating. How could this be? Has this young man possibly crafted multiple divine artifacts? The thought of Xianyu Valley potentially acquiring several divine artifacts ignited a fervor within Xianyu Shangren, prompting her to hastily consume more pills and rally the beautiful elders to continue resisting the thunder. Rumbling. The thunder tribulation descended one after another, always beginning anew just as they believed it was nearing its conclusion. The divine artifact's thunder tribulation persisted for a full half-day, leaving Xianyu Shangren and the 8 elder women utterly exhausted. Had it not been for the abundance of medicinal pills they possessed, they would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Finally, it has come to an end. As the calamity clouds in the void finally dissipated, Xianyu Shangren let out a long sigh of relief. The 8 elder women exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Having withstood the thunder for so long on Xiaoyun's behalf, surely it was not too much to expect to claim a divine artifact for protection? Swish, swish, swish. The sound of slicing through the air resonated as the 8 elder women descended into Xiaoyun's courtyard. Just as he was about to secure the divine artifact, he was taken aback to find himself surrounded by the 8 enchanting figures, instantly on high alert. What is with their expressions? Could it be that they intend to jointly overpower me? Ahem. Lin Yurong, who had just arrived, caught wind of Xiaoyun's thoughts and coughed awkwardly. Xiaoyun, what is this divine artifact? One elder held a pair of iridescent black stockings in her hand, examining them intently, unable to discern their significance.
Xiaoyun pondered how to explain. Suddenly, he watched as the elder blinked a few times before swiftly donning the stockings on her head, looking utterly absurd. What is this operation? Xiaoyun was left utterly speechless. At that moment, Xianyu Shangren, descending from the void, remarked, Sister Xianyu, that divine artifact is not intended for such usage, quickly remove it, we mustn't create a spectacle. Turning her gaze toward Xiaoyun, she inquired, pray tell, what remarkable capabilities does this divine artifact possess? Xiaoyun contemplated briefly before explaining, this is no ordinary divine artifact. It not only boasts formidable defensive capabilities but also grants a threefold increase in mobility. Is this truly a divine artifact, with merely such abilities? Xianyu Shangren furrowed her brow and asked, is that all? Of course, it is far more than that. Xiaoyun asserted confidently, it is a lethal weapon against men. I assure you, there is no man in this world who could withstand its power. Elder Xianyu removed the stockings from her head and inquired excitedly, if what you say is true, then is this a divine artifact exclusively for women? Tell me how to use it, and I shall give it a try. Xiaoyun pondered for a moment and replied, Elder Xianyu, the power of this artifact is tremendous. I fear I might not be able to withstand it. Perhaps it would be best to forego this. What difficulty is there? Elder Xianyu thrust the stockings into Lin Yorong's hands and declared, with Yorong's lower cultivation, let her demonstrate, surely she can endure it. Ah, well. Though he was intrigued, would she not draw her sword and strike him down? Chapter 65 Meow deliver to you a mother pig also crazy Yorong, do showcase it, let us witness the true power of this divine artifact together. Even the esteemed Xianyue was filled with anticipation. Lin Yorong, without much contemplation, gazed at Xiaoyun and inquired, how does one wield this divine artifact? Unfazed, Xiaoyun replied, this artifact must be worn on the legs to unleash its power. Worn on the legs, Lin Yorong frowned, suddenly sensing that this divine artifact seemed rather inappropriate. However, seeing her master and the elders so eagerly awaiting, she hesitated slightly and said, Master, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Lin Yorong swiftly entered Xiaoyun's chamber. Moments later, Lin Yorong emerged from the room once more. To ensure her master and the elders could see clearly, she had donned a white short skirt, revealing her shimmering black stockings. Good heavens, was she not more alluring than the ladies of the Blue Star? Xiaoyun quickly wiped his nose, exclaiming he could hardly bear it, this divine artifact, it's so embarrassing. Xianyue and the 8 beautiful elders were utterly dumbfounded. They finally understood that what Xiaoyun referred to as a weapon against men was indeed a formidable one. No man could withstand its power. At that moment, Lin Yorong suddenly radiated a brilliant light between her legs, appearing beside Xiaoyun with ghostly swiftness, and twisted his ear with a fierce grip. This is what you get for being inappropriate. Crafting such embarrassing things, Xiaoyun grimaced in pain, ready to retaliate. Enough, you two calm down. Xianyue swiftly intervened, then turned to Xiaoyun and asked, you Haven Tea only crafted these bizarre items, have you? In response, Xiaoyun retrieved a divine sword from his spatial pouch and presented it to Lin Yorong. The sword was entirely azure, measuring 3 feet and 9 inches in length, its blade enveloped in golden lightning, exuding an extraordinary aura. Lin Yorong accepted the divine sword, and with a slight infusion of her spiritual energy, it levitated into the air, subsequently unleashing a terrifying surge of thunderous energy, threatening to rend the void asunder. In an instant, the divine sword transformed into a golden lightning bolt, piercing through a massive boulder 50 yards away. Boom! As the sword returned to Lin Yorong's hand, the boulder was suddenly obliterated by the lingering thunderous force. Xianyue marveled, what a terrifying divine sword, it naturally possesses lightning attributes, not only enhancing speed but also boasting an incredibly fearsome explosive power. Yorong, why not take this opportunity to name the sword? Pleased with the sword, Lin Yorong pondered and declared, from this day forth, this sword shall be named Yunrong. The name Xiaoyun instantly discerned a different connotation within it. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for deceiving the epic level chosen daughteress affections, causing her heart to secretly yield, rewarded with 100,000 villain points. A sword gifted, and yet the heart yields. If he were to present the Jade Lotus platform to her, would she then perform a passionate dance in black stockings? Yurong, do properly refine the Yunrong sword, preparing for the upcoming duel in the Jade Emperor City, Xianyue instructed, beckoning the 8 eager-eyed beautiful elders to prepare to depart. Elder Xuanyu, unwilling to relent, requested, Xiaoyun, that stocking artifact was rather impressive, how about gifting me one? Are you not ashamed? Xianyue scolded, dragging Elder Xuanyu away. 2 days later, after handing over the artifact Moonring Blade to Xianyue, Xiaoyun and Lin Yurong set off for the Jade Emperor City. With a history spanning 10,000 years, the Jade Emperor City is the site of the Holy Sun Estrile and has always been jointly governed by the 3 great academies, bustling with life. Recently, due to the duel between Lin Yurong and Shen Ruyan, the Jade Emperor City was more vibrant than ever. As the foremost prodigies of the Tianguan continent, countless young warriors flocked to witness the battle, and many esteemed predecessors were invited to comment on the event. On the martial arts platform of the Jade Emperor City, Shen Ruyan stood poised with a dark golden spear, her cultivation at the 2nd level of the soul-refining realm radiating unabashedly, drawing the fiery gazes of the young spectators below. Elderly Bagua, as a renowned martial artist who created the Lightning 5 Whips technique, your understanding of martial arts is unparalleled. Who do you believe has the greater chance of victory in this battle?
A group of young disciples surrounded a slightly plump middle-aged man, seeking his insight. Li Bagua stroked his scant beard and thoughtfully analyzed. Lin Yurong practices Taoist techniques, having comprehended the 5 energies converging and the natural laws of Tao. Her combat prowess cannot be measured by ordinary standards. However, Shen Ruiyan possesses the advantage in cultivation level and has mastered the celestial grade technique, the heaven-defying 7-kill spear, crafted by the legendary Chu Kuang, along with wielding the artifact soul-snatching spear, thus her chances of victory should be greater. Indeed, that makes sense. The crowd agreed with his reasoning. At that moment, a rainbow light approached from afar, hovering above the martial arts platform. All eyes turned upward to see 2 young figures standing closely on the Jade Lotus platform. An inexplicable chorus of heartbroken gasps erupted from the crowd. Holy cow, who is that incredibly handsome man? How could he be so intimate with my goddess Yurong? I must challenge him. Why does he look so much like Xiao Yun? Remove the so much. He is indeed the Xiao Yun who vanished for 5 years. Did you not see the dung ladle he carries? Goodness, he truly transformed the severed arm of the holy man of Shenyang into a dung ladle. The Shenyang family has truly lost all face. Hearing the discussions, the once commanding Shen Ruiyan was nearly beside herself with rage. She had always believed Xiao Yun to be dead. Little did she expect him not only to be alive but to have the audacity to carry the ancestral arm as a dung ladle, brazenly flaunting it. It was a blatant slap in the face to the Shenyang family. On the Jade Lotus platform, the close proximity inevitably led to physical contact, causing Lin Yurong to feel as though 1,000 ants were crawling on her, her cheeks flushed with heat. With everyone's gaze fixed upon them, she wished fervently to cast Xiao Yun aside. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the epic level chosen son's absence, brazenly occupying his destined place under the public eye, rewarded with 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the epic level chosen daughter before the multitude, rewarded with 100,000 villain points, another 200,000 villain points added to the account. Throughout this journey, owing to unintentional brushes, he had amassed a total of 1.8 million villain points. After enduring 5 years of hardship, he could hardly contain his delight. Xiao Yun, dare you descend for a life and death battle with me? Shen Ruiyan could no longer restrain herself, pointing the soul-snatching spear at Xiao Yun, its shaft trembling slightly, revealing her turbulent emotions. Upon hearing Shen Ruiyan's challenge, the little white creature, deprived of its usual snacks, perked up immediately. Oh my, is this not the ample-chested lady who once sought to seduce my Meow Master? It has been merely 5 years. Have you come to see my Meow Master grown more handsome and could hardly contain yourself? However, you have no chance now. My Meow Master and Miss Yurong have long since become entangled. Of course, if you truly wish to pursue my Meow Master, that is not entirely out of the question. Just provide me with 100 servings of heavenly treasures over 1,000 years old, and I shall deliver to you a mother pig. Also crazy. Chapter 66. The shameless Xiao Laolu, utterly exasperated, the onlookers gazed at Shen Ruiyan's charming visage, now tinged with fury, rendered speechless to the utmost degree. The seemingly adorable chaos spirit cat, it turned out, was quite the brazen little creature. One could only wonder how Xiao Yun had trained such a fiend. This cat was indeed a master of driving one to the brink of madness without remorse. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for allowing the spirit pet to humiliate the legendary chosen one's fiancée, rewarded with 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for permitting the spirit pet to spout nonsense, causing the epic chosen maiden to suffer embarrassment before the crowd, rewarded with another 100,000 villain points. With a swift addition of 200,000 villain points to his account, Xiao Yun promptly rewarded Little White with 2 servings of dried fish. Master, you're the best. Upon receiving the long-awaited treat, Little White immediately snuggled against Xiao Yun. Senior Li Bagua, if Xiao Yun truly engages in a battle with the holy maiden Shen Ruiyan, what is your perspective? A throng of young disciples surrounded Li Bagua in eager inquiry. Xiao Yun is bound to lose, Li Bagua asserted with unwavering confidence. In the span of 5 years, Xiao Yun has only advanced to the 9th level of the sea-breaking realm. Despite possessing numerous extraordinary abilities, his skills are muddled and unrefined. If I am not mistaken, he has likely become entranced by beauty during his time at Xianyu Valley, and I fear those remarkable talents of his have gone unpracticed. You make a valid point, Senior Li. Just then, Lin Yurong gracefully descended upon the martial arts platform atop her Jade Lotus platform. After alighting, Xiao Yun removed the dung pot from behind him and placed it heavily on the martial arts stage, as if to declare to all that it was crafted from the arm of a sage. Witnessing Xiao Yun's antics, Shen Ruiyan trembled with indignation, wishing she could rush over and pierce him with 18 holes. She then turned her gaze towards Lin Yurong, her voice low and firm. Holy Maiden Lin, might we postpone our battle? Do you truly believe that is possible? Lin Yurong's eyes grew increasingly frigid. She was well aware of Shen Ruiyan's naive aspirations. With Lin Yurong's refusal, a flicker of determination flashed in Shen Ruiyan's eyes. She understood that to reclaim her ancestor's arm today, she must first overcome Lin Yurong. As their energies clashed, Xiao Yun cradled Little White and mingled with the crowd. The atmosphere on the martial arts platform grew tense, all eyes fixated on the 2 stunningly talented beauties, eagerly anticipating the imminent clash. Then let us commence! Shen Ruiyan exclaimed, her voice ringing out as the soul-seizing spear in her hand erupted with a dazzling dark golden light, as if to devour everything in its path. Lin Yurong smiled gently, her Jade Lotus platform rotating serenely beneath her, enveloping her in a soft glow. The cloud embodying divine sword in her hand levitated, crackling with lightning, its tip directed at Shen Ruiyan, emanating an aura of chilling intensity. The battle was poised to erupt. In a swift motion, Shen Ruiyan's figure flickered, resembling a ghost as she lunged at Lin Yurong, the soul-seizing spear transforming into a streak of dark golden lightning, aimed directly at Lin Yurong's vital points. Yet Lin Yurong remained unfazed. With a gentle sway of the Jade Lotus platform, she evaded Shen Ruyan's assault, while simultaneously unleashing the cloud-embodying divine sword, slicing toward Shen Ruyan. The two engaged fiercely, trading blows with relentless intensity. The power of Shen Ruyan's soul-seizing spear was astonishing, each strike more potent than the last, each spear shadow brimming with strength that surpassed their rank. Lin Yurong activated the 5 chi returning to origin buff, her aura surging explosively. Utilizing the formidable defense of the Jade Lotus platform and the terrifying offensive might of the cloud-embodying divine sword, she adeptly countered Shen Ruyan's formidable onslaught. As time passed, Shen Ruyan's spiritual energy began to wane. Realizing she could not continue in this manner, she knew she must conclude the battle swiftly. Taking a deep breath, she concentrated all her cultivation into the soul-seizing spear, preparing to unleash her most powerful trump card. Reversal of Destiny. 7-kill spear, 7-fold kill. Shen Ruyan shouted, and the soul-seizing spear in her hand burst forth with resplendent light, transforming into 7 towering spear shadows. With a gentle tremor of her spear, the 7 shadows stacked upon each other, cascading from the heavens towards Lin Yurong with lethal intent. Lin Yurong's expression turned grave as she naturally applied her techniques, the cloud-embodying divine sword growing larger in the wind, swiftly transforming into a Tenjiang, approximately 33 feet, giant sword, surging forth with the might of thunder to meet the advancing spear shadows. Boom! A cataclysmic collision unleashed a torrent of energy that surged outward. At that moment, Lin Yurong's figure flickered, appearing behind Shen Ruyan, the cloud-embodying divine sword poised to strike. Shen Ruyan barely had time to react, hastily raising the soul-seizing spear to block the impending blow, yet the unleashed thunderous energy still sent her hurtling backward. You have lost. Lin Yurong coldly regarded Shen Ruyan, who barely remained upright with the soul-seizing spear. She prepared to deliver a finishing blow to secure her victory. Shen Ruyan gasped for breath, her eyes brimming with unwillingness. She had never anticipated that Lin Yurong possessed 2 divine artifacts, seamlessly integrating offense and defense. Otherwise, she would not have found herself defeated. The fiancée of the legendary chosen maiden has exhausted her strength, now nothing more than a defenseless lamb. What an opportune moment to earn villain points. Observing this scene, Xiaoyun suddenly stepped forward, appearing like a spectre at Shen Ruyan's side. This spear is quite remarkable. I find it most appealing. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xiaoyun snatched the soul-seizing spear from Shen Ruyan's grip and decisively stowed it in his personal space. Deprived of the spear's support, Shen Ruyan staggered, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Quick as lightning, Xiaoyun resolved to play the hero, wrapping his arm around her. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing the legendary chosen one's fiancée's divine artifact, rewarded with 200,000 villain points. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the absence of the legendary chosen one to benefit from his fiancée, rewarded with another 200,000 villain points. Cursed be it! What on earth was his hand doing? Shen Ruyan felt as though struck by lightning, realizing the unwelcome hand upon her chest, nearly fainting from indignation. Xiaoyun, you shameless scoundrel, let go of me at once. Shen Ruyan's voice, laced with fury and humiliation, pierced the air, causing Xiaoyun's eardrums to throb painfully. Little White could no longer tolerate such a racket and erupted in anger. What the hell are you screaming about? Were it not for my master's kind heart and penchant for helping others, you would be face down in the dirt by now. Xiaoyun, in agreement with Little White's words, promptly rewarded it with a serving of dried fish. Shen Ruyan thrashed wildly, desperate to escape his clutches, yet Xiaoyun held her tighter, speaking softly, I am simply too benevolent, always inclined to repay kindness with kindness. Now that I have saved you, you ought to consider how to express your gratitude. Spiritual stones and heavenly materials are most welcome. Even if you wish to offer yourself, I could be persuaded to accept. You. Shen Ruyan's lips quivered with rage. Good heavens, this shameless Xiaolaolu. At that moment, the surrounding audience erupted in uproar. They had never before witnessed such audacious shamelessness. Not only had he seized someone else's divine artifact, but he also took advantage of the situation, and as if that were not enough, he brazenly claimed to be repaying kindness with kindness, even suggesting the idea of offering oneself. Such audacity was utterly outrageous. This was no longer the first prodigy of the Tianhuan continent, he was merely the most insufferable rogue. Chapter 67 of the Unraveling. At that moment, in a state of unbearable frustration and unable to break free, Shen Ruyan executed an unexpected action that astonished everyone. She abruptly turned her head and fiercely bit down on Xiaoyun's shoulder. What the hell? How dare you bite me? Do you really think I have no temper? Xiaoyun grasped Shen Ruyan's chin, lifting her face, and then, under her astonished and furious gaze, he boldly leaned in to kiss her cherry lips. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the absence of the legendary chosen son to publicly kiss his fiancée, earning 300,000 villain points. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for bullying the fiancée of the legendary chosen son, earning 200,000 villain points. Shen Ruyan's delicate body trembled as if electrified. Just as she attempted to break free, Xiaoyun was not about to grant her wish. After all, such an opportunity to earn villain points was rare. Moreover, as a great villain destined by fate, how could he resist bullying the fiancée of the chosen one to draw him out? In a moment of terror, Shen Ruyan realized that the harder she struggled, the more forceful Xiaoyun became. However, to the outside world, the scene appeared quite different, as if Shen Ruyan was willingly participating. What the hell? This is thrilling? Even Xiao Bai was taken aback. Lin Yurong's chest heaved rapidly, her fingers gripping the Yunyang divine sword turning pale. She was infuriated by Xiaoyun's audacity. To aid Xiaoyun in venting his frustrations, she had recklessly challenged Shen Ruyan, only to find this ungrateful fellow kissing another woman right before her eyes.
He would certainly be in for a stern lesson upon their return. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully making the epic chosen daughter feel jealous, earning 50,000 villain points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiaoyun was momentarily stunned, feeling as if a double dose of joy was beckoning him, and he immediately perked up. Thus, he deliberately mused, "Hoof, Shenruyan, were it not for my family's treasures, would you not be bullied today? To bully her is to bully me, so today, I shall humiliate you publicly, and you shall never hold your head high again." While his thoughts raced, his mouth was not idle. Lin Yurong, upon hearing his inner monologue, felt a mix of anger and an inexplicable sense of joy, particularly, the phrase, "my family's treasures," left her heart feeling sweet as honey. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully deceiving the feelings of the epic chosen daughter, earning 100,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for continuing to bully the fiancée of the legendary chosen son, achieving a new milestone, earning the talent Weapon Master. Weapon Master? Xiaoyun hurriedly checked this new talent and was instantly astounded. The so-called Weapon Master could effortlessly convert his martial intent die. In other words, he could transform sword intent into equivalent fist intent, spear intent, etc. This talent was nothing short of extraordinary. Seeing Xiaoyun suddenly become exhilarated, Lin Yurong felt the sweetness of the moment turn sour. Just as she was about to intervene and separate the two figures radiating murderous intent suddenly descended from the sky. The newcomers were Chu Kuang, accompanied by disciples of the Aotian Immortal Academy. At that moment, upon witnessing the passionate exchange between Xiaoyun and Shenruyan, Chu Kuang felt an overwhelming wave of rage wash over him, and his gaze toward Shenruyan was filled with an icy chill. Get the hell out of here! With a thunderous shout, an invisible storm erupted, forcefully separating the two. Lin Yurong stared at the sudden appearance of Chu Kuang, momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Shenruyan's fiancé would arrive at this very moment. "Oh, isn't this my Miao Master's little lackey?" Xiao Bai seized the opportunity to scold, "You truly lack awareness. Can't you see your elder brother is busy with your fiancée? Interrupting others so rudely is an incredibly impolite act. You dare speak of politeness?" The onlookers were left speechless. They realized that this cat, in such a situation, could stand on a moral high ground to point fingers at the victim, surpassing even Xiaoyun's shamelessness. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for allowing his spirit pet to publicly humiliate the legendary chosen son, creating a rift between him and his fiancée, earning 200,000 villain points. Truly a money-grabbing cat. Progress indeed. Xiaoyun decisively rewarded Xiao Bai with 2 portions of dried fish, then cast a mocking glance at Chu Kuang, saying, "My good brother, I must say, your fiancée possesses quite the skill." "Xiaoyun! You shameless scoundrel, shut your mouth." Seeing Chu Kuang's expression, markedly different from his usual gentle demeanor, Shenruyan found herself at a loss for how to convey her shame and anger. Over the past 5 years, she had painstakingly mended her relationship with Chu Kuang, only to have Xiaoyun shatter it to pieces in an instant. At this moment, she helplessly realized that this cloud seemed to be her natural nemesis. Since the events at the Lianyun mountain range, each encounter with Xiaoyun had been fraught with misfortune, as if cursed, and she could never guard against it. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for leaving a psychological shadow in the heart of the fiancée of the legendary chosen son, earning 300,000 villain points. Is she afraid? Xiaoyun soon detected a hint of evasion in Shenruyan's eyes and instantly became invigorated. What a joke, as the fiancée of the chosen son, the best victim, no, the prime source of villain points, how could he let her off so easily? Thus, he sneered and spoke, "Shenruyan, how can you dare to call me shameless? Clearly, you are the one with a fiancé, yet you were so earnest just now. It's unraveling, you're talking nonsense. There's no such thing." Shenruyan instinctively wiped her mouth. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were momentarily dumbfounded. "I can't believe it, but I just saw it actually unraveling. Could this be the legendary love of 2, the fault of 3? Sigh. Poor Chu Kuang, with a sky of green grass above him, truly pitiful. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for making the legendary chosen son a figure of ridicule in the eyes of the crowd, earning 500,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for making the fiancée of the legendary chosen son unable to face her beloved, earning 200,000 villain points. Delightful. After 5 years of meager gains, suddenly amassing over 400 million villain points left him feeling immensely satisfied. It was akin to a long-impoverished scoundrel suddenly finding a stack of cash in his pocket, eager to seek out several young ladies to discuss the profound truths of life. At that moment, Chu Kuang suppressed his fury, having no intention of striking out, but merely spoke coldly. "Xiaoyun, it has been 5 years since we last met, yet your cultivation has shown no progress, while your despicable tactics have only multiplied. It truly makes one feel nauseous." Upon hearing Chu Kuang's words, Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback. This was not right. In his memory, Chu Kuang was a hot-blooded and impulsive chosen one. Moreover, he had now reached the 3rd level of the soul-refining realm, far more formidable than the intelligence suggested. Logically, he should have been consumed by rage, ready to display his might and humiliate this great villain publicly, yet he had become so restrained. Something was amiss. Xiaoyun suddenly recalled the fortune-telling scroll he had drawn 5 years ago and promptly called upon the system to use the scroll. Chapter 68, Your lack of wit. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for utilizing the celestial mechanism scroll, successfully revealing the future opportunities of the legendary chosen one. According to the revelations of the celestial mechanism scroll, with the rusted iron piece on his person, Chu Kuang set his sights on another rusted iron piece being sold at a small stall in the black market of Yuhuang City. These two rusted pieces were not ordinary, they concealed an ancient map within. It was this very map that would enable Chu Kuang to attain the bloodline of the ancient gods at the ancient battlefield trial of the three great academies half a month later, allowing him to soar to unprecedented heights and evolve into the supreme chosen one. Good heavens, no wonder he was not in a hurry to act. It turns out he was eager to return and retrieve that piece of rusted iron. Thankfully, I was clever enough. While Lin Yurong and Shen Ruoyan were engaged in battle, he had his clone lurking outside, poised to ambush the potentially emerging Chu Kuang. This moment proved to be quite opportune, thus, Xiaoyun decisively commanded his clone to assume the appearance of Chu Kuang, veiling his face with a mask as he quietly departed. After orchestrating this, Xiaoyun taunted Chu Kuang, "Have you truly become infatuated with the fragrance of a flower? Your fiancé Yi has suffered indignities, yet you still find the leisure to mock me?" At the mere mention of the name Ruohua, Chu Kuang's countenance darkened to an extreme, his aura surging violently with rage as he prepared to retaliate. Aware that Xiaoyun was merely at the 9th level of the sea-breaking realm, Lin Yurong swiftly positioned herself in front of Xiaoyun, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Chu Kuang. "If you intend to harm Xiaoyun, you must first inquire about the sword in my hand." Chu Kuang offered no response, merely casting a frigid glance at Lin Yurong. His clenched fists trembled slightly, betraying the fury he struggled to contain. At that moment, however, Shen Ruoyan suddenly interjected, "Chu Kuang, you must retrieve the excrement ladle from Xiaoyun." Chu Kuang paused, momentarily taken aback. He regarded Shen Ruoyan, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. Ultimately, he shook his head and addressed the disciple from the Aotian Academy beside him, "Zhuang Yi, watch over her here. I have matters to attend to." With that, Chu Kuang swiftly departed, leaving Shen Ruoyan with a bitter expression. What in the world, he can actually endure this? For the first time, Xiaoyun had miscalculated. Originally, he intended to stall Chu Kuang for a moment, allowing his clone to smoothly acquire the rusted iron piece. Little did he expect that Chu Kuang would defy all logic, abandoning his fiancée Yi to flee. Given this, he too could no longer adhere to conventionality. On the other side, Xiaoyun's clone, disguised as Chu Kuang, adeptly approached the inconspicuous stall of the stall owner, a scruffy middle-aged man clad in tattered clothing, lazily reclined against the steps, nearly oblivious to his surroundings. Sensing a customer approaching, the middle-aged man lazily lifted his eyelids, stating, "Every item here is a million top-grade spirit stones, no bargaining." Xiaoyun's heart stirred slightly. Through his sensory perception, he discerned that this middle-aged man was no simple character. At the very least, he possessed a cultivation level around the 5th stage of the soul refinement realm. Moreover, by employing his to surreptitiously observe, he noted that the middle-aged man bore hidden injuries. Otherwise, his true strength would likely exceed that of the cave heaven realm. However, the strength of the middle-aged man mattered little. As Xiaoyun had no intention of purchasing, he aimed to snatch it outright, drawing as much attention as possible. Previously, through intelligence, he learned that Chu Kuang had already attained the 4th level of fist intent. To appear more convincing, he promptly expended his villain points to elevate his sword intent to the 4th level. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for spending 2 million villain points to elevate sword intent to the 4th level. With everything in place, Xiaoyun directly seized the rusted iron piece, showing no intention of payment as he turned to leave. "Stop." The middle-aged man instantly rose, his cultivation boiling over. Unfazed, Xiaoyun, shrouded in a mask, turned back with an indifferent gaze. "This holy sun is taking your item as a favor to you, do not be unappreciative." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's nose flared with anger. Having concealed himself in Yuhuang City for many years, he had never encountered someone so audacious, utterly disregarding the black market's rules. "You are courting death." The middle-aged man's fury erupted, and he was eager to uncover the identity of this elusive individual who dared to act so boldly. He raised his hand and struck, a violent gust of wind instantly sweeping away the mask from Xiaoyun's face. "So it's just a junior." Unable to discern the origins of Chu Kuang, the middle-aged man scoffed coldly, "Drop a million top-grade spirit stones, or do not blame me for being ruthless." Xiaoyun laughed arrogantly, "I fear you may regret acting before considering the consequences. You infuriate me." The middle-aged man could no longer contain himself and was ready to strike. But Xiaoyun was faster, his right fist clenched as he launched the first attack. The raging 4th level fist intent pierced through the air like an unstoppable spear, aimed directly at the middle-aged man's chest. 4th level fist intent. "You are the first holy son of the Aotian Academy, Chu Kuang." The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he effortlessly blocked Xiaoyun's punch. If it were a typical junior acting so brazenly, he would ensure they faced dire repercussions. However, Chu Kuang was different. His name was known far and wide. Not only did he have the Xin Yang clan backing him, but the Aotian Academy stood behind him as well. Given his current situation, he truly did not dare to act against Chu Kuang. Seeing that the middle-aged man seemed hesitant to retaliate further, Xiaoyun coldly snorted and departed swiftly. As he observed Xiaoyun's retreating figure, the middle-aged man clenched his fists and slammed them onto the ground, shattering the floor in his rage. Those who had gathered to witness the commotion urged, "Old Ji, let it go." Old Ji sighed heavily. Had it not been for the need to treat his daughter, he would never have ventured into that perilous location, resulting in injuries that had caused his cultivation to plummet from the Saint realm to the Soul refinement realm, only to be bullied by a junior. In his frustration, he ignored the onlookers and began to pack up his stall, preparing to leave. At that moment, the real Chu Kuang arrived swiftly at the stall. Previously, had he not sensed the exact location of another fragment of the map and prepared to purchase it, only to suddenly realize Shen Ruoyan was in danger, he would have already come. Now, witnessing the middle-aged man packing up, he silently rejoiced at his timely arrival. Upon seeing Chu Kuang, Old Ji's anger reignited. This damned Chu Kuang had only been gone for a brief moment and had returned to provoke him again. This was sheer bullying, uncle could endure, but aunt could not. Kid, do you truly think I have no temper? Without further ado, old G hurled a punch at Chu Kuang, dumbfounded. Chu Kuang had no idea what was happening as the middle-aged man struck without reason. His expression instantly turned cold. Boom, Chu Kuang retaliated with a ferocious strike, meeting old G's punch head-on. However, he did not take the blow well, his complexion flushing with a hint of red. Alarmed internally, he sensed that old G was not as simple as he appeared. The onlookers who had previously urged old G, now witnessing Chu Kuang's return to provoke him once more, felt their anger swell. Even if he was the first holy son of the Aotian Academy, there should still be some sense of reason, thus, they all surrounded him. Chapter 69 of the Art of Seduction and Withdrawal. Xiao Lao Lu, with a frigid gaze, surveyed the approaching individuals whose expressions were far from amiable, his demeanor icy to the core. What is the meaning of this, esteemed seniors? What do you mean? Old G, upon hearing this, could not contain his indignation and erupted into a cold laugh. The other figures, despite remaining silent, subtly channeled their formidable powers. Sensing their strength, Chu Kuang's complexion shifted drastically. Although he possessed a certain audacity, he was outnumbered, and among them were two powerful beings at the cave heaven realm. He was confident he could evade one, but against two, escape seemed impossible. In a moment of desperation, Chu Kuang moderated his tone. Dear seniors, please do not misconstrue my intentions, I merely desired a particular item, nothing more. Barely had he finished speaking when old G's laughter grew more pronounced. It appears you think us old fools to be trifled with. One of the cave heaven experts interjected menacingly. Chu Xingzi, draw a line. If you are truly intent on opposing us, even if it means fleeing for your life, you shall meet your end here today. At this juncture, Chu Kuang finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Who was orchestrating this against me? Could it be Xiao Yun? A sense of foreboding washed over him as he suppressed his anger and stated in a deep voice, Seniors, you have misunderstood. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Damn you, Xiao Yun, if I discover it is indeed you behind this, I will ensure you suffer a fate most gruesome. Achoo! At that moment, Xiao Yun, having retracted his doppelganger, unexpectedly sneezed. He paid no heed to which chosen one might be thinking of him, instead contemplating how to acquire the other fragment of the map from Chu Kuang. Are you concocting yet another devious scheme? Lin Yorong observed Xiao Yun deep in thought, casting a wary glance at Shen Ruoyan, who remained in a daze not far off. The novice cultivator, Zhuang Yi, was hardly a match for Xiao Yun, and she wished to avoid any further entanglements between Xiao Yun and Shen Ruoyan. Thus, she summoned her Jade Lotus platform and swiftly carried Xiao Yun to the outpost shop in Xianyu Valley, situated within Yuhuang City. As dusk fell, Xiao Yun left a doppelganger in the guest room as a precaution and quietly approached a dilapidated courtyard in the northern part of Yuhuang City. He knocked gently on the door. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a remarkably beautiful young girl, her countenance strikingly elegant. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, clad in coarse linen, her demeanor somewhat frail, yet her innate beauty was undeniable, captivating all who beheld her. Particularly enchanting was her moon-white hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, adding an extra touch of allure. Ding ding, legendary chosen one's flower of understanding detected. Upon hearing the system prompt, Xiao Yun was instantly alert. The flower of understanding belonging to Chu Kuang. If the rusted iron piece had not been preemptively taken, according to the original narrative, it should have been Chu Kuang who, after acquiring the rusted piece, developed a rapport with the middle-aged vendor, Wang Baldo, leading to mutual affection. Subsequently, Chu Kuang would heal the vendor's injuries, earning profound gratitude, resulting in the vendor not only becoming Chu Kuang's henchman but also offering his beautiful daughter to enrich Chu Kuang's harem. Given the characteristics of the flower of understanding, this young woman was undoubtedly intelligent and perceptive. What a splendid girl she was, such a pity for her to be squandered on a man like Chu Kuang, who had been tarnished. However, this presented a perfect opportunity to ensnare this flower of understanding for his own endeavors, allowing him to reap benefits from the future antagonistic plots. May I inquire if you require assistance? The girl's voice was ethereal, pulling Xiao Yun from his reverie. May I come in and sit for a moment, he inquired, displaying a rare gentlemanly demeanor, his tone exceedingly courteous. At his words, the girl exhibited a hint of wariness. Just then, the deep voice of old G resonated from within the courtyard. Anlin, let him in. Upon entering the courtyard with the young girl, Xiao Yun's gaze fell upon the disheveled middle-aged vendor from earlier, now resting in a rocking chair with his eyes closed. Xiao Yun pays his respects, esteemed senior. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's address, old Ji abruptly opened his eyes, sitting upright and scrutinizing Xiao Yun with vigilance. Could it be that you are the Xiao Xingzi from Taichu Xian Academy? Xiao Yun nodded gently. Upon receiving confirmation, the middle-aged man displayed an expression akin to that of a farmer fearing his prized cabbage would be devoured by swine, and he immediately instructed the young girl, Anlin, you may go inside. Anlin was taken aback, puzzled by her father's behavior, as if he feared she might flee with this individual. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yun felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, and he bluntly stated, Senior, it seems you harbor some prejudice against me. Indeed, I hold a bias against you, old Ji stated without reservation. Since your emergence, you have delighted in auctioning others, reveling in beauty, and engaging in deceitful practices, causing quite a stir throughout the Tianhuang continent. I have but one precious daughter, and I wish to avoid any unfortunate incidents. Xiao Yun was at a loss for words. He vowed to ensure that Gumu and the others established a substantial public relations team to counteract any negative perceptions that might tarnish his reputation.
Noticing Xiaoyun's expression darkening, old Ji continued, Xiao Xingzi, if you have matters to discuss, please speak plainly. Given the apparent disdain, Xiaoyun wasted no time and directly stated, Senior, I seek your assistance with a particular matter. Old Ji replied nonchalantly, as a cripple, I fear I am unworthy of aiding Xiao Xingzi. Please take your leave. This old man dares to show me such contempt, how audacious. Xiaoyun felt a surge of irritation, consequently, he activated his heavy eye, channeling the transformative divine light from his right eye, enveloping old Ji within it. The terrifying healing effect immediately rendered old Ji agitated. What, how is this possible? Old Ji exclaimed in astonishment. Under the radiance of the divine light, his spirit felt as if it were basking in warm sunlight, an unparalleled comfort. Even the lingering injuries he had battled for years began to heal significantly within a mere breath's time. This glimpse of hope reignited his aspirations to reclaim his former glory, and his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. If he could return to his pinnacle, perhaps he might even aspire to become a true sage. What thrilled him even more was the prospect of whether Xiaoyun's extraordinary abilities could heal his beloved daughter. Observing old Ji's exaggerated expression, Xiaoyun deftly withdrew the transformative divine light, feigning exhaustion as he silently made to depart. He was not one to harbor grudges, he believed in immediate retribution. Was he not just being arrogant? Had he not treated him like a thief all along? Very well, he decided, he would take his leave and not engage further. Xiao Xingzi, please, wait. Old Ji, witnessing Xiaoyun's imminent departure, panicked. The ability to heal was secondary, the thought of his precious daughter having but 2 years left to live drove him to desperation. The fact that Xiaoyun had approached him was an opportunity he could not afford to squander. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiaoyun, a forced smile plastered on his face. To be frank, my daughter has but 2 years of life remaining. Given your extraordinary talents, I trust you would not wish to witness an old man burying his white-haired child, would you? Attempting to invoke moral obligation? However, as long as I lack any morals, your attempts at coercion will be futile. Chapter 70, the supreme-level villain's mission. Xiaoyun disregarded any semblance of courtesy and attempted to bypass old Ji, who wore a bitter smile as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiaoyun once more. Young Master Xiao, I sincerely apologize for my previous demeanor. I humbly request you to grace me with your presence for dinner. I cannot afford such a dinner, Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly. Since my debut, I have reveled in the art of auctioning others, relished in beauty, and engaged in all manner of deceit and trickery. My reputation has long since spread throughout the vast expanse of the Tianhuan continent. Do you not worry for your precious daughter amidst such notoriety? Old Ji's expression was one of incredulity, utterly unprepared for Xiaoyun's petty retort, which mirrored his own words back at him. He found himself at a loss for a counter-argument, recognizing that his prior arrogance had left him with little ground to stand on. At this moment, Anlin emerged from within the house, gracefully bowing to Xiaoyun. Young Master Xiao, my father has endured much hardship over the years and has long ceased to concern himself with worldly affairs. He holds many misunderstandings of you, and I implore you to forgive his earlier rudeness. Allow me to express my father's apologies on his behalf. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for compelling the legendary chosen one to bow an apology, earning 100,000 villain points. Is this even possible? Xiaoyun felt that acquiring these 100,000 villain points was remarkably effortless. Facing Anlin, he instantly softened his demeanor, stepping forward to take her delicate hand gently, saying with warmth, there is no need for such formalities, dear Anlin. I am the one who has overreacted. Old Ji, witnessing Xiaoyun's audacious act of touching his precious daughter, felt a twinge of displeasure. Despite having once stood at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, he had long since withdrawn from worldly matters, yet he had still heard of Xiaoyun's great renown from various sources. He had no qualms about Xiaoyun's talent, entrusting his daughter to such a genius would indeed be a monumental blessing. However, Xiaoyun's unscrupulous nature was hardly that of a virtuous man. Feeling the warmth of Xiaoyun's palm, Anlin's fair complexion flushed, her heart racing with bashfulness as she softly suggested, perhaps we could continue our conversation inside? Once indoors, Anlin busied herself in the kitchen, while old Ji took the opportunity to recount his past. Originally named Ji Chang'an, he hailed from humble beginnings, yet his innate talent rivaled that of the most extraordinary geniuses of his time. A century ago, upon entering the Outyan Immortal Academy, he garnered the affection of the Academy's foremost beauty, Luo Lan. However, due to his lowly origins, the Luo family vehemently opposed their union, even arranging for Luo Lan to marry into the prestigious Long family to sever all ties between them. On the eve of the wedding, Luo Lan clandestinely eloped with old Ji. They lived a life of anonymity, but the Luo and Long families never ceased their relentless pursuit. 18 years ago, their hidden sanctuary was discovered by the Long family. In a fierce battle, old Ji fought valiantly to protect Luo Lan, but she was ambushed while pregnant, resulting in Anlin's frail health, destined to live no longer than 20 years. To save Anlin, the couple traversed the vast Tianhuan, yet found no remedy. 10 years ago, old Ji ascended to the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, emboldened by his newfound strength. He ventured into the treacherous death abyss in search of a glimmer of hope for Anlin, nearly losing his life in the process. Afterward, when his injuries stabilized, Luo Lan secretly returned to the Luo family in hopes of seeking aid, only to be suppressed for treason, her fate remaining uncertain to this day. From that point onward, he and Anlin sought refuge in Yuhuang City, hoping to provide her with a modicum of stability. Observing old Ji, Xiaoyun secretly lamented the adage that one should not judge by appearances. Who would have imagined that such a disheveled man was not only a peak saint but also harbored such a dramatic backstory? If he could heal old Ji's injuries, given time, he might even ascend to true sainthood, becoming a formidable ally. Were it not for the Tianshu scroll, one could easily envision old Ji evolving into a sharp weapon in Chu Kuang's arsenal in the future. With this realization, Xiaoyun gained a deeper understanding of the Chosen One's unreasonable nature, recognizing it as divine providence bestowing favor. Unlike him, who had to toil ceaselessly to attain his current status. At that moment, having finished recounting his past, old Ji suddenly knelt before Xiaoyun, speaking earnestly, "Young Master Xiao, if you would consider healing my daughter, from this moment forth, Ji Chang'an's life and death shall rest solely in your hands." Hearing this, Xiaoyun felt a stirring in his heart. After all, this was a peak saint, not merely a trivial matter to be dismissed. To bring old Ji under his wing would grant him immense power and influence. With this thought, Xiaoyun spoke gravely, "Old Ji, I shall indeed save Miss Anlin. Since you have made such a resolute vow, I shall grant you an opportunity." With that, he instructed old Ji to open his consciousness, successfully imprinting the celestial slave seal within his mind. As the seal took effect, old Ji's long hair began to sway as if caught in an unseen breeze, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. This is utterly incredible. Old Ji questioned whether he was dreaming. In that fleeting moment, his strength surged dramatically, and his physical capabilities underwent a profound transformation. If his injuries were to heal, he would have an 80% chance of reaching true sainthood. Ji Chang'an pays respects to my master. Fully aware of Xiaoyun's terrifying prowess, old Ji felt no reservations about his decision this time. Xiaoyun assisted him to his feet, satisfaction evident in his voice. "From now on, simply refer to me as your lord." "At your command, my lord." With old Ji and Tao Ji now in his service, Xiaoyun felt as though he wielded two powerful aces. Contemplating the future, he felt a swell of ambition. Once, he had dreamed of traversing the world with a sword. Now, he aspired to rule it. Considering the bonds of his original identity, it was only a matter of time before the Outyan immortal kingdom sought him out. Without a formidable foundation of power, facing such a challenge would be akin to courting death. Therefore, meticulous planning was essential. Moving forward, gathering allies to fortify his position. He even contemplated emulating the first emperor of Qin from his former life, unifying the three great academies and establishing an immortal kingdom that would endure through the ages. How splendid would that be? Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the supreme-level villain mission. Become the unparalleled tyrant of the Tianhuan continent. Upon successful completion, you will be rewarded with a heavenly sovereign-grade treasure chest. What the hell? Xiaoyun couldn't help but curse at the system. I merely entertained a fleeting thought of ambition, and you dare to suggest I become a tyrant. It was easy to imagine that should he truly become a tyrant, he would inevitably face the onslaught of those insufferable chosen ones waving their banners of justice. As a notorious villain, he could scheme in the shadows, but to confront a legion of chosen ones head-on, was he not eager to hasten his demise? Yet, the allure of a supreme-level treasure chest was undeniable, akin to the temptation of a divine beast's treasure chest in certain realms. Although the probability of success stands at a mere 0.01, what if it were to succeed against all odds? What harm could possibly come from behaving like a foolish monarch? Embrace the philosophy of seeking joy as it comes. Furthermore, even if one were to take a step back, he could easily delegate the aftermath to his half-brother, Sui, once the task is accomplished. This would not only delay his own cultivation and accumulation of villain points but also enable him to enlist support in building a foundation for future ascension to a higher realm. Why not indulge in such a prospect? Chapter 71. The cunning cat. As night fell, the moonlight shone brightly. After finalizing their plans, Xiaoyun and old Ji stealthily returned to the guest room of the shop at Xianyu Valley's outpost. He did not take Lan with him. According to her, she had long been acquainted with Chu Kuang. Upon hearing that Chu Kuang had seized her father's treasure, and with Xiaoyun embellishing the tale, she had developed a strong aversion toward him, allowing him to gain an additional 500,000 villain points. Based on his decade-long experience as a seasoned reader, Xiaoyun was certain that Chu Kuang would seek out Lan again. As long as he refrained from acting against her for the time being, she would serve as an invisible thread, reeling in Chu Kuang. This way, no matter how much chaos Chu Kuang stirred, he would remain firmly within Xiaoyun's grasp. Having refined the subsequent script, Xiaoyun was about to check if Lin Yurong had gone to bed when Xiao Bai, having mysteriously returned from his escapades, burst in excitedly. "Master, come quickly. There's something noteworthy." Seeing Xiao Bai's exuberance piqued Xiaoyun's interest. He followed it quietly to the outside of a loft at the Xianyang family's outpost in Yuhuang City. "What brings you here? Aren't you afraid the Xianyang family will capture you and turn you into spicy cat jerky?" Xiaoyun couldn't help but admire Xiao Bai's audacity. Xiao Bai licked its paw with pride and replied, "During the day, I left a strand of fur on Shenruyan, which led me to discover she resides here. I thought she must be feeling distressed after the day's events, so I came to propose a deal." Xiaoyun regarded it with astonishment and inquired, "Did she give you a hard time when you met her?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai displayed a cat-like grin, and with a puff of white mist, transformed into the guise of Zhuang Yi. "Wow! You can change forms too?" Xiaoyun exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. After years of companionship, he had never realized Xiao Bai possessed such a skill. Xiao Bai boasted, "This is my ancestral skill, the 36 transformations of Tiangang. As long as I elevate my realm, I can become anything I desire." Incredible! It even mastered the proud skill of the Monkey King. Xiaoyun marveled at this, yet his curiosity shifted back to the transaction between Xiao Bai and Shenruyan. "What did you trade with her?" "Xiao Bai, she should be experiencing its effects by now." "Goodness, you crafty cat, you learn quickly." Xiaoyun pondered for a moment before asking, "So, did you seek out Chu Kuang?" "I did, and he should arrive shortly." "Then what are we waiting for? If we can ensure that Chu Kuang and Shenruyan part ways for good, I shall reward you with 50 portions of dried fish."
Without delay, Xiao Yun transformed into Chu Kuang's likeness and boldly followed Xiao Bai into the loft where Shen Ruyan was located. The moonlight tonight was exceptional, casting a soft glow that illuminated the entire loft as if it were daylight. Shen Ruyan was situated on the second floor, surrounded by transparency. Merely opening the window would reveal the interior seen from afar. Peering through the window, Xiao Yun observed the room's condition. Indeed, Shen Ruyan had succumbed to the effects of the poison, her complexion flushed, her gaze unfocused, and her consciousness appearing muddled. Witnessing this, Xiao Yun immediately discarded his disguise, retaining only a semblance of Chu Kuang's appearance on his face. He pushed the door open and entered. The moment Shen Ruyan laid eyes on Xiao Yun, she instantly mistook him for Chu Kuang. "Chu Kuang, you finally arrived," she gasped, stepping forward to embrace him, her body languidly draping over him. To ensure Shen Ruyan cooperated with the upcoming act and presented an extravagant gift to the approaching Chu Kuang, Xiao Yun swiftly spoke, "Ruyan, I was in the wrong during the day. I misunderstood you. I've come tonight to apologize." Upon hearing this, Shen Ruyan immediately recalled Xiao Yun. "It's not your fault, blame that scoundrel Xiao Yun, otherwise, I wouldn't have let you misinterpret me." At that moment, Xiao Yun noticed Chu Kuang approaching the loft below, holding a bouquet of flowers. His eyes lit up with anticipation. He guided Shen Ruyan to the window, positioning her with her back to the ground below, while he quickly restored his true appearance. In her dazed state, infused with intoxicating whispers, Shen Ruyan had completely lost her sense of self. To be cautious, Xiao Yun decided to probe further. "Who do you despise the most? Xiao Yun, who do you wish to kill the most? Xiao Yun, who do you love the most?" Xiao Yun. At that moment, Chu Kuang happened to arrive directly beneath the loft, looking up to witness the unfolding scene through the window. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun raised his voice once more. "Ruyan, declare loudly, who do you love the most?" "Xiao Yun, Xiao Yun, Xiao Yun." Hearing the commotion from above, Chu Kuang froze in shock, his flowers dropping to the ground, petals scattering like the fragments of his shattered heart. He watched as Shen Ruyan clung to Xiao Yun, tearing at his clothing with fervor, so overtly and unabashedly. Suddenly, he felt as though he had lost all strength. Xiao Yun smiled at him, as if to say, "Brother Chu, are you here to bless our union? How could this happen?" Chu Kuang murmured, utterly bewildered by this turn of events. 5 years prior, Shen Ruyan had confided in him that she had entered this world to reclaim the arm of their ancestor, leading him to believe that what he saw was not the truth. Reflecting on the debts he owed her in their past life, along with his infatuation for her in this life, he had chosen to trust her after she apologized. Tonight, he had brought flowers to make amends for his coldness earlier in the day. But now, Shen Ruyan was declaring her love for Xiao Yun right before his eyes. What did she consider him? A mere plaything to be toyed with at will, to proclaim affection when it suited her and flaunt her love for another when it did not. Was this not the cruelest betrayal? When had he, the extraordinary immortal king reborn, ever been so played? Ding ding, congratulations, host, for orchestrating a scheme to ensnare the legendary chosen one, causing him to lose faith in love. Reward 500,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for guiding the legendary chosen one towards darkness. Reward 1,000,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for inciting hatred towards his fiancée in the legendary chosen one, losing a significant ally. Reward 1 lottery chance. Goodness, what a windfall! Xiao Yun felt elated, as though he had received a generous donation from a beloved reader, instantly revitalized. But wait, Chu Kuang was on the brink of a dark transformation. Xiao Yun quickly knocked Shen Ruyan unconscious and tossed her onto the bed, then sat cross-legged to prepare for a boost in strength. To avoid any potential complications should Chu Kuang, in a fit of rage, seek out Lan, the enchanting flower of wisdom, he needed to incapacitate him first. As the saying goes, strike the egg before the fight, it saves a great deal of trouble. Chapter 72 The accounts must be settled. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for spending 2 million villain points to exchange for the transformation pill. In the realm of transformation, one sheds their mortal form, refining flesh, blood, bones, and internal organs, drawing upon the essence of heaven and earth to attain enlightenment. With the pill consumed, in the span of a single breath, Xiao Yun successfully broke through to the first level of transformation. Having previously expended considerable effort to refine his body within the 9-story pagoda of the artifact inheritance site, he was now poised to surge forward to the 4th level of transformation in one go. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for spending 2 million villain points to exchange for 4 foundation pills of the transformation realm. What the black market indeed. The foundation pill for the sea opening realm costs only 300,000, yet the transformation realm demands 500,000, nearly doubling in price. As Xiao Yun grumbled under his breath, he swallowed the 4 foundation pills in succession, catapulting himself to the 4th level of transformation. After a brief moment of acclimatization to his surging power, he rose and glanced downstairs. Sensing something amiss, Chu Kuang also looked up, his gaze piercing. Xiao Yun was taken aback by Chu Kuang's appearance. He had truly succumbed to darkness. At that moment, Chu Kuang's face was adorned with cheap smoky makeup, and dark demonic energy swirled around him, lacking the grandeur of a protagonist. He appeared more villainous than the villains themselves. Their eyes met. The hatred in Chu Kuang's eyes was ignited to its fullest. Xiao Yun, I will tear you to shreds. With this chilling declaration squeezed through clenched teeth, Chu Kuang stomped heavily on the ground. At that moment, the flowers beneath his feet turned to ash, and his figure darted to the window, a fist imbued with demonic energy hurtling towards Xiao Yun's face. Xiao Yun was not one to indulge him. He instantly activated all his buffs, enhancing his state to its zenith, then unleashed the spatial confinement technique of his innate divine bones. In the blink of an eye, Chu Kuang found himself ensnared in the void, unable to move though the confinement lasted less than a breath. For skilled practitioners, victory or defeat could be decided in an instant. This brief moment was sufficient for Xiao Yun to execute a precise strike. Thud, the azure dragon sword transformed into a severing blade, cleaving Chu Kuang's vital root cleanly away. The excruciating pain of severance immediately forced Chu Kuang to don a mask of agony. Seizing the opportunity, Little White appeared above Chu Kuang, its tiny paws radiating divine light, bringing down the artifact brick with a resounding smack against the back of Chu Kuang's head. Another scream erupted as Chu Kuang was sent reeling, crashing down from the void. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for successfully ambushing the legendary Chosen One, causing him to see stars, rewarded with 500,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for severing the vital root of the legendary Chosen One, causing him to lose his closest companion, rewarded with 3 million villain points. What the, is it gilded? It is worth 3 million villain points. Moreover, what does it mean that he lost his closest companion? Has he, after being toyed with like a flower, lost his confidence and become infatuated with his right hand? However, now was not the time to delve into such matters. He needed to capitalize on Chu Kuang's disorientation and amplify his gains, racking up a substantial number of villain points. Yet, fate was not on his side. The commotion from their battle ultimately attracted the attention of the powerful guardians stationed by the Xianyang family. Not wishing to take any risks, Xiao Yun swiftly roused Chen Ruyan, then grasped Little White, instructing it to use its spatial powers to whisk them away from the scene. As the spatial fluctuations dissipated, 8 powerful figures rushed to the outside of the loft. Son-in-law, what is going on here? The 8 members of the Xianyang family, upon seeing the bloodstained area of Chu Kuang's trousers and the bloody vital root on the ground, were instantly filled with confusion. However, upon noticing Chen Ruyan's flushed face, they quickly pieced together the truth. Son-in-law, you're not even married yet, and even if you want to, you shouldn't resort to such despicable means. You've brought this upon yourself. Seeing their cherished daughter evidently drugged, the 8 figures' expressions turned extremely grim. Chu Kuang remained silent, shaking off the lingering dizziness in his head. He rose and took to the skies. At this juncture, he had no desire to explain. With Chen Ruyan's blatant betrayal, their bond was irreparably severed. The opinions of others were of no consequence. The pressing matter was to find a way to restore his vital root. To be rendered a eunuch as a top-tier immortal king was a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun and Little White quietly returned to their guest room, attracting no one's attention. After rewarding Little White with 50 portions of dried fish as promised, a smile stretched across Xiao Yun's face. Akin to a victorious king, the legendary Chosen One truly was a lucrative source of wealth. A casual 5 million villain points, along with an additional opportunity for a draw, was utterly delightful. Adhering to the principle of not delaying draws, Xiao Yun promptly summoned the system to commence. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for drawing the Sword Heart Enlightenment. Another battle buff for the Sword Path. Activating Sword Heart Enlightenment naturally led him into a state of tranquility akin to still waters, doubling the power of his sword techniques while enabling him to foresee his enemy's movements and intentions, allowing for precise strikes. After completing the draw, Xiao Yun entered a deep state of cultivation. Having swiftly advanced to the 4th level of transformation today, he needed to meticulously refine his cultivation to swiftly grasp his newfound strength, ensuring he could unleash his full potential. Once his cultivation was sorted, he planned to expedite the transformation and refinement of his internal organs, preparing for the impending breakthrough into the Tao realm. According to the Heavenly Secrets Scroll, the ancient battlefield for the Sun Trials would open in half a month, promising yet another fierce contest. Thus, before that time, he must fully prepare himself, amplifying his overall strength, so that he could comfortably play the role of a happy 6th wheel behind the Chosen One. 5 days passed in a flash. As dusk approached, just as Xiao Yun was preparing to step out after receiving a message from old Ji, Sui, whom he had not seen in 5 years, unexpectedly appeared at his door. Brother Xiao, I trust you have been well. Sui, having found Xiao Yun, was overjoyed. Since his last heartbreak, followed by Xiao Yun's merciless blow, he had not returned to Qingcheng Mountain but had instead ventured alone into the territory of the Southern Wilderness Demon Clan, seeking to hone himself through life and death experiences. After 5 years of constant fortuity, he had successfully advanced to the 9th level of the Tao realm, and his sword intent had even reached the 5th level, culminating in his comprehension of the invincible sword heart. His strength had undergone a tremendous transformation, and his confidence soared. Upon returning to Qingcheng Mountain after leaving the southern wilderness, he heard that Xiao Yun was in Yuhuang City and hastened over without pause, eager for a spirited duel to dispel the shadows Xiao Yun had cast upon him. Seeing Sui, radiant with excitement as he recounted his thrilling adventures, Xiao Yun felt a wave of unease wash over him. Why was Sui's cultivation advancing so rapidly, surpassing even his own sword intent at the 5th level? These so-called Chosen Ones were truly unreasonable. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he ascended to the legendary Chosen One status, his aura growing ever more formidable. Would they still be able to enjoy their camaraderie? No, he couldn't allow Sui to bask in such joy. Thus, he warmly grasped Sui's hand, smiling, Brother Su, we are like brothers of different mothers. It has been far too long, and I have missed you dearly. However, Brother Su, while we are brothers, we must settle accounts as well. Last time at the auction for Shenruyan, you owe me 500,000 top-quality spirit stones. When will you repay me? Chapter 73. The ancient god Realmu, Xiao Laolu, Sui stared blankly at Xiao Yun, once again astonished by his audacity. He spoke of brotherhood while harboring nothing but business in his heart. What was with that 500,000 spirit stones? Don't you have any self-awareness? Do you still want to retain some dignity? Seeing Sui contemplating evasion, Xiao Yun immediately became indignant. Brother Su, you wouldn't dare to default on your debt, would you? Upon hearing this, Sui's mood soured instantly. He felt an overwhelming urge to land a punch on that detestable smirk. Realizing that Sui was indeed considering a default, Xiao Yun swiftly took out a small notebook to record the debt. On this day, Brother Su owes me 500,000 premium spirit stones and intends to evade repayment.
Should we have the opportunity to visit Qingqing Mountain, I must seek the Qingqing Sword Immortal to reclaim it, with daily interest accruing at 500 premium spirit stones.
Damn. You are ruthless. Sui believed Xiao Yun would indeed go through with it. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a pouch of premium spirit stones from his storage ring and hurled it into Xiao Yun's hands. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully extorting the epic chosen one, rewarding 100,000 villain points. Another 100,000 received. Xiao Yun pocketed the spirit stones, grinning widely. Oh, Brother Su, I was merely joking. Why did you take it so seriously? We are, after all, brothers. Sui was so enraged he nearly spat out a mouthful of vintage blood from 1982, declaring that he had no brother like that. At that moment, Lin Yorong suddenly emerged. Upon seeing Sui, her expression shifted to one of extreme coldness. Although she had come to understand her past misunderstandings about Sui, the image of him abandoning the gentle Chu He and later returning her belongings remained vivid in her mind. Moreover, Sui had taken Xiao Yun to visit brothels, such a good child, yet he had led him astray. Upon noticing Lin Yorong, Xiao Yun immediately approached, affectionately wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Lin Yorong initially intended to shake off Xiao Yun's unwelcome advances, but upon seeing Sui present, she instead complied and leaned closer. Witnessing their intimate interaction, Sui felt a profound discomfort. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for flaunting affection in front of the epic chosen one, inflicting a critical blow of 10,000 points to his heart, rewarding 200,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for making the epic chosen one taste the bitterness of being single, rewarding 50,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking advantage of the epic chosen woman, rewarding 100,000 villain points. Xiao Yun's smile was broader than ever. This was the proper way to interact with the chosen one. However, he had no intention of letting Sui off lightly, inquiring with feigned concern, Brother Su, 5 years have passed. You don't still lack a girlfriend, do you? Sui felt he could not remain there for even a moment longer. This was beyond cruel, knowing full well he was still single. To ask such a question in front of his childhood sweetheart was clearly a deliberate attempt to provoke him. Could one not be so shameless? Gritting his teeth, Sui replied solemnly, Brother Xiao, I have come to seek your help in honing my swordsmanship. I wonder if you would be willing to assist me in my training? You seek my assistance? How much do you underestimate me as a villain? Just then, he was troubled by the fact that old Ji had other tasks for tonight's black market trading event and needed someone to assist him. Since Sui wished for his help in training, perhaps it wouldn't be too much to ask him to retrieve the map from Chu Kuang. Upon this thought, Xiao Yun readily agreed, saying, Brother Su, as we are brothers, assisting you in your training is a simple matter. However, before that, I would need a small favor from you. A small favor? Sui felt a twinge of caution. Having been tricked by Xiao Yun multiple times, his initial reaction was to suspect that Xiao Yun was preparing yet another trap. Observing Sui's guarded expression, Xiao Yun was unconcerned, explaining, Today, the black market is holding a barter trading event, and I have heard that Chu Kuang possesses a map of the Holy Sun Estrile in the ancient realm. I wish to procure it. Since it is inconvenient for me to trade directly with Chu Kuang, I would like to request your assistance. Of course, once the map is secured, what is mine is yours, my brother. Upon hearing this, Sui pondered for a moment. He only half-trusted Xiao Yun's words. However, he had considerable knowledge about the ancient realm of the Holy Sun Estrile. According to the records from Qingqing Mountain, the ancient realm, also known as the ancient god realm, was a remnant formed after the collapse of the ancient goddess Great World, and for some reason, it had ended up in the desolate continent. The reason the three great kingdoms descended upon the desolate continent a millennium ago was due to the existence of the ancient god realm. It was rumored that numerous treasures from the ancient god realm remained within, including the legacy of the ancient gods. Should one obtain it, they would gain access to the ancient gods' formidable powers. This realm randomly opens every 1,000 years, allowing martial artists under 30 years of age to participate, regardless of cultivation level or talent. Should participants distinguish themselves within, they could have the opportunity to become the Holy Son of one of the three great academies. Thus, it was referred to as the Holy Sun's Trial. It had been a full millennium since the last opening of the ancient god realm, and it could potentially open unexpectedly at any moment. To be honest, he was indeed intrigued. He inexplicably felt that the map Xiao Yun spoke of was extraordinary and very likely detailed the location of the ancient goddess legacy. Furthermore, he was certain that Xiao Yun must possess another part of the map. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, Brother Xiao, since we are brothers, let us not withhold from one another. You should possess the other half of the map, correct? Damn, this fellow has become clever. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. Xiao Yun nonchalantly took out a prepared fake, crafted through his god-tier forging skills while retaining the original rusted iron piece. He altered the map within, confident that even if Chu Kuang acquired it, he would not discern its authenticity. Brother Su, the map lies concealed within this rusted iron piece. I have already dispelled the concealment seal. You may use your spiritual power to probe it. Sui received the rusted iron piece, and as his formidable spiritual power penetrated the iron, his expression quickly morphed into one of astonishment. His intuition had not betrayed him. The fragmentary map within this iron piece indeed marked the core location of the ancient goddess legacy, albeit lacking the surrounding map. Relying solely on this, it would indeed be challenging to locate the site unless one were fortunate enough to be teleported directly to that location upon entering the ancient god realm. Seeing Sui's interest piqued, Xiao Yun knew his plan was secure if the core location marked on the map was not only not the core of the ancient goddess legacy but also a perilous area.
Should both Sui and Chu Kuang acquire complete maps, they would undoubtedly venture there. When the two chosen ones clashed, magic against magic, it would surely be a spectacle, affording both the opportunity to spectate and earn villain points, a delightful scenario indeed.
Brother Su, imprint this map into your soul sea.
During this trading event, you will use it to swap for the map in Chu Kuang's possession.
Sui harbored no suspicion, for the aura emanating from this rusted iron piece was undeniably ancient.
He could not fathom how Xiao Yun could possibly deceive him. Moreover, although Xiao Yun could be unreliable at times, he should possess some sense of morality, not to go to such lengths to trick him. Chapter 74 The explosive acting of father and daughter. As Sui put away the embroidered iron piece, Xiao Yun patted him on the shoulder. Brother Su, since we are to attend the black market trading event tonight, I shall refrain from joining you for dinner at the Yihong Lu.
Let us defer this to another day.
Goodness, this rascal is trying to tarnish my reputation again. Suyi's gaze shifted towards Lin Yorong. As expected, she instantly displayed a look of disdain, coldly remarking, if you dare take Xiao Yun to such dubious places again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy.
Sui grew anxious in an instant.
No, Yorong, you truly misunderstand me.
This is nothing but a baseless accusation. Misunderstanding, baseless accusation?
Lin Yorong scoffed repeatedly. Then what of Miss Xiaohe? Is she also fabricating stories about you? When Xiaohe was mentioned, Sui found himself at a loss for words. Upon seeing Xiao Yun's expression of amusement, he immediately suspected that the discord between him and Lin Yorong was orchestrated by Xiao Yun, though he lacked any evidence. After all, the incident involving Xiaohe was the very root of Lin Yorong's disdain for him, making it hard to fathom that Xiao Yun could have set him up at that time. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for orchestrating the downfall of the epic chosen one, inciting an inevitable aversion. Reward
100,000 villain points.
More care and affection, brothers are meant to be exploited. Another 100,000 villain points credited to his account. Xiao Yun felt a surge of delight, as Brother Su's ability to generate profit remained consistent as ever. At the black market trading event, Xiao Yun, donning a hat to conceal his appearance, accompanied by Sui and guided by Old Ji, descended into the crypt beneath the black market. At that moment, many individuals had already gathered in the depths of the crypt. Noticing that Chu Kuang had yet to arrive, the three found a secluded corner to quietly await the commencement of the trading event. Before long, Chu Kuang indeed made his entrance. Leading him was the gentle and graceful Lan. Following the script that Xiao Yun had prepared, Old Ji hastily approached Chu Kuang to greet him. Chu Kuang responded with polite courtesy, for he had previously encountered a misunderstanding with Old Ji at the black market, only to later learn through Lan that it was all a mistake. He held Lan in high regard, having known her for 5 or 6 years. She had always been so gentle, beautiful, and understanding, far surpassing the likes of Shen Ruyan in this lifetime. He had firmly resolved that once he broke through to the cave heaven realm and could utilize some of his past life's methods, he would undoubtedly restore Lan to her former self. Furthermore, he had secretly investigated and discovered that Lan possessed exceptional cultivation talent in the rare Qing Yuan body, making her an excellent alchemical furnace to aid in his training. With proper nurturing, she would prove to be a significant asset. When he returned to the upper realm, Old Ji noticed the fiery gaze with which Chu Kuang regarded Lan, and a flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. However, Xiao Yun had made prior arrangements, and thus Old Ji refrained from acting out, instead expressing gratitude. Thank you, Holy Sun Chu, for coming to the black market trading event on behalf of my daughter. Chu Kuang smiled slightly. Old Ji is too kind. Since the legendary Yin-Yang 5 Elements flower of 10,000 years has appeared here, I shall spare no expense to acquire it. It is essential for Miss and Lan's restoration.
Then I must trouble you, Holy Sun Chu.
Old Ji bowed deeply. At that moment, the master of the black market, seeing that no one else was arriving, proclaimed loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, I shan't reiterate the prohibition against conflict during the black market trading event. Anyone who dares to disrupt the order shall bear the consequences. Now, for those wishing to auction their treasures, please place your items on the table, others may trade freely.
Now, I declare the trading event to begin.
As everyone brought forth their items for trade, Xiao Yun placed a 10,000-year-old Yin-Yang 5 Elements flower on the table, patiently awaiting potential buyers. This flower had been acquired by Xiaobai during an auction at the Xianyu Valley, and in the small world of inheritance, Xiaobai had visited the cat's nest several times while asleep, thus obtaining it. This trip was indeed timely for its use. Before long, Chu Kuang noticed his Yin-Yang 5 Elements flower and approached his table with Lan and Old Ji. Due to Xiao Yun's deliberate concealment, Chu Kuang did not recognize him. Brother, how do you intend to trade for this flower? Xiao Yun replied casually, this flower was obtained at the risk of my life.
If you desire it, it shall depend on your sincerity.
Hearing this, Chu Kuang contemplated for a moment before retrieving 3 Millennium Zhu fruits from his storage ring and placing them on the table. Xiao Yun's eyes brightened slightly. He had not anticipated that Chu Kuang possessed such valuable items. The spiritual energy contained in the Millennium Zhu fruits was immense, and consuming them would aid in rapidly refining his internal organs. However, despite his excitement, his primary aim was to extract as much as possible from Chu Kuang, compelling him to trade the rusty iron piece for the false map in Suyi's possession. Noticing the flicker of excitement in Xiao Yun's gaze, Chu Kuang sensed the prospect of a deal and inquired with a smile, might this item satisfy you, brother? Xiao Yun did not respond, instead fixating his gaze on Lan for a few moments before expressing interest. Brother, you are quite fortunate.
This lady is exceptionally beautiful. No wonder you were willing to offer precious Millennium Jus fruits in exchange for this flower. Surely, you seek to concoct the legendary 5-element soul-stabilizing pill, am I correct? This flower is of 10,000 years of medicinal age. Do you really believe 3 Millennium Jus fruits could suffice? Upon hearing this, Zhu Kuang's pupils constricted sharply. He had never anticipated that his intentions would be so readily discerned. Consequently, 3 Millennium Jus fruits were indeed far from sufficient. Thus, he gritted his teeth and retrieved 3 more Jus fruits. This represented his entire stock, yet in the next moment, Xiaoyun still shook his head. An Lan, familiar with the script, immediately assumed the role of the understanding flower, speaking up, "Young Master Chu, there is no need to expend such great effort for my sake. There will be opportunities to encounter such flowers in the future." Xiaoyun sneered coldly, "The lady is indeed understanding, yet this flower has exceedingly stringent growth conditions. Even century-old specimens are extremely rare, let alone those of 10,000 years. It is important to note that the older the medicinal age, the more potent the resulting elixir. Missing this opportunity would make it difficult to encounter again, and I wonder if the lady can wait until that time comes." As anticipated, provoked by his words, Zhu Kuang immediately took out 2 glimmering purple gold stones from his storage ring and placed them on the table. "What if I add these 2 divine stones? Purple gold divine stones." Xiaoyun's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, the chosen one was affluent, possessing even such rare materials for crafting divine artifacts. However, based on his decade-long experience as a bookworm, he discerned that these were certainly not Zhu Kuang's true resources. With a little more provocation, given the chosen one's nature, he was confident there would be more surprises. Thus, he shook his head again, continuing to incite, "Brother, I fear your sincerity is lacking. If I had such an understanding confidant, I would spare no expense, even to the point of bankruptcy, rather than watch her beauty fade." At his words, Old Ji immediately followed the script, speaking in a tone filled with the desperation of a father clinging to a lifeline. "Holy Son Chu, I have but one daughter, and you did mention that no matter the cost, you would acquire this flower." And Lan also played her part flawlessly, feigning reproach, "Father, do not pressure young Master Chu. Otherwise, how could I ever repay him in this lifetime?" Goodness, the acting of this father-daughter duo deserves full marks. Their coordination is simply seamless. Not far away, Sui stood in stunned disbelief at the spectacle. Had he not known the truth behind the scenes, he would have undoubtedly been tempted to deplete his entire fortune to acquire the Yin-Yang 5 Elements flower. Chapter 75. Sui has indeed gone astray. Zhu Kuang exhibited little reaction to Old Ji's words, however, and Lan's statement about what she would offer to repay him in this lifetime instantly stirred a wave of excitement within him. Despite Shen Ruyan's betrayal, which left a persistent rift in his heart even after her memories resurfaced, he found solace in the notion that if this flower could compel Lan to owe him for eternity, then he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. After all, in terms of looks and physique, Lan was as captivating as Shen Ruyan, and in terms of talent, she was equally formidable, if not more so, often proving to be a greater aid in his cultivation. Given time, he would demonstrate to Shen Ruyan just how egregiously mistaken she had been. With this thought in mind, and with his resources nearly depleted, Zhu Kuang painfully retrieved 2 jade vials from his storage ring and placed them upon the table. These vials contain a drop of true dragon's blood and a drop of true phoenix's blood. Consuming them will not only significantly enhance your physical body but will also grant you insight into the innate abilities of both the dragon and phoenix clans. Surely, my friend, this should suffice? Ding ding, congratulations to the host for raising the stakes, exploiting the legendary Chosen One's treasury, seizing their opportunities, and receiving a reward of 2 million villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for causing the legendary Chosen One to lose numerous treasures, returning them to a state of liberation overnight, and receiving a reward of 1 million villain points. Hearing the system's notifications, Xiaoyun couldn't help but smirk. I knew it. The Chosen One is akin to a dairy cow, a little squeeze always yields a bountiful reward. Indeed, treasures had been acquired, and villain points were amassed abundantly. What a delightful situation. Xiaoyun swiftly collected the treasures Zhu Kuang had produced and, with a hint of intentional flattery, remarked, "Brother, you truly are a man of substance. This flower now belongs to you." Ding ding, congratulations to the host for delivering a verbal blow to the legendary Chosen One, inflicting 10,000 points of psychological damage, and receiving a reward of 100,000 villain points. The phrase "a man of substance" struck a nerve with Zhu Kuang. Having recently suffered a significant setback at the hands of Xiaoyun, he had expended considerable effort to find a method of recovery, yet he needed to reach the cave heaven realm to employ his special techniques. At that moment, he hardly felt like a man of substance. Nevertheless, recognizing that the words were unintentional, he chose not to dwell on it, offering a forced smile as he stored the Yin-Yang 5 Elements flower and prepared to take his leave. It was then that Sui, standing not far away, realized it was his turn to step forward. He promptly spoke, "My friend, you are indeed generous. I possess a fragment of a map. Might you be interested in having a look?" Zhu Kuang was about to shake his head when he suddenly caught sight of the rusted iron fragment, which left him momentarily stunned. He quickly leaned in and whispered to Old Ji, "Elder Ji, do you recognize this rusted iron piece?" Old Ji furrowed his brows as he examined the fragment and then glanced at Sui. Leaning closer to Zhu Kuang's ear, he quietly relayed, "Young Master Chu, the one who stole the rusted iron piece that day was this man. Though he wore a mask and I couldn't see his true visage, his physique is unmistakably identical." Upon hearing this, Zhu Kuang was consumed by rage, his spiritual energy surging quietly. Observing his agitation, Old Ji quickly interjected, "Young Master Chu, temper your anger, this is not a place for violence." With a fierce glare at Sui, Zhu Kuang resolved to wait for an opportune moment outside, for the barbarian Emperor Tower had informed him that this map was of utmost importance and should not fall into the hands of others. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for orchestrating a scheme to ensnare the epic level Chosen One, placing him on the kill list of the legendary Chosen One, and receiving a reward of 2 million villain points. There's a spectacle to behold. Xiaoyun immediately perked up, directing his gaze towards the scene. Sui, blissfully unaware that he had been sold out once again, proceeded to follow Xiaoyun's script, stating, "My friend, I have consulted my elders regarding this rusted iron fragment. It is a map to the ancient world of the Holy Sun's trial. If you wish to exchange it, you must present a substantial offering." After scrutinizing the rusted fragment, Zhu Kuang realized it had been ensnared by a barrier set by Xiaoyun, preventing him from using his spiritual consciousness to probe the map. Nevertheless, he was confident that this fragment originated from the same source as the one he possessed. It was undoubtedly genuine. However, acquiring this rusted fragment posed a challenge, for he had just depleted his resources to obtain the Yin-Yang 5 Elements flower. Now, apart from some spirit stones and life-preserving treasures, he had little of value left. If he was to proceed with the exchange, the only feasible option was to trade the fragment in his hand, as he had already imprinted the map within his soul sea. Even if he relinquished it, he would still retain full knowledge of the map's contents. Moreover, this individual was already on his kill list, he could simply deal with him later and reclaim the map. With these considerations in mind, he hesitated not a moment, decisively producing his rusted fragment and presenting it before Sui. They share the same origin, when combined, they form a complete map. "Surely, my friend, you would not refuse?" Sui, sensing the authenticity, expressed his satisfaction. "What a fortuitous coincidence, this truly is a pleasant surprise." However, he soon shook his head, stating, acquiring this piece was no easy feat. "My friend must supplement with an additional 1 million top-grade spirit stones, and I shall agree to the exchange." What the devil, he dares to modify the script. Xiaoyun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sui would so adeptly play the game of extortion. He wondered which unscrupulous influence had corrupted Sui's integrity. It would not be so easy to swindle him in the future. With a loud thud, Zhu Kuang slammed a bag of spirit stones and the rusted fragment onto the table before Sui, speaking coldly, "Ensure you safeguard this well." Afterward, he took Sui's fragment and, accompanied by Inlan and Old Ji, turned to exit the trading hall. Once outside the black market, Zhu Kuang addressed Old Ji and Inlan, "Elder Ji, Miss Inlan, I have other pressing matters to attend to and cannot escort you back." Having lived for a century, Old Ji easily guessed Zhu Kuang's intentions. He feigned deep gratitude, saying, "Young Master Chu, please attend to your affairs. I shall forever remember this profound favor, and should you require assistance in the future, Ji Chang'an would gladly offer his life." Seeing Old Ji express such sentiments, Zhu Kuang's previously somber mood lifted considerably. "Elder Ji, you flatter me. In my darkest hour, it was Inlan who alleviated my burdens, thus, I owe it to her to do what I can." Upon hearing this, Inlan's eyes betrayed a flash of contempt, as Xiaoyun had informed her that Zhu Kuang had engaged in illicit relations with other women before her fiancée's very eyes. Reflecting on the fondness she had harbored for him over the years, she felt utterly blind. Nevertheless, following Xiaoyun's arrangement, she gracefully bowed, feigning humility, "Young Master Chu, your kindness is beyond repay. Should I be granted rebirth, I shall repay it in kind." As Zhu Kuang moved to assist Inlan to her feet, Old Ji promptly pulled her back a step, bidding farewell. "Young Master Chu, my daughter is frail and cannot withstand the cold wind. I shall escort her home now." Although Zhu Kuang sensed something amiss, he thought little of it, smiling as he replied, "You both take care." As the two departed, Zhu Kuang's expression darkened abruptly, and he stealthily guarded the exit of the black market, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. At that moment, the barbarian Emperor Tower in his soul sea cautioned, "Zhu Kuang, your mindset is faltering, do not let this lead you down the path of demonic descent." Zhu Kuang coldly retorted, "What of descending into the demonic path? The one who exchanged the rusted fragment tonight must die." Chapter 76, Please call me the professional dog walker at Chu. As Sui, who had just completed the map and handed the rusted iron piece to Xiaoyun, suddenly sneezed, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him, as if someone were plotting against him. "Brother Su, our journey has been fruitful, and you have conveniently earned 1 million exquisite spirit stones. Tonight, it's your treat, let us indulge at the Yihang Tower." Upon hearing this, Sui immediately declined, "Not going, I'm afraid you'll sell me out again." "What do you mean by that, Brother Su?" Xiaoyun protested, feeling wronged. "Think about it carefully. As a sword cultivator, what is of utmost importance? It is, of course, the cultivation of one's heart. In my view, having traversed through the mundane world and faced countless tribulations, one must sever the mortal heart with a single sword strike. Only by truly immersing oneself in the earthly realm and savoring its essence can one achieve the ultimate level of swordsmanship, transcending the ordinary heart." This, Sui found himself inexplicably convinced by Xiaoyun's words. Sensing his wavering, Xiaoyun continued with his persuasion, "Though the sword is primarily a weapon of slaughter, it also embodies benevolence and righteousness. It serves to exorcise demons and eradicate evil, upholding justice in the world. A single sword can bring peace." Listening to Xiaoyun, Sui felt a flicker of enlightenment, gradually gaining clarity on his own path of swordsmanship. Xiaoyun pressed on, "Confucius said that a benevolent person wishes to establish themselves and helps others to do the same. They desire to attain happiness and ensure that others achieve happiness as well. This is the essence of cultivating the heart. Sui managed to grasp the gist of it, realizing that in the end, he was being coaxed into treating at Yihong Tower. As they conversed, the two arrived at the Black Market's exit. Concealed in the shadows, Chu Kuang observed Sui's appearance. Unable to contain himself any longer with his heightened senses, Sui immediately sensed something amiss. He gripped his ancient sword tightly, fixing his gaze on Chu Kuang's hiding spot, and shouted, "Who goes there? Step forth." Clop, clop, clop. A series of footsteps, imbued with a peculiar rhythm, echoed from the darkness. Suddenly, the surrounding spatial energy surged, and a force of teleportation enveloped both Sui and Xiao Yun. Not good, this is a minor teleportation array. Just as Xiao Yun attempted to flee, he realized it was already too late. After a dizzying whirl, he found himself in a small grove outside Yuhuang City. This must have been orchestrated by Chu Kuang. Xiao Yun lamented, chiding himself for being overly careless. Day after day, he played the fool, and now it seemed he had fallen into a trap. However, adhering to the principle of blaming others rather than himself, he immediately turned to Sui and said, "Brother Su, you must have provoked someone, leading to this predicament. You owe me a compensation of 1 million exquisite spirit stones, otherwise, I shall take note of this." Seemingly immune to Xiao Yun's shamelessness, Sui remained silent, his expression dark, while cautiously surveying their surroundings. At that moment, 5 figures emerged from the grove, encircling the two. It is indeed him. Despite Chu Kuang's masked visage, his intuition as the destined villain informed him that it was indeed Chu Kuang approaching alone. Who? Chu Kuang. Is it him? Sui pondered for a moment, quickly grasping the situation. The adversary intended to monopolize the ancient deity's inheritance, aiming to eliminate both him and Xiao Yun in one fell swoop. Attack! Without further ado, Chu Kuang surged forward. "Brother Su, I shall take the brunt of this. You handle Chu Kuang." With that, Xiao Yun executed a swift step through the air, launching himself at the 4 opponents. Sui felt at a loss. "You truly are a good brother, leaving the strongest one for me." However, reality demanded his immediate attention, as Chu Kuang's forceful assault was already upon him. Clang! The ancient sword emitted a crisp cry, and a magnificent 5th-level sword intent erupted, forcing the advancing Chu Kuang to retreat. With a change of expression, Chu Kuang staggered back, utterly shocked that his opponent, who appeared to be at the pinnacle of the Dao realm, had comprehended the 5th-level sword intent. Though the difference between his own 4th level and 5th level martial intent was merely 1 rank, those who had reached this level understood that each advancement thereafter magnified the potency of their attacks exponentially. Such innate talent was not to be underestimated, but Chu Kuang could not immediately discern the identity of this formidable foe, as they had concealed themselves well. The ancient deity's inheritance is crucial for my ascendance beyond my previous life. Today, I cannot let them escape. With a firm resolve, Chu Kuang summoned all his strength, preparing to unleash his most powerful techniques. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun faced 4 martial artists at the 7th level of the Dao realm, too disinterested to activate any buffs. Utilizing the terrifying speed of his void step, he effortlessly toyed with the 4, deliberately leading them away from the battlefield of the 2 chosen ones. He awaited the perfect opportunity. Once the 2 chosen ones were engaged in a fierce struggle, he planned to strike at Chu Kuang when he was most vulnerable, thereby aiding his brother while simultaneously inflicting grievous harm upon the legendary chosen ones seeking to turn the tides in his favor. "Are you some sort of loach?" Xiao Yun dodged an attack while retorting. "Your entire family is a loach. Please call me the professional dog walker." The 4, incensed by his words, felt their nostrils flare in anger. Ironically, they truly felt as if they were being led around like pets. No matter how they attacked, their adversary evaded their strikes with ease, leaving them feeling utterly frustrated. "Like a man, stop running and face me in a real fight." "Very well." Sensing that the 2 chosen ones were about to unleash their ultimate moves, Xiao Yun decided to halt his evasive maneuvers. What a perfect opportunity. The 4, fueled by pent-up rage, resolved to teach this loach-like individual a lesson about the beauty of flowers. In an instant, they unleashed their most powerful techniques. The air was filled with intertwining sword chi and blade shadows, even drawing upon the surrounding elemental energies, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Quite interesting. A smirk crept across Xiao Yun's lips as he granted himself 2 buffs. As the onslaught approached, he swiftly reached out, manifesting a terrifying hand of energy, 10 zhang in size, that grasped all incoming attacks. In the next moment, with a gentle squeeze, the hand obliterated the sword chi and blade shadows, transforming them into a shower of debris, akin to a burst of fireworks, fleeting and ephemeral. The 4 gazed in astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief. It was their first encounter with such a formidable divine ability. A mere flick of the wrist had shattered their ultimate moves. "How much do you underestimate me? To still be distracted at this moment." Swish, swish. In a flash, the 4 clutched their nether regions, howling in agony. Out of compassion for their plight, Xiao Yun decided to play the savior, his sword light flashing once more, sending the 4 to their demise. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for severing the fates of 4 individuals, earning 4,000 villain points. Ding ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 4 foes, earning 400 villain points. If only Little White had come along, it would have been a full-service funeral. With a flick of his finger, a strand of Z-Wei heavenly fire descended upon the corpses of the 4, reducing them to ash in a single breath. With a casual wave, he scattered the ashes. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for successfully turning the 4 into ashes, earning 400 villain points. With the villain points credited, Xiaoyun finally turned his gaze towards the battlefield of the two chosen ones. Chapter 77 The combined assault of the sixth master Xiao Boom, the ancient sword, measuring several dozen feet in length, clashed incessantly with the blood-black colossal fist in the void, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. After a forceful pushback, Sui and Chu Kuang locked their energies onto one another. In that moment, both bore traces of blood. Chu Kuang appeared merely disheveled, while Sui suffered severe internal injuries. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for setting a trap to harm the epic level chosen one, inflicting internal injuries, reward 200,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for setting a trap to harm the legendary level chosen one, inflicting internal injuries, reward 500,000 villain points. Excellent. Watching as the two continued their fierce battle, Xiaoyun promptly produced a small stool and a handful of seeds, preparing to be a mere bystander. Oblivious to Xiaoyun's presence, the two combatants surged into action once more. Barbarian Emperor Body, activate. Chu Kuang roared, his form instantly swelling, transforming into a towering giant of 7 to 8 feet, radiating an aura that nearly matched the pinnacle of the soul refinement realm. Goodness! How has he grown so much larger? Xiaoyun felt a surge of alarm. At his current strength, even if all buffs were activated, confronting Chu Kuang head-on would likely last less than a minute. Is Su brother in danger with his recent ascent to the pinnacle of the Dao realm? Xiaoyun hurriedly cracked a seed to steady his nerves. At that moment, Sui suddenly positioned the ancient sword before his chest, his left hand gliding along the blade's edge, pouring an immense amount of spiritual energy into the sword as if it were of no consequence. Clang, 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 the ancient sword vibrated violently, and in an instant, Sui appeared enigmatic and formidable. Though still standing at 6 feet tall, he emanated a sense of grandeur akin to the heavens. What new skill is this, so terrifying? Even with his preparations, Xiaoyun was taken aback by Sui's display. Across from him, Chu Kuang's enormous pupils constricted sharply, releasing 2 beams of crimson light as he concentrated on Sui's every movement while preparing his ultimate move. Suddenly, Sui moved. He lifted his long sword gently, striking towards Chu Kuang with an excruciatingly slow motion. A single sword to sever the ages. As Sui's voice resonated, an invisible force surged with the sword's descent, coalescing into a fearsome edge capable of cutting through all, hurtling towards Chu Kuang. Barbarian Emperor's Destruction Fist. Chu Kuang bellowed, his massive form launching into the air like a small mountain, crashing downwards. Boom, accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the surrounding essence of heaven and earth within a 10-foot radius was instantly vacated, creating a vacuum. Beyond that distance, a cataclysmic wave erupted, uprooting trees and sweeping them into the void, reducing them to ash. After several breaths, tranquility returned to the world. Xiaoyun, neglecting his seeds, hastily looked on. He saw that Sui, having exhausted his ultimate move, was now half kneeling on the ground, continuously coughing up blood, his complexion as pale as death. Chu Kuang, having reverted to his normal form, bore countless crimson sword marks upon his body, many cuts deep enough to reveal bone, also coughing blood incessantly. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for setting a trap to harm the epic level chosen one, inflicting grave injuries and damaging his cultivation, reward 500,000 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for setting a trap to harm the legendary level chosen one, inflicting grave injuries, reward 1,000,000 villain points. Another one, 500,000. Delight surged through Xiaoyun as he swiftly gathered his stool and seeds, preparing for an ambush. He focused intently, observing as Chu Kuang struggled to approach Sui step by step. Clearly, he intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate the formidable foe. You are a worthy opponent. With your talent, even in the higher realms, you are a rare existence. Chu Kuang declared. However, it is regrettable, in the great path of competition, we are fated to be adversaries. As he spoke, Chu Kuang closed the distance to within half a foot of Sui, raising his fist, ready to strike down upon him. Now! Xiaoyun activated his full potential, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Spatial confinement. Soul-draining stab. Materializing abruptly behind Chu Kuang, Xiaoyun unleashed his combined ambush, directing his sword towards Chu Kuang's heart. The imminent threat sent a chill down Chu Kuang's spine, yet, the spatial confinement rendered him immobile. In a moment of desperation, he disregarded the backlash and forcibly activated the Barbarian Emperor's tower to shield himself. Clang, the sound of iron clashing echoed through the void. Xiaoyun was thrown back by the tower's overwhelming rebound force. Goodness, that didn't succeed. Is there no justice left? This ambush utilized his own forged divine sword. What caliber of treasure is this dreadful tower, that it could not only withstand his attack but also repel him? Watching the chance for a reward slip away, Xiaoyun felt a wave of frustration. Damn it! It's you! The moment the spatial confinement dissipated, Chu Kuang turned around to see the familiar figure of the battle saint body, the infamous Xiao Lao Lu, instantly filled with rage. Why is this accursed Xiaoyun everywhere? The hatred of a stolen wife, the pain of severed roots, coupled with the grudge of this ambush, he wished he could immediately dismantle Xiaoyun into pieces and scatter his ashes. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing the crucial point. The one he had just fought against was none other than the most outstanding swordsman of the Tianhuang continent, Sui. Thus, the 4 disciples he had brought from the Outyan Immortal Academy would surely have been vanquished by this unpredictable Xiao Lao Lu. If he delayed any further, who knew what tricks this damned Xiao Lao Lu might conjure? He might very well fall here. Xiaoyun, I will remember every single score with you.
With no other choice but to leave a threatening remark, Chu Kuang decisively commanded the barbarian emperor's tower to break through the void and depart. Xiaoyan understood that the chosen ones were unreasonable and had no intention of pursuing. He quickly assisted Su Yi to his feet, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into him to heal his injuries.
Thank you, Brother Xiao.
Su Yi, whose complexion had slightly improved, looked at Xiaoyan with profound gratitude. Just moments ago, he had unleashed an ultimate move he had yet to master fully, which only exacerbated his injuries, leaving him utterly defenseless. Had it not been for Xiaoyan's timely arrival, he would have truly bid farewell to this world. As always, when he was in danger, Xiaoyan was there to shield him, despite often being unreliable. To him, encountering such a brother was a blessing accrued over 8 lifetimes. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for successfully deceiving the feelings of the epic-level chosen one, making him regard the host as a life and death brother. Reward
100,000 villain points.
Life and death brothers. Xiaoyan was quite pleased with this. Today, his intention in imparting the sword of the benevolent ruler to Sui was to ensure that he would willingly clean up the mess in the future. Since he was so cooperative, it was only fitting to pave the way for him ahead. At that moment, a series of sounds slicing through the air echoed from afar. Clearly, the recent climactic battle between Sui and Chu Kuang had drawn the attention of powerful figures within the city. Xiaoyan gave Sui a gentle push. Brother Su, you haven't fully recovered yet. You should leave first. Wait for me at the Yihong Tower. You're treating. I'll handle things here.